the target. Levy gets a double kill.
In trouble as Odoamne just gets surged on. Yankos gets stuck. Mouse going for the 1v2.
They have to play really cautiously and carefully. Goes back into the base dive. Oh, so play with fire, but he can't.
这是真正的我要比比被猛给顶飞，从边边留下，拿到了一个缺矿用的 corner。 Bienvenidos al All-Star de League of Legends 2016. Hemos reunido a 30 de vuestros jugadores favoritos. Durante los próximos 4 días lucharán codo con codo para defender a sus regiones y demostrar quiénes son los mejores. Han llegado para incendiar la grieta del invocador, el equipo de All Stars compuesto por la LCK de Corea, la LCS de Norteamérica y la GPL del sudeste asiático. Un fuerte aplauso para el equipo. ¡Fuego! Dispuestos a congelar a cualquiera que se ponga por delante, representando al equipo hielo, los All Stars de la LPL China, la LMS y la LCS europea. Ruido para el equipo hielo.
Down.
la batalla.
There they are, our all-stars from Fire and Ice. What a fantastic performance and what a fantastic introduction for the players by Ibai. Bienvenido todo el mundo a Barcelona. Welcome everybody to Barcelona. Around the world, you answered the call. And now 30 of your favorite players have descended on Spain. Over the next 4 days, they will battle it out on Summoner's Rift and Howling Abyss to determine which all-stars will rise above the rest as we get some sights of the beautiful city we are in, Barcelona, and the players have been preparing in. It is truly a wonderful city and a wonderful venue here at the Palau Sant Jordi. Good evening. I'm Eefje Schok, joined on the analyst desk by James Stress O'Leary and Joshua Jat Leesman. Quite the intro there for the players.
Ooh, you know, a great, exciting, fun intro, and it's going to be a fun week. This is the point of the year. Worlds is done. We're at the end of the season, so let's create some mayhem.
Yeah, one way to make an entrance is just shooting fire into the stadium, and you can feel the heat of it all the way up here. I'm just looking forward to seeing the best players play on this patch for the first time, right? Like, we've seen IWCA, we've seen people in solo queue, but I don't think we've ever seen players at this level play on this patch yet, so that's what I'm excited for.
Definitely so much to see, and we'll be covering everything from here, but we are not alone in that here in St. Jordi. Our international broadcast partners are also helping us out to bring the tournament around the globe in over 15 languages. There you see some of our colleagues from the LVP, and of course, as always, the team from Korea's OGN, bringing you all the action as well. Now, after a year full of amazing League of Legends moments, we have gathered here to celebrate. Superstars from 6 regions have been divided into 2 teams, Team Fire and Team Ice. First up in Team Fire, we have North American LCS, Korea's LCK, and Southeast Asia's GPL, specifically the Vietnamese All-Stars. And then in Team Ice, the European LCS, the League of Legends Master Series, and China's LPL. What are we thinking of the division here of teams? Is Fire notably stronger? Is it Ice?
Rather convenient. The North American LCS got placed with the LCK again, tried to defend the Team Fire championship from last year. I like the chances of Team Fire if I'm just looking at that, because I feel like the NA All-Star team, just the players that got voted in, are actually pretty strong. But you never know with NA's chances coming to these international events, right?
Yeah, oh, there we go. I have a quote from Mithy, actually, who said when he was taking a look at the teams, we're playing versus the NALCS, that is the LCK and European imports, but you call it NALCS? Fine.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
There's some pretty stacked lineups, but there's a lot of game modes and a lot to get before we determine a winner. And the winner of All-Star this year is going to be determined by who gets 1,000 points first. There are a total of 1,950 up for grabs, and they're going to be split all across the game modes.
Yeah, so obviously there's a different point system for each game. The regional games that are the normal Summoner's Rift games are worth 100 points. The 1v1 actually has a pretty hefty amount of points as well that could actually all go to one team. If, say, Team Fire or Team Ice dominated the 1v1, 250 for first place, all the way down to 50 points for third or fourth.
Yeah, those 1v1s super important. As we were kind of talking about, you know, if one team gets all of those points, it's 500 points. It's up for grabs then.
Exactly.
You know, we've seen that happen before where, you know, last year it was Double F, Bjergsen, they took the majority of the points, and, you know, it made for a pretty tough uphill battle. For
and at IWCA last year, Kira won the whole thing and took his team with him to All-Star. So
and walking past some of the player rooms, these guys are actually, like, all of them were just practicing 1v1. So I feel like it's one place where the players kind of actually want to do well.
Well, I guess it's also because it's harder to build synergy for all these 5 players together, but what if they all get a great 1v1 strat and take that? Then you're taking a big part of the cake, right?
Everyone always seems to have their favorite 1v1 strat, and you're right, but the problem is because there's bans, it gets figured out after a little while, and sometimes you just ban it away. So there's so much, we're getting to that later in the day. I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, there's also a bunch of other game modes. My personal favorite is Tandem mode. All of these are worth 50 points for the winner, and Tandem mode is, of course, the one where there's 2 players. One has the keyboard, the other has the mouse. Kachuni from last year, who can forget that one, but very exciting.
Oh man, Tandem mode. There's also Assassin and Marksman modes where players have to choose from a restricted champion pool. Basically, in the search bar, you type in Marksman for Marksman mode and Assassin for Assassin mode, and those are the only champions you can play. Also, you have to build only offensive items in those modes.
Yeah, no tanks in either of those modes, thankfully, but we might see a couple of tanks in one for all. One of the fun modes we had from IWCA, we had a lot of Zags coming out, we had some Javans come through as well. So that's the mode where everybody votes on their team for a champion to play. All 5 members of that team are going to have that locked in. That gave us last year 10 Blitzcranks. I wonder whether we'll see anything like that again. It's always
Jarvan
fun.
versus Yasuo again.
Yeah.
Like, that was actually a really great thing if people were watching IWCA, or just go back and watch the 1-for-all between Yasuo and Jarvan. Like, there's some really fun combinations you can see, especially when you have really good players playing that wacky game.
Brazil versus Oceania, 5 Zax with a ZZ-Rot portal.
That was
fantastic.
So funny and at the same time so frustrating, because we were talking to the Oceanic team and they said, oh, we'll just, escape. No one can catch Ezreal. 3 Zax come flying in. They
Zac
suddenly
can catch
hit.
Ezreal.
Yeah, when there's 3 of them all ulting as well. Craziness. I hope somebody's got something new as well that we're going to get
We'll
to
see, but it is something we can see come out as we are here on patch 6.23 for the All-Stars Madness. That is preseason +1, and in IWCA we said, okay, Assassins, all these reworks, everything's gonna come out, and it was tanks.
Surely with so many champions changed, we were looking at it, Assassins were going to be the name of the game on preseason, as you alluded to. A lot of people talking about the strength of Talon. We didn't see any of that. LeBlanc got banned, but it's all about the mastery changes, Jad. I mean, it makes tanks so strong.
I feel like Courage of the Colossus just kind of snuck in under the radar with all these assassin changes and just kind of dominated the top lane meta. But in all honesty, the 6.23 patch here, there's a lot of stuff that's really OP. And I want to see how much of it gets exploited by these top players and how much of it is undiscovered or doesn't necessarily work on the pro game. Like Shyvana, for instance, if you're thinking in solo queue, crazy amazing jungler. But with the really good players, Lee Sin probably better than that. Ivern probably better than that. Like, there's so many things that I want to see if can kind of overtake the meta we saw at Worlds, and then we'll see in the fun games here.
And as you alluded to from IWCA, that's teams that were kind of thrown together from their own regions as well. So now I want to see if, the likes of Korea's players are going to bring something that they've been playing that nobody else has really seen. One thing's kind of for certain, Nautilus, such a high priority in the top lane right now because of how stupidly broken with his W as well, gets 53% of his max health as a shield. It's crazy. You just cannot kill him.
Unkillable. Yeah. We'll see what happens. And of course, as you say, pro players, so they're definitely at a highest level, but they haven't had that much time to work together. So maybe they go for something that is better to execute. I know in the Assassins modes, for instance, you can pick Nocturne and Pantheon, and we saw that in the IWCA as well, coming out of the GPL, using that as a strategy. So it'll be interesting to see if they go strategy crafted or just have fun and, rely on our own prowess.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of these players are going to be playing mostly to show off, and the really in-depth strategy isn't going to be there. And I think that's totally okay. I was talking to Doublelift on the way in. He hadn't necessarily researched like, oh, these are the best things for Assassin mode, and he hadn't gotten out his theory crafting. But he says he has been playing probably more than a lot of these other guys, because we have to remember we're pretty much in the off-season everywhere in the world. So the question is, how fresh will these guys be? Who has figured out the game the most at this point? And honestly, who's just going to have the most fun?
Well, to that, we also saw yesterday EU was sightseeing a bit and going around the city. And then on the other hand, Bjergsen tweeted that they were practicing really hard. So team bonding, it is just as important as anything else.
It's what we've learned. IWCA, we saw the SEA team. They've now played 2 tournaments. They're here for their 3rd as a team. I still think it's an uphill battle for them, but it's certainly, that team synergy might go a little bit of the way to help.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule then, because we have a lot on our plate starting today. First up, the Battle of the Atlantic between the NALCS All-Stars and the Hopetown European LCS team. Then we have Marksman mode, Fire versus Ice, that is a mixed-up team. And then later we will kick off our first 7 matches in the 1v1 tournament. Closing out the day, the Korean All-Star squad will take on the representatives from the LMS. We are all the way at the beginning. I'm not going to ask for a Fire versus Ice prediction yet, but I will ask for the first match, which is the European All-Stars taking on the NA All-Stars. Give me your quick predictions.
Well, one thing I'll say is this will decide once and for all who the best region is with North American River, as it always does.
We can close the books on it.
No, I mean, based on the votes, I feel like EU voted a lot for like the classic popularity. We have a couple people in there that were in the promotion tournament, whereas NA, I feel like, voted more of the true All-Star team. So I think those guys are pretty heavily favored.
I unfortunately don't disagree on too much of that at all. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Peke in mid lane. I'm not doubting him at all, but when you compare him to the NA lineup where you're like, okay, all-star, top tier, all-star, every single role, it's tough for us, but I think we can still do it.
In NA's favor, I would say. I think
They've been in our favor
They
before.
are the favorites.
That does not make me very confident.
Well, we'll see. But before we send it over to our fairly balanced, not at all biased casting crew, Doublelift tells us what the NA versus EU rivalry means to him.
I've been to All-Stars 4 times, and all 4 times NA versus EU is like the most hype and the most like talked about match, because there's always like the NA greater than EU greater than NA like meme, and All-Stars is just like a really hilarious way to show it. Especially like, I guess I have a history with it because my first time I was playing in All-Stars, it was the very first one, and I got a penta against EU, which felt like really good, and ever since then, it's just been like a pretty big grudge match. NA players always like trash talk EU players and the other way around, so I really want to smash them.
We'll find out if Doublelift can smash the European All-Stars or whether he will get smashed. Welcome, everybody. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined by Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Martin DeFiscio Lunga. I brought some backup for the EU versus NA rivalry. Stuck you in the middle.
Classic European 2 versus 1. Okay.
It's what we do.
I
outclass you. That's the best part.
I love the European NA games because we're like sibling rivalry, right? We're friends. We can, make fun of each other a little bit. But in the end, it doesn't really matter because Big Daddy Korea is the best, and we all agree on that.
Long game, right? That's what you're playing for. Let's take a closer look at the All-Stars taking part here in 2016, representing Team Ice, blasting their way onto the Rift. It is the European LCS, Soaz in the top lane, Yankos in the jungle, Xpeke playing on Spanish soil. Now in the mid lane, Reckless ADC and Miffy, of course, supports. A lot of Spanish pride there for the EU squads.
Definitely true, but representing Team Fire will be the North American All-Stars. In the top lane, it's Impact. In the jungle, Rainover, mid, Bjergsen, AD carry Doublelift, and support Aframu.
And honestly, we have to praise the North American fans for understanding how to vote the absolute best players to All-Star with this team. Because I think if I had to pick 5 guys from 2016 in North America and put them on a team together, these would be the 5 guys. Because you have the leadership as well for someone like Aframu.
DeFiscio, are you starting the excuses early?
No.
For the veterans of the European
No.
Soaz, Reckless, Pekka, it's 60% Fnatic.
It is. All I'm doing here,
80%.
all I'm doing here, guys, is I am building up North America like we do every single event. And then I'm ready in about 30 minutes from now when the game is over and Europe has already won, because Miffy and Yankos are fantastic players. They're here because they're the best in their positions, best support, best jungler. Of course, the other guys are still great players as well, but they're also here because they are so popular in Europe. And I'm just building up America so I can knock them back down when Europe wins.
Yankos there getting a big cheer from the crowd, definitely deservedly so. Back over on the other side for the North American All-Stars, though, we were talking about Doublelift. He's made every single All-Star event, and he's back with Aframu.
Man, the crowd love what you're saying.
His long-lost love. That's the other great thing here. We're here with the Spanish crowd. They're going to be super hyped for all of these players.
It is ridiculous how loud they are. We are so close to the crowd. They're yelling and screaming.
Yeah.
It is deafening. We're taking a look at some of these other matchups, of course, because you touched on all the other lanes. Just focusing on the mid lane. Bjergsen versus Pekka is a matchup we have seen before, Worlds 2015. It was one which Origin won.
Yeah.
I don't think Pekka had a...
It's a team effort, Trevor. It is a team effort.
The European casters here just backpedaling so quick.
Listen, we learned last year, we got burned last year because there's so much EU NA hate going on. People didn't really like it too much. Now we're starting, very, very calm here. We actually like NA quite a bit. The team is really good.
Yes.
We also do like the European players here. It's cool to see Pekka back here, back in the mid lane, no longer playing AD carry. He's not better than Bjergsen in the mid lane, but I still think this man, he's been boot camping for a few days, just a few days, he told me. Might have prepared 1 or 2 picks in that mid lane he can use to try and surprise Bjergsen.
Yeah. I have to say, if I was looking at the European team and I want to highlight someone, it would definitely be Yankos in the jungle. This guy really impressed me.
It's a young Kobe.
Yeah, exactly, right? Reminds me a lot of, but honestly, he had such a good Worlds run, and he's shown that he can go very aggressive on the Lee Sin junglers. With jungle being such an important role in the preseason, you can really carry a game from that role if your jungler gets an edge.
Yeah, exactly. The jungle point is so good because when you're looking at really strong picks in solo queue that can maybe translate onto the pro scene, the role where I see the most picks is the jungle, because so many of them are just very viable right now. You can carry from it. You can actually power farm pretty effectively and get ahead of someone like your dual lane. You can gank a lot early game. There's a lot of new ways you can use. So many options. So as a jungler, you must be very happy. And Yankos is the man who can really carry this team. And he needs to take down Rainover, which is not exactly easy.
I was going to say, it's also something that somebody he has faced before, a long time ago, back when Rainover was still playing in EU. Now, we are a couple of minutes away from jumping into picks and bans. We've hit it on the opening of the show. 6:23, it is a new patch, same patch as IWCA. Technically, the players are stacked in NA's favor, but we're on home soil. 2 Spanish players. We know the 6th man, the crowd, is going to be in favor of the EU LCS.
Yeah.
What else do they need to do outside of Yankos and use the crowd to take down Impact in the top lane, Bjergsen in the mid lane?
Well, one of the very hard things about All-Stars, because we're here to celebrate the players, and some of them are here to have a little bit of fun. There's a little bit of try-harding as well.
Well, if you start losing, then you're just here for fun.
Then you're here for fun.
100% fun.
So we don't know what these 2 teams have prepared. I know the European team was scrimming yesterday. It went pretty poorly, apparently. So
who'd they scrim?
Well, they scrimmed the LMS team, so the LMS team is pretty stacked too. So I was like, guys, don't worry, believe in yourself. But they might come in here and have a bit of fun, but so will the NA team.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have fun because it is All-Stars. And you're right, we are here to highlight the players. Very excited to see, what champions people actually think are the most busted on this match. Exactly, Katarina LeBlanc. There are really good assassin options. I mean, they talked about tanks on the desk, and yes, Courage of the Colossus is OP, but there are some very good assassins that have a high skill cap.
Well, Kobe, you're about to get the answer to the question. Pick some bands for game number 1 of All-Star 2016. European LCS representing Team Ice and their first band, Katarina.
Well, it's no secret that Bjergsen has been playing a ton of Katarina on stream and been crushing with it. This is one of those assassins I was talking about that is actually highly tuned towards a very high skill cap. So her win rate doesn't actually reflect, I think, how good the champion is at the moment.
I actually thought Peke would want to play Katarina quite a lot. I know he's been practicing it in solo queue, but he has other tricks, of course, up his sleeve here. And they probably didn't want to first pick it. Didn't want to risk, as you said, Bjergsen taking it on his side. Karma, boring, but we've seen it before, and it's still really, really strong. And so is most of the mage supports.
And I think one of the things that we have sort of seen in terms of the 623 meta, outside of tanks in the top lane, the remainder of the roles, relatively similar. There's a bit more option in the jungle, of course, but from Worlds to now, it's really top that are the biggest changes.
Yeah, 100%. Like the tanks, Poppy, Nautilus, Maokai are like the 3 biggest ones. You will still see a few carries like Jace up there. From time to time, a Trundle maybe to counter the tanks. I think though, if you're Europe, my favorite jungler right now is Lee Sin. And Jankos is pretty good at Lee Sin, so I would first pick that.
Lee Sin is also like the most played champion across the world, across all ELOs.
Agree with me
He's most, exactly. That's a good bet to take there. Most people's favorite champion. However, to me, it's not even about one lane, right? The biggest change has been that since jungle is so powerful, winning lanes are really important so you can push in and steal from the enemy jungler. Like, the more people helping out your jungle, and trying to counter jungle.
No! They scouted the EU team. Tryhard bands coming in here. They knew Jankos would pick that Lee Sin, but as you just said there, Kobe, like this off-season didn't change as much as other off-seasons, so it's not like a massive meta shift is happening.
Yeah.
Small changes here and there, and the meta at Worlds with the pushing lanes and invading is just even better now with the longer jungle spawning time. So if you do invade and get a few camps, it is super, super good.
All right, so we do still have options for like some exciting picks that got stronger in the preseason. I think Rengar is also pretty good as far as assassins go. I mean,
but not a
Talon
first pick.
Slightly. I'm just trying to. I'm just writing my dream list right now for more exciting picks since LeBlanc and Katarina are both off, and those were 2 of my favorites.
First pick Zyra here for someone like Mithy. He's been telling me every single day how good he is at playing in that champion right now. It is an option. I guess we can also.
Oh no! We started out with Courage of the Colossus.
Oh, Ivan is still available.
There we go.
Would the NALCS squad play Ivern?
Yes, he's
For
overpowered.
Sure. Reignover will definitely play Ivern. 2 of the main stats that he had in North America, he was, top farm. Ivern has some really, really interesting jungle paths that he can start out with, and it's very easy if the enemy jungler is not used to playing against an Ivern and the team's not helping him play against an Ivern to get 3 buffed early on. We'll see what Jankos is able to do. Obviously, people have had a lot more time now to play against the champion, so most of them are expecting it, and they'll just go trade.
But like Iron is, if you've never seen him before, he's Nuno on steroids because he can literally invade your camp and just take it instantly, and there's really nothing you can do against
He's a full troll champion. I love it so much.
The way he walks as well, like
I just love the
Rengar, do it!
Lock it in, lock it in. Playing with our heart, Reignover. Last second switch. Although Orion is actually a good takeaway from Peck here because his champion pool was limited when he was playing mid.
Sure. I mean, it's an all-around great champion. To me, this pick ban phase for both teams is starting out looking like they're trying very hard here. We have Courage of the Colossus, 1 on each side for the tanks. That's very important for the preseason. And then Orion is a very good scaling mid lane as well.
I mean, we know both these teams want to beat each other. Doublelift said it before the game started. It's always EU versus NA, the memes and everything. The EU team as well are talking about, like, this first game, it means everything for them. At least if they're winning, it means everything. Otherwise, they're, of course, just having fun in there. But taking Orianna away from Peck is kind of unfair again. Like, the man has been playing 80 carry for, like, half a year. His Ari, though, is still one of his most played champions, so that is a good comfort pick for him.
Well, I don't feel like it's going to be the pick.
Come on, go
Take
Super
a look
Soaker
at
Ari.
the options here in terms of EU.
Yeah, go for it.
Last second.
Yeah. Super Soaker Ari, we're getting it.
There we go.
Nice.
Signature champion for Pekka and Nautilus locked in. So as Nautilus up top, expected.
Yep.
Taking some notes here from our friends over in the LCK, and obviously important things we can sometimes highlight about players is all-time career records on these picks. The two mid laners, actually the most played picks for these guys in their entire professional career is Ari for Xpeke and Orianna for Bjergsen. Bjergsen is 11 and 15 though on Orianna, so he's actually been losing more than winning, which is kind of weird.
We'll see if they can pick up a win today. Doublelift having a great time on camera, sporting the Team Fire colors.
Oh, they want to do
Vayne
it.
Alistair?
He's actually yelling. Vayne and Twitch are two of the highest win rate AD carries at the moment. The thing is with Vayne, she still does need a little bit of help through that that early lane phase. Caitlyn is available.
Yeah, Caitlyn will actually still be one of the strongest AD carries, and we will see her banned a lot, especially in the 1v1.
Oh, baby, yes!
You're getting a Rengar.
Got one, all right.
Obviously not the patch where Twitch will get nerfed slightly. He's still like extremely strong here on 623. But yeah, the Rengar pick coming in from a Reignover.
I know, I'm so excited for Reignover here because Rengar with the ability to have that CC immunity change to the W just got so much extra versatility to the gameplay. We'll see. The other thing is he snowballs incredibly hard due to the passive.
Yes.
The passive is so overtuned. I think they already
Bonus
scheduled.
80.
I think they already scheduled nerfs for it. But
Yep.
if you don't know the changes, like for every unique champion on the enemy team that he kills, he gets a tremendous amount of extra bonus AD.
Total AD.
Exactly, and it just towards the end of the game, you're going to easily be able to one-shot the AD carry as well as be decently tanky.
Right, going to be the Ashe Zyra lane, not the Twitch we were hoping for. Dare I say a NA special, NA famous special?
I mean, it did start with C9 back in the day. You are correct. Lemonation, of course, played it with Sneaky. Europe then did pick it up back in Season 3. We've gone a little bit back in time here with this EU lineup with Ari as well coming into the mid lane for Pekka.
Exactly.
So we have some old schools, but obviously we have seen these two picks a lot of worse. Like Zyra, Ashe were some of the most played picks in the bot lane.
Do it.
Playing Vayne is very risky.
He's got the Janna with him.
I mean, you can see his team is like, pick Vayne, pick Vayne, pick Vayne. He's like, no, please. I don't want to lose lane. Do it, Doublelift. Come on. It's All-Star. That's fine too. That's
We'll
fine
accept
too.
the Twitch.
Yes,
Twitch or
yes.
Vayne, and it's the Twitch.
I like Twitch.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Will EU or NA go splat?
Twitch is extremely fun to watch, after the maybe 10-minute mark when he gets the extra mobility walking around the map, opening up those AD carry assassin plays, which Doublelift specifically really does like to go for. The thing is here with the EU LCS team, it's a very, very sturdy team. They've got two Courage of the Colossus wielding tanks on the front line that will be difficult to get through.
I mean, it's fun to see both teams actually have like really good team fighting late game, and a lot of it come down to like very crisp positioning. Like Orianna Shockwave can obviously ruin the day. Twitch popping out of nowhere, getting 2 or 3 guys down, but also on the other side, like Zyra ultis, Nautilus in your face. Like, there are so many ways to kind of interrupt each other here. It's going to be super interesting once we get like out of the laning phase and into these fights.
I can't wait to find out just how coordinated these Ashe Arrow, Nautilus Engage, Ari zoning plays are from the EU squad. Exactly how many people Doublelift can squash. Team Ice versus Team Fire. There are 100 points on the line, and basically what you got to follow, the first team to accumulate 1,000 points will then be declared the All-Star champions.
And the points are very nice. Yes, you're playing for the points, but honestly,
nice points.
you're playing here for
Smiley face points.
EU versus NA. Like, that's what you're really playing for in this game.
Screw it, Deficio, EU versus NA. There's your teams, there's your players on screen. Jump onto Twitter and vote. Who will pick up the first victory of All-Star 2016? With 2 votes to 1 on the caster desk in favor of EU?
Yeah.
What
I mean, Kobe's on Europe's side now.
Mark here?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's All-Star 2016. Let the mayhem begin!
I know, new patch. We've seen some games on it. Obviously, IWCA played on it. There's been some other tournaments happening here and there on this new After the Plants and Assassin rework, of course, was added into the game, so we don't have to just go over every single change. But definitely seeing some of the newer picks, like the Rengar change was actually really good for him, even though his Q does look a little bit funny when he just like slap it out in the air and he doesn't hit anything.
I actually really like the new Q, it being AoE and gives you a little bit of extra distance if you're trying to catch up to somebody or trying to run away. But yeah, definitely the highlight for him in the rework is the change to the W, where he can get out of the Zyra CC, the Ashe CC. There's so much on the European squad that it will be useful against.
I also think like Janna actually makes a lot of sense. We know Aphromoos obviously played a lot in the past and it's a pick he likes, but with the change now to support items where we added Redemption because we felt like apparently support items were too weak, so we just gave like this super insane item that everyone wants to build. You can run wind speakers as a keystone.
It's literally the nuke call down. It's like a giant area.
It's like the Gandhi one from Ziv, just coming straight in here for support.
It's actually a really good point though, because my one big drawback for Zyra is she doesn't really build Redemption because you're not a shield user. So yes, Zyra still is pretty similar to Worlds, and it is going to be that same pushing power of this lane. But yeah, the lack of Redemption may be an issue.
I mean, that's the thing. In wind speakers.
But there you go, the plant damage.
You still lost the trade.
Did he?
Oh, sorry.
I don't think so.
I thought you meant NA. I thought you were like, oh, look at NA. Look at his Janna. No. Yeah, you're going to struggle in lane against Zyra Ashe. That's not going to be too funny.
Well, that's a good sign for EU. They can get themselves early advantage.
Nice double value volley there. Tags them both.
Obviously, double teleports as well on the side of EU, so they can play those side lane plays. And
classic Fnatic and Origin special with pick and source in there. You got to run double teleport. You got to focus on the crazy map plays.
Yeah, it actually is. I love having Ghost actually more often than not on mid laners. Opens up so many extra plays. Another really high value harass here for Team Ice.
Working in favor of the European squad.
Maybe NA forgot lane swaps are gone. And
Hey,
they're like, hey, let's just pick this lane.
Remember, right? You can't teach an old dog new tricks, so use the same tricks. Double teleport, old Season 3 style duo lane. This is what
Rainover
built for. Flash, knock up, Rainover gets away, manages to get rid of the doesn't get the kill. Prey Seeker won't secure it, and Team Ice come away without anything.
Woo! That was close.
And because we talked about this a little bit in the intro, where if you have winning lanes, you use those winning lanes to go affect the enemy jungler. Jankos now gets to go do some counter jungling here, take away the wolf camp from Rainover.
And again, that is just so much more impactful now with the longer jungle spawn time here. But also Rainover, he's an experienced guy.
Double it's rooted, summoner heals thrown down. Mithy continues to trade. Expunge has already been used, and Reckless is backing away. Holds onto that summoner spell though.
Now, this is one of the very nice changes for Twitch. When he throws down his W, before it's like you gotta hit them on the first little tick there, otherwise it doesn't really do anything. Now it does stay and keeps stacking up, and it's a lot of extra damage.
They know there's no heal. They just got the heal out of double lift, and Yanko's coming from behind the turret.
He's waiting.
Crowd is anticipating. The tunnel comes in, double lifts the target, flashes early. Aphromoos knocked up, forces another flash, and Jankos, great gank for two summoners.
Yeah, double flashes blown, plus his top blue side quadrant of his jungle was already cleared out. Rainover here, having been counter jungled on his blue side, went to go try and answer, but Jankos had already done the work there, so there wasn't any camp for Rainover to take, and he is slowly falling behind in the jungle. Plus, if you look at the CS numbers for jungle, that can be very misleading on the new patch.
Yeah.
Since Raptor camp is full of all these tiny little baby raptors now, and really inflate your numbers.
Double forgot how to sidestep, eats another root.
He's been streaming, that's why.
Forgot. Double has been known for getting hit by skill shots in high pressure situations.
Well, good start for Reckless and Mithy. 32 CS to 23 and double lifted. Aphromoo without
top lane here as well. It's tanks. Never mind. There's no top lane. Let's move on to something else.
I mean, the courage of the Colossus trades are really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I get a shield, you get a shield.
It's giant. I think Poppy is slightly better for me than Nautilus is in the top. I mean, the three main ones are Poppy, Nautilus, and Maokai. For those top lane takes.
All equally exciting to watch in lane.
Exactly.
Yeah, the wet noodle fight for the next 20 minutes. The one thing I do like, Nautilus simplifies the team play, right? Nautilus simplifies your target. There's your Courage of the Colossus, and if anybody has not already read the changes.
Pretty sure everyone's used to it by now, but I actually really do want to check back in on Peke, because he's been doing just fine in the mid lane, and that was going to be some focus, and almost picked up the early kill onto Reignover, but first blood still has not occurred yet, even though bottom lane getting chunked out.
And yeah, Peke is definitely doing fine, but I mean, we can't really ignore the fact he's down in CS with teleport, because he obviously used the 5 wall as well. Normally, you would push in that lane, TP back, and then you have a small advantage, but Bjergsen is just perma pushing it, having at the time on his side. Not much has changed with the AP mages in terms of items. It's still the Lost Chapter that is such a good item. And a little bit like expected, Bjergsen is taking over.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case here. He is level 6 before Peke as well. And is he looking to roam? Trying to control the plants, actually. That's one of the big things for mid laners. You see the plant that was just used on the mini-map there. That was the Vision one. Those are very big for mid-lane control. Reignover actually walking right by Soaz!
The hook connects, and Reignover's going to get knocked up by the mine. Soaz is sent flying. Jankos, no flash available. And Reignover forced to run away, but again, North America and Fire thwart Europe and Ice.
Yeah, Reignover here is playing really aggressive in the early game. First the river invade, but he almost died, and then this one, we did just see 2 plants being used pretty effectively. Like, he knows he can invade on the Grumpy because he can take the plant and jump out with it, like the blast cone as we saw there. And as you highlighted before with Bjergsen, and ultimate.
Oh, they're not going to get the kill though. Peke's surviving. No aggressive summon of the attack. The dissonance, and Peke survives by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, I mean, you say, Team Fire kind of thwarting Team Ice, but it's Reignover continually getting in these situations, and I would definitely say that Jankos, because of the early skirmish on the bottom side, retaining control of this game from the jungle.
I mean, again, just really good use of these plants on the map and knowing exactly where it is, and then I can invade, I can use the plant out. Bjergsen used one to try and spot a ward up in the tri-bush as well before, and the one you highlighted, Kobe. And that's basically what just happened the last minute and a half, because bot lane right now, yes, it's in favor of Europe, but we haven't really seen doubles get poked even more.
Yeah, I mean, the big CS lead is a big part of the overall gold lead for Europe here for Team Ice. It is mostly in the bottom lane and on the jungle. So if those are the ones going to be making the play.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Aframu goes down for first blood.
You were saying?
Well, just as talk about he has
Hold on, Reignover, Thrill of the Hunt has been used. Already a flash from Reckless. Doublelift is firing away with the ulti. Reignover exhausted under the tower. Support coming down for Jankos, but he's too far away. And Reignover and Doublelift, they've escaped for now. Here comes
Jankos. Flash is coming back.
Available. The bowler bracing now. Molly's body blocked.
All right, first ulti used by Reignover. One of the changes for Rengar is that you can ulti much earlier because you are stealth for longer, 14 seconds, rank 1. Jankos is not done.
No, he's not.
Finds the rat.
Rat goes invisible.
I love how animated you two are getting with every...
oh, I'm sorry. Here. Is that Europe winning, Kobe? Calm down over there.
It definitely is.
Hold that thought, Deficio, because Soaz is in trouble. He's got a flash available. He's not going to need it. Instead, just going to buy his match time. Interrupted. Great stop by Impact.
So that Bjergsen guy there with control over mid lane makes a roam up top with his Ghost, and they do get up a kill there for Team Fire.
Just saying, if Deficio hadn't tried to brag, maybe that kill wouldn't have happened. No, cast a curse, it's a thing.
True. Happened twice now, first bot lane, now top lane as well. But yeah, we got to see Reignover first ulti. Not a success.
I mean, he had a decent amount of burst there onto Zyra,
but he didn't kill anyone.
Exactly. No trophy for the passive stacking, so it doesn't count.
But gentlemen, the thing is, now Reckless is down a flash, and flash is available for Doublelift and Aframu. Reignover could look to set up a repeat gank if EU continue to play aggressive and push out like they have been doing.
Right, but we have to remember Europe has this double teleport set up with Peke and Soaz. Soaz will have his teleport just in 2 seconds. Bot lane tower is still the target. Like that hasn't changed since Worlds, since we came with the lack of lane swaps. Double TP from Europe to the bottom lane should be the play to go for here. You can easily kill the bottom side there. You can get that tower. You can start snowballing. Get Peke out of this mid lane because it's not going to work for him.
Exactly. I mean, not only does, first tower snowball really hard, but we do have an Infernal Drake on the map.
doing it instead.
So bottom lane focus could be very rewarding.
First call on the bottom lane. Teleport used as well. Mithy and Reckless are in so much trouble. The Crystal Arrow catches Doublelift, but so does the pullback. Reignover as well as Doublelift. They clean up 1 kill apiece.
And that's what I love. I love to see a team knowing exactly what the other team can do to snowball and then just do it against them before they can even react. Really smart roam from North America. It all starts with Bjergsen pushing out that mid lane again, moving down, and of course that flash Reckless didn't have from before. Super easy setup for Rainova and the rest of the team.
They should be able to win the race for the first turret as well and transition into that Infernal Drake we talked about for a pretty big snowball.
This is like watching CLG G2 again from Worlds, where the North American team are just making really smart plays on the bottom side with some good roams early on and a nice early teleport. This time from Impact, another shot, but same effect. Kills, Dragon, and advantage for North America.
Definite advantage to NA. 3 kills to 1. Because of First Blood and that tower equalizer from EU, it is fairly close in the gold game, but look at those sizable CS differences between mid and ADC. Let's go back to this replay of the bottom lane.
This is the classic Rengar Orianna Shockwave delivery. Rainover right in there, and this means Rainover will get credit for 2 of those passive stacks. Very, very efficient stacking there.
And we've seen Rainova now use that new W to not get CC and escaping.
Multiple times.
Multiple times. I did it here with the knock-up just in the end from Mythi's ulti, so he didn't have to, either die off the flash or maybe afterwards ulti. He just ran out of it. Really, really well done. Because he knows like his damage is already high enough. He doesn't need to use his empowered abilities also as just pure damage tools because utility is just much better. And it is one of the reasons the community really hates playing against Rengar because he's so hard to deal with.
Definitely true. And you talk about the damage as well. The Orianna and the Twitch can easily carry the majority of that damage towards late game. So definitely seconding that point.
All right, we did catch a glimpse of Impact teleporting down for that play.
It's your turn.
Didn't have a huge turn towards the end, but his tower's falling prey. So is shoving it in. Reckless is shoving down the bottom lane. There's Jankos cutting off support from mid. And this could be town number 2 to Europe.
Yeah, well, this was kind of the play for Europe before, get that bot lane tower. And they knew it, so they just left the bot lane already. They're not going to play against multiple globals without a TP on their own. So they took the bot lane, they moved them away from the bottom side and tried to make a play around the mid lane. Nothing happened though, and Europe got that tower. They would have gotten anyway.
Yeah, slight gold as well for Team Ice. Some damage might arrive to the Wet Noodle party.
Sunfire Cape is the armor component of Soaz's kit. Shockwave not used yet, finally thrown down. Really easy 2-on-1. X and Impact land everything they need to.
Yeah, we definitely see good coordination, good shot calling from the North American team here, where Europe seems to just play like individual games. Second time Soaz gets roamed on and doesn't seem to react or doesn't have the time to react and goes down.
Yeah, the Bjergsen there, control from mid lane really showing on both sides. He's roamed up top, he's roamed down bottom, he's all over the map at the moment and finds another one for themselves with the flash also being blown there for Soaz.
Yeah, maybe Europe thinks he's actually the ally because he is in fact from Europe, so it's like, oh, you're roaming to help?
He's
Great.
been in North America for multiple years
even
now,
I think that story is old.
Is it?
As a bit of a fan of Bjergsen myself, so...
oh, are you a fan of Bjergsen? Tell me more, Trevor.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me more.
Exactly who would you say he's better?
Last time I did that, it didn't end very well for me. Taking a look in the top lane, though, Rainova with the help of Impact going on to Reckless. Early flash. Stranglethorns buy some time. Reckless trying to turn it around. Jankos making his way up from the river, and Soaz teleports in, only to get knocked away. Pick has used the Spirit Rush already, looking for more.
Pretty good
away from it.
Pretty good disengage there for a while. Team Fire now just need to buy time for double-list split pushing. The classic special here.
There we go.
Split pushing down bottom on Twitch.
He's let it pro play. He's just sitting in the side lanes now, playing his own game. He's gonna get a tower now. There's no TP from Europe. Both were just used to the top lane. And they didn't pick up a single kill or a single summoner spell from the North American
team. That's what
team.
a Poppy highlight play looks like. Ultimate pops him out. There's a disengage. So many resources blown from the other side. And some inaction there.
Hey, technically EU still has the gold lead, Kobe.
They also have more vision on the map with the extra wards being placed down on that top side move. They'd have to return to that area to try and make use of it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, that's pretty useless ward. Like, let's return to that top lane where we just killed the tower and we have the ward. Like, no one is going to walk into that lane.
There's no teleports they could use to teleport behind anyone either, so...
Maybe they can spot someone walk into the lane and then try and, like, roam on it. Someone.
Well, who do you think that someone would be?
Maybe a double.
I mean, Afro Move's walking over him now.
Oh, that's one ward spotting him. Okay.
There we go. Information gathered. Yeah. What does EU do with this? By the way, Jankos, a big reason that vision is down in place, despite looking like he's down 30 CS, is actually bang on even gold. And that's just a good highlight of how the new season, the new patch, you have to sort of retrain your brain when looking at junglers quite specifically, and effective gold, farm gold, etc.
Yeah, definitely. With the camps being overloaded with extra monsters here. Meanwhile, overloading areas of the map here is the bottom lane for Team Ice. That's Impact's domain, though, and he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, he is definitely hard.
If he's tanky enough, though.
All right, top.
Is he too tanky?
Yeah, top no die.
Top has to attempt
Impact's
there.
be able to just walk his way out of that.
But
They got his Courage of the Colossus proc. That's down for 30 seconds, boys.
It was uninspiring at best in terms of any kills there.
To be fair, they were actually just trying to push it in, reset the wave, and force NA to set like 1 or 2 guys down, and then maybe rotate towards something like mid lane. There's no cleanse for Bjergsen. There's an arrow from Reckless, so Europe can create picks. Not that Peck exactly has a lot of damage. He's also built the Abyssal first item, which is actually more of a defensive item ever since that item. Let's see what happens. That's the arrow. Yeah. We tried.
Oh, that would have been so amazing. Because that is like a beta-style play, wasn't it? Arrow straight down mid.
I mean, no, you need a teleport then. You shot the arrow and TP'd to mid. And then you would kill them.
I mean, especially against an Orianna who has extra speed, though. I don't...
Flash over, Rainover sidesteps, jumps onto the ward that was placed, actually. Now Peck is jumped off and charm, sidestep, flash by Yankos, the shockwave catches Reckless. Reckless is running away. Impact coming up from the river. Got access to the verdict, to the hammer. Double coming
Calm
down.
down, Trevor, here's the
well. No, he's not going to find anything with the Venom cast. Impact slowed down
low
the
on
volley.
mana.
Spray and pray, flying across. Flash over by Impact. Bjergsen's got one onto Mithy. Cuts him down. And the rest of North America decides to back away. It's a 1-for-1 trade despite everyone running across the map.
I mean, this game is basically bang on even at the moment with gold. You know, that's a very small difference, and it's mostly about the team play.
And that is not the same, because it feels like the team play has sided someone in favor of NA.
Yeah, NA definitely has made some really good plays, but again, Europe has gotten towers, so we can't really say Europe has been playing poorly. They've just been out-rotating NA when it comes to pushing down objectives, but North America has been setting up these plays to get more kills.
And the thing is, if the gold is that close when there are extra towers standing, that means there's more for NA to claim. Plus, they're stacking trades, and they're going to add that Ocean Clear Fire for the perfect combination.
Whoa, the Rift Herald, it still exists, it's still a thing. No one really picks it up very often.
Their eyes got so big. Oh.
In a tank meta, the Rift Herald kind of lost a lot of his value as well, because giving that buff over to
that's the jungle. That's the jungle. Oh,
yeah.
What? Oh no! Oh no! He's not gonna kill anybody with that. All right.
But he can actually hit the tower for some extra damage.
True.
By the way, did you guys see that drop down? This is Soaz's 3,000th minute of competitive play.
Okay.
Works out to 50 hours.
And we know
2016.
he's always loved playing tanks, so he's happy he's doing it on a tank.
Definitely the happiest man on the Rift right now.
Well, I'm looking forward to what he's going to bring out in the 1v1 tournament. You talk about he's been happy to play tanks. He was one of the ones who was happy to play.
He's actually hated playing tanks in the past.
Yeah, I know. I got the joke.
But then it didn't sound like you got the joke right
Well,
there.
you're the one he corrected. He was mad, and he corrected you on Twitter.
Which one was that?
Because-
Which one? I remember something like that, yeah. He was like, no, I love playing tanks. I'm like, no, you don't. You always go support when you guys used to play Shen.
You're digging yourself a deeper.
No, we all remember.
I actually I hate to side with Kobe on this, but I do think
No.
right.
I remember a public shaming, I think.
Yes, there was.
Oh, it
There
happened
was.
very often. Wicked also called me out yesterday.
Let's take a look. Enchanter Crystal Arrow from Reckless, fired. Uproot flashes over the wall, so that's definitely a worthwhile trade. Gentlemen, I'm going to bring us back on topic. We're getting to 20 minutes. It is All-Star. And because it is All-Star, we're getting to 20 minutes. If there are Baron steals or pentakills, it's going to trigger a bonus mystery gift for legendary esports skins. So keep your eyes on that throughout the next 4 days.
I just want to highlight what we just saw on screen, because Impact hit every single one of his abilities, and Soaz missed everyone, and the change in health was 0. Didn't matter that Impact hit everything because Nautilus still at 100 HP, and didn't matter that Nautilus missed everything because they were both
Yeah, all that matters is who's pushing the lane. That literally is the only thing that matters, because then you can move first, maybe take TP. Pekka trying to get Bjergsen here with the charm.
A little bit cheeky. Crystal Arrow still
What does that
on
mean?
cooldown.
A little bit cheeky? How is that cheeky?
Because it was risky and
okay,
fun,
okay.
and
Was it risky though?
It's like putting your hand in the cookie jar. If you get the cookie and get away with it, great. But if you get caught, you're in trouble. That's a cheeky move.
Okay.
And it just depends on who's around. Great. We settled that.
Right, yeah.
So that was a successful cheeky move.
A
'cause he didn't get
successful
caught.
cheeky move.
Right,
There we
right.
go. And the rest of Fire clearing out vision in the river, in the top quadrant, while
Double Lift is still split pushing.
yeah, in the
There
side
it is,
lane.
man.
Thanks for that.
Side lane,
Thanks
man.
for that check-in there,
I'm
Dr.
just saying,
Official.
that's all this man is doing. And now poor Swords have to come pick it back up. Man, come on, you're a mega
How
player.
is Double Lift still behind 40 CS when he spent the last 5 to 6 minutes
I don't know.
alone in a side lane?
Rick-
He
Spot
was
mid
roaming around there for a while, looking for a couple stealth plays. Hasn't really had too much success with him.
It's called camouflage plays.
Oh, true,
Yeah,
true.
come on.
True. Gotta keep up with the times
Yeah,
here,
so it's gone now. Invisibility or camouflage.
Thing is, it's especially confusing on Twitch because his own spells have changed multiple times.
Yeah.
In the character's iteration, I've already got his ultimate wrong twice.
I mean, what's to say they won't change it back? It's back to rat-a-tat-tat, right?
There we go. Right, Double Lift right now. Hurricane completed and BF sort of working towards that eye edge, which Reckless has already completed. So momentary advantage, though it won't matter because there's no other matchups or fights on the horizon. No surprises in
the
itemization.
minions would say otherwise. It matters.
No other itemization surprises really. Good damage onto Yankos.
No, and
No
even
MR to
though
speak of.
it's so even in goal, like the fact that Bjergsen is so fed on Orianna really puts it slightly in favor of North America if there is a potential fight coming in. 2 items soon completed for Double Lift as well, like massive cows. Like now you don't go Ghostblade any longer on Twitch. Just get these 2 items and you can really start carrying team fights.
Oh no, Mythy even gets stunned. Here comes Soas from the side. Mythy's trying to run. The hammer kills him. Now Yankos is the target. Soas running for his life. Caught in between 4 North American players. Pekka is pushing the bottom lane, trying to side push and try to set up a backdoor, but it's not going to work out. North America get a kill, get a tower, and get away unscathed.
I mean, they might be able to trade towers. Actually, never mind, because
No.
North America, they're coming out to the bottom lane. Pekka, you need to run.
Alright, needs to escape.
Oh, okay, they actually stopped. They went back to mid lane on the side of
looking
North
at
America.
The tower's going low. Spirit Rush used by Pekka to dash away. And the tower does not go down, left on about 8% health, so very, very
He's
low.
setting up the back door. I
That's
can
it.
see it now.
Slow and steady.
Slow and steady.
Then he's going to get the mid tower low, and then suddenly, boom.
I mean, he doesn't really want to fight Impact. Impact definitely too tanky.
No one wants to fight Poppy already. That's the problem when you play against Poppy. You can't deal damage to her, and we just saw her damage against it. I know it's a squishy support, but it took her no time to kill Minty.
These arrows are a little optimistic. Hey, there we go. Throw down the flare. I like the attempt, though it's not working out. And Double Lift sneaking his way up. Camouflage.
Camouflage play in action.
Not going to work out this time around. But that's actually something you mentioned earlier, Kobe, the ball delivery system of the invisible Rengar.
Yeah.
You could have a sneaky ADC snap up to another ADC. It's not ideal, but
true.
it's an option.
It's the classic Twitch shockwave.
That did actually work much better before, when Twitch could actually still think like onto
around.
you.
Yeah,
Now,
there's no flash in there.
now you get
spotted.
you get spotted, and then you flash on them with the shockwave.
There's Double Lift. Doesn't even need
It's
to
right
shot.
next to him. There it is.
2 shots, 3 shots, Methy.
Yeah, Minty's loving this game right now.
Love it.
Always great to play like a really squishy support against Twitch, Rengar, Orianna.
And he can't even build Redemption, so he can't use it while he's dead. That's one of the best things about Redemption, by the way. Even after your screen turns gray, you still get to play.
Get to play, strong word. I mean, you get to see the, but that's about it.
It's funny.
Remain involved.
Giants,
Remain
exactly.
involved.
I'm helping, right?
Oh, that was a flash from Afro. He didn't need that.
Flare, where's the flare?
Oh, he knows.
There we go. There we go. Good boy. There you go.
Not like,
Dragon number 3 secured at the cost of an Afro move flash. It was to secure the Dragon.
yeah,
Kid.
I say
With
worth
that
it.
at
Worth
the cost. I think that was a donation.
There
Not
we
a
go. Donation. Great turn. Get in there earlier.
To be fair, he doesn't need it to dodge the arrows anyway, so he's actually going to be fine now. And North America, 3 dragons, small goal advantage, very fit Twitch and Orianna. Looking pretty good for North America.
Recipe for success, especially with he's sidestepping those arrows, or the arrows missed, depending on your point of view, opinion. Because that's really the only way EU can get back into this. Get an arrow, get a charm, maybe a flank from the 2.5 TPs.
Yeah, they have to like double TP flank, like push the 3 lanes, like one with Nautilus, one with Pekka down on the Ahri, and then like try and flank on the North American team. But it's really hard against things that can already hard engage.
I actually think what they need to do is have their Courage of the Colossus frontline intercept the whoever's trying to deliver this ball. Problem is, Poppy,
so many ways.
Poppy's really difficult. I mean, we talk about the Rengar and the Twitch. Those are so interesting and cool how they're going to deliver these invisible balls. But Poppy could just walk it in if she wanted to.
And she will, especially in Impact hands.
Rain over.
Soez is knocked away. Renova's jumps into mid. He gets stunned up. Doesn't get the battle roar down. A lot of damage. Defensive flash from Rainova. Could this turn in favor of Ice? Yankos flashes forward. Catches Bjergsen and double it.
We have no damage. There it is.
Peke gets on the board in Barcelona. Dashes away. Orbit Deception chunks out double it. But all EU get is a solitary kill.
Yeah, there you go. Ineffective Rengar initiation there, and Europe were able to turn around and grab one kill for themselves. Problem is, no real punish after the fact, so it's just a little bit of gold for the kill onto Aframu. Teleport there.
There we
though.
go. Wait, are you going for Bjergsen mid? Yeah,
Oh, they stopped this back!
They got him! Oh, he killed
Bjergsen's
Mythic.
already killed Mythic. Reckless maybe in trouble. Throws out the volley to come on, protect. Now Bjergsen's running away. He sidesteps and flashes.
Can they get him out?
Oh! Looking. Prey Seeker onto Bjergsen. Come on, protect. It's not done yet. Bjergsen's turned it around. Rainova's looking for the hunt. He's got the Guardian Angel available. Throw the hunt unavailable. Impact dashes over and shuts down Reckless. Yankos running for his life. This was a fight that Europe started, but it's North America that's ending it. Soaz goes down. 4 kills to North America.
Holy moly, Bjergsen stays alive, uses the teleport zone there as Impact comes in, and they escort him to safety. He gets a kill.
I think
4 versus 1 almost.
Every single skill shot just missed in the end, and he stayed alive. And then the rest of North America shows up. Baron will go down as well.
It's funny how in the past a lot of times, you know, when the team... Well, never mind.
Peke.
Look at Peke.
All right, Charm does find Bjergsen. Spur rush again. This is interrupting Baron. Miffy gets revenge, but Double Lift gets the reply. Baron still aggro. 4,000 HP. Miffy
Miffy.
decides to sidestep. It's going to be too late. Will be secured. North America get Baron here at All-Star.
1 kill for Europe. Tag had used the teleport as well, so actually not worth it again. Let's check it out.
Okay,
all right.
So there's 1, 2 plus the teleport. So it's technically a 3 versus 1. And he just one-shots the support there. Nice, nice, okay.
Mithy had flash.
And
Why didn't he flash
he
it?
chunks down the AD carry. Does get charmed, so a couple skill shots do land.
Missed
from
there. Volley misses from Reckless right now there. Yang is not close enough to get the knockout. Bjergsen stays alive. Imagine a world where Mithy had actually flashed that shockwave and could have added more CC to try and take down Bjergsen. Instead, though, North America again, especially Impact. He's on fire. That man is going crazy.
I mean, in the past, I always used to talk about, you know, when teams that Bjergsen was on were doing poorly, it was Bjergsen and 4 wards. But this is Bjergsen and 4 all-star wards.
I don't think you can consider Double Lift Award when he's 5-0-2.
Also, Impact has been making plays all over the map here.
Now this
hasn't died on Poppy either.
For what it's worth, this is something that we had mentioned at the beginning of the show, that it was a little bit more of a popularity vote in EU.
Yes.
And you could make a strong case that these are the 5 best players in their roles from the North American squad.
Technically, Double Lift is a full-time streamer now, no longer a pro player.
So you've only got 4 pros and a stream.
Exactly.
Okay, well, it seems to be working.
Oh, the trap from Europe. Panic trap.
There's no push there, though. It's not a...
All right. No more skill shot champions for Europe. No more skill shots.
No.
Only point and click next.
Yeah, that was why Rise was banned out. You know, taken off the table, get rid of that option. Anyways, Impact and the rest of North America, they take down the inhibitor turrets in the bottom lane. So is looking for a way in. Rainova sneaking on the side there. Middle of the hunt, delivers the shockwave, not yet. The trigger wasn't pulled. Inhibitor goes down and still waiting for a fight. So that's the ultimate down from Rainova. Spray and Pray still available for Double Lift, which I think is why EU don't want to commit and pile in.
And one of the really annoying things now when you play against like Twitch and Rengar is again the camouflage is much longer than before. So it's really hard, like when you want to start a fight, to exactly know where they are, because they could already still like 5 seconds ago, they're hiding somewhere around a corner, and you don't see them. And then you can't really engage properly because you need to get the backline. You gotta kill that Twitch, you gotta kill the Orianna.
Gets caught by the Bola Strike, and he's able to walk away. Root down Impact, and
healing
still
Impact.
doesn't matter. 4 damaging members onto Impact, and still gets away 50% of his HP. Double Lift stands firm. We're just waiting for one.
Oh!
That's a catch onto Afro move, but again, not the right target. Yanko's looking to interrupt. Very good
There we
job.
go.
Double lift is shut down. Impact may get killed. It's a 5-on-4, and Pekka's got the double. Flash forward from Jankos. He catches Bjergsen. The boom from Nautilus locks him down. Reckless flashes just in case. And all of a sudden, Europe have got 3. But what can they do with the time?
The classic story for North America. Just when you believe they can win, they end up messing up everything. 3 members die. Europe is pushing. They're not pushing, they're chasing.
Afromu is
Now they're pushing.
distracting the minions here on his
And the
Jana.
players at the
Just
same
walking
time.
right by through the mid lane, trying to delay the push here so that the tower doesn't lose its defenses. But it was a decent, pick there from Team Europe and Team I.
Pekka
Able to land that arrow, then Pekka got in there for the full damage on the double F, who's the main target.
Reinova's exhausted, so he can't one-shot Myth. He turns his attention to Pekka. Pekka's the one that's now exhausted. Monsoon will reset the engage, and so as there's no damage follow-up, but Impact wants to bring some. Teleports into the mid lane. Reinova and Impact against 3 Team Ice members. Jankos is left for dead.
The rest of you is doing Dragon right now.
Gonna take Dragon.
Doublets coming.
Sacrifice Jankos. This is a team play.
Every man for himself.
Verdict goes up, but that's a Dragon secured. Double Lift needs to
Oh, they
knock
got
him
him.
caught by a charm. Expect has got no mana. Double kill to Double Lift.
And North America are still doing just fine. Little bump in the road, but now they get some more kills. They can push for a bit more in the base. Europe doesn't have an inhib in the bottom lane, where North America is pushing right now.
No, but they do have Nexus
Will
Curse.
try and
he can go
finish.
for.
This
Yeah,
relatively
30
easy
seconds
finish.
for Pekka, 25 for Reckless. It's a lot of time for North America.
2-on-5, and there's Super Minions pushing in. North America could strike first blood at All-Star 2016. They've set their sights onto Soaz and the towers.
So it's just getting in there, being super annoying with the big shield. Towers go down.
Needs to wave clear. Shot by
oh,
Jackson. Doesn't find Miffy, but the Nexus turrets are falling. Jankos looking at Reignover. There's a GA still available. The Vow, the Redemption is thrown down. Nexus turret number 2 still standing.
Here comes
GA
the carries.
is popped by Soaz. AD carry is alive. Pekka is
Pekka's
alive.
up.
Ash Arrow connects onto Impact, the worst possible target. Impact turns his attention. Steadfast.
Here's Pekka.
It prevents anything more.
teleport!
The teleport! It's not a backdoor for a tower, it's a backdoor for the kills. Pekka's looking for double lift, trying to hunt him down. Needs to be very careful. 1-2, pinned against the wall. That should be a kill. Pekka blows his flash just to look good on the way out. Now Mythy's in trouble. They've overchased. They've bit off more than they can chew. And the Hamon, it baited them in. They should not have taken it. Jankos left for dead. Here comes Reckless.
He's got 2 tunnels to choose from.
No vision.
Whack-a-mole for
Impact. This is the slowest kill ever. Reckless.
Oh, and a comeback.
Taken down. Double Lift looks for another. Isn't going to find it. 10, 1, and 2. North America on another tower.
Love me some 80 carry crit battles.
Love me some Twitch.
Just hoping for that extra crit there. Double Lift does get it.
Soaz is now turning his attention to Impact. Going to chase down. Jankos threw out the farm alarm.
This is how we beat the Koreans, by playing like this. You're both teams fighting so
yeah.
much. Backdooring against each other.
Oh, no,
Double lift! What are you doing?
We're revealing our strategy too early.
Do not watch this game, LCK players. This is definitely not the strategy for next season.
Top secret strategy. All right.
Oh, look at that.
Here's another
teleport.
And then Ward just expired too. Oh, so good. All right, here he gets the charm on Bjergsen. The main carry picks up 3, counting the Guardian Angel.
Double lift staying camouflage for such a long time, just out of range, so he's not spotted until Pekka wants to chase him a little bit too far. Good play from Impact as well. Gotta say, some really good individual plays from the North American side, especially Double lift on his Twitch now.
And I have to admit, I'm relatively impressed with Pekka's Ari this game. He's hit a few more charms than the rest of his teammates have been able to land. Clutch flashes over walls multiple times.
He's got 6 kills. That's you just got scoreboarded.
Look, I was just going to say, I had lower expectations for Pekka than most of the other guys in the squad because he's been one of the least active, etc. But it hasn't helped. That's the problem. They're still down 7,000 gold. 2 inhibitors were killed. I think the bottom one has already respawned, and now Baron number 2 has started by North America and Team Fire.
The only thing that's kind of disappointing to me is that we don't have much AD at all on this Rengar, so he's not really taking advantage of the passive for stacking up. He's going to tank Rengar just because, as we said, Bjergsen and Double F can easily carry this late game damage. and he's just going to be the other delivery
Yeah,
system.
I mean, the only bad thing, and it's not a really bad thing for Reino because he's doing the correct thing here. It's just like, as we have seen, when EU managed to get that flank off and like kill one of the squishies in the back line, North America doesn't really have any damage left. But that does require like a Peke to pull off that perfect play. He doesn't have TP or flash right now, so it is really, really difficult. And that's why North America is in such good position for that next big team fight with the tanks in the front.
So this is not just a little bit backwards. Jankos is coming in the mid lane as well.
Ooh,
Takes
Jankos,
so much damage. That was over-eager. Double up the Bjergsen just sent him packing. Very good hammer thrown down by Impact. Soaz flashes into the backline. That's a good strangleforce. Knocks up all of North America, but there's no damage follow-up. Impact is able to buy so much time. Peke cannot snipe off anyone. The inhibitor in the mid lane falls down. North America 5 versus 3. They set their sights on the top. Mithy gets knocked down by Bjergsen. Reckless and Peke, they're running from their own base. Peke, the last man standing. North America, they take him down for the ace. Turn their attention to the Nexus. The tower is killed. Team Fire secure themselves 100 points. Compliments of the North American LCS.
And what a fun game to watch actually here. Like, there were some really good plays from the team's early game. We saw some good roams. And then we also got to see some individual players really shine here. I especially love the Twitch from Double. We said it was really strong. He's 13-1-3 on this champion. Awesome team fight, honestly.
Definitely true. I also really like a lot of the tank work that Impact was doing. You know, tanks often, especially with the Colossus so strong, everyone's just like, you know, classic plays, not really doing much. But he had so many walls hit with the stun. He had a lot of good disengages and kind of the unsung heroes there at the front line.
Yeah, and Poppy was basically unkillable at Worlds. Now we just made her even stronger, so then you can definitely not kill her. And we got to see that in this game.
We absolutely did. The North American LCS squad accepting the cheers here from Barcelona. And you know, this is a fun event, right? This is where we come to celebrate the players.
I'm gonna go cry right now.
Having fun already. The European LCS, they were just having fun. No, they were coming here, soaking in Barcelona. Is it too soon to say that?
Same.
I think it is.
Nah, they were here having fun, of course. We're here to have fun as well, even though we hate Kobe.
It was a very exciting game. It was a very exciting game. I do think the post-match thread is going to be interesting for this one.
I didn't see it, if there was a trash talk one that went up before the game or not. Because usually there are.
I hope so. I hope so. If not, they'll have to deliver.
It is very early still in North America, obviously. A lot of the guys on a Thursday will have school and work and whatever. So maybe it comes later, but I think this game was actually really entertaining. Europe didn't have it. You know, Peke tried his hardest. The rest actually fed.
What do you make about the rest of the game? Because, yeah, I think Peke showed up pretty well. You know, Reckless and Mithy in the bottom lane, they had a decent start to the game. But they missed some of those key components around, like, the tower pushing. But what about the rest of the map, the items, the new patch?
Honestly,
not too surprising.
The biggest thing to me was, like you're talking about, the team play from North America with Bjergsen leading a lot of the roams up on the top side. Then they had that coordinated bottom lane play where they got the first turret and snowball with the Infernal Drake. That's really hard to come back from.
No, exactly. That was really, really good plays. We could have seen, like, also, like, at Worlds or something, these kind of rotations early on. So both teams definitely had this really, like, try-hard start. That was very nice to see. And then later, it became just big fights going on left and right. I think item-wise, as you guys can see here, or as you saw in the game, not that much has changed since, you know, Worlds, because, again, this off-season, not too many things were just completely revamped. Like, it's not a new map, not completely new jungle or anything. A lot of it is very close to what it used to be, just the tanks on top and being very strong.
And it definitely appears like the North American squad, with only 4 pro players and 1 streamer, seem to be more in sync around how to play the game, you know, making those rotations earlier and sooner. So 100 points on the board. That's important for them, for Team Fire. You might not need to be carried by LCK this year.
I was going to say, you know, we haven't even revealed our best strategy yet, and the best strategy for North America has been that we keep drafting Korea onto Team Fire.
Yeah, that's why you do poorly at Worlds, so you get together with LCK for also. It makes a lot of sense, honestly, because right now, it's 100 points, as you highlighted. The fun modes, like the AD carry mode we have next, that's only 50 points.
Well,
so this is super important.
You've revealed NA's secret. Draft LCK after failing at Worlds, and that's how you're going to win All-Star. But it's very early. They've still got a lot of games to play. Team Fire, they have come in hot. Let's head over to Dash, who's standing by with Bjergsen.
Thank you very much, gents. That's right. I'm here with Bjergsen after a nice victory over EU for NA and Team Fire. That is 100 points in the bank there. Bjergsen, first question to you, though. Here in Spain, how does it feel to betray the homeland and play for NA?
I don't think I'm a betrayer. You know, we still won. There's still Rainover and I. We both played in Europe, so Europe still won.
There you go. I like that. I like that. All right. But then when it came to prepping, you know, this match and All-Stars in general, especially given the patches and having to play with, you know, players from other teams, what was the strategy and prep like? Was there much of any of it, or was it really just I'm going to play what I want to play and try and style on kids?
We talked a little bit about what was good because we came into this tournament, and obviously everyone wants to have fun. But I think the way all of us have fun is by winning because we're competitors, right? So we all want to, like, troll around. I want to play Zed, but what really makes me happy is winning. So we still came in with the mindset to win.
All right, so winning obviously the goal still, but in an event like this, as compared to say Worlds or, you know, even in your own region in NA competing for the finals, you know, what's the pressure level difference? Do you feel like you're a lot looser here on stage and you have kind of the freedom to go for some of those bigger plays that you wouldn't necessarily go for in other situations?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone saw me trying to flash and do the sombrero on Mithy and fail and die and almost throw the game, but yeah, I think here I can just enjoy the event. You know, when we walk on stage for the introduction, I can just feel the moment and really enjoy the moment. I don't have to worry about whether we lose, you know, can we still advance out of groups and all this stuff. You know, we already lost groups. It's fine. So here, it's all about the experience and having fun. So even though the matches are competitive, I'm here to enjoy it.
Although when we talk about pressure, we have to remind everyone at home that you are the reigning champion from the 1v1s of last year. So if there's going to be pressure coming from anywhere, it's going to be in that situation right there. So I've got to ask you, how much thought have you given to the 1v1 tournament specifically, you know, as an individual on defending your title?
I've done some theory crafting and 1v1ing some of my teammates on the NA Team Fire team. And I think honestly it all comes down, or most of it comes down to kind of theory crafting and figuring out what runes, masteries, and champions are strong, and then executing is another deal, but I think I'm just going to go back right now and play a bunch of 1v1s until I know what's good so I can win the tournament again.
That's what we like to hear. Well, we look forward to watching you play in the 1v1s. Congratulations again on the victory here to kick off the tournament. Now we're going to throw it up to the desk to talk about that game.
Thank you so much, Dash. Wow, good insight there from Bjergsen. The way to win is winning, and they net 100 points for NA.
Turns out winning is fun.
And good for winning.
Let's have more fun.
Yeah, let's win more. Let's see. Yeah, well, he was talking about in this game specifically, you don't have that much pressure, but he did pull out some good plays, Oriana for him, for Bjergsen, and up against Pekka's Ari.
Yeah, it was really solid. Even without teleport, he still kind of had more successful roams against the Ari. I mean, the pick of the Oriana as well. At this point, you look at the bans, the Rise, the LeBlanc out of the way.
Oh.
And then they set up a beautiful play like this. We were looking at Europe having advantages. The roams early down to bottom side. They get the Rengar Shockwave combination off. And as Deficio was saying on the cast, that's what should have been the European play. But unfortunately, NA just go, okay, well, we're just going to go
especially because they were smashing in CS and had lots of lane pressure, but NA did strike faster. They lost a bunch of turrets early on in the game, so the game itself was actually pretty close. But
then the mayhem started.
Yeah, the question is also in these things, do we praise good plays or do we like make fun of people for not flashing shockwaves?
50-50,
50-50 right here. And I thought Bjergsen was pretty much the top performer, even though he had double lift with 13 kills, specifically that crazy thing he did in the mid lane where he just one-shot Mithy while being chased down by 4 people. And also, it was his roams that put Soaz behind, and it was his roam that won the bottom lane. So Bjergsen actually kind of won the whole match.
Yeah,
this crazy
some nice, some nice action in the mid lane.
Yeah, this was one of the actual plays that Europe kind of started and went a lot more successfully.
Looking good.
And
yeah, looking
the problem
great.
is it kind of falls apart after a while because this is the problem with like Impact being so tanky, with the Courage of the Colossus, his own shield built in, and just
and then this, he gets away.
This is the play I was talking about earlier. I mean, instant burst onto Mithy. Mithy isn't able to flash in time, and then he flashes right to where he just killed the guy, so he's got a little bit of freedom. And I think the underrated part of this play actually is, well, I was going to be Impact coming in and trying to block, like Jankos being able to take his tunnel in later for Bjergsen. It gave him that little bit more time to be able to get away. And then, yeah, this is where it was pretty much over for Ice.
Yep, and they will end up dropping like flies as well because they weren't able to kill off Bjergsen, sadly, and 100 points. That nets for Team Fire and the NALCS contributing.
We're going to drill this point system so everyone understands what's happening.
The first one is to 1,000 points wins. I don't know if you know this,
There are
Dad.
1,950
on the line. Yes.
On the line. We have a whole 100 of them assigned.
All right.
We are so close to a conclusion here.
But what I wanted to jump off is that with this performance, and we've talked a lot about, the popularity vote over in EU and then really strong players rather on NA coming on, are you starting to see trends? Because I think that this might spell a bit of the rest of the things we might see in Fire versus Ice, because they also have LCK in Team Fire.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's kind of tough to draw a conclusion from one game, but
No,
what I
do
will
it!
say is I don't think it was necessarily the vote itself, but the fact that NA actually looked coordinated and went,
Yeah.
okay, well, this is how we make these plays. We all know how to do it. Let's just practice it, and seemed to pay off a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the NA players being the best, but like they're also the most popular. So NA has the benefit
Couple.
of having their popular players also be their best players. So
yeah. We're going to take a quick break, but before we go, a reminder that you can show your team colors on Summoner's Rift. Team Fire and Ice icons are now available in client and until December 14th. They will include a themed emote and recall. We did see a couple of the Fire members spamming the emotes against their enemies before as well, and they look fantastic in game.
yeah, those are pretty awesome.
Yeah, they look awesome. There's some really cool ones. I think it's Graves who in his face he becomes like a snowman, and there's all snow, and it's good. It's funny. You should check it out. In game.
I will
Anyway.
definitely check it out.
Up next, sharpshooters. Get excited. We have a marksman mode battle coming up right after this.
That'll be cool too. Marksman mode, check it out. Maybe we see Graves. Definitely.
You know the team that wins every scrim just loses, right?
Oh shit, please, no.
So those are the ones going to be making the play.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Aframu goes down for first blood.
We're gonna dive. I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna go on Ash. Oh shit. I think I don't need. Yeah, you don't need. Good job, guys.
This was a fight that Europe started, but it's North America that's ending it. Soaz goes down. 4 kills to North America.
Slowly on the yeah. Okay, nice.
This is the slowest kill ever. Reckless. Taken down. Team Fire secure themselves 100 points. Compliments to the North American LCS.
Welcome back to day one of All-Stars. We are about to head into our first special rules matchup of the tournament, and it is marksman mode, and no surprises there. The only champions that players can choose are from the marksman category.
That doesn't always mean it's straightforward, though, because Azir is classed as a marksman. So there are a couple of champions in here. You are correct. If you type marksman into the search bar in client, anything that comes up there is what is available in this game mode. So it's a lot of fun.
Team mode's available.
Yeah, it's also a blind pick mode, so you're going to see duplicate champions. Like if you're trying to actually theory craft some team compositions in this, you're thinking probably Graves jungle, people who have access to blinds since everyone's an AD carry, so maybe a Teemo or a Quinn top lane. I don't actually think you need to have like the differentiation of physical and magic damage, since you can't stack armor as a marksman. So it'll be interesting to see if they have different thoughts on what's strongest.
Ash Misfortune, it's a bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly. You can have some legitimate stuff. Now, there are a couple of little tweaks, to that thinking that you can have some tank components, but as long as it doesn't end up as a tank item, that is okay. So you can go Seeker's Arm Guard and have the cloth armor to get ready to go there, but just you can't,
Well, we do know that sometimes
Popular
players...
marksman item.
I know, right?
Sometimes players, they tend to cheat a little bit and go with something that they shouldn't, but then they will be called out, and we hope that they don't.
I'm really curious if we can have like a competitive ruling and just have teams like removed points from their official tally. Really spice things up.
Yeah, we have some CLG members here, so we'll see if that happens. In any case, the bot lane experts from Team Fire and Team Ice, they are melting together across regions for this mode, and we're going to take a look at the lineups. First up, for Team Ice, we have Bebe, Reckless, Xpeke, Uzi, and Mata. And then looking at Team Fire, we have Celebrity, Madlife, Prey, Double Lift, and Afromu. A lot of interesting combos there. Rush Hour, of course, back together.
Afromu, former AD carry. Peke, former AD carry as well. So you have former AD carries on both sides.
Actually, Jad, Peke, that's least kills and assists of any AD carry in EULCS summer. So he was just sandbagging in EULCS summer to come to All-Star and kick ass in a marksman mode, right?
He has more kills as AD carry than Afromu does this year.
Oh?
So there's that.
I think that's a fantastic stat line.
Well, I mean, there was... When you look at the stats, even from the last game, Peke did well in mid lane, but now we kind of look into this one. Afromu and Double Lift are going to be on riding a bit of a high coming into this game. I mean, looking at that last performance, maybe not the laning phase. I saw your tweet to him in the break.
He lost by like 90 CS on the Twitch side. Obviously, he's picked into a pretty bad lane, but he picked himself into that lane. He told them to pick Janna. And then Twitch... Obviously, they won't be able to do exactly the same thing this time. It'll be curious to see if they lane together and do the support MF thing, or if one of them like calls a solo lane or something.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. Well, and 50 points on the line as well, so let's hand it over to the casters to fire off some marksman mayhem.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and hello, esports fans. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, taking over the caster desk here with Kobe and Aiden.
I still have control. I'm still here.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. It's all right. You know, we had to swap in a little bit, get a little bit of relief after the last game. He used a bit of a cooldown.
You didn't have to go through his full name either. People should know him by now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just say Kobe. Come on.
Been here all day. I am excited for this fun mode with the AD carries only. We did just search for AD carries though, and Azir didn't come up, so I don't know what they're.
You call him a liar?
Unfortunately, even though he can auto-attack quite fast, he's not going to be listed in that mode, but there's a lot of options. And hey, Peke's played as an AD carry much more this year. He's going to be fine, I think.
Yeah,
definitely
both teams
true.
Have 2 members, each one, one has one on each one. So that haven't played AD carry professionally. We have X-Peke who's played mid lane. He's played AD carry a little bit, this year. Maybe not the best, but still counts. Come on. But then Aphromoo as well, right? So there's only Mad Life, and also on the other side, we have Mad Life and, oh my gosh, Mata. There we go. This is 2 support players, right?
Full-on support. So proper. I mean, Aphromu's played AD carry back in the day. We've seen that. So yeah, there's really only one player on each team who's not doing that, but you can play support MF. It's fine.
I mean, the big thing to me in this mode actually is not even that they're only playing AD carry champions. It's that neither team has jungle players, right? And that's one of the biggest things, because junglers right now, if you put a jungle player on that team, it's easy because junglers are used to playing marksman now with Kindred and Graves in the game. But people who haven't played that role, especially on the new patch and how important that role is in the new patch, I feel like that's where one of the biggest swings does come from. Because, yeah, support players and AD carriers will play like solo lanes very often in solo queue, but it's not too common for them to play jungle. That's why it's actually important that like Score's not here, or he just blasts the other
that's true. That's true. He would be so good at that.
It'd be the perfect mode for him, to be honest. I mean, like, curious to see if they actually do send the guys that are in the jungle slot into the jungle too. Remember, they're not bound by that. They could do something different.
Technically, I think junglers is way too important. I think they were going to see a smite on each team because it's so strong right now. But you're right.
Now.
They could go. They could go 5 top if they wanted to. They could set up some sort of.
I meant like maybe they send the top laner into the jungle or something. Just like it depends because they're not bound to that person. But you're right.
True.
Definitely would want to see a smite. I would be surprised not to. I would.
Cyrene is not happy with whatever you
with me now.
I was trying to still figure it out. You mean like that they don't have a top laner in this game?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess there just has to be someone going in the top lane, but
yeah,
doesn't really count.
Like,
all right,
they're all AD carries and one mid laner. It's all AD carries.
No, everyone goes bot now, guys. It's gonna be okay.
By the way, the reason we're waiting right now is because they did just remake the lobby, so we'll be a couple more minutes here. But Jao was talking about starting to theory craft and see what type of fluctuation we might have. So what kind of curveballs you can throw. There aren't that many because, as I said, we are going to have bans. It is blind pick, so we could have teams with matching champions. So we could have Graves versus Graves, which is probably going to be one of the repeat ones because he can jungle so well. But then you have high value on things with CC like Ashe and even Jhin with the long range, and everyone's going to be low defense stats because you can't buy defense stats. So, those types of utility AD carries do go up, I think, as well. Plus, obviously, the ones that are just super strong right now. We just saw Twitch on display. Should probably be a high priority as well.
Yeah, I'm really interested because lethality is got, it's kind of been nerfed during the early game version of armor penetration. Nobody can even build any armor in this mode.
Graves here as well, and Doublelift might have a more difficult time.
That roam on the Quinn is pretty scary. So you get 6. I mean, you can zoom across that map.
Yeah,
this is a scary team.
Absolutely love Quinn jungle, Quinn top. It's so much fun because you'll win the early game. You'll typically lose the mid game, but you have to go elsewhere and start beating other people up before you have that power spike come back at you. But Quinn can actually completely stay in a lane. It's no problem right now with the AD carry mode. Don't have to worry about a tank.
And he's the one with the smite, so he could be coming from the jungle, jump out of the shadows at any time.
And vault over your head, boom, you're dead. That's going to be it. I mean, this is going to be really exciting. It's going to be insanely bloody. I've already seen Assassin mode a little bit last week if you guys were watching the International Wildcard All-Stars. But this, all about the marksman, and I don't think it'll be so drawn out. People can just pew-pew, shoot down each other really quickly.
Yeah, one of the things I was going over were the Ashe and the Jhin rise in priority for me because of the initiation possibilities, and there actually only one shows up here. So Team Fire, Mad Life, is going to be piloting that one, and that is one of the ones where, you know, you are going to be able to start fights for your team at a decent range. Meanwhile, Prey actually taking up the Lucian, which is definitely one of the most underplayed AD carries at the moment, in a pretty weak spot, but we'll see him put it on display here.
All right, well, it's full winter on the Rift. Of course, if you guys think that it's going to get hot, hashtag FireWin at LOL Esports. I think Team Ice is going to claw one back. It is hashtag IceWin as we see Team Fire stuck in the brush.
Yeah, it looks like it's just Uzi here to actually just guard. Prey over the wall. In the bush. Oh, is he trying to read him like a book?
Oh boy. He's creeping away.
I mean, we also have an invade on the top side here for Ice, and they're getting down lane swap boards. Now we've got the double lift cam here.
Oh, that's the best. And
Mata,
what? All right. Oh, the execute.
The range, baby. And
Mad Life.
Mad Life taking down Mata.
What was that strat? I don't even know if he was in threat of anybody there. They're just trying to get that early tower damage, but they reinforce on him.
He barely touched it.
Mata's the guy that picked Jason, a real competitive game on support. So, you know, getting the early tower damage this time around does cost them. Pretty high cost as well.
That was so good by Mad Life too. Waiting to skill up, goes into W. Usually you take the Q level 1, but gets him with the deadly flourish. That is... He doesn't get to back either and buy anything.
Looks like we have all biscuits on Team Fire as well, whereas nobody going that mastery on Team Ice. And Double Lift will be the jungler for this squad. He has been doing, you know, a decent amount of jungle graves, or regular lane graves as well.
You do have to look across the map, though. Reckless is jungling the top side jungle here, and then on the bottom side, you actually have Mata taking care of that. So they're taking away a lot here from Double Lift and actually doing 2 quadrants to the jungle simultaneously as Team Ice. And I think that Reckless, he's probably going to go top because Celebrity is pushing up in this lane.
Yeah, Celebrity's on him throwing those axes. We hadn't talked as much about the Draven because there's so much in this. And he's actually pushed back Bebe quite well.
Yeah, he's pushed him back so well that he's a juicy target here for Quinn coming in.
Not if he gets the kill first. Oh, he doesn't get it, but oh man, in the backsides, Reckless could come in at any moment.
Yeah, it takes a long time to clear out those Krugs, though. But you can see Celebrity just being alpha, pushing up the lane. But he's gonna get punished for it.
All right, well, let's not talk about Keystones. That can happen anytime, and suddenly, it's a Quinn. Vaulting over, tagging Bebe in. Doesn't get blinded, but he can't get to the bush. The heal, not strong enough. Reckless with a kill.
Team Ice with the strategies here. You know, it is that same annoying 2.5-minute jungle gank that everybody's been complaining about, where they get level 3 and out-level the solo laners. But it came from Fire's own side as the double jungle does pay off.
Doesn't matter if you're playing all marksmen, you still have to respect the level 3. So 1-to-1 in kills right now. And Reckless is going to tag him for a blue buff.
Mata, the real support for life. Even in the jungle, he's supporting.
Yeah.
Wow, he's just giving him everything. Yeah.
Such a selfless guy.
Yeah, I would say, though, that these are both champions that make great use of gold, but they're just trying to get through the jungle as quickly as possible. Doesn't really matter who gets it, but they're just trying to set up. Looks like they've actually... Okay, so it's a common strat to pick out the Draven as the feeder on the enemy team. So they're just going to go after Celebrity here over and over again.
I mean, especially the solo lane Draven. No escape. Doesn't have a flash.
Oh, boy. And he just gets ganged up on. Mata will claim a kill for himself that time around.
And now they're just going to get a shove on this turret. It's top turret, so it does have some damage reduction early on. They're not going to be able to take it very quickly. But mid lane, Double Lift, doesn't have a red buff.
Oh, God. That guy's got to run. Team on team up with Double Lift's incoming. He's going to turn around into the brush. Afro's kiting. Oh, tagging the graves, baby. And he's got to flash out of there. Double Lift going to flash forward. End of the line. Autos. Goodbye, Peke.
And the flares go up. Afro and Double Lift combining, even when they don't lane together, to get back a kill there for Team Fire and almost even up the gold.
Oh, we're really close right now, 2-2 in kills, and it definitely has been all action from minute 1. Oh, Uzi gonna have to back up here as he's 2-on-1, about to be 3.
Yep. Oh, over the wall, so he gets to keep his dash.
Here we go. Flourish. Gonna connect. Uzi goes ambush.
Yeah, he is cornered down
might as well just run to the other tower.
The support is on the way. They do have Reckless. He's not level 6, so it's going to take him a while, but looks like they won't be there in time.
They're closing the gap. He's going to try, and they just can't get it done. Team Fire claims another.
Yep, now they'll get more damage on this, but Quinn is coming straight down here. Reckless, level 5 already. very high. I want to see what happens when he gets level 6 and where he starts roaming. Because you have 2 junglers, you have a lane that is always at a disadvantage on a 2-on-1. And that's what Uzi was having to deal with that whole time. So he's underneath his turret. It's such an easy lane for Doublelift to just come and gank.
To be fair, if there's anybody you can leave on their own and you can trust that they'll at least like maybe take somebody down with them, it's probably Uzi.
He's used to it. Mata just always leaves the lane. Uzi just wants to win the lane. Mata finally gets his way. He gets to go never be in the lane. He's not even supposed to be in there as a jungler.
Yeah, right now currently counter jungling Team Fire, taking away the Gromp, focusing around the bottom side of the map, and that leaves Reckless, that level 6 Quinn, to roam around.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, they've been doing the counter jungling, but it hasn't affected Doublelift that much. Still, highest level on his team, tied with Afromu. That's that new jungle. It's just worth so much when you pick up those camps. And when you're behind, that comeback mechanic on the level of the camps.
Plus, Team Ice, they spent a lot of time camping that top side with the double jungle. Not exactly farming very hard with the double jungle. Meanwhile, Afromu, the Teemo now targeted.
Oh, he's in so much trouble! And Reckless snipes him down. Mata tanks the turret. Well executed.
This is also going to be a huge wave denied from Afromu. His teleport will get him back into lane, but Death Timer is going to keep him there a while and will at least lose the cannon and a couple of melees.
Afromu's still being a support, holding the wave for the actual person to come back. He's TPing in and Mad Life still. It's going to take a few. All right, that's fine.
A little bit.
He took what Afro could possibly get.
Meanwhile, Doublelift maybe targeting the top lane here to try and get Celebrity back into the game. Draven, by the way, CSing just fine even though he was camped. And Bebe not going to be caught.
Yeah, Draven's just been winning that lane that whole time. Celebrity, I mean, it's the nature of the pick, right? You're constantly a bully if they don't get help. It's like all Draven players, when they get ganked, it's like this guy would have been done if he didn't get a gank.
If only. And we have just seen constantly like 3-man, 4-man roam squads just all over the map too. So you know, it's gone full chaos, and that means that Bebe's going to have to try to protect himself, play back a little bit as Uzi takes a few shots from Prey. Stopped up. By Mad Life still in the 1v2. He's having a hard time farming, but that's understandable.
Yeah, Uzi down there constantly under his turret. Definitely getting out CS pretty heavily here by Prey in the 2v1 matchup. Meanwhile, though, Reckless, one we're keeping our eyes on, level 7, highest level in the game for the Quinn, is around the bottom side.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a lot of the moves here for this team. And Mata, I don't know if he's going to continue to roam. I think he just sit in that bottom lane now and just be the support. Have to hold this.
Jungler is going to collide there, but it looks like Reckless will be there.
There it is! Mad Life!
Kratos has aggro!
And he's gone! Reckless is going to get some revenge, and now he's on to Mad Life, but Doublelift's tagged in. Look at that damage! But it won't be enough! A double kill now for Reckless, and Mata hangs on!
Oh, and Mad Life doesn't have level 6 yet. He can't actually back up and then use the ultimate. They're so low. That turret is so low. Afro was trying to roam down too. Oh, it's just everything going bad for Fire right
Yeah,
there.
he wants to kill that minion. Try and
No,
get
go back. I want to see what's going on there, but Afro! Oh, he tried to step up and Peke punished.
Well, he got the Ignite now. He has to watch it for all the mushrooms.
Now you know how it feels, Teemo. Mad Life's back in lane, still in lane. Getting a bit of farm for himself now that doesn't really have anyone else to fall back. That tower's going to fall soon, though.
Yeah, he can't stay around, though.
Yeah, the cost of the double jungle and leaving Uzi by himself down there. A lot of tower damage and could be the first turret bonus. Meanwhile, mid lane's starting to be populated with mushrooms. So next time you go gank, you better come with full HP because you probably won't leave with it.
Yeah. And as soon as you get level 9, get a sweeper. Quinn sweeper, just stealth bomber straight in.
Not a whole lot of words this game. I mean, you can technically build a side zone, as we said, but you give up a lot of damage for that. Now Prey's going to find Mata in the rush. Reckless coming in. Oh, the shrooms.
Last cone.
So handy as Prey launches himself over the pit, and there's the curtain call now. Mad Life 1. He gets 2. Reckless body blocks the last.
Flashes in to take the bullet for Senpai. Meanwhile, though, that is going to be Team Fire. They're actually going to escape out the back of the Dragon Pit here for Prey. And now it's Uzi who's under fire.
Uh-oh, and Prey's coming back in for round 2. Peke is going to get blindsided by this one. Mad Life will not land. The floor is for Reckless. Comes in, and it's Uzi who secures the kill, but it is blood all over the river right now as Afro and Double are under fire. Peke, the flash backwards, and Doublelift just keeps on running, but he gets popped by the shroom. The Thunderlords, the damage is too much, and it's going to be Mata with the kill.
And the only person to not show up to this fight is Celebrity in the top lane. He's got everything farming. Still. He's busy farming.
It's all right. That's what Draven does.
I mean, he's up there in top lane with no teleport. Did take the exhaust for the extra laning power.
Wait. He's helping.
Farm. Yeah,
There we
he
go.
clears out the minions, trying to protect Shirt a little bit there. Plus, is racking up the farm in the top side.
Yeah, when you get behind and you get camped early, you get into that mindset of I need to help myself before I can help my team again.
I mean, honestly, as soon as you lock in Draven, I feel like you get into that mindset.
It's the only way to play it, but Reckless is coming
Team?
up here.
What
4,
team?
1, 2. He's going to be able to sidestep. Match is over. Oh, he's just putting out so much. Celebrity does punish him a bit backwards. And Pack
Hey, 1v2.
Whoa, he tried to play that one out. It did not work. Prey just comes up massive. Dashes. Double kill from Prey. And he dies in style. Meanwhile, up top lane, though, Celebrity found Mata.
1v2 double kill there for Prey. Celebrity does cash in this time around, has the exhaust and flash. Now double buffs on top of it.
It's so even. We were talking about how this, might be a game that will be over pretty quickly because nobody can buy tank stats. It's going pretty crazy right now, and it's still even.
We're going to wait for the death timers to be too long right now. Double lift.
Yeah.
Trying to find Reckless.
Good ward there from Reckless, though. Does spot a mount and mounts himself up on the bird, so he's ready to escape if need be. Double has a lot of burst,
he's trying
though.
to juke him
He
out.
saw him, though.
Oh, that's nice. No way he's catching him. Flies to safety. Let's take a look at Celebrity's kill again.
Oh, 2v1 as well.
Flashes on him to exhaust, and then
Maybe.
cashes in.
And Reckless just couldn't get in there.
He's stunned. Ah,
Yeah.
didn't expect that one. All right, will they get the first turret gold here?
Uh-oh. Baby, he's found him. Oh, a nice stand aside, but that's not going to keep him away forever. Celebrity's taken down by Reckless. They defend tower again.
Nice punish there by Reckless, coming back to the scene of the crime, and they defend that first turret gold. It still has not been claimed, despite the super low health of both top and bottom.
Yeah. Ever since that bottom got super low, Mata's been there, and with a smite in lane, he's never going to cannon minion towards that turret. He just keeps smiting it away.
Uh-oh, Prey, he's gone forward in the curtain call now. Uzi is going to have to sidestep them all. He can't do it on the second one. That turret is oh so low, but meanwhile, up in top, Reckless was able to claim it, so they sneaked by with first tower blood, and it's going to be Peke finishing off Afro.
Peke with another good game here is doing well.
There is so much action right now. It's ridiculous. Prey, Mad Life on Mata. The towers are starting to fall, though, guys.
It's even, but like you said, that first tower gold did go over to ice.
Oh, Prey.
Oh,
That
Prey.
is too bold.
Oh, he thought the exhaust would be enough.
End
That
of
was
the line,
kind
baby.
of late, though. All right, well, that's going to be some more chaos on the top side as they steal away red, but here comes double lift.
Yep. Looks like Reckless and Bebe didn't want any part of that. Blast Cone launches Bebe out of range. Safe for now. We have a momentary breathing space.
Yeah, I mean, Team Ice is pulling slightly ahead here. Both of the challenging smites completed. You can't buy defensive stats, but that just means that red smite that much more important. As soon as you get that one down, it will technically reduce damage.
Oh. Really close there. Quinn is just so strong. In the jungle, even with not that much of a gold income, he's just got 5 kills. He's doing insane for himself. Reckless is super fed this game.
He's smacking people on the Rift, and there's no way they can catch him. That's the thing. He just gets out of harm's way. Even when he's caught, he's able to sneak by and escape. Play the stealth mission.
And I'm looking at the builds of these two teams. It looks like Fire's going for more armor penetration in that bottom lane, whereas everybody on Ice, they're going for crit builds here. They're going for Essence Reavers. They're going for the scaling, and then the Rune Ants Hurricane to back it up, or whatever they need.
Got the lead on Ice right now. They're looking pretty hot. And it goes further into the game. Prey tries to tango with Peke, but finds he can't do the damage when he's blinded.
It was inches away from that mushroom as well, which would have been his death, but does not quite step on the trap. And actually, Uzi goes into the 1v3 and decides that suboptimal number.
No!
Yeah.
He steps in the trash.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Changed my mind.
Never mind. Let's go back in. It's 1v2. That's fine. I've got some help. Mata's there, but so is double lifted. He is gone just like that. They're going to melt back, and Prey is finished by Mata on the back.
Oh!
With the outplay.
He did it! Oh, I love that cancel right
poison.
there.
Oh, he's got a life steal. No!
Oh, it does so much damage.
And now Peke's coming in. Okay, makes it look easy.
Yeah, you were talking about that Graves cancel on
Yeah.
the R.
One of the Easter eggs hidden there in the Champions. Meanwhile, we return back to Draven. Yes, this is my lane. I don't, what team? Top lane Draven here.
What team? 130 CS?
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing, he's fine. He just didn't get the memo that it's Marksman mode. It's kill all the minions mode. All right, Afro's going to pick up a little bit of health.
Yeah, it's Mark's man, not Mark's men mode.
He's the only one.
All right, here goes the re-engage from Uzi as they had Mata coming down the river, but didn't see double lift at the blast plant. Is going to be able to take out one, and then this is the cancel that we're talking about. Oh, never mind. What a tease!
Got juked, Kobe.
Must keep it a secret.
All right,
Uh-oh.
good dodge there.
Oh,
from
man.
Uzi.
He's been doing this all day, though. 1-2, and it's over.
Oh, wow. Shut
Oh,
the
okay.
stop there.
Here we go. They caught him. That's Mad Life on the run, but he won't get away for very long. Double kill to Reckless. He's 7-1.
Fighting around mid lane is so dangerous. The Supreme Teemo with the mushroom set up in advance. Meanwhile, Prey, though.
Oh, misses the ult. Prey's going in. Tagging Reckless, baby. Here we go. 1 shot, 2 shots. That's a kill.
Teleport as well.
They're still going. It's going to be Cloud Dragon. Look, how much mobility they're going to get off of that. Easy peasy take.
Yeah, they're going to get as much as they can off it. Start shoving the bottom lane, try to cover their mid as well with Uzi.
Oh, he's coming on Celebrity, throws the cask, and comes Peke. Oh, Spray, and Prey, he's going to burn his flash. Stay inside, though.
I love how nobody wants to get close to that Draven, though. Just popping the spray and play from afar, because he does still have the exhaust. Nobody wants to get, two-shot there.
Yeah, he's pretty much the best 1v1 character right now because he rushed the Bloodthirster. He has the Warlord's Bloodlust. He has the exhaust. It's going to be so hard to go after him. Nobody on ice has an exhaust to match him in a one-on-one. You have to keep your rate.
Yep, and they can't really close the gap just in any other way, too. There's no safe way to do it. You can't build switch.
Okay,
wait,
change my mind.
Hold on. Wait, he's not under tower.
Exhaust is still up as well, and Pekka is going to claim the turret here.
Okay, double lift, and trying to get back into blowback. That's okay. He's staying safe. Hard news he couldn't get on him.
This is so hard to play as well because everybody is so squishy.
Oh!
They all do so much damage.
Yeah, no kidding. It's happening everywhere, all over the map, constantly.
Oh man, you never really get to play League of Legends this way, where everything you do can kill the person you choose that against, or they can kill you.
Yeah, Mad Life's gonna find that one out the hard way. Uzi picking up the kill with help from Bebe. Prey and double lift trying to collapse, but they couldn't do it.
Yeah, were the ones originally flanking, but now they're trapped.
Oh man, he's found Prey. That's easy pickings right now, and Reckless is unstoppable at 17 minutes. Peke and Uzi on the chase. Double lift is going to have to dash it. Quick draw, not quick enough. The autos are stacking. It's Afro in the bush. And he's laying some mushroom traps, but it doesn't matter. Reckless is just taking the long route. Afro's found himself in, but double lift is gone.
They're trying to fight each other in the bush. He's trying to it doesn't reveal though. It doesn't reveal. It doesn't reveal.
Teemo on Teemo action here. It's looks like it's an unfair fight.
And he's got the
they know where he is. He can't walk
he's there, but they can't hit him, and he's landing on all the shrooms.
Eventually they're gonna get him.
It's up,
He'll get an
Afro.
Oh, Reckless gonna kill him with the ult.
Team Ice are running away with this marksman mode.
Yeah, they are. Uzi is starting to find some form himself. Celebrity and Mad Life running away with the poison ticking on, and Mad Life throws the curtain call. Whirling death, they find Peke, and Prey all of a sudden turns around. The spray was too much, and Uzi's gone down.
Some kills back there for Team Fire, but Peke's Teemo in the mid lane, so much control for them, and
Reckless. Oh, the damage is not enough on Prey though. They turn to shut down. Absolutely massive. Baby tags in. Manta tries to hang on, but he can't do it. And it's Mad Life and Prey on the turret.
They're gonna start getting some of this gold back now. Almost an ace. Only Bebe survives there, and they're not gonna be able to actually pick up that turret though.
That was the most underwhelming end to that fight. This entire game has been nuts, boys. 24 to 17 kills, and it's 18 minutes.
I feel like this game has just been a constant team fight. Look at we have twice as many kills as there have been minutes.
Yes.
Especially love the mind games between the flankers, as the AD carries flanking are just as vulnerable as the ones being flanked. So many of them being turned around. Here we go though. Uzi had the open, but again, the long range from Jin. Mad Life opens up, and they're able to chase him down.
I love how Peke is just putting down a mushroom field, and then he's like, oh, this stuff's happening. Runs up, just gets obliterated in 2 seconds. What's going on here, guys?
Well, he's got his Leandries though, so he's going to start to pack a bit more of a punch. And even when you're dead, the poison's still taking on double. He's going to Peke with the pick off, and now Prey's trying to punish. I don't think it's going to happen. He will. Prey picks that one up, and now Mato gets a big explosion, and the rest of Fire goes up in smoke.
Peke goes down valiantly, gets a kill for himself, and then the extra shrooms on the way out. Huge damage there, and Team Ice come out way ahead. Now they also have lane pressure in all 3 lanes. They're pushing up mid and bottom at the moment, with Uzi cleaning up a lot of CS down there on the bottom side, working towards an infinity edge.
All right, well, here's a real question. At what point, if it even ends up being contested this game, is Baron going to be cleared out?
Oh, it'll be cleared out very quickly.
Like 10 seconds.
I mean, you don't have anybody to actually walk up and, prevent sieges or anything like that. We don't have any Caitlyn's in this game. So if you get that Baron, it's pretty much how you'll break these inhibitor turrets. But you also have Twitch, too. Twitch will be able to hit those things.
Yeah.
With the ult.
He's going to be able to get that. So Uzi does take a couple of shots. He's going to have to flash the calling. And he's snuck out.
Mission successful.
Well, so
does
far.
get the turret, but we're not quite sure if he's going to live.
That's like the theme of this game. Speaking of not quite sure, Reckless on the top and finding Celebrity. Knocks him down a peg. That's going to be another turret. Ice are running away with this one.
The 3-shot. Double Lift is still on the chase here, trying to find Uzi, but he makes it all the way back to the turret.
All right, safe and sound for now. 20 minutes into this game, 29 kills for Team Ice. They are wrecking through the line.
What's Double Lift doing? Is he going for the long con here? He's been in their jungle for a long time.
There's not much there for them to take, but I guess they could try and get some turret damage if they wanted to.
They're gonna do something, and Afro is going to be fired down. Bebe picks that one up, and now it's on mid turret. So they tried to bait a trap, but like
far more turret dives in an all 80 carry game than I would expect.
You do so much damage. You just do it right with the point and click CC. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. Like
only have to take 2 turret shots because people die instantly.
Mata.
Oh, but Mata just able to say, see you later. He's going to hang on.
Fight him off, Baron.
There's a teleport in.
Oh, they have a Teemo here.
Yeah, but Peke, he's got to flash backwards right now. There's a chance that they can steal this one away. No, the Baron's pulled off, and Frey is going to try to launch a few more down. Shutdown for Celebrity. He lands it onto Bebe, and now Ice are unsure if they want to keep this fight. Looks like no.
Then he hit it. Oh!
He mad life.
Hole in one.
Not exclusive to Thresh hooks, apparently.
Turns out he's a pretty good AD carry too.
He's incredibly good at predicting where people are going to go. He will watch them the whole game and be like, all right, he usually jukes up. All right, usually jukes down, and it's
Is
great.
it the classic Baron trade here as Team Ice's attempt was foiled? It's Team Fire's turn trying to take it down. They're down 8,000 plus gold, and Baron actually already down to 3,000 life.
Yeah, but he comes reckless. Look at how low these health bars are. Double kill out. Big one for the Graves. They secure it, however. They may not live to use it. Afro, triple kill now on Mata before all said and done.
Not exactly worth it as Team Ice come away with the ace and full control of the map.
Ice, baby, man. They are cleaning this one up. Reckless is up on the top. He can start pushing this in. They've got 4 and the death timers. Look at him.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time before they get in there, but they don't get anything out of the Baron either. They'll pick it up here. Mata, that's so good. He doesn't have his smite up, so instead of going for it, boom, right across the back line. He knows they want to hide back there. Gets him lined up against the wall. Afro as well. Firing squad in the pit.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And this is the risk of taking the Baron. Yeah, you clear it fast, but you can't take the aggro.
That's true. Very true.
You never go for a raid boss when you've only got a bunch of DPS players.
Meanwhile,
trust
with
me.
all the damage being dealt, we still have no Infernal Drakes, and it's just more clouds for Team Ice. They can take it whenever they please and decide that it's not even worth the time. Look for some more kills.
Yeah, Reckless is using the mobility he's already got. Uzi's going to claim the kill. Reckless just melts down Mad Life.
Oh, Reckless does so much damage. He can kill you in a CC chain here with a crit. Quite easy.
Yeah, the Wrecking Crew is real this time around. Double Lift is going to try to trade, but Reckless says no. And him up in the top. Celebrity is going nowhere. Double kill. Now for Peke, and it's on the towers.
Yeah, Ice might get something back here. They're going to be able to pick up this turret. They do so much damage to it.
Oh,
and
they've
it's
got
Afro.
a ton to Shrek through, and it's Afro just trying to hang on, but Peke pushing him all the way back. Baby's a little bit low. They find Afro, and Reckless is going to die to poison. No! He was blinded.
Are they going to finish it here? They're just repeating aces. As soon as someone spawns, they just get sent back to the fountain here. Team Fire cycling through lives.
It's a batting order.
Uzi just 1v2. He's pushing him all the way. There we go.
Sends another one back.
They're going to go for it.
They're going to finish this game off. It's 24 minutes in. Ice knows they got it all locked up. After disappointment in their first opener, where they found some serious pressure in this mode.
It's not over just yet, though. They're all respawning right now. That other turret isn't down yet.
He's exhausted, can't do it. Bebe trying to kite back, curtain go on the fountain. Uzi goes down. They didn't finish it off. It's just Reckless. He's back at base, too.
Reckless being pretty smart.
Despite what his name sounds like, he does tend to play pretty conservatively.
Yeah, maybe they'll go pick up the Drake after this. Does get red buff, collect these objectives. Objective focus, guys. Nexus is definitely exposed right now, though. Only 1 turret left on it.
Grab as much buff as he can. Again, we're 25 minutes into this game. The gold's gone out of control for Team Ice, but Death timer's a bit longer.
He'd rather counter jungle and take away your Gromp than take this Cloud Drake. He's just spitting in the face of Cloud Drake right now. He has enough speed, I guess, with the Quinn ultimate.
And he fast.
Oh, double lift.
Getting in a double lift. Buff transfer complete.
Yep. Seems to be the right choice here for Reckless to be jungling.
On point with the flare spam as well.
He shared the jungle with Mata, too. That really worked out this game.
Well, Mata kind of crippled Double Lift's jungle, and then, it was actually quite good that they played it that way. Uzi, props to him for being able to stay alive in that lane. It's not easy to 2v1 and have to sacrifice all that CS. You know that Uzi wants to fight you for that CS, too.
Yep. They're doing solid now. Fire, count back inside of their base. Holding on to this last Nexus turret, and Aframu pulling the sneaky.
Night vision goggles on. Not sure what the best case scenario is.
They might need him. I don't think they're going to be able to use it. Everyone just evaporates right now. Afro turns, and he finds Bebe, but the rest of his team, minus Double Lifter, gone. And now Mata kiting and pushing him back away from it all as he goes on a wild goose chase. Reckless just dodges away from the mushroom, but the Nexus is there.
All right, Reckless is on the case. Gonna go find that kill before they take down the
Oh boy! Whoa, that worked. Peke with the ace. 26 minutes, that's gonna be it right now. It's all Nexus, it's all ice, and they freeze over Fire. Eventually.
Eventually. But Peke, that kill of his right there, he's hit 7. That's the most he's had in a game since July 2015.
It's good to be back, I guess, for him. So he's going to knock that one down. GG to Team Ice.
50 points to Team Ice.
And Peke all smiles after that game. So they might have stumbled in the first, but they find themselves on the special game mode. 50 more points in the pocket.
Definitely having fun in that one. You can tell by the end as well with all the spam.
Oh, so even for so long. And then about 15 minutes, batting order over and over again. Peke with the flanks. The way he was playing it alongside Reckless. Oh, Europe definitely showed up in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we can't mention that game without talking about Reckless and how massive he was. Once he cleared through the jungle, he just swept through everybody else, was farming champions. Everybody was, but he was clearly the best at it.
Definitely true. The extra mobility there, Quinn able to turn the numbers in so many skirmishes. And boy, did he get fed.
It seems like you're probably going to get at least one of those per game. I would like to hope.
Reckless also looks like he can go into the gym a bit too.
Yeah.
Getting older, getting bigger.
He's shredded so he can shred for the enemy team. Yeah. Good stuff. Healthy lifestyle. Good game though, seriously, for Team Fire. Like to hold on and like start firing it back. They got the parent. It's hard to do when you're down one smite too.
Yeah, they didn't have one of those smites up from what I was seeing as well, but Mata played that so well with the ultimate across the backline.
Yeah, definitely fun to watch. Each team attempt the Baron. Doesn't go over till the third time's the charm, and finally Ice was able to claim it. But man, yeah, it's a very snowbally mode, obviously, when everyone's AD carry. And, you know, Reckless getting ahead like that. And Peke as well in the mid lane. So many of those kills were had around the mid lane and after, you know, people walked on shrooms. You definitely have to give him credit as well.
You don't even know who shrooms who sometimes with all the craziness. Aframu wasn't doing too bad, but he just got ganged up on.
Yeah, I mean, Peke was combining the best of both of his worlds. His AD carry and his mid lane play all combined for the marksman mode in the mid lane.
It's like it was made for him.
Yeah,
exactly.
that was pretty much, you know, it's just a normal day of Peke and solo queue. Maybe a little bit of AP Teemo, that's fine. But
all good.
Wasn't AD carry mode for him, except everybody's really squishy.
Yeah, well, he missed a memo, but hey, it worked out. I mean, you can't build the magic resist. You're able to do as much damage as possible. Oh man, I still can't get over how Reckless was doing. But Madlife, even with that prediction, I mean, his curtain calls were amazing. Once he got like able to actually stand in a safe spot, he was sniping down people left and right.
Right.
Definitely true. I mean, this was definitely an enjoyable all-star mode. I'm really looking forward to the other ones that we do have in store as well, though. My personal favorite from last year was definitely the all-for-one. I mean, as much as I love, you know, AD carries swarming all over the place, you know, champions with CC in that game mode are just hilarious to watch.
And whether the same when you get like the 10 blitzcranks and all that stuff, grabbing everybody back. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I actually really liked the tandem game mode.
That's
just go like,
good.
how are they so damn good? That was like a bronze to challenger stream where they just kept getting better every minute, and then by the end it was like they were on it.
Oh
it
yeah,
was so
one of the most exciting ones. Absolutely. Now for more on that chill win for Team Ice, Dash is standing by with Reckless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gents. That's right. I'm here with Reckless, who struck back with a 16-2 and 13 scoreline there after an unfortunate loss there in Game 1. You snagged 50 points for Team Ice. How does that feel to come back onto the stage and bring it closer?
I mean, it feels great to be able to play another game and make up for the loss in the first one. Even though it was a tough loss to take, I feel like we had the game to begin with against NA, and if we were a team, then probably would have been able to close it out. But since we weren't, we were kind of running around in circles, and yeah, they played really well in the end. So,
well, you talk about playing as a team, and in this one where you got 5 marksmen, it can't be easy to kind of devise a strategy. You guys opted into this double jungle strategy, you picking up the Quinn there. Where did that idea come from? Because clearly you had Fire's number in that regard.
Well, to begin with, I wanted to play Twitch, and I assumed it would be solo jungle, but then I saw Mata just logging Graves and not say a word, so I was kind of just, all right, this guy is probably going to jungle with me, right? So I'm going to start enemy jungle just to make sure I get 2 sides at least. And it worked out good. I mean, we had the level 3 gank at top after Red and Golems, which is fixed, I think, in the next patch. But in 6.23, it's quite strong. So, yeah, I've seen or I've been the witness of many of these level 3 ganks, so I made sure to use it.
Right, you've been on the receiving end more than enough times already for that level 3 gank. This time it probably felt good to be able to dish a little bit of that punishment out. Now, you already mentioned Mata. Explain to me the level 1 strategy. How did the team react as he charged into that mid lane turret to get a little bit of damage and handed over first blood?
I mean, I didn't even see actually what happened, but our plan was basically just to invade and hope to get some kills. And I guess he went a bit overboard on that idea, so he dived mid instead. But yeah. It is what it is.
Now, as we had a bunch of guys who are all picking ADCs, I have to imagine you already mentioned you were looking to play Twitch, but you know, we saw Uzi pick that up. Were there much disagreements within the team about who would get to play what ADC? Certain people really wanting to say, no, I want that champion. No, I want that champion.
Well, I asked Uzi what he wanted to play, and he said he wanted to play Twitch. So I just defaulted to like my second jungler, which is Quinn. I could have probably just went for Graves, but I don't think I would have been anything special. So I wanted to try something spicy, and it worked out pretty well.
Pretty well is one way to put it. Now, you've already gotten to play 2 games here right off the bat at All-Stars, but the great thing about All-Stars is you also get to be a spectator. So I wanted to ask you, as we look at those fun modes kind of down the line, all for one, we've got Assassin mode, the 1v1s, and one for all. Is there one in particular that you as a spectator are looking forward to the most?
I mean, I'm actually playing Tandem, but last year, like, actually just rewatching the games, even after playing, it was like really fun. And I think this year is going to be nothing less. And I'm not sure exactly who I'm playing with, but I think regardless, it's just going to be like extremely fun to get that like new view of the game from like a keyboard perspective or a mouse perspective.
Absolutely pure chaos. Well, once again, Reckless, congratulations on the victory here, bringing you within 50 points of Team Fire. That's going to do it for us at the end of this game mode. Time to throw up to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Dash. And we are joined here by Alfonso Mithi Aguirre Rodriguez to help break down that game. And it was a win, so you must be feeling reinvigorated after that game.
Yeah.
Woo, 50 points on the board.
I mean, the first game didn't work out for Team Ice, so we had to, you know, get the field power bonus, put it on the Winter Rift.
Yeah, that was like competitive
power.
advantage, the winter map, no?
I thought the map actually looked pretty sweet.
Yeah, it looks
well.
like,
That was a nice surprise.
When was the last time that map was like playable?
I feel like that map just debuted like right now. The old winter map like 4 years ago was the last time.
4 years.
It,
yeah,
that was before the Summoner's Rift update and like all the new textures and stuff. So
all good stuff here at All-Star, and all good stuff for Team Ice. And we're going to take a look at Reckless absolutely dominating the Rift, brought to you by Acer. He was on Quinn jungle, and he said it already well. We locked in that double jungle, but it seemed to work out for him.
I mean, one of the strengths, obviously, later on is you're going to have the mobility to get around the map super quick. Didn't even need that at first, because he and Peke were kind of roaming around getting those flank plays.
What do you think of your teammate there? Dominating on Quinn.
I think he
he
did a better job now that he was alone in the jungle, or kind of alone. Maybe he had Mata and sometimes, but I just feel like Quinn overall with that blind is just so strong against other AD carries.
But then this one was a camouflage, so...
That one was so...
This is pretty funny. Aphromoo actually dodged nothing. Despite being he got hit by pretty much every skill shot, and then walked all the way to the shroom. And then it was pretty clever by Reckless right at the end to kill him with his ultimate. Not a great day for Aphromoo.
They do seem to both be having fun, but that is 50 points, and it's very important. And we did some more individual strengths, mixing it up. Reckless in the jungle for a change. Mata apparently not very communicative in picks and bans, but it seemed to work out. Is this more of a better setup? Because the pure EU didn't really do all that much.
Maybe can't support Reckless, but instead the Krugs do a better job of boosting up his experience.
I mean, what was I like the first game? I was like 2-8. I was really trying hard, you know.
Yeah,
just
you
keep
played
dying,
a very
keep
strong
dying.
champion, but you kept dying, which happens also with Zyra.
Yeah.
Welcome to the desk, Mithy.
Yeah, I missed it. I
No,
just had to prove a point. Maybe I should be at the desk a bit more and feed a bit less.
Yeah. Or maybe it's All-Star, you know, it's all about fun.
lane. That was the important part. You won lane.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty
so
hard.
I can just be like, yeah, one lane, lose game. Yeah, my team is bad.
Yeah, that's exactly what everyone else says. So
Solo queue experience. But how do you see the future going for Team Ice, who had, you know, one not so good game, and then you picked it up here with a win, 50 points on the marksman mode. How do you see your chances?
I think we have good chances. I mean,
Good
the Summoner's Rift games are hard because they have Korea and NA is like half Korean too, so it's really tough to play against. But on the fun games, I think we have a really good shot. No joke.
And I really, really hope that a week extra in Barcelona watching the IWCA 1v1's Mithy
Well,
will have all of the strats now. If you don't pull home a win for Europe, we're going to be very disappointed.
Okay, 1v1 is really hard. I have so I thought I had it downloaded and I really knew what I was going to do, but then I started playing against my teammates and I just kept losing, and I realized it doesn't matter what champion I pick, it's not the champion anymore.
All right, we'll see what happens. After the break, we will see the team that qualified through IWCA, the GPL All-Stars, and you covered that. How do you think they'll go, or they'll do rather, up against the LPL All-Stars?
Judging from the games that I saw them play, I think that they were like not really that good on Summoner's Rift. They were good on Assassin mode, they were really good on 1v1, but Summoner's Rift, they just didn't really feel like they were that strong, and that was IWCA. So now that there's LPL, there's like all these stronger regions.
I love how you went all these strong teams, like, you know, LPL.
Well,
And,
there's LPL.
like us.
Well, we screamed LMS, and they beat us hard. So LMS is really good. LPL is good. We'll win against them too, hopefully. So
yeah.
I think they're gonna struggle. I hope they struggle. I hope they give us some wins.
Yeah, because you want to have more points for Team Ice.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. We're taking a quick break, but when we come back, the LPL All-Star team from China will be taking on To The Rift against the Southeast Asian Vietnamese All-Stars.
It's blind pick. Oh, it's blind pick. I will insta.
What do I play mid? Drake? Fuck, dude. You think Urgot jungle is good?
Hell no.
Why not? He has CC.
Hell
Set
no.
you guys up.
Ask Prey, dude.
Afro's kiting. Oh, tagging the Graves, baby. And he's got to flash out of there. Double F going to flash forward. End of the line. Autos. Goodbye, Peke.
Oh, he died. Graves. Guys. Nice.
No, Timo!
50 points to Team Ice.
Welcome back to the 2016 All-Stars, everybody. Zyrene and I are back in action, joined by former All-Star and current LCS extraordinaire caster, Mitch Krepovorspils.
I was never an All-Star. That's like a total lie, but I'll take it.
Hey man, they told me not to say it. I'm gonna say it. Gonna give you a few props every now and again. Right, we got a matchup. It's LPL versus the Southeast Asian All-Stars. This one's gonna be pretty hot. Should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, and these are probably some teams, you know, especially the International Wildcard All-Star and SEA is a team that people probably aren't too familiar with. There's only one returning All-Star on that team in QTV, and that the rest of it, they surprised. They weren't actually really supposed to be here by a lot of people's metrics, but they damn earned their spot there. They actually went 7-1 in all the matches that they played to get here. It's actually crazy.
They were very clean towards the later stages of the IWCA All-Stars tournament. A lot of people are sleeping on them. One thing that plays in their favor is that they're kind of warmed up. We saw what limited practice can do to some of the greater supports, even in Europe. Mithy was basically donating a couple of kills right there. But these guys, you know, they already made it this far. They warmed up last week with some intensive games. Like, they know the different game modes. They know what's going on today.
Yeah, and they've already actually been playing as a team for a month because they have to do 2 tournaments. They did the International Wildcard Qualifier, and then they did the one for Southeast Asia to become the International Wildcard that was representing them.
They have to go deeper.
Well, I mean, they're pretty hot right now. That's true. And appropriate. We stuck them on Team Fire. But why don't we go ahead and take a look on the other side and
see who's representing Team Ice this time around in Chinese LPL, of course. In the top lane, it is Mouse from Edward Gaming. Clear Love, his jungler, joining him there. Of course, the mid laner, Wayless. You've heard him before. You probably know him also by Godv. ADC is Uzi. Once again, we just saw him a moment ago, and Mata, both from RNG.
Yeah, now we're going to have Uzi and Mata back together. What's going to happen there? Just went ended up having a really good game there, but still on the other side, not so good of a game from last one. It's Team Fire. It's going to be the Southeast Asian All-Stars here. In the top lane, it's going to be QTV from the Boba Marines. I love that name.
It's a great name.
In the jungle, it's going to be Levi from Sky Red. Mid lane, it's going to be Optimus, sometimes called Optimus, because he loves things like Kassadin, but he's also from the Boba Marines. These guys are, love that name. They obviously are a great team. But then AD carry Celebrity from the Saigon Jokers, and then Ron OP on support for the Saigon Jokers as well. So they have the Saigon Jokers bot lane.
Yeah, so there's some inherent synergy right there within those teams. If you look over back to Team Ice, 2 EDGs, 2 RNGs, but the fact that Mouse and Clearlove have played on the same team doesn't really spell much in terms of synergy, because Mouse is known to play on an island. He will be isolated there anyway, so we need to see what happens there. We always have high hopes for China in general. We have high hopes for China in international tournaments, especially Clearlove. He disappointed at Worlds, but this is his tournament. Bite back.
Oh, it's his chance. Yeah, they always say that. They always hope so. You know, maybe it is his tournament to bite back here. But China as well, there's actually a pretty big sign here because they didn't vote any Koreans in except for Mata, right? They're kind of sick and tired of what's been happening in these tournaments. So it's like, all right, let's get some Chinese blood back on that stage and let's see them deliver.
Yeah, the winds have changed. They are blowing for sure. And you would say that because it's an international wildcard, it was just a locked up and done deal. But it just doesn't seem to be the case anymore. I mean, what do you guys are expecting in this match? What are you expecting to see?
It already happened at Worlds where we kind of changed the definition of wildcard. It is no longer a walkover. Teams are becoming more and more competitive, and yes, it would still be an upset, but less and less so as time progresses.
Yeah, they're actually now a wild card, whereas anything could happen there. It's not so much that they are already losers or a team that you're going to walk over. So I'm actually expecting them to bring out some things that normally when we see a wild card team, we're like, oh, they're behind in the meta. Like you said, Crepo, they've actually had a lot of practice on this patch, on this meta. So I want to see what they bring out.
The only thing that disappointed me from IWCA was, despite tons of practice and a large sample size, very little Ivern. I really want to see Ivern today.
Yeah, Ivern is such a great champion. He can actually do such unique routes, punish you. His counter jungling is so quick. Also, like, you might like this a little bit, but you could actually start like a small wolf or something and run to lane if you have an Ivern on your team. Because you don't have to leash for him, right?
Yeah.
You can go to the enemy jungle and harass as the bottom lane.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And it's definitely been a name that's been buzzing around, I know, for all of us. We've been looking at seeing some Iverns. Maybe we'll see it in this pick and ban phase. I would not be surprised if SEA has still a few more tricks up their sleeve. They pulled out some really interesting stuff in IWCA. We're about to find out as we're into picks and bans.
Yeah, we're about to go in picks and bans. The Bishio touched up on it earlier as well. Not much really has changed at the core of the game. There's a couple of different champions. Obviously, Courage of the Colossus makes it so that top lanes are trending towards tanks ever so slightly.
Never dying.
Kind of being overwhelmed a little bit by them too. Things like Jace have fallen by the wayside because these tanks will just overpower him with mine.
Should be pretty good for QTV, though, or sorry, for Mouse, I should say, because, you know, if he's able to sit on something that's very potato-y, well, he can sit for a while. Speaking of potatoes, Optic ban.
Here's the one that Mouse had to keep playing. It's like, why are people not banning this against Mouse during the actual group stages with EDG? But it comes out really quick. We're going to have something OP left up here, though.
Yeah, very meta bans. We get rid of Karma. Zyra support is also up there, quite strong. LeBlanc is the tier, or the S tier mid laner, combined with Syndra right there, so that's something you can pick up early. Lee Sin's off the table for the more aggressive jungler's playmaking ability. That means these guys will probably trend back to maybe the likes of a Rek'Sai, maybe a Graves for ultimate stability.
And right here, what I'm worried about is there's going to be at least one OP mid laner left up, because Syndra and we also have Katarina both on the table here.
Katarina you can deal with at least.
Yeah,
you can
that's
exhaust her.
For like level 1
she has to get close to you
either.
for exhaustion. The problem with Syndra is by the time, even if she misses QW and E, she can just R you out of exhaustion and you can probably still die.
Yeah, pretty much. What do you guys think about Cassiopeia? We saw a bit of that in the wild card.
Cassiopeia, I think she's a really good counter to things like Rise, and Rise is off the table and you go down the tier list. Like, she's really OP. But Evelyn,
I love that.
It's clear,
I love
right?
it.
You do not want to play against a champion you haven't played against in so long, especially with all the changes to the warding systems as well. You know, you're not maybe used to it, so you just get Evelyn off the table, but you leave up Syndra.
And that's going to be Wayless's pickup. Okay, it could be rough for Optimus in this mid lane matchup. Let's keep an eye on that as the pick cycles back to the national wildcard team. Would not be surprised to see that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and which tanks do we pick up on first rotation is basically the question you're asking here. Nautilus Rek'Sai could be a good opener. In terms of AD carry, Caitlyn is always good to go blind. Zyra's open in terms of harass. There are a few options here, but it doesn't look like the SEA region is looking to reveal too much here first rotation.
Yeah. I mean, he loves things like the Rek'Sai. He's an aggressive jungler with Lee Sin, which is a signature taken off the table. It's usually that. He did play a really good Kha'Zix, though, to qualify in the final game they played against Turkey. He went off on that game. So Levy, we'll see what he ends up going with here, but it might be something a little bit more aggressive in that style, and it is going to be the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, that was the Assassin's mode, right, where he just went off in the Kha'Zix mirror matchup. I think he did that too, where he was just completely outclassing the opposing Kha'Zix. It's the first time I spotted his name, really. For watching going through all the VODs, it popped off.
He was the best Kha'Zix, and you know, among a pool of everyone playing that same champion when it came down to Assassin's mode, he looked really impressive. On the other side, Celebrity is going to lock in the Jhin. We did see him play one game of that in the International Wildcard Tournament. Yeah. Mostly Ezreal apart from that.
Yeah, and even though Jhin is kind of out of style right now because of the lethality changes and the arm penetrate changes, and Yomu's not even giving him bonus AD when you activate it because it doesn't have attack speed anymore, that's kind of strange that he's going back to it. Yeah.
And Mad Life make it look styling.
I was talking to a few AD carries prior to the tournament, just getting a rough idea of what's on the patch, and they felt like blind picking Jhin wouldn't really be the thing to do. If you want to go open blind pick, you might want to go Caitlyn, because there are just comfortable matchups against his much weaker Jhin and he can get punished. Or his own mobility, and the fact that he just kind of trails off a little bit, having to change that build. He is still very strong on first base if he gets that BF sword, however. That is like a mini spike that is new with his build.
Absolutely, we see Clearlove is locked in the Rengar now, so Celebrity is definitely going to have to watch his back. There is a lot of power there, and of course the Caitlyn to carry on and match the range of Celebrity's Jhin.
And Caitlyn, you know, usually win that lane, but it comes down to supports, right? Supports are the ones that really matter in that bottom lane.
Yeah, if there's a disparity, that's when it really starts influencing it. Any setup as well, any CC setup for the trap combo could be enough. Thresh is always a pick I feel we get from either the LMS or the SEA region, but other like regions have kind of forgone this pick. It's a high skill cap champion that doesn't really work well in competitive, but these guys are here to kind of show their mechanics, so it wouldn't be too unheard of seeing Thresh. Also, Colossus helps with him.
Exactly. We've seen him so much recently in solo queue because of Colossus, and he's just really fun to play and watch. So, Ron OP, maybe he locks that in for himself. Hey, my Shen is
well, it's a tank up top.
Wild card.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. So it is going to be the Shen. That's actually really interesting. You still have Maokai on the table. You still have Nautilus on the table. Those are still really easy champions to execute on as well.
Yeah. Or tank.
Blocking that Vayne.
I mean, Vayne wouldn't be too bad here. Like, if you look at it, at the lanes right now, there's tons of tanks that he can peel or self-peel for. We need a mid laner with a ton of damage here laying into the Syndra. I wonder what they're going to pick up so that they don't actually run out of damage here on the side of Team Fighter, because the lineup for Team Ice is looking very well-rounded. You have a short range Vayne if that Caitlyn ends up somewhere, well.
Yeah, it's really throwing me off.
Oh yeah, like, why are we talking about Vayne? It's a Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's already there. They're going to go with something else. But Uzi will hover it. Uzi has 3 career pentakills, and all of them are on Vayne.
Watching him marksman mode right before you go into a 5v5 really messes with your next.
No kidding. Okay, the Tahm Kench we could see. The Zyra, as you said, is still up, but then so is support MF. Speaking of running 280 carries, that's always very likely. Except they got the Thresh locked in, so I got juked myself too.
No, you got juked. Also, watching too much marksman. Well, you cast it. No, they need a mid laner with a ton of damage. But is it just going to be an Orianna or something here that they're going to lane? I don't know what they're going to end up picking here. Not a Heimerdinger, that's for sure.
Definitely not. Well, Optimus, he did play Victor. He played Orianna a couple of games in the National Wildcard Tournament, so I would not be surprised to see that come out. He was fairly safe on it, but he did get that nickname by being an assassin player casted back in the day.
He goes with that. That would be really interesting. It's not awful into Syndra.
But you also need something that can dual Syndra, because otherwise Team Fire is looking at 3 losing lanes, which is losing lanes in terms of push, which is something you really don't want to do. We started tracking it during Worlds, and whenever there was a draft with 3 clearly pushing lanes, it would definitely give much more larger win percentage to the team that had those pressure lanes.
Yeah, it was quite overwhelming, especially if it's 3.
Yeah.
The thing is that from winning lanes, you get jungle pressure, right? And like you were telling me earlier, you get a triangle between the lanes and wherever the jungler is going in. So controlling that area is so important, because then you get the wards down, you get the information, and then you can read the enemy.
Yeah, with the Victor locking, we have a matchup that eventually neutralizes out in terms of push, but early game, Syndra will definitely have the control there, unless Optimus has like some insane Victor skills, some crown level Victor skills, but even then you still get pushed in early. So that's going to mean that Ice probably has the control of the map very early on. Clearlove isn't really the most invade heavy jungler with that Rengar early on, as well as Clearlove's style, so that maybe will be good for Team Fire that they can survive that, but they will be pushed in all 3 lanes.
I mean, Clearlove is used to playing alongside an AD carry that really needs a lot of attention, so we'll see if he ends up going towards Uzi's lane. Usually called down, feel depth, but
might happen. But Uzi, I mean, when you compare a player of Uzi's caliber to Celebrity, who's still very new, kind of very green in the scene, like, I mean, that could be very, very rough for him. And we already talked about having a losing lane, and you know, when you can't match it up pound for pound, it's even worse.
Yeah, and especially going against Caitlyn. That is like one of the staple Uzi champions. Really lends itself well to his style. You know, a couple little side steps here, always maximizing auto attacks in between trades, and then following up with some EQ combos.
Absolutely. Well, if you think Ice is going to eke this one out or take this one away, I mean, hashtag Ice win, of course, at LoL Esports is the place, and hashtag Fire win if you think the SEA All-Stars are just hot enough to do it. To find out as we load up onto the Rift, it may be chilly on there, but this game is definitely about to heat up.
That is some nice punts there, Pyro.
I've been stacking them for weeks,
He's
I'll
been
tell
ready.
you what.
You
I'm
knew
just
Alster's
writing them down in a little notebook, you know?
joke's on you, though. It's not the Frosty Rift anymore.
Darn it.
In the spirit of competitive integrity.
Get wrecked.
On 5v5s, we go back to the normal map.
All right, well, okay. I mean, I'm going to blame global warming for that one. Let's load up onto the Rift.
Grips up.
It's a myth. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's keep our politics out of castings, Irene.
All
right, here we go.
Global warming is actually a serious issue.
It's not a myth, guys.
This is a public safety announcement.
We're keeping it out of the cast, though.
All right, so we talked about the losing lane things, and Wayless is a guy we haven't seen as much of since he didn't make it to Worlds this year.
Yeah.
What do you expect him to do in the early couple of levels against Optimus' Victor?
Push. As Syndra, trade and push. Basically, as Syndra versus Victor, you want to hope that he stands next to his minions so you can use Q on both on the minions and the Victor. Obviously, these things that we're discussing in terms of push, that's assuming that people play kind of meta-y and normal. There's a good chance Celebrity and Rana P just go all in level 2 power spike with Ignite and suddenly it works out.
Yeah, and the fact that they brought that Ignite does give you a little bit of a tell that they might be going for that with no exhaust on it.
Yeah, definitely. And then you can break a lane like Zyra Kaelin. If you get in early, cancel, you know, a 90 caliber net with a play, suddenly you can start winning. But you can also rely on the fact that on 8 ping, Uzi's probably going to sidestep that.
Yeah, that's probably true. Usually a reliable prediction there, but I think it's a good point you bring up the fact that they can do the level 2 all in and get very aggressive. Ron P used to be a mid lane assassin player, and he changed to support because he didn't feel confident enough, but he knows how to all in.
The problem is, at the moment you go for that all in, you can actually expect the enemy jungler to be bottom lane level 3 when you're probably still on the verge of hitting level 2. The good thing to do in this current meta, though, is always watching your mini-maps when the game starts, because you can always tell who's leashing, and you can almost predict the jungle path, because every jungler is likely to go buff into Krugs.
Yeah, and you just saw there that the buff into Krugs actually just happened on both sides of the map, but LPL, they know about it. Mouse invaded, he went and placed down a ward.
Look, there's already a creep gone, which means actually they probably pulled the creep. That means Ron P and Celebrity walked into lane, froze the lane, denied 1 CS, which means the level up timing is different, and they can actually play quite calm here to dodge the level 3 gank. They don't really get punished too hard.
They're making Ron P and Celebrity dance for this one right now. They may be down a couple of CS. Uzi just missed one errantly, but it's very rare to see that kind of thing happen. And look at all the harass they're able to put out. And here's Clearlove just hanging around too.
Yeah, and that's why Celebrity and Ron P, despite having control in the lane, being there early, they don't want to push for the 9 creep, which is that level 2. They'd rather get it slow and steady, hoping that they can dodge the gank.
I believe they did actually still get off the same timing, because I think they got a crit at the very beginning and ended up picking up. So they didn't have the leash, right?
No. Very quickly. Back into it. I mean, this is definitely going to be the really telling matchup, because we talked about losing lanes. We talked about the top just going to be a smack fest back and forth, and if Mouse can just push in QTV, it's no problem, but they're going to need some jungle help. You can see Levy going there as QTV gets a taunt off onto Mouse, and the minions will be able to deal the damage.
Yeah, Mouse is actually a very aggressive player. He loves playing things like Jax, like Aurelia, like Yasuo, and seeing him on the Shen, it's a little bit closer to a damage tank, just going in, and especially against another tank, you see some really big numbers with the Q pass-through. So if he starts actually popping off on this matchup, we'll see. Mouse? Yeah.
He's a veteran, though. He's been around, and he doesn't...
Oh, he didn't get a pass-through either.
Taunt, and he's fighting in minions. That's really dangerous. Mouse
almost has
on him. And he goes face dive! Oh, it's not enough. The shield saves him.
Slight misplay by Mouse. Could have held the Q and just flash forward, but he's clear off here, looking to just finish that one up.
Yeah, he's going to get tagged in. QTV knows.
Oh.
He gets bullet.
He's holding the wave. He's holding the wave. So when it goes under, all you have to do is E, auto, get the dodge zone down if you can.
Oh, good taunt. That's first blood. And Clearlove picks it up in style. He takes too many. What are you doing?
Rek'Sai's coming up. Clearlove's going to have to be careful here. If a Q lands from Levy.
But we just saw a miracle. It is approaching Christmas time. Despite not playing on the winter map, we saw Clearlove successfully gank 4 first blood, 4 Mouse. Never happened before.
Never
go. Hey! Oh! Clearlove goes down.
That was fast.
Not sneaky enough. Levy just targets him.
But just when you get your hopes up, LPL takes it away again. Nothing ever changes.
Dreams are crushed already, and it's only 4 minutes in. That's not a good sign.
And that's all because he took like 2 extra tower shots he completely did not need to take.
Yeah, there's a lot of criticism around Clearlove too. It's like, what is he doing? Well,
I mean, it is
I
not
don't even know.
Christmas time. He's giving presents to Levy, okay?
Ooh.
Mata gets caught on a hook by Rano P. Plays in Uzi.
Celebrity, gotta be careful.
They're targeting out Mata. They can do it. Celebrity slow, but he gets the kill.
That was a great hook by Rana P. He walked kind of towards Uzi.
Oh,
he
flash!
What? He didn't hit him.
Uzi missed that auto attack for sure. So he definitely did not hit Celebrity. Whether it would be enough, we don't know. But that was definitely a misplay here.
Oh, it was a headshot too. And he flashed and he hit Rano P and not Celebrity.
That's heartbreaking too.
Fortunate. Misclick right there from Uzi.
Rare one.
Definitely balls on this lane for the IWCA region. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now though,
Good.
Uzi might be in trouble. Here comes Sophidamus.
He does. He gets.
No,
I don't need that.
laser.
That's okay. The hook does land. Uzi has nowhere to go. And the auto attacks, just waiting to finish the job.
Could have stolen a kill.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Rano P. I mean, like you were talking about at Pyro where he's played mid, right? He's actually a challenger mid laner. That's what he plays. But when he went pro, he's like, I'm not really good enough to be a mid laner in professional play. So I'm actually going to change it up and be support.
Yeah, and Celebrity, he's the one who's finding himself in trouble as Mata nails in with a few planned shots. Clearlove was coming in to try and help clean that one up. But despite that, you're right. Rano P definitely has shown that he can tangle with some of these big boys, and he's playing well. It's the reason they made it all this way, and they have been playing together as a team.
How do you think about his play, Thresh? Scale 1 to 10, Grandpa.
Scale 1 to 10, he's like Bunny Fufu with those
That's
hooks.
a nice phrase.
Which means he'll go off early, but then just slowly fade away in this matchup. Yeah, look at his hook. He's actually walking towards Uzi slightly and then curve. Because Thresh turns at the end of his animation. Look at Mata. He's stepping forward thinking Uzi may get hooked. And that's because at the end of the animation, that's when Thresh will turn. So you would never want to hook straight. You always want to turn your body like 90 degrees and throw people, even godlike players like Mata, off.
Exactly, and it's so strange too because the momentum of the character is going one way, and then they just change it as soon as the hook comes out. It's coded specifically for that, just to be that way. Because Blitzcrank is the way where as soon as he's hooking,
yeah,
he turns that way.
Team Fire finding themselves in a gold advantage here. Stands with all the plays, and this plays even 3 kills to 2.
I mean, both teams are taking liberties with what is conventional play here. Celebrity overstaying twice. One time he would have died if Uzi clicked the right button, but it was just a lesson. He's telling, I'll let you walk this time, boy, but next time I'll get you. Next time he was gotten anyways by Mata coming for revenge.
Turn it around on him. Side stone's completed by both supports, of course, and you can see the difference. Uzi going for a fast boot start to try and get the advantage on Celebrity by closing that gap quicker.
Yeah, second round right now, level 6 for Clearlove, looking at the bottom lane.
Yeah, there's a Shen ulti available as well to turn that one around. It could be quite deadly. That's why Mouse really, that's why you want to play Echo into Shen, because you really want to keep him auto-pushed on the turret. So there is a cost of ulting down. Clearlove now just walking with a relatively late ulti. He must be spotted, but Rana P.
Oh, Celebrity, he just cannot get away. The flay comes too late, but now super late. They have got the Shen ulti. Doesn't matter, melted through. Ron is going down, but he flashes auto. Uzi tanking, he stays alive. It ends up being a 1 for none.
Well, hold on though.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wayless is here.
He did.
And he scatters the weak.
Up. Low HP comes up. Blows the ghost. He gets a roam. We're back to even.
And that's something we see with some teams that are lacking just practice or just experience on the Rift. Like, these ideas were okay. Shen to counter the gank. Great, you know, playing backwards. Took a little bit too long. Hooking and then Lantern shielding. They're all great ideas, but they were honestly timed and executed too late. As we follow this clip, we're going to see like there's much more time for Shen to ulti. There's much more time for Rana P to maybe even go for a flash play and get out.
Yeah, and you'll see it coming. Flash play to make sure that Clearlove doesn't connect. That's what you should be doing against that Rengar. I assume it's the idea as well, like having the Rek'Sai into the Rengar, you can just stop all the knockups too, but doesn't end up happening from the support.
And then that happens.
Yeah, now Wayless comes in here despite only doing very average in his matchup. Optimus got a roam off. Now they're tied for CS. Optimus went for the early defensive build here. He really doesn't want to leave or lose his lane, but that feels the pressure, allowing the Syndra to roam. Obviously, going negative on first means he'll probably just get pushed in, but he'll never die to an all-in.
Yeah, luckily he did end up getting his upgrade on his E, so he's able to just keep shoving the wave, play it safe. He's up against Wayless, who, you know, isn't taken lightly. Like the last time we really seen Wayless, he was actually still quite good.
I mean, in his prime, he was lauded very hard, but then he just had really poor performances in some key matches that kind of got him mocked And he actually had to rename, it used to be called God V, people called him Gold V.
Gold 5.
Gold 5.
Then he went to
Silver
Painless.
5.
Yep. And then he went to Pain Evil, and people were like, oh, it's Plat Evil. It's like he upgraded a little bit.
Just, that's okay, enough. I'm gonna go back to Wayless, and he's definitely not weighing his team down this game, holding quite well and pushing, and the roam is just, it's been really, really scary. And we talked about how Celebrity can get punished.
Yeah.
And that Jhin, him having to kite backwards and not enough tankiness in his support, well, it happened there.
We're getting some good item spikes here, because we talk about Celebrity. He has that BF right now. That's a moment where he could get back into the lane, especially with an aggressive flash on the dwarf shot. Looking at Wayless, he has Lost Chapter and Blue Buff. That's always mid laner's dream.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now he can just keep throwing out the spears, keep shoving in. I think he has enough for Morello and Omicron.
He's been following up quite a storm.
No. Farming up a storm. 75-75 up in the top side. Mouse is having a great game for himself right now. He continually shoves QTV in.
I mean, this is where we need to look at, like, what opening does the SEA region have here? With a pushed in Shen. Remember, we were talking about in Champs League, Irene, as well. 3 pushing lanes. What can they do?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult because they're going to have to rely on scaling where they don't even scale incredibly well in a lot of these lanes. But QTV, he's going to actually have a bit of an advantage here later on because it's actually an AP Echo. He's going for the Dark Seal, the Doran's Ring, and it looks like a Proto Belt as well. So we might be looking at Abyssal Scepter next. And if Shen gets incredibly tanky, it'll be very hard to actually take him down.
Yeah, but he'll lose the wave push here, and especially for
first turret. Oh, Taunt just in
still waiting in the wings. But the problem right now for the Rek'Sai is that he's in, or she's in counter gank mode all the time right now, which makes it very hard because you can't use your creative pathing to really get behind the enemy bot lane because you can just get punished.
Yeah, he just got spotted on the bottom side too, and now fighting over Scuttle Crab. This takes so much of his time. This gives him another wave on the top side to chunk QV down and eventually go for him.
Yeah, and he's spotted, and he doesn't have any camps left in the jungle. Super long timers right now. What do you do if you're getting pushed in? You can't help your top lane either.
And you're just going to go down. He does get a nice taunt off. You can see Mouse giving to tank the flat around the backside. And Mouse is going to have to flash out of there. Levi's on the chase. Oh, he just needs a Praise Seeker to do it.
Just used it.
Oh, he gets the last one. Oh. Levy picks up an equalizing kill.
Yeah, had to kind of ult over and then come back to the top lane. It took him a while. QTV was kind of just shouting for help. Help me, please.
I mean, that was nice dancing around. We bought just enough time to where Mouse took way too many tower shots. And now it's Levy who actually gets a chance to push in the top up against Clearlove. The junglers are holding the lanes on duty here. Now Ron and Celebrity are getting fired down. Push back from the turret, but the curtain call opens up and they should be able to clear Mata and Uzi out of here.
Better that ulti could always clear the wave. They definitely saw Wayless coming this time, so much better communication from the SEA team here. Now Optimus looking to cut him off.
Oh, they're bringing Shen to the party. QTV, they get the stun though, and a little bit too much distance. Wayless was respecting that. Used the Scatter Weak to stop it.
We're gonna go for the min-max plays. You could have flashed over the E from Syndra and moved into the Scuttle Crab boost and then get to the enemy Syndra. Obviously, Wayless is running Ghost, and that's why Optimus rather just goes mid. He's chunking mid lane turret right now, and they're losing bot lane turret help for it.
Yeah, and when we're talking about turrets here, I just actually watched again on the top side. Best thing that came out of that is first turret gold actually didn't go over. Caster minion killed it after the LPL walked away, so nobody gets first turret gold in this game. So not as big of a lead for LPL as you would expect, but the siege continues.
Well, creative pathing here from Optimus, but could have went. Just wasn't quite sure if he should have ran to the bot lane there, going back mid, so very hesitant here for Team Fire.
Yeah, that was actually would have been a really good path.
But you never know if they have a ward. You never know if there's a Rengar, and if there's one thing you do not want to do is face check that Rengar.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to do that.
But you have to consider those things before you roam.
Yeah.
Right?
But that's something you see, honestly, with newer teams that when they're playing under pressure against much better players. You get occupied very often just trying to deal with the mechanical prowess of some of these players.
He's on a run and run! Just didn't know what hit him. Clearlove knocks him down, picks up his free. QTV's on his own, and he's going down. Uzi's going to take that kill, and the LPL is all over this bottom lane.
Yep, they're probably going to get this Drake as well and control of the bottom jungle.
Yeah, now it's kind of tipping over. There were some moments where it was make or break, where Ice could be beaten by Fire. Unlike new Pokemon games, doesn't hold up here.
Definitely not. It's going to be a tower going over LPL's way. They'll pick up their second dragon. He's going to be soloed by Clearlove for a moment. He's going to probably call for a little bit of help, and Mata, getting some wards in, will be able to spot him on that.
But it's so hard to play a supporter jungler on a map that is so tiny that's being choked, because all your vision is being placed just over the edge to see if somebody's waiting for you in river. Whereas your Clearlove and Mata rather here, you can ward wherever you want. You're always pushing. Minions are providing so much vision for you, and the world is your oyster.
Oh yeah.
And there's Scuttle Crab. Wayless is able to steal that one away.
And it's a great point as well, Crepo, because when that play happened on the bottom side, they had seen Levi on the top side because he actually went to go clear that minion wave on the top. So when you have information in the jungle, you can give away so much, like half the jungler's power, and the fact that you don't know that they could or couldn't be there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the LPL wants to do here. Push up a wave, leave the lane themselves, have somebody either catch it, and then create a 5v4, any semblance of a numbers advantage somewhere else on the map.
Not giving them an opening, and the LPL, they just keep constricting this, growing that gold lead to now 3,000, but we talked about losing lanes. They've lost the top, they've lost the bottom, and Optimus, he was holding firm for a while, but that's a victory. Of course he can just laser down the waves, but now you see everyone's attention is turned towards the mid.
But they're actually going to shove and throw Celebrity in the top side, yeah, like you said, and QTV to the bot.
I mean, the ship is sinking at this point. There's too many holes to plug, so there's 80 carry top, support bottom, jungler somewhere else. Try and patch the holes and then hope that you survive and see the ganks coming from LPL. Right now, IWC needs a counterplay, an overextension by the Chinese region where they can maybe get a good gravity field, Shadow to kind of turn the tides. It's possible. LPL is known for over-aggression historically.
Absolutely, and you know, we saw them diving pretty deep in this game alone, and the problem is IWC, they've just not been able to react fast enough, so that's the issue, and you can see now that since the map is pretty much free this side of the river, for Team Ice, Clearlove, he says, that's okay, we'll just take ourselves a Rift Herald.
Yep, probably going over to Clearlove here as well. I could, hey, oh!
Split push Zyra, boys!
Scumbag Mata!
Gotta get those Moby boots and then just a cheeky auto right there.
Oh, man.
Oh. Zyra traditionally builds as a secondary carry, dealing a lot of AP damage. This could be the difference between a one-shot or not.
I want to know if the comms were like, mine.
Mine. It's like that little, the little video of all the little seagulls.
All right. Well, let's just wait in the wings for Celebrity. Oh boy, he face checks or gets anywhere near it. Okay, key for Levy there.
There is a Shen ulti as well.
He's got the boost mine on. Oh, has to flash the wall, but Levy's going to follow him. Curtain calls up, and he's going to have to float away. Dodges one, dodges two, Ghost is on, dodges three. Can't get hit. Oh, fancy footwork from Wayless. Meanwhile, down bot, we're fighting again.
Shen?
All right, Optimus and QTV are out.
Oh. At what point does dodging become missing from the AD carry? I can understand maybe one or two side steps, but maybe one of those bullets should have hit.
Depends. Optimist or pessimist. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt this time.
Might be the latter
if he does it too much.
Celebrity, unfortunately, was not able to sync anything. So, still sitting on components for his first item buy. Of course, he does have the Swifty, so at least he can move a little faster, but he's kind of needed to do that because they're just keying on him every time they find him.
That was the catch-up moment for SEA region. Sadly, Wayless had them blue suede shoes on.
Oh, he gets all his wave, too. It's just so good for him.
Oh, yeah, he gets it for free at this point. So, knock it all down. 17 minutes is the time on the clock. It is a 4,000-plus gold game right now for the LPL. They've got the Mountain Drake. They've got the map control. What does IWC need to do if they can't sink these shots?
I mean, they can't actually make a pick. It's really hard to do so with so little vision. The best thing they can do is honestly react unexpectedly to a pick. Turn it around, Shen ulti, a good aggressive flash from the Rex side. We've been seeing some of them. They're still down for a couple of minutes. Honestly, wait for a mistake is what you do. You play the game as clean as you can. You wait for somebody to overstep. Remember, we're playing with limited wards here. Jungle carries do not build side stones.
Levy, he's one to mistake himself. Oh, that looked like it hurt.
Yep, and when you end up going for a Tiamat and then you build a longsword as your next item there, yeah, definitely are going to hurt right there. Because AP is so good in this matchup. There are 3 people who are going to build AP on the LPL side, so might as well get some magic resistance.
Yeah, he just wants to carry. It is All-Stars after all. Yeah. Sometimes you can forgo traditional builds and just go for the hard carry.
No coaches on stage. Everybody man for himself, you know.
This is my moment.
My time to shine.
Waiting for his moment to shine, but Wayless will not give it to him. Just yet. Oh! Fancy footwork again.
Classic Victor Blair.
Oh, and Celebrity, he is trying to get back to base, but there's nowhere that's safe. Mouse is ring around the tower, and he ults back, and meanwhile, Clearlove is in the Chaos Storm, gets hooked, flashes, autos, minions, one more shutdown! Optimus!
Purple Gaster minions at it again.
Hot is on the run, and there's 3 members of Team Fire hot on his trail. He flashes, but they follow, and QTV nails him.
2 for 1 here.
That's a start.
Fighting. Backleave is going around. That could be a 3rd.
Yeah, I actually don't think Wayless can make it out of this unless he ghosts.
He doesn't have Ghost up just yet. It's almost off cooldown. Wayless is running.
Oh boy,
He's got a
Grayson
turret
is gonna
though.
find him. He maybe can force them to respect the damage. Meanwhile, though, look at the bottom. Mousey's just pushing this one away. He's gonna be met by Optimus, so it doesn't matter.
Ooh.
His dodge once again, Wayless. He escapes.
Oh, he makes it out of the juke.
It is a disrespect hook from Rano P against a good player. Maybe aiming worse, but that's a 50-50 because the mind game goes like deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper.
Yep.
But Wayless with the side steps, he's feeling very comfortable right now and building that Ludens right now to get even more movement speed for those cheeky side steps. Obviously, this is you as an immobile AD carry versus an Echo.
Most top laners will do that to 80 carries now. They don't care about turrets. It's a sad life.
man.
Sad life for 80 carries.
That caster minion, though, had his time in the sun, for sure. Mata gets chased down. Only one way this goes.
Hey, Rift Herald's helping him out so much here, taking reduced damage by being alone.
Yeah.
Force the flash.
Yeah.
Worth.
All chat.
Did Clearlove force the flash? No.
No.
Mana did. Rift Herald.
Give it to supports now.
Oh, if Clearlove had that, maybe he would have lived.
I think we need to focus on the present here, Pyra.
Okay. Let's take it back. 9-6 kills. It's 20 minutes. Baron's live on the Rift right now. LPL still controlling the map, but we've seen that the SEA team can punish them.
Yeah. Bundling up in greater numbers. They have Spell Boost. They have General for them available, so they're just going to start an objective.
Here comes TP as well. They're looking for a pincer attack here. Shen, not there.
They do manage to secure the Ocean Drake. A little bit of regen can go a long way, but they need to get out of combat to use it right now.
They need to
Clearlove on
turn
front
on
mouse is going to try and cut them off. Parallel convergence. Ron is not able to get the plan. Look at the damage out of Clearlove. You gotta be kidding me. They snap the trap shut, and the LPL get a clean 4 kills.
Yeah, not an ace because they literally dropped so quick. The Shen ulti didn't even have time to finish.
Yeah, you have to actually turn there, like you were saying, onto Clearlove, onto the left side if you see 3 people going around top.
When you're getting pincered or flank, engage on some side, because if you allow the trap to just spring, then it's over. You saw that beautiful ultimate from Mata combined with the fact that the play did not cancel Mouse's dash. He just wreaked havoc in the middle of that fight.
Oh, and they just didn't take so much off of this. And you can see Mata, they're pushing up the mid lane, by himself. Rift Herald again, he comes into play. Clears the minion wave a little bit faster. Maybe he'll do some damage to turrets.
Yeah,
Herald.
They didn't need him to take down the inhibitor, so LPL cracked this base wide on open right now, and the kills just keep on stacking for Wayless, for Clearlove. They were styling on the Vietnamese All-Stars.
Ship is sinking just a tiny bit. If there's ever a time for the Panic Baron, it would be about now.
When they get the chance to do it, look at where Mata's heading.
Yeah, probably not the best idea.
No, because even if he gets some eyes on him, throw down a couple of wards, Optimus is going to have to deal with some plants. Throws down a few traps of his own. And now for Team Fire, yeah, the game just seems to be pushing back desperately if you may. And
wait for flashes.
Wait for flashes.
If you're Team Fire right now, you wait for Shen Flash, you wait for Dredge Flash, and you basically count down. And you try and do a coordinated engage where you surprise your opponents. You'll probably still die, but at least it's flashy.
Flashy. But by then, we'll probably have some Ride Lines Perceptors come in too, so if the flash isn't that great, you can probably get punished by somebody like, like Optimus, and even Mata.
It's one shot, one kill, because right here they see the Echo on the top side. The idea is that they actually go on the Echo, and Ron wants to play Mouse here, but he gets by just barely. Gets by the back end of the play barely. Once he gets to the back line, Mata just comes to drop. There's no Shen ultimate in time again. Minor issues in timing and communication really snowball downwards, especially if you're looking at such a large gold deficit.
Yeah, by that point, when you see that they're all flanking you, boom, QTV should be channeling the ultimate maybe onto Levy, and Levy even ease in or flashes the Syndra and tries to get in there and deliver him.
Yeah, sometimes it's not a good thing to trust your reaction timing if it's not going to let you succeed in those fights, and you could see how quick they pulled the trigger on the LPL side. I mean, clearly was leading the front charge on that. And by the way, he didn't have any tank items at all, like anything sustainable, until he picks up the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, he's actually at 310 AD. He has one person left that he needs to kill on the enemy team. I don't know who it is, but he's probably got his eyes right on them.
He has a particular set of skills. Not afraid to use them. He will find you.
Well, it's about fair. This game has been about as R-rated as that movie, so. Levy is just trying to grab a little bit of vision back for his team, but it's looking grim for the SEA squad.
And I just want to say that I relate to Team Fire. Despite cheering for Team Ice, I know what it feels like to play against the Rengar that magically got quite a few kills, mostly in the support. Undeserved, of course. And I feel their pain.
Are you usually defeating support?
Creating space.
Nice save there.
Somebody's got to bite the bullet.
Yeah, well, 3 times for Rano P it's been. I mean, he's had some nice hooks, but we haven't seen too much out of him lately because he's panic playing, he's panic hooking, and he just goes wildly out of the way of Clearlove, out of Mouse. They're just not getting anything, and now they're just, turrets are falling down around them. Celebrity, look at damage just out of 1 ace in the hole, and he's forced back. Rano P looking for a hook, but there's not enough people there. Wayless is...
At this point, if you get caught, that's the problem with late game Thresh. What do you do if you actually land the hook? The problem is you CC yourself. You're kind of a budget Malzahar in the sense that you CC yourself while you're hooking, but you don't even have a hit rate. Malzahar at least has a 100% hit rate on his ultimate.
Yeah.
At Thresh versus good players, it's probably 1 in 3.
Yeah, outside of the 2v2, we really see too much out of it. So now the Baron's begun by LPL, and QTV's not in the area, but he has both his ultimate and his available. He's going to be channeling it right now, and Rano P's coming in here. The Baron is getting low. QTV is stunned in the back of the pit, and the LPL have peeled off Mata on the Chaos Form, but Mouse is going to find Celebrity. No more AD carry for this team, and they're going to start chasing down the Echo, but he's leading them on a wild goose chase.
Mouse is actually doing a great job in this game. He's able to get to the back line quite easily, and the way that he runs off instead of running back to his team is really good, because if they decide to continue, hold on.
Oh, Optimus is finding. He is on the wrong side of the fight, but the Shed ulti's gone, and finally flashing QTV. Picks up a kill. That was sick, though.
The sick pickup. Comes back in. QTV. Yeah, he was stuck in the Baron pit for so long. He's like, team, guys, anyone Lantern? Nope. Use to defend Celebrity. Mouse is definitely pulling his weight here. Showing up with these backline dives, so Celebrity not enjoying his time on the
Oh, I'm so sad that he started going for tank 2 on Mouse. It's like, no, keep going, more AP. More AP. If you can't one-shot the AD carry, you obviously need more AP.
Get that Mage Eyes.
Yeah, see, so take him at least 4 hits there.
Story of the game, man. We talked about Jhin being very punishable, lack of mobility, and Mouse, well, he's not lacking a thing.
Nope, I like that Clearlove still goes for it. I can respect the Rengar. At least if you're that fed, you gotta try it. Even if it's a Victor, we can blow you up.
Smell that triple kill.
I love how Optimus walks up, and he still has the Rengar indicator on him. Like, Rengar stealths for about a minute now. He's still there.
Gotta feel good from QTV, though. He was like, oh, I'm gonna complete a channel this time.
Yeah, he got it.
Look at the small victories.
Gotta take what you can get sometimes.
Every time I'm feeding, Pyro, you should just come over, start telling me everything I'm doing right. Ignore all the others.
I could be
0-7, doesn't matter.
Now, oh, Ron's gonna flash that one. Nice, the redemption is gonna come up. Okay, they're staying healthy, but not for long. Clearlove, and Levy's caught, has to burn his flash. Celebrity chasing him down. Oh, that's such a tense moment right there. A big Chaos Storm now, and Wayless is caught right in the middle of it. Optimus, though, just keeps getting fired down by Uzi. Every time they have a little moment to go in.
Yep, Mouse, though, still doing work on the other side. Doesn't matter if he's not tank, he's still got the split push going.
Should have given this guy the Rift Herald buff.
He wasn't around. Yeah, you gotta, it's time sensitive. He's not there in 2 seconds.
About to take it. Take it from the enemy.
Yep.
Even though they can't actually take it.
That's what he tells Clearlove.
Throw them off, you know, now this Zyra can 1v1, you weren't expecting it.
Hey, Rylaz is finished. That means Zyra can actually 1v5 a couple of fights. Mata looking for the plays.
Always a chance, so LPL eyeing the end game right now. They were toying with the idea of trying for the Baron again, and maybe that's going to change. Celebrity gets a shutdown onto Wayless, who did not respect that curtain call.
They walked on a trap, then got snared, and maybe just followed up by some damage there. LPL's hesitancy around the Baron has made it so they want to make picks in the enemy jungle, but it wasn't done with the proper foundation. IWC looking to punish, taking small victories left and right.
Yep, might be the Ocean Drake here. One of the smallest of victories in the mid-game.
Well, once you can get a few small victories, you start adding up, and maybe you can get a bigger one, but look what the LPL is doing. Collapsing around the Baron without Wayless, and there's no vision on it right now.
There's 2 globals, though. There's 2 globals. There's a Rek'Sai tunnel, potentially, and there's a Shin'O.
Oh, and Mata is going way too low. He's down! Optimus is going to bring QTV, but Baron secured. Okay, it's on 3. Wayless is not up in time, but can they pick off Clearlove? They're looking for it. He's jumping into the brush and just trying to keep himself alive. QTV, Rano P, Optimus all in the chase, but look at the flank from Levy. The tower is still up, by the way. Levy's trying to come around the side, and Mouse has gone in on him. Oh, flashing away from the hook, and Uzi's going low. Clearlove and Mouse are burning low, but this tower's doing work. A double kill from Mouse. Celebrity flashes, autos. It's a big shot, but they have paid for this one. And now Celebrity is gonna just get blown up.
The classic flash R, missed every spell, get it flashed anyways. Wayless finishes him off. And look, nice for Team Fire for just a second, but it all came falling down in the end.
And minions are working.
I'm waiting for Reddit's calculation on that Syndra play. How much damage was that coming out from him? Still, that was insane because that tower's still up. All the towers are still up from the LPL side. They haven't lost a single one.
And now, well, you're down to 2 inhibitor towers for IWC. Both those Nexus turrets were taken by Winions, by the way.
Both?
I believe so. The first line of them.
Winions help.
Yeah.
Okay, they got the assist at least. I'm pretty sure.
Minions are actually the all-star in this game. They actually show up every
That's what we're trying to
That
show.
caster minion was MVP, man.
Yeah.
Caster minion, backdoor minions. In the marksman mode, minions pretty much fixed off the Nexus. I think we're trying to tell a story here.
They're important too.
All minions matter.
Now we're almost 30 minutes into this game. There's going to be an Elder Drake up next. I don't think the LPL are going to even try for it here. They do have 3, count them, 3 Baron buffs to work with. Clear left didn't go down. Ooh, baby. There's that hook. And they're on to the mid lane.
Yep, just need Optimus here for the wave clear. Now, Optimus is kind of the saving grace here. He's almost Flame Horizon way less. He's almost 100 CS up on his mid lane opponent. The Syndra. He's almost 100 CS up over the Syndra.
To be fair, Wayless has been farming champions more than minions these days.
Yeah, but look at their scores. They're 1 in terms of difference in how much they've participated. And in terms of overall participation, Optimus is higher.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to leave his mark on his game. It can all technically turn around. Please take a Victor plus a Shen ulti. That's enough to carry these games. Remember, it's only a double damage composition. The Celebrity is getting destroyed by Mouse every single fight, so they need a hold somehow.
Well, they're trying for it, but the Caitlyn traps and the siege is coming. Wayless is looking to hunt down Optimus, and he's got the stun. He's got to the weak. Mouse over the wall now, and if he finishes him off, this is going to be lights out. But the Shen shield is there, and it's just in time to save the life of Optimus. He goes right back to Fountain to heal, but now the tower, it's on, but they've caught Mouse. The hook, he's going to dodge it with a phase dive. Stunned up for just a second. Tower goes down. Man, what a close call there for both top lane and mid lane.
And now they get to just push up here and try to take this inhibitor, and they have minions on the bottom side that also threaten to actually go towards that Nexus soon. So now you have 2 inhibitors down, Bear, Nexus, and Elder Dragon. Oh, it'll be up eventually.
Yeah, Round keeps trying, but wishing Riot would extend that hook range.
Nope, not gonna happen.
How can it happen?
Not gonna happen.
I've tried.
What other pitches you got? What else you got in there?
Well, unfortunately for him, and now Optimus is back on wave clear duty to try and push back. He's going to have to do it top. He's going to have to do it bottom. They got Celebrity clearing them out as well, but the SEA team, they cannot fight right now. They're just trying to grab anything they can, and all of a sudden, Clear Love spies Celebrity.
Every step you take, Clear Love will be watching you for that kill. Was that the final one he needed? He probably has a few kills.
He pounced on Celebrity quicker than a paparazzi.
Yeah, he's there.
5 kills.
5 kills. We're sitting at a 405 AD Rengar.
Very fun to play against, by the way.
Yes, super fun game. And now the last inhibitor's gone down. We're 32 minutes in, and there is nothing but Nexus on the map. The Southeast Asian All-Stars, this is the final hold, but it's going to start with Optimus going down, and the rest of them are sure to follow. Mouse, the redemption's up, but Levy is not going to see it here, and that's the Nexus. That's the game. They forced them all back to Fountain, and the LPL will pick themselves up 100 points for Team Ice.
And Team Ice takes the lead by 50 points over Team Fire.
They did him dirty. Zyra support, rank out Echo Dive on the enemy AD carry. I would feel pity, but they bring 100 points to the superior region in Team Ice. And for that, I salute them.
Superior region, we're just combining them all now.
Yep.
They're all together.
Yeah, it's all the same, all for one for sure. Big win for Team Ice. And you're right, it wasn't pretty, but they did the job.
If it means Europe can actually do well at an international tournament all the way through, then Ice is just weak.
I mean, I guess we do it in North America as well. You know, it's the North American team. A lot of Koreans on it, but it's North American.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're just your mid laner that happens to be carrying.
Nope, North American.
Hand it to SEA for making it this far, obviously, and even if this game they've lost, they've showed that they definitely can still make some plays, they can punish some mistakes, and there is a lot to learn from a loss like that.
Yeah, if we go back in a couple of key plays, if the timing in between the decisions was a little shorter, you know, quicker Shen ulti, quicker turn, quicker pivot, certain plays hitting, then maybe we see a different game. Nobody expected it to be that close anyway, so I think they put up a decent fight.
Yeah, it was like 1,500 gold lead for SEA at the very beginning there, so they did incredibly well. That could have actually snowballed, like you said. Victor comes down and doesn't actually scare himself, get all spooked because he doesn't know where the Rengar is, just comes down to the bottom lane, maybe that's 2 more kills. Maybe that's a shutdown, right? It's very close.
And I'd rather see a Thresh go 0-6 by attempting some hooks. You know, every hook you don't attempt to make is one you miss anyways, or along the lines of that one. And
Credit to Ronald for making them.
He landed a few of them.
He did. I mean, he definitely started panicking, and some of the plays weren't always there, but it was a nice attempt from him. And again, to hang tough against a lane like Uzi and Mata, that's insane.
Yeah, and the fact that he started doing that stuff at the very beginning, right? Got the ignite kill, got the first blood, or got himself off the ground. Like, boom. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Keep trying, right? So props to him that he didn't give up.
Nobody on this team
feels
gave
so
up.
bad, man. Whenever like a weaker team loses, like props to them for not giving up. They got destroyed, but at least they did it with a smile.
Props to Celebrity for not just like, guys, let's FF this game, because he had a hard time, man.
Yeah, I would hate myself
He was
if I'm
getting
playing
hunted.
Jin.
When you're getting massacred by Mouse, you're having
Build
a
a
bad
GA.
game.
You just build a GA at that point. When Rengar and Echo are diving you or Zhonya's Jin, come out of it, pop.
Yeah.
Cyrene's not convinced.
No, I'm going to try it next game. You know?
I can see the gears just turning like, wait a minute, can that work?
No, that doesn't work.
It was like, I've seen an AP Jin once. It was actually pretty good.
Did it win?
Yes, it was support.
100% win
It was
rate, man.
support.
There you go.
It's not good. Anything goes in low diamond, man.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see that marksman mode. Who knows? Well, we already had, but hey, what are you going to do?
Wait for the 1v1s.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
this is what Krepu's all prepared for, by the way.
What is going to happen to these 1v1s? They're going to be mind-blowing.
Yep.
Tell me more about them.
No, they'll come up next, man. I'm so excited for them. So like this game was like fun and all because 5v5, meta champions, no Ivern. But we get to see the real thing after the break, after we go to the Annals Nest later on, which is the 1v1s. I'm so excited for the opener as well. Specca versus Aframu. It's going to be pretty wild. I think the crowd will lean slightly towards one side.
I hope Expeke picks the Teemo, like he did in the
Teemo member match.
the marksman mode. Yeah, I mean, it could happen. I think Teemo's actually a really good 1v1 champion. That's my analysis.
I don't think he has the push. That's the problem with Teemo.
Wow, who's going for minions and
Yeah,
towers? Come on.
The AP Nassus.
I hope that gets banned.
Are you a dirty AP Nassus
I hope
player?
that gets banned.
No,
I still
I
have
haven't
like
played
bad
it.
memories from the.
I watch people
fucking
play it, and
stuff.
I feel bad.
Yeah, it just kind of makes you feel dirty on the inside. Ugh, that's not the way to win.
As long as we don't see Caitlyn Cannon all the time.
Yeah,
but that'll be
banned a
fun.
lot.
see them in the bans.
It was banned a lot in IWCA, and so was the Nasus. I do expect to see some, I think, a little bit more creative stuff. We tested a little bit out with some of our casters as well. We had some Lee Sin matchups. Those were fun.
Yeah, we watched Europe practice, and we have to like agree that their practice methods aren't the most efficient. They played the same matchup 3 times in a row, and the thing they were testing was who survives if you face check the brush level 1. So that's all I learned in 30 minutes of kind of watching.
Really?
Yeah, they were playing Kennen into Quinn, and basically every time they face check the brush.
Keep the strats. Let's go.
Yeah, well, Kennen's gonna be permanent anyways. That's the worst part of all of that. I'm like, Europe, what the hell are you doing? Make me proud. Win 1v1.
Yep.
But very disappointing.
Well, and speaking of winning, Ice did indeed do it once again. For more on that frosty victory, we're going to send it over to Dash. He's on stage with EDG's Jungler.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Clear Love, and Wenson's going to be helping us out with some translations. And after that victory, Ice has now pulled ahead. But Clear Love, I want to talk to you about your storied career as a competitive player and what it means to be coming to one of these events where a lot of the pressure gets taken off and you get to have some fun and really look to make big plays.
首先恭喜你取得胜利，然后呢，你有非常长的一个生涯，然后来到这种娱乐的赛事，你觉得怎么样？
就是来到这种娱乐的赛事，当然就是抱着娱乐的心态来嘛，就是还是打得都挺开心的。然后就是就是每个人打出自己的风格就行了，我觉得。
So since this is an entertaining event, so he's here to entertain everyone, and he's saying everyone is having fun playing here, just to play out their own style. And just to have fun.
That's what we like to hear. A lot of fun at this event. Now, specifically in this game, you decided to play Rengar, as that's one of the champions that was recently worked on and changed up a bit coming into this tournament. I just want to get your thoughts, as a lot of people at home probably have some questions around what you think about the new Rengar.
所以说，雷恩加尔这次得到了重做，那么是想问一下你，你觉得他重做怎么样？然后很多玩家也都想听听你的，看看怎么玩这么英雄。
我觉得雷恩加尔的话重做还是挺成功的。然后他现在的话。他也可以出全速梳妆去秒杀敌人，也可以出半肉半坦克去作为一个开团。然后我觉得就是玩法还是挺多变的，需要根据自己的阵容吧。然后我玩这个英雄的话，因为也很喜爱这个英雄，所以说我玩他的话，喜欢都打输出会好一点。
So I think Rengar's rework's really successful. He's really versatile right now. You can both play him as a burst assassinate, or you can be a half tank. So he likes Rengar very much. So depending on the the comp of the team, you will have to build differently.
In fact, we've already seen him played both as a tank and as an assassin.
Yeah, but he like it as assassin.
Yes, who doesn't like to be killing people? And he had quite a scoreline in this game. Now I want to kind of switch gears and talk about upcoming game modes. In the 1v1, everybody at home loves to speculate about who's going to come out on top and what strategy they might use. Now, you don't have to reveal your strategy, but do you have anything in your back pocket, either a special pick or a special strategy to maybe win the 1v1 for your team this year?
所以接下来的一个比赛模式就是1对1 solo 比赛了，然后大家非常感兴趣，然后想想你有没有什么战术啊或者英雄，你不一定要告诉我们，但是想听听你有什么想法关于这个1对1接下来的比赛。
因为我solo 模式的对手是去年的冠军比尔森，所以说就是压力还是挺大的。当然会准备一些就是其他英雄来对付他，这样子还是有所准备的。
He's not gonna reveal anything, but he thinks the pressure is on him because Bjergsen is the champion last year. And he's going to face him in the first round.
Exactly, so that's a tall order there, but best of luck in that 1v1. Once again, congratulations on the victory here to get Ice ahead in the standings. Clear Love once again, and Wenson on the translations back up to the desk to break down that win.
Thank you so much, Dash. Always fantastic to hear from Clear Love. And netting in 100 points for Team Ice. That's now 150 to 100 versus Team Fire. We heard them talk a bit about Rengar. And Mithy, you had a lot to say about the picks and bans, specifically about IWCA or GPL picking themselves into a corner mostly.
Yeah, I didn't really like IWCA's draft at all because they basically had a losing matchup mid, a losing matchup bot lane, and a losing matchup top. And even though, for example, bot, they managed to kill them 2v2, it was like, I would like to point out that Thresh got a really, really good hook-off and that they did well. But even then, even after getting those kills, they still were not able to like pressure bot lane because the matchup was just so unfavorable.
Yeah, and I also like Clear Love actually playing AD Rengar, unlike Reignover, the boring tank Rengar that we saw in the first game. As he mentioned, like a lot of this is about having fun. And when you look at that team comp for the LPL, AP Echo is fun. AD Rengar is fun. Apparently, Caitlyn and Zyra is fun because winning is fun.
It is fun.
So victory is fun. They did a very good job, I think, in entertaining as well as kind of having the game under control. It could have definitely ended about 5 or 10 minutes earlier if they would have been like super try-hard. But
we don't give points for entertaining, but, you know, we give...
And we don't get points for entertainment, you get points for a win, and certainly what the LPL team were doing there, you know, you hear Clear Love say they were playing their own style. Apparently their style on this patch is zero courage at the Colossus at all. Nobody cares about
Mata just
tanks.
trolling, actually.
Yes.
Every game he's played, he dies to the turret in marksman mode, and then he takes the Rift Herald away from Clear Love.
Yeah.
And the advantage, perhaps not for Mata on that, but maybe for players like Wayless and Mouse, who, you know, have been kind of questioned at times in this environment. You know, there's not a lot of pressure, as we were talking to Clear Love about, and the ability to kind of look to solo carry. Both of them still have that potential and did a good job.
That's quite funny, actually, because Mata is like, see ya, LPL, I'm just going to troll in all these games. But
in Korea now.
Yeah, whatever. But they did that a win.
Yeah.
To look at some of what happened after that pick and ban phase, and thinking around mentioning out that they had some losing lanes. When the LPL decided to roam, they could do anything they wanted, basically, in these moves.
Yeah, here their bot lane, well, mid was ahead, jungle was ahead, their bot lane was getting a push on, and they just went all bot and dived. We could see actually the same in my game when that happens for the enemy team, that right now, whenever you have an advantage, you just want to snowball whatever lane you can through mid, and that's what happened this game.
Yeah, definitely. They got the tower, they got the dragon, they got all the rest, and in the end, they also take a look at the amazing mid-game flank from the LPL All-Stars, brought to you by Acer, because they started rolling and they didn't stop there. They had some fantastic team fights to decimate the items.
Oh, this was just dirty. They get in with pretty much everything at once, and Syndra, Rengar, Echo all got off a bunch of damage right there, and Shen couldn't even make it in. So if they were to play this fight a little bit better, kill them a little bit more slowly so you can make the Shen come in and get the ace. But aside from that, it was flawless.
It felt like they could kill them like twice or 3 times in the same fight.
Yeah. Also, Mithy Zyra versus Mata Zyra. What did we see? Any similar? Less deaths for Mata Zyra, but
he did take Rift Herald.
True.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Well, I think we were both feeding, but he fed with like no, he fed, but at the same time he didn't like make his team lose while feeding. So he kind of like controlled the feeding a bit more than I did.
Mea culpa from Mithy. But in any case, points for Team Ice thanks to that LPL win. We're going to take a quick break. Next, grab your Poro snacks. We are jumping to the Rift to the Howling Abyss as our All-Stars 1v1 tournament gets underway. Don't touch that browser. I know you won't anyway. Prep already.
Mata gets caught on a hook by Rano B. Plays in Uzi.
Careful.
They're targeting out Mata. They can do it. Celebrity's low, but he gets the kill. Celebrity, he is trying to get back to base, but there's nowhere that's safe. Mouse is ring around the tower, and he ults back. And meanwhile, Clearlove is in the Chaos Storm. Gets hooked. Flashes. Autos. One more shut down. Mouse is going to try and cut them off. Parallel convergence. Ron is not able to get the plan. Look at the damage out of Clearlove. You gotta be kidding me. The Southeast Asian All-Stars, this is the final hold, but it's going to start with Optimus going down, and the rest of them are sure to follow. Mouse, the redemption's up, but Levy is not going to see it here, and that's the Nexus. That's the game. They force them all back to Fountain, and the LPL will pick themselves up 100 points for Team Ice.
我最喜欢的应该就是1打1的模式，因为我觉得这个平常你不太会去交手到。
去年也是，就是在第3轮遇到比尔森被他击败了嘛，所以说第1轮遇到他压力还是很大的。
I will obviously try and win as many games as possible since there's a Spanish crowd and I don't want to look like an idiot in front of them.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of Wayless in my whole life. I'm sure he's pretty good, but yeah, I'm probably gonna smash him.
一般1v1的话，就是讲究的都是套路啊，找一些套路的话应该还好吧。
Mouse is not strong, I think. He's so weak, so I think I can win. No, I'm 100%.
From where you're coming to Spain to play against me, and probably this is gonna be the first and last game you play here.
My first and last match in Spain. That's funny. Good luck.
It is on! Welcome back to All-Stars 2016 live from Barcelona as we are joined by Marcin Jankowski at the desk as we get ready to dive into our 1v1 tournament. And, well, it seems that the competitors are ready. At least, Jankos, you came here saying that you wanted to flame them because you were only playing tomorrow, but they're starting to flame each other already.
I mean, that's pretty good. You know, it's always nice to hear some trash talk, but as for now, it looks like a promo has no chance. I just want to start off, but I mean, they had already a 1v1 today. They were playing Timo Meat, you know, 1v1 kind of, and the promo was like 0-6, maybe 0-7. I'm not sure right now. So
yeah, not that great at dodging skill shots while stealthed either. But yeah, to speak a little bit to the rules, you can also trash talk the other guy in game. Like when they're hooked up, they can talk to each other. Froggen utilized that last year. The rest of the rules pretty much remain the same from last year. It's blind pick with bans, so each player gets to ban 3 and then blind pick. You can win by getting first blood, 100 CS, or first turn.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, we have to highlight one change to this year's 1v1 tournament, which is the Froggen rule. And in case you forgot, let's get a refresher on an interaction from All-Star 2016.
Oh, whoa! He's gone to Fountain! No way! Oh, this is amazing! Oh my God!
Oh no! It's happening again!
That's it, boys!
I didn't even know I hit you. I didn't get vision of you.
This year, there's no Johns, no remakes. If you dash and go into the enemy fountain and lose, that's it.
Yeah, it's your fault. Well, it could be interesting. We saw a lot of Tom Kench in IWCA, and he did also use the snowball back then, but not being able to exploit that anymore.
That one is less about kind of killing yourself and more about killing the enemy. You snowball in, you get the 3 procs, you eat the enemy, normally a marksman. They can't actually handle the damage. And Tom Kench kind of becomes unkillable at one point with the grey health, so he's a very strong pick that we'll see more this year.
Yeah, definitely. I don't want you to go ahead and talk about any of the strategies, but Crepo did it for you. He was saying that you guys were practicing. I'm not going to repeat it, but which champions you were practicing beforehand.
I'll repeat it because Crepo already did. He said you were doing level 1 brush practice like Quinn and Kennen to see who would win. Is that the best way to practice for 1v1?
No.
I'm sure it is.
I mean, so normally we don't finish the games by 100 CS, but I suppose on stage it will be like mostly 100 CS. Right now it just seems like we had a lot of fun. We were just like dying level 1s basically, like level 2 all in, level 3 all in. So we didn't get a lot of efficient practice, and I think me and Miffy could be a little bit doomed against our opponents, but we'll see.
We will see. Let's take a look at the first half of our bracket. You're only playing tomorrow, but a lot of heavy hitters are starting off today. And not in the least, that very first game, Expeke versus Aframu, then Impact versus Mouse, and Clearlove versus Bjergsen. Ron OP from the GPL. He has a bye to day 2. And then we have Mithy versus Levi, Doublelift versus Wayless, Mimi versus Optimus, and Madlight versus Uzi. A lot of very strong matchups. Bjergsen said about his matchup over Clearlove, well, I can't lose. What's it going to look like if I lose against a jungler?
It'll look bad.
It'll look very bad.
You also
no
mentioned
offense.
you really wanted to play against other junglers, but I think you were matched up against Prey tomorrow.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, it hurts. Oh, yes. Yeah,
AD carries have better mechanics than junglers? Come on.
I mean,
not Rainova, though. I mean,
you know, I've been playing professional League of Legends since like 3 years. Like overall playing League maybe 4, maybe 5, and I never played on a lane, you know. And this guy, like probably before he was born, he was already, you know, practicing in his mother's belly about like 2v2 matchups. So it might be a little bit tough, but maybe I'll have some cheese, so we'll see.
We'll see what happens. And one important thing to look forward to as well, if a match ends before the minions meet in the middle of Murder Bridge, the esports and legendary mystery gift bonus will increase as well. And you guys had some stress.
That's why they were checking it. They knew they were getting those legendary esports chance increases.
That was all for the viewers. And the first one is Expect Up versus Aframu, so we'll see what happens there. Very big matchup.
Aframu is susceptible to mind games. He got trapped into a zillion no-item 100 CS battle last year and ended up losing. So we'll see if anyone has like a gentleman's agreement to do a specific strategy or something, or if they just go for it. I'm looking forward to this.
Me too, so let's throw it down to Dash to introduce the competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to bear witness to the greatest event in esports history. And you know what? I think I might need some help with this one, so help me join together. Put your hands together for the LVPs. Ibai Llanos!
Sergio James Peterson, muchas gracias, Dash. Es un placer estar hoy contigo.
Now we are here to introduce the 1v1 tournament, the pinnacle of competitive League of Legends. And out there on the Howling Abyss, it is just mano a mano.
Empezamos el 1 contra 1 con un enfrentamiento histórico. Un hombre que ha destrozado muchas líneas, pero hoy solo tiene que destrozar una. ¡Expeke!
And his opponent, playing for Team Fire, North America's Dam Master General and CLG's man with a plan. Put your hands together for Afromoo! All right, gentlemen, let's lock and load and have a clean game.
Hello, everybody. Crepo's still here, but I'm now joined by Deficio, a 1v1 expert. I'm
Quite a downgrade. Definitely not a 1v1 expert just yet, but after you watched a few games, maybe we both will be, because this is kind of the thing as a caster. When you look at the all-star schedule, you really want to cast, and the players, they really want to win the 1v1 tournament.
Players progressively, as year and year goes by, get more serious about these 1v1s. The first time is like, you know, little cheese here and there, but these guys actually have been practicing to varying degrees of success. But they're definitely all talking about it.
Yeah, and I walked by like all the player rooms, just kind of peeking in, seeing, you know, what are they practicing? What mode is it? It was 1v1 for like every single team. So we're gonna have like this very interesting meta in the 1v1 alone that might change a little bit during the games. Last year, obviously it started with some Lucian. He became like the best pick overall. Kennen was playing a lot, Caitlyn as well. Some of the picks we will see here again.
Yeah, and that's when we also saw teams kind of foregoing the 1v1 potential, shifting more to like, let's lace to 100 CS in the most uncreative way possible. And Nasa's AP was born, or Nasa's tank router with Emax.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of everything. Obviously, we have Expecke, one side here from Origin still in the ULCS. And played mid lane here at All-Stars, played a bit of AD carry here at Daisies.
A bit of AD carry.
A bit of AD carry. He's swapped around.
Season.
An entire split, actually, as AD carry. But the 1v1 is still a thing where he should be really good with so many years of experience. But I actually think Afromo as well, because he's so mechanically gifted, is very strong in this kind of game as well.
Yeah, for a very long time, played mechanically proficient champions. Last year, he couldn't show off. The analyst has touched on it. He was baited into a zillion 1v1, 100 CS, no items. It's kind of the equivalent of Final Destination Fox. But I want to see Afromo just whip out the AD carry and beat Expecke in a 1v1 marksman duel.
Give me Draven, you know. You just touched on the marksmen. We know they're really strong in this mode here, especially Caitlyn is like the perm band. Kennen as well being played as an AD carry, super strong. Ezreal being used quite a bit. Kalista was used in the wildcard tournament as well. So a lot of these AD carries are like some of the very strong picks. And look at that little setup.
Yeah, we decided to tune our champion select just a little bit here. Time's ticking down. 3 more seconds remaining for the first ban on the side of Peke. Let's see what he gets rid of.
Nothing, it seems. Either he forgot or they have agreed not to ban anything.
Last year, we saw the teams ban out certain champions to spell out whatever it was going to be. There was in the finals, it was a TSM ban both ways between Doublelift Rotter and Bjergsen. This time though, they're banning strong champions. Pantheon really good at level 2 spike, all in.
Yeah, Syndra obviously one of the strongest 1v1 mages. LeBlanc is another one. Aurelion Sol in a one-lane map really does not make a whole lot of sense. You can't really roam anywhere.
Yeah, push and roam.
Yeah, where are you going? Where would you go? So that's a special one from Afro. Maybe he's been scouting Peke's match history, because these players, as we said before, they've just been sitting and spamming 1v1s against each other.
Has to be poor if you actually let the game end though. I guess, yeah, the 1v1s tend to actually finish because you can't pause out of them, so you can actually scout on the match history what they have been playing.
Yeah, exactly. Price coming in. LeBlanc is open for Peke. Peke's obviously used quite a lot throughout his career, even though it is a bit changed right now. But come on, it's 80 carries we're mainly looking at. And that one counts as an 80 carry right now.
And the players can't see the screen, by the way. They can watch up because we decided to be a little bit more lenient with competitive integrity here. The players are sitting in front of the screen.
Oh!
He's looking at expecting. He's like, okay, can we see the teaming on both sides?
It's the rematch from the marksman mode we just had.
But the ultimate mind games, because now both players can look up at the giant monitor that's in-house and see Teemo versus Teemo.
And remember, they can also talk to each other.
But they can also change at the last second and then look up at your opponent, stare him in the eyes and say, I'm here to win.
6-5, it's going down. I mean, they might just do this, the rematch from that marksman mode. Where Peg went, no, change it. There's the Draven. We got the Draven from Afro, an old special from him for sure. Back when he used to be an 80 carry.
Used to be a streamer initially, 80 carry focused. Played on a few teams, but then went into competitive, switch to support Kennen here as the opposition. You really want to get that stun out as soon as you can.
Oh, yeah.
If you let Draven connect 1, 2, 3 axes, you're going to be suffering. So this is likely a matchup where Kennen wants to get to like level 6 for the all-in, or the zone with stuns.
I actually thought Kennen would be banned a lot in this. I mean, first game, you know, small sample size.
I mean, he forgot to ban.
He definitely, I mean, that was Peke who forgot to ban here, but Kennen really is one of the best because his auto attack trading is so good as well. Getting a few stacks on them to get some extra damage in there. It's hard to trade with his Q skill shot as well. You have to dodge that one. So Kennen, even before 6, is just really good at trading with other 80 carries. And that's why he's so good, because he then also has all in later.
Versus range matchups, it starts at level 2. Because Kennen usually wants to start W, stack up the 4th or 5th shot, attack the enemy laner rather, and then press W for the poke. However, it's very hard to do that versus range champions. So in a ranged matchups, we could usually see Kennen start with Q. And then at level 2, they have enough spells to chain a stun together very easily and take control of the lane.
And that's really one of the important things here for Afromu to kind of play around, because he can see the stacks at all times. He knows don't take a trade if you're about to get stunned by a stack. And also level 6, watch out for that all-in from Peke. There is exhaust on both sides.
Yeah, if you're new to 1v1s and you don't see any flashes or snowballs, it's because they're very gimmicky. You do not want to run flash in a 1v1. Combat summoners galore, you usually see Exhaust Ignite, and if you're maybe a mage, it could be Exhaust and Barrier if you're playing for the minion game.
Exactly. If you play for 100 CS because you're boring, you go Barrier. If you actually want to go for the kills, you can take some more offensive summoners, Ignite, Exhaust in this case here.
Yeah. The race for level 2 is important, just like in bot lane. It's the 7 creep here. You can compare it to like a mid lane matchup. First wave drops, and then the first creep of the second wave is where you can level up and then obviously go in for a good trade while you have an extra spell up versus your opponent.
And what we see right here on your screen, guys, this is where Europe is the experts, because they have been practicing these like bush things, and then you face check and you see who wins out. Peke might just see if he can get a little bit of damage. Oh, spots him with the sweeper.
And the push starts. Draven can actually push pretty hard level 1 with the axe spam. Peke trying to catch up.
As long as you're like keeping up, you should be able to get level 2 as well by the time he stepped forward to kind of give you a hit. But yeah, Draven's love to get that level 2, speed themselves up, get a few extra auto attacks in.
Yeah, good trade both sides. 1 axe versus 1 W proc. There's a CS behind, but honestly, I don't think this match will get to CS Max here, so there's poke from Expecke, but Aframo is poised. One more axe of that creep, and then the next melee creep that dies will make it so that Aframo's level 2.
They can take down the last caster minion next to that melee and just even it out. So both gonna get 2.
Yeah.
No one gets any crazy all-ins just yet. Aframo might want to get all 3 spells first. But again,
definitely want the speed boost to follow up after you throw that E out.
And that was actually not the best trade, because you already had a stack on him. Stepping in and start trading and getting stunned by Pekka, and it's super, super even so far. But I think Aframo kind of knows, like, level 6 for him, using his ulti effectively in a big one-on-one is very difficult.
You only get half of the damage by the time it returns. Sidestep, Aframo going
all in.
Exhaust.
See, trading back and forth. Aframo is going down.
He's down.
Aframo disrespecting the stun 2 times in a row.
KO! He falls down. Pekka, that's the Cannon's dream. A few minions helping you on the side. Axis coming very linear. You know where Draven's going.
You do, and I mean, again, let's see the crowd.
Triple.
I'm pretty sure it's... Nah, you can't really say my name either here. It's a bad name I picked. Luckily not worse than Sifa, so...
Yeah, we gotta get rid of that one. Pekka, fan favorite, takes it home. Blows a kiss to the fans.
Of course. Or to the casters.
Casters. We are right in front of him, after all.
Let's see the all-in one more time. So Aframo has minions on him. He's gonna get exhausted. He gets stunned at the same time. He knows it's due.
That's a trade you will never win, because you can exhaust champion damage, but minion damage will be consistent. So 3 range creeps, a cannon, and a melee creep on you. That is the equivalent of just a champion fighting back.
I think Aframo kind of knew.
He knew.
Okay, I need to try something very early on. Getting to level 6 is super risky against the cannon.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, we
had the back timing.
He did, true, very true. I mean, maybe he was trying to contest the relic as well. That was just spawning right in front of them, but super risky all in for him. Obviously backfired. Draven, though, against Kennen, I think it's a little bit of a mismatch. I think Kennen really is one of the absolute S-tier picks in this game mode here.
Ideally, you need to find a way to weave your axes in the minion wave so you can step out of Kennen's Q-poke at least. Hit him in the face with some axes. The push is what generates you an advantage. Pushing into the tower so the CS drops. Get an ideal back with a maybe 10 creeps advantage. Get an extra item and then look for a good play. I think Aframo was a little overeager here. Pekka did well by this time. Waited for minion assistance.
I felt like Pekka is kind of sat back and he's kind of waiting like, oh, you're going all in, fair enough. I'm going to take that trade. I'm going to stun you. I'm going to have the minions and then just pick up a very, very easy kill. And still, what we always see in these 1v1s, you know, we look at last year, we look at the 1v1s in the past. The meta develops a little bit over time because now they're sitting, a lot of players backstage.
They're all watching this.
They're all watching, they're all cheering, and they're all talking about, oh, that cannon there, that looks pretty strong. Oh, Draven, didn't really work too well.
I think they knew Kennen was pretty strong.
Apparently Aframo didn't. Or he got tricked by the Teemo.
Yeah, all the focus was on the Teemo. It was honestly just a bait, an elaborate ruse sprung up by Expecke. He took it home in the end. Good, because we need the points on Team Ice.
Actually, Team Ice is ahead right now.
Yeah, but
I guess they need more points.
Market projections indicate that Team Ice may lose a couple 5v5 games if they play such a European team like they did this morning.
Now, the next one, Crepo, is also going to be very, very exciting, where we have some top laners going against each other. This one was like a mid laner / AD carry versus
Can't
support.
spoil it. Dash is supposed to introduce them.
I didn't say any names. I said top laners. There's 6 top laners, so you guys can guess yourself, or you can go to lolesports.com and check the schedule. It's kind of spoiled already.
Yeah, that's a kind of spoiler. But they are setting up right now. We have 2 pots on stage, so as the one game is being played, the second team, or the second set of players is setting up. And again, they can see the screen in-house. It's actually super cool where they can, if somebody's brush camping, they will know. But to get more about the next set of players, who it actually is, let's toss it over to Dash and see which these top laners are.
Ooh.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game 1 went to Team Ice and Expecke, but now it's time for Game 2. So starting, battling on the blue side, the greatest North American top laner from Korea. He only needs the words top die, and that's all he's gonna need this time around. It's Impact!
Y representando al equipo chino, Deadwar Gaming, que no se engañe su tamaño, tenemos a Mouse.
All right, gentlemen, lock and load. Good luck.
This matchup, stylistically, a man known for top die in the sense of doing it upon others, and Mouse left alone on that top lane island.
And had a obviously pretty rough group stage in the World Championship where things went downhill for him, and especially on like one of his like signature picks that I actually thought if he was gonna have a little bit of fun here, he's gonna play like Irelia. He's 9-1 all-time record on it. Only lost one game, INTC at Worlds, where he got destroyed.
I mean, things are looking up for him. There is no jungler to camp him. It is
Very
actually
true.
just 1v1. He is in full control of his own destiny.
But he is playing against one of the best 1v1 players in North America, so that's obviously super, super tough for him. He also needs like redemption almost after.
It's a bad item, 1v1.
Well, maybe you should try and rush it. Sadly, you never get one full item in the 1v1 map. It's just Doran's Blades and maybe like a cloth armor.
There is a cap on the Doran's Blades. Only 2 are allowed to be purchased. These guys rushed into game. Let me see what's happening.
We threw away the overlay, guys. We're back to a more simple version. And Kenan is banned. This guy gets it, man. He plays some 1v1s.
This guy banned. Yasuo is out on the table as well. Jason Barris. Jason, really good champion in proximity, but wasn't really played or banned that much, I feel, at IWCA.
I think a lot of the like mechanically very gifted mid laners would love to play like a lot of Jace in a matchup like this or in a mode like this. Kalista was something that kind of came out of nowhere in the IWCA 1v1s, especially introduced by Southeast Asia, who's obviously still here.
I wonder if these guys are aware that he can have a look-see on the screen, because it's blind pick, but there's literally a giant monitor hanging right next to their face.
There's nothing blind about this. There's nothing blind, unless you don't want to look to the side and you really want to be surprised.
That's also like one of these like internal metas that will develop is the bait and switches at the end, especially champion-wise if there's counters. Ezreal is a pretty generic pick.
He's good.
It would disappoint me to see Impact play Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, again, I kind of want to see 2 bruisers here and like a level 2, level 3 all in against each other. So like Irelia coming in then. But we get an AD carry. It's Illusion. The MVP pick of last year's 1v1. Definitely not as strong now though compared to last year.
Much, much weaker. The fact like...
Oh, Olaf, there's a bruiser.
Yeah. Could be Snowball Olaf, honestly.
Has to be almost. Like you need either Ghost or Snowball to close the gap against this Lucian, because you're gonna get pushed in.
Yeah.
And then once you have enough levels, you can then like kind of chase down the entire lane before he gets to his tower. You need like a different summoner spell.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the screen here. Obviously we're standing here, but these guys have about 10 seconds left to choose their summoners. It looks like the Lucian is going for heal and barrier. Honestly, you know, you don't need offensive. You just need to survive the all-in, kite the Olaf, and get the hell out of dodge, and hopefully you can turn it around. It is Exhaust Ignite on the side of Impact, so that is literally one shot.
No, he changed. He got Ghost. Ghost, okay.
At the very end.
Interesting enough, going Ghost over Snowball. I guess it can be really difficult hitting the Snowball against a Lucian who can just dash out of it. So Ghost allows him at least to just chase like through the entire lane, but you're never going to remove that tower because then the game is over. Obviously.
Yeah, it's more security if you fight in the river, because also if you proc the Snowball, the second part of it, and Lucian dashing out right after, and you somehow miss your axe,
and then
it's definitely over. So that's definitely something you want to look for. But overall, this is a matchup where Mouse wants to push, but he has to tread very carefully.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see like the AD carries against the bruisers quite a bit in this tournament, and every single time is like the same way it's going to get played out. The AD carry will push and get CS advantage and try and win on 100 CS, and the bruiser wants to try and all in after he has a few levels under his belt.
Oh wow. He's actually going Corruption Potion. Definitely.
Is he insane or is he a genius?
There's a fine line between courage and stupidity. Let's see where Impact is at. I guess he just wants to sustain. So
yes.
The problem in 1v1s in poor matchups that require all in is that you get put in a deficit. Obviously now he can just put an axe in Mouse's face, sidestep. The problem is that you can eat such a large CS deficit early that when you all in, you're just an item down, like a component at least.
Right, I mean, like a Doran's Blade or something like that. Sure, luckily you only need to farm like around the 500 gold to go back and get that one item. And in 1v1s like these, you never see a fully completed item. And getting to 100 CS as well, it takes quite a lot of time. Which means there is enough time to get like level 6, 7, 8 for someone like Olaf, and then really go for the all-in. But already at level 3, his damage output should be equal to what Mouse has.
Yep.
Problem is, he's against a barrier and he has a ghost, which doesn't add any combat value.
I definitely want to wait until maybe level 5. Or honestly do 2 all-ins, one where you pop the summoners, what we see very often. Mouse here, he got control early. Basically you want to queue through. Oh, Impact is actually going in.
Oh, he's going with the Axis level 1s, man!
There's minions hitting in plus Exhaust.
Oh, Impact, he realized, okay, I got minions on me, I'm not winning this trade, he still has barrier.
But honestly, he's about to get level 2 poked anyways, with Mouse dashing in aggressively with a level advantage. So he kept the trade on level 1 versus level 1. He burned equal summoners. Honestly, I think it was a pretty smart from Impact, because now the Corruption Potion is ticking in as well.
We'll have more sustain for himself. Mouse obviously can try and get a little bit of HP back with just auto-attacking the minions. But the fact that there's still a barrier means that Impact really has to be careful if he tries to all in. There's a lot of minions as well.
Yeah, and we see the kind of practice here, what you want to do as well with AoE abilities. You want to last hit a minion, or hit a minion at least for the push.
Take the heal. There we go.
And you always want to make sure that you hit the enemy champion as well there. Double dibs, rather. While you push, you want to be poking here. Mouse does it well. He's got a CS advantage. It would be stupid for him to be bold, because he can back and always get more items.
Yeah, and now, you know, while the engage from Impact made sense and he could then sustain with Corruption Potion, Mouse had really good timing on the Relic obviously spawning and being right next to it, so he picked that one up, still had the defensive summoner ready, and now with Warlord's Bloodlust as well on an 80 carry. When you drop low, it's a bit like when Olaf drops low, yeah, you get a little bit stronger in that sense, because you can then sustain back up very, very easily, and now you get that double Thorns against just a longsword.
But that's what we are always going to see, is an inherent kind of small gold advantage in this 80 carry versus Bruiser matchup early on, because the 80 carry will get the push, which means you poke him on a tower. The Bruiser cannot sustain himself. In fact, right now he's taking away the Relic. That's good. But he is down an extra item in essence, because it's a sword on each side, a sustain item, and then an additional Thorns on the side of Mouse.
And Impact will have to wait for his summoners again. So Mouse knows there's a bit of time here where he can just keep like farming and pushing. See if he can poke Impact low as well, or at least get him down to like a 50%. So he really has to be careful when he tries to all in. So overall, Mouse is in a very good spot at the moment. Just can't really start sleeping and suddenly get caught by too many axes.
Yeah, it is just the second Impact decides to pick up one of those axes and chain them together. That's when Mouse needs to realize he's in a lot of trouble. So watch him keep the maximum distance, hopefully for him. But Lucian is a pretty short-range 80 carry that can get baited in by an Olaf.
Luckily for Mouse though, again, if he always like saves the dash, if he knows, okay, right now Impact can't engage because there's so many minions, you can dash aggressively. Otherwise, you save it. The first axe that flies at you, you dodge that one, and then you can actually start kiting backwards and wait for either tower or more minions to be there.
And we saw Mouse do exactly that at the end of the previous wave. Once it was done, he knew Impact couldn't fight back in a full wave of minions, so he just did an EQ combo with double tap on each end.
Just a few seconds on exhaust now for Impact. He's landed a little bit of poke onto Mouse. Is down a level at the moment, but will catch up very, very soon.
I think level 5 is the way to go for Impact, because otherwise he'll trail too far behind on CS. Level 6, Lucian gets culling, which is really good in short range. So we might see Impact go for another all-in. The second hits level 5.
Ghosting.
There he goes.
Ghosting for him. Mouse is exhausted, actually. There's a Relic behind him, but can he get to it?
Is it enough?
Oh, he needs to get to the tower.
Not enough.
Not enough. Barrier. It's a tower.
Is it enough?
Oh my God.
That was exactly the breaking point, because imagine if there was a culling while he was kiting backwards in that exchange. Impact with the genius timing, he knew. And Mouse, honestly, too close. Level 5 Olaf, this matchup, when you 20 CS up, you know he's going to come for you.
And he didn't get to dodge any of the axes. He took all the damage he possibly could have taken there. Impact made it harder for himself, especially around level 3, where he did have a few issues and lost that Relic stack, and he was down like an item as well. But Mouse, when it really mattered, when the actual all-in happened, didn't manage to play 100% perfect, and then he ends up dying. It was so close, like he got on the tower again.
Super close. So he felt comfortable with the barrier bait on the turret, but the problem is Olaf, when he gets lower, gets stronger. And you also saw it in the cadence of the Corruption Potions. He popped up until the very end, so he started the fight with full HP. Here's the barrier, but at this point, Impact, one lost hit.
Yeah, and another little critique, he didn't actually manage to absorb full amount of damage with the barrier. It was just a tiny bit in the end, because he wanted to bait with it, obviously.
And he stepped sideways instead of just trailing under turret. Maybe if it was a couple more milliseconds, the next turret shot could have finished off Impact. There's a lot of what ifs. We're analyzing the replay here.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, in the moment, it's scary for sure. A lot of stuff is going on. I think he knew, okay, he's waiting for the summoner spells.
Yeah.
We talked about it. Impact probably thought it, and Mouse, for sure, did the same. And as soon as he got hit by that one axe, Ghost was popped, chase happened, and yeah, again, what ifs, you know? What if you just keep running past the tower as well and doesn't actually stop to start hitting, and then he's winning on CS because it was 40 to 20 CS.
Yeah, if that all-in fails, it's over, because again, Lucian can walk backwards while using culling, which means you gain yourself at least an additional 1.5 tower shots, and then Olaf just simply can't dive that.
Risky choice from Impact, but well executed in the end with the Bruisers. It's always like, AD carries are considered the strongest, but bruisers can kill AD carries if you time the all-in correct.
Yeah.
And we're going to see things like Tom Kench as well at some point, because if he gets onto that AD carry, he has enough damage to take him down.
Yeah, ironically, these guys are so tanky, but because their base damages are high enough to kill the marksmen who are super squishy, it becomes a brute force effect. You need to close the gap. That's why Snowball is so popular on them. AD carries want to win, honestly, by racking up a lot of items. Maybe if it's like an AP matchup, you can go for the Hex Drinker, which allows you to do better in all-ins.
Also, the AD carries tend to be able to out-sustain whoever they're playing against, because with like Warlords, and they can just sit there and be like, okay, we had a trade. Well, now I can just safely range attack all these minions, and you have to be super careful, otherwise I can like kill you. So definitely some advantages there, but in the end, the all-in worked.
And I mean, it is just the perfect level as well, because the value of minions kind of falls off over time as well. If you go all in level 1 or 2 into a full minion wave, you're going to die. Level 5, 6, later on, minions still do damage, but it isn't as punishing if you keep the kind of the timing window where you engage in short. You just got to kill somebody in 4 seconds, otherwise the minions will start mattering.
Sure. And in this game here, we got to see why a lot of the people playing bruisers don't really care about falling behind in CS, because this was 20 to 40 CS, and they were level 5 already. So you can really start having these crazy fights. It's so rare you get the full 100 CS, unless both seem to agree on the 100 CS, or one of the bruisers is literally cannot engage.
But it's kind of a rock, paper, scissor meta as well. If you look at then the likes of Anastas will never die to an all-in either, and they'll just keep farming.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, let's toss it up to the stage, because we got more one-on-ones, Crepo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Seguimos con el 1 contra 1 y es que ahora toca a alguien que en el lado azul está representando a la LPL. Froskurin y Spawn dicen que es buenísimo. Es el señor Click.
Come on, James. And here to defend his title as the 2015 All-Star 1v1 Tournament Champion, the man who puts the mid in Team Solo Mid. All hail the Burger King! All right, gentlemen, leave it all out on the ref.
Bit hype over here compared to those two guys.
Yeah, I wish I was trained as a classical actor so I could start screaming as well. Luckily,
or we just a bit of voices.
or some voices. Luckily, they can boost our mics in case we lack the hype. But yeah, interesting matchup here. ICE representative Krylov, a jungler at an international tournament.
Yeah, okay, not always been the greatest experience for Krylov, and he was playing the 1v1 tournament last year, Crepo. You know what he picked? He picked junglers. He went Rek'Sai, he went Skarner, and he went Rengar. He lost on the Rek'Sai in the 3rd round, dropped out. He might do the same. Krylov is the kind of guy who seems to just want to play his own picks.
Yeah, LeBlanc target ban. Syndra, guess what? You're not getting Ghost Champion.
Oh, the Rengar. Smart.
Respect for Rengar. Never know. AP Nasus, which is kind of the brain-dead bastard of 1v1s. Spam E, hope you win.
Now, Kennen is available. Seems like whenever we have this layout, Kennen is open so far. And again, remember, they can see each other's picks.
Yeah, I'm loving the hovers.
Evelyn is a Krylov special.
Nunu is actually traditionally, if we dive into the history of 1v1s and how certain players even got to All-Stars, you know, the Soaz Wicked 1v1.
And that's the thing again with Krylov. No matter what he hovers, I can't be like, he's just trolling, he's not going to pick that, because he might actually do it. He plays these very, very special things in the 1v1s, especially last year. AD carried Krylov, not something we see very often, and he's against a very, very good mid laner. And Bjergsen said himself, I can't lose to a jungler. Is that even possible?
With Lux and the Varus, there's a last second switch from Bjergsen. Because, I mean, you gotta, it's a risk-reward thing, because if you're staring at the screen, with 2 seconds left, you need to like look at the pick, see what you want to pick against it, and pivot. So, last second switch. Jace is a super strong champion if he can get into close range.
Yeah, and Varus is a super strong champion if he can keep the distance. So we got
story built up.
Yeah, we got opposites here, but it's a lot of poke against each other. Difference is one of them can be dodged by you standing behind a minion, and the other one goes through the whole thing and can actually hit you behind. So it's gonna be a little bit tricky for Jace here, unless Bjergsen can find the all-in.
Yeah, the ideal trade pattern for Jace is if you can curve it next to the melee minions, hit the range creeps, Sauter, and the enemy champion. then hopefully use your own gate to get 3 shots off, switch forms, and then it's hammer time. That's how you want to win. But obviously, exhaust is very bufferable in that case.
Exactly. One of the very important things for Bjergsen in this matchup is the fact that he can actually use the brushes to his advantage. Because if Klilov is trying to fire arrows towards him in the brushes to the side, he's not hitting the minions, so he's not pushing. And that means Bjergsen can actually dodge around a little bit easier. It can be hard to spot him in there as well. And then he can jump out with hammer form and try and get the all-in.
Definitely so. Both players will need to buy their time and kind of fire at the right moment. We also see, because these champions have very predictable damage, that these guys are running barrier and exhaust, because it's really easy to time when you need to exhaust a Jace. And you can then barrier to shock blast.
Oh, Bjergsen got in first. He's in there.
Bad.
Straight on to Klilov, man. A lot of damage. You can, of course, recall.
Can you?
Yes,
yeah,
you can.
You're actually allowed. Yeah, I was like,
You are allowed to
I
recall.
was like, what's happening here? He can't recall.
That's why they can get items, Crepo, and not, you know, die and then have to go back. So losing that little trade didn't matter too much for Klilov. He will return in time, maybe slightly, but actually, this will cost him a little bit on the first push because he's behind these minions coming in. Bjergsen will get a bit of damage on the melees.
And that's everything in this matchup, because even a full arrow through the minion wave, Jace can just fast push. The second you kill one creep first, the way the waves interact is so it is going to cascade here. Bjergsen will immediately take a creep down.
Well, Klilov did start E, so he can actually AoE on more of the minions, but he didn't hit Bjergsen, and he didn't hit a minion. So this was actually a really poor use of his first ability.
Yeah, notice how Bjergsen used auto attack on the melee creep as well, and then obviously Qs the backline for massive AoE bonus. Now he's going to slow down because he wants to keep his spells for his enemy, or for the opponent rather.
Yeah, and another thing, especially when you play Jace, but Varus actually suffers a little bit from the same issue, is mana. You can't just sit there and spam abilities on the minions over and over, because then you run out of mana, and then you can't really do a whole lot. Good little trade there. You got the thing Crepo talked about earlier, caster minions and Klilov.
And that's what you want to do, and then later on you got to use that same gate to speed yourself up and just whack him in the face. Right now it is just a control for the push. Another E miss, which means the counterattack from Bjergsen.
Yeah, and you can see the thing we talked about earlier as well. Like, Bjergsen is constantly walking in and out of the brush on the side. So when Klilov did fire his E to try and hit him, he's not 100% sure where he is, and he's not hitting minions, so he's not getting any counter push at all. And Bjergsen just using the brushes really well in the start.
Yeah, and usually if a lane meets up on your side of the map, push that much. Bjergsen immediately wants to fire down. Now goes in for the hammer.
And now sees mana. He has to go back and take the relic. Klilov got his relic as well.
This could be the counter push, because obviously much better position for Klilov here to attack that wave.
And he's level 3 as well already. Bjergsen got his level 3 now, and Klilov again.
Is he running XP runes then? Because there wasn't any experience missed by Bjergsen. Klilov must actually be running experience runes then.
Yeah, we have seen that before. We saw it once in the IWCA. Early rush for level 3 and then a full all-in. Definitely is a possibility here in the showdown.
You would think it would happen more in kind of all-in matches. That spike at level 3 or 4. This matchup at least spikes on 6, not earlier at all.
You can also see how there's a difference in potions for both of them. Obviously, Biscuits from Bjergsen to get a little bit of extra sustained mana. But right now, he's losing out on some of these trades. He's gotten a bit of mana back. Klilov has now lost most of his, but he's obviously traded it for HP on the Jace.
Yeah, if Klilov can keep his wave posture here and save some mana up to threaten Bjergsen if he goes for the relic, then he's in prime position to really take control and force the first beneficial back for himself here.
Very even in farm. Bjergsen will try and get these, but it is different. Last hitting here, you saw the one caster minion actually go down, because the way it works on this map, the caster minions, one tower shot, and then they're all the way down to like 5-10%, and you have to last hit them instantly. Otherwise, you don't get them.
Look at Bjergsen here. He knows he's not going to trade, so he just goes for the fast push on the cannon wave, knowing that it'll take time for his opponent to deal with it. Klilov could leave this in a freeze and base, but you generally don't want to do that in the 1v1 map. But look, he's trying to struggle.
Good interrupting though. Very nice. Very good.
Smart base by Bjergsen, but now he has to kind of get the advantage himself. Do the same thing again. Wants to keep pushing in and get the reset here if you're Bjergsen.
So far, no all-in. Very hard, honestly, for both champions to all-in with Barrier and Exhaust on the other side. Bjergsen constantly sitting on very low mana. Just going, but he has some minions hitting him.
A little bit of minion block here. Klilov
got the slow. Can he get in range for Exhaust as well?
Sweeper.
Oh, he has no mana for anything. Oh, he gets him.
Bjergsen's so desperate to get the wave under the tower that he doesn't want to base, and Klilov so comfortable under his turret. Bjergsen could never chase that trade through. That's why the positioning of the wave was much better by Krillov.
Yeah, and of course, Bjergsen jumping in, no mana on Jace, had a few minions hitting him. Hard to get out then. And the champion of last year's 1v1 goes down against the madman who played just junglers last year. This time around on Varus, he actually had a much better performance.
Yeah, you can see that some of these ulterior motives that are driving these players, it's not all about trades. A lot of it is thinking about minion waves, want to get the wave in the turret so you don't get frozen off, so you're not in a bad spot, you want to stay roughly clean on CS. There was honestly a couple of E's that Krillov used that missed Bjergsen completely. He could have been out of mana here if he did 1-4 of those bad trades. Bjergsen, obviously, that's the downside of barrier versus heal. It only lasts a very tiny amount of time.
Just enough with the last auto attack from Clearlove.
And he knows.
He knows. I mean, yes, you really want to win the 1v1, but at the same time, here at All-Stars, again, you're celebrating the players, you're celebrating the fun modes we do have. So if you do lose, it's not the end of the world.
Don't smash the keyboard.
You don't have to smash the keyboard. You don't have to start crying or anything. In fact, you can actually just laugh at it and say, oh, I misplayed. Clearlove took me down. And Clearlove right now, a lot of confidence moving forward. The champion of last year.
Played a decent Varus if we're going to have some...
Just some of the early games.
Some early decisions. Yeah, some spell usage wasn't ideal. Obviously, they're playing versus like high caliber players that actually dodge.
That actually do dodge. That's very true. And Bjergsen did use, again, the brushes very well. Got like the green Phallus gifts a few times to try and get one extra hit in and do some more damage.
Yeah, no point running Bandit on the...
No. That doesn't do a whole lot for you. So, really fun matchup to watch. And once again, we're not getting past like 50 CS.
Yeah.
3 games, and everyone has agreed, let's fight.
Let's fight. No snoozers.
No farm, no Anivia versus Anivia to 100 CS. We're not seeing it so far. We are getting some very good matches. And many different picks so far as well.
I'm afraid, though, because representing Team Ice in the next game is a player that may actually has to resort to a little bit of queso, a little bit of cheese, farming up a lot more. We'll get to introduce him eventually as they're still setting up on stage. Because with the rapid flow of these games, they're kind of lagging behind. But we'll see who it is right now.
Ahora nos toca alguien. Un hombre que en el 2015 nos hizo soñar con esa bot lane. Y ese hombre es... ¡Messi!
And on the red side, it's the deadliest Void Reaver in the tournament, racking up 25 kills in Assassin mode last week. Put your hands together for Mithy's opponent. It's Levi!
I'm feeling so beta right now.
Why?
All these like alpha males shouting, Levi.
Yeah, you and me and our girly voices, Mitch. Sadly not suited for the hype, but we can talk about the 1v1s. Yep. And we know, obviously, Mithy very well. He's a player who, after the EU vs NA first game, I saw him backstage, and I tried to explain to him that when there's this little effect around the ball from Orianna, it's a shockwave and you can flash it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to hear that. Like, he was actually pretty down after that game. He was like, yeah, we could do anything, you know, I've died too many times. Now it's time for revenge.
We know him very well. We consider him a friend. Yet you, right after the game, you walk up to him and you tell him, should have flashed us all.
Hey, I'm helping. I'm just helping.
I hope the world sees what a friend Deficio actually is right now.
I am just trying to give him some advice here. Tahm Kench ban, it's happening. These bans are like kind of all over the place, you know. No one has actually played Tahm Kench yet. But Levy obviously played in the IWCA where we had the 1v1s where Turkey introduced Tahm Kench and it destroyed some of those AD carries. So he has a lot of respect for the pick.
Yeah, the pick kind of developed for 2 different reasons. The voice actor that initially did Tahm Kench sadly passed away in the Turkey region. It turns out this champion is pretty strong 1v1, so it's a double win, an homage, and a strong champion. But let's not focus on too much. Fans are running through.
Yeah, funny story about the Kennen ban. You saw Mithy laugh before. His match history from the practice beforehand is like 10 Kennen games in a row. And he was like, oh, if Levy actually checks my match history, he's going to ban it, and then I'm done. It's like all he's been practicing. Caitlyn is open. Caitlyn should never be open in 1v1. She's too strong. Poke is great. Sustain is fine with Warlords. She's so difficult to play against.
Yeah, difficult to play against. It's actually really interesting with the new Caitlyn. He just locks it in. 5 seconds left. Mithy has not been watching the meta evolve. And when we see the Caitlyn lock-in, obviously on the screen, that could be just a Teemo fighting against it. Teemo can get outranged.
Yeah.
I think the way to go about it is you want to kind of eat trap combo, actually. Keep him out of range, and then get the headshot. You can actually buffer both the Q and the trap with your E.
Right.
And then you just want to outdistance the Teemos and then disengage once you get blinded.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the ways, again, you can play around these AD carries is, again, by using the bushes on the side, the brushes on the side, so effectively. But Caitlyn is the one AD carry who can kind of counter that because she can put a trap in there and make it really hard for you. We did oversee the Teemo once again was a bait. It got swapped. Last second, it's Caitlyn versus Caitlyn. Both players realized we didn't ban it. We have to pick it.
The rule of 1v1.
The rule of 1v1. And I actually like the heal from Mithy here because Caitlyn, like, it's not a burst champion, so the barrier won't actually get to it very often at least.
Yeah.
Unless you use it on the Q and the auto attack after.
If you get a Q headshot that you can barrier, maybe it's worth it, but that means you have to be on top of like your stuff.
Yeah, which, I mean, normally a pro player would be.
You would expect, but then again, we've seen worse from Mithy today.
Yeah, he's the man running heal, though. He also changed it. Man, these guys are just changing
They're
all
changing
the time.
everything.
We're actually trying to bait all of you guys, so it's not Teemo, it is Caitlyn versus Caitlyn.
It is actually
barrier
like,
versus barrier.
We might be wrong about some things about this heal that the Fisher is seeing. He has been seeing some things lately.
I thought it was heal. The voices inside my head said it was heal. And then it's actually barrier right now.
So we're heading into the Howling Abyss. Who's going to take this one? Mithy or the jungler?
Ooh, I mean, so far we've seen Mithy on Zyra. That didn't go too well. So automatically you put some of the
emphasis
on Levy here because he has played a lot of like these maps here. Because I actually talked to Clement, and in the Southeast Asian region, and especially in Vietnam, where these players are from, they actually really love 1v1s. They play them a lot. They say it's like one of the favorite game modes. I don't think the European players spend too much time 1v1ing. Good early start from Levy here, getting 2 early traps in.
So, because what this does, and a lot of people don't know, is that Mithy is now going to lose access to the wave early. Obviously, Levy will have to attack the same creep over and over. Mithy could start with Q. He has now skill trap as well, but he has lost kind of the momentum here. Let's see what he wants to do. So double trap start. Caitlyn's back in the day used to start Q for pushing. The problem is with a mana-gated map, it is not ideal to do so. Especially if the Caitlyn plays out of the wave, because you can never then get the wave and the Caitlyn at the same time.
Mithy does have Green Filer's gift, though. If he can actually step out and just trade like one auto attack with Levy, it would be in Mithy's favor, just ever so slightly here. The game will not be decided level 1 when it's Kate versus Kate. Not exactly an all-in champion.
He started Q. Clicked on the wrong Caitlyn.
Once again, the casters are getting baited.
Yep.
Time to retire, Mitch. You and me both.
Twice. Become an observer. So Mithy looking to utilize that Q to get the push going early. Good trades in between auto attacks. That's what you always want to do. The problem is Mithy, if he forgets about these traps being placed in the brushes next to him, he may pay the price later on. Obviously, he has a little bit of access to the wave earlier.
And notice how, again, he's just using Q on minions. Like, he knows, yes, I could try and hit the other Caitlyn, but that damage difference probably won't make that big of a difference. But getting the push advantage, especially if you can get these minions on the tower, where the tower will take some of them, you can suddenly get a bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, and he's definitely being rewarded for the push, because the traps behind him are slowly fading away. Again, at least hitting 1 minion at a time, so when it does get sidestepped, just like you said, there is still value there. Pushing on.
But this is not the most exciting matchup. Like, Kate versus Kate is very much a farm fest normally, and then seeing, can I poke the guy down enough so he has to go back to base, take like a bad recall, and then maybe try some super risky trade in the end. But it's so hard for both these Caitlyns to actually like all in each other.
Yeah, that's why it's up to us right now to kind of highlight the nuances. Levy going in for an E auto attack trade right there because he knows he has to stay in on the back end. That will fill up his mana again, so he may as well try for it. They never want to overtap your mana when you go for the crystals. He still has the push. Remember, Caitlyn can stack headshot much faster into brushes. That's why Mithy is always staying away from the other brush. Obviously, the fact that you can get auto attacks reset as well.
Oh, he really wants to get in there and smack him with the headshot, but Levy just staying just out of range, and we've been on this side for quite a while now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cadence, you know. See headshot, step away from the vehicle, walk up for EQ combo. That's a good combo by Levy here. EQ into, obviously, the headshot that gets generated for free when you land that E. He takes some damage, and now the next wave comes in much sooner for the side of Fire because it is near their tower, which means Levy can kind of turn the push around. If you trade long enough auto versus auto, the next wave will arrive when your initial wave isn't cleared out yet, and you will bounce the wave.
And I really like that call it there from Levy, just saying like, I can go in and actually use my full rotation, where Mithy has just been trying to poke the Qs over and over and hit like 1 or 2 only during the game. So Levy got that advantage going, and Missing this one, sadly for him. Oh, this one is good though. Getting the barrier from Mithy. No mana from Levy. Now both of them will start sustaining with Warlords.
Yeah, obviously, sometimes it is good to use barrier, not in all-in, but just to make sure that you can...
Again, there is barely any all-in, you know. It really is a poke game. So yeah, if you do trade your barrier for some of his mana in some of these pokes, and maybe like one hit in return, good trade from Mithy there, but he's still slightly down.
And this means the first base goes to Levy, which means he can then control the next wave again with those items extra. He will likely choose the base here at the end, because otherwise, if Mithy gets the bounce, the same thing will happen that we saw in the clear-off match.
It is just very hard though getting like an item advantage when it's 33 to 31 CS here. Even if he gets like 1 or 2 CS advantage, you end up just going like Doran's, and then like another potion coming in, and then you kind of go even anyway.
It honestly pays off at the end. If you get 2 of these situations where you base successfully, you'll get more items, which gives more pressure at the end if you're racing to 100 CS.
Ooh.
Or you can take tower shot. That also works.
Let's just say it was the disrespect tower shot. Showing Mithy, I don't need this HP. I can take a tower shot. I can still beat you.
I wonder if he should have based there. He had like 1.8k gold. Definitely went for it. Maybe he wants to base on the cannon wave.
I mean, that's the important thing here, right? You know, they've been farming for such a long time. You can actually get BF swords, or you can aim for sustain instead and get some more lifesteal and not just value the full damage.
Look how Levy's also is playing a brush here. So despite having no mana, he's getting more headshots per wave, which means he can start pushing. I don't think the tower is really the objective in this matchup.
No, definitely not. It is hoping that Mithy either misses a CS because of the tower, or Mithy's busy last hitting a CS when Levy can then hit him once or twice for free. Now he's taking a lot of minions to try and get the relic. Oh!
Down to level 6.
And no barrier.
No barrier.
Used before. Levy just with enough damage. Great understanding of how much damage he could actually deal right there.
Yeah, he stayed because he didn't want to take the preferential base and go for the long game. He instead wanted to just reign dominance. He switched over just when that relic was spawning. Notice how he knows the map, because he played on the left side near the brush, generating push, generating headshots, saving his mana for poke. A few auto attacks in between while Mithy was farming on the turret, and then he switched right when the relic spawned. Mithy got baited out in the open. Should have probably based there. Got the headshot. Like right here, he's taking so much damage because he knows what he needs to do to get Mithy.
I think also Mithy didn't realize Levy just needed 1 melee minion for level 6. Otherwise, he would never step forward to try and take it. Like, worst case, he would come back to base then. But the way a lot of players look at it is like, if I'm already down in CS and I have to take a bad recall, then I've lost anyway, because he will just not fight me and just keep farming to 100 CS. So Mithy probably felt like he had to try something super risky to try and keep it somewhat even, but he was just down.
Super risky. Auto-attack him?
Auto-attack him, very risky for Mithy in this one. And not been the greatest day for him so far, but Levy showing once again.
So remember, if you see Mithy, do what the Fisher does and just keep asking him why he made those mistakes that he did. Why did you not flash the Orianna ulti?
I've learned that's how it works, you know.
Why'd you get ultied?
Part of giving, you know, feedback is getting them to talk. Get them, you know, ask them a question and get them to answer, and then later on you can then use that to give some feedback. So I just
taking one class on giving feedback, forgets half of it.
I just wanted to see what Mithy wanted to say. I think Levy, though, that's the man we should talk about instead.
Yeah.
Played this map actually extremely well. We talked about this, you know, back in the Southeast Asian regions. They really love these 1v1s so much, and he got to play last week. So he's obviously been practicing quite a lot, and I feel like this is where they can really add some value for Team Fire.
Oh, they're definitely pulling their weight here. He did get punished for the trap start, if we're being critical. But then he bounced back by beautifully just saving his full combo, you know, EQ into headshot every time. And then the second he bounced that wave from under his turret, and Mithy kind of got baited into trading, so the wave stacked much sooner and bounced again. That's when he took the control of the matchup. Got level 6 first, and honestly played it out beautifully. I was expecting him to base, but he honestly had the bigger picture in mind, which was that level 6 spike.
Okay, very interesting. Let's move on instead. Let's give it to the guys on stage.
All right, here we are, moving right along on to game number 5, and playing on the blue side for Team Fire is 3-time Worlds participant, 5 if you count the analyst desk. It's Double Lift!
I like it. En la otra esquina, representando a un jugador de China, un jugador con complejo de Godby.
Les. Very nice, very nice. Que comience la batalla!
Back to the caster desk, Crepo, another 1v1. I think actually it's been going pretty fast so far. There've been so many games here ending way before the 100 CS mark. This one is actually the one I look forward to the most.
Yeah.
Because it is double F.
Tell me why.
Made it to the final last time. Lost to Bjergsen in some mirror matches, so it was very difficult, especially the Z versus
He got
Zed.
baited into a Z match and a Velcro.
Definitely did.
It tells us a lot about double F. Great mechanics.
Takes challenge.
Not the best decision making.
Or maybe the decision making was a little bit off, but Wayless is obviously a guy a lot of people will remember as Godv from Worlds last year, from LGD, where he had such a poor tournament. Like Varus arrows, they went the wrong way, and everything just went wrong for him. This year in the LPL, he's had fantastic periods of time, of play, and
less fantastic,
really terrible ones, to be honest. Most of Summer Split, though, he was actually very good, especially towards the end of it. So I really want to see what he can do, because mechanically he is such a gifted player, but so is Double F.
And Double F, honestly, it was fantastic last year in 1v1s. So much as we like to joke about him because he can take them, he is extremely proficient, especially in trades on AD carries. He really understands when is the right time to go for a minion, and when is the right time to go for a trade.
And we get to see some of the AD carries being removed, obviously, because you are playing as a mid laner versus an AD carry. Syndra has to be taken away. Something like LeBlanc is something that Wayless can play, but he also has a pocket. He played a lot of Corki mid in the LPL, and I think Corki is just fine in the 1v1 map if you don't feel too comfortable playing like one of the available AD carries.
The problem with Corki is, I would say maybe mana, but
mana
if you optimize your poke again on minions and champions at the same time, you can little down the sustain game. One final ban remaining here. I like that we're getting rid of, hopefully we get a cannon ban so we can still keep things spiced up.
Yeah, some new things all the time. I think there's been a lot of diversity so far, which has been very interesting to watch. Things like Time Kench is still available. Not expecting any of these two guys to play it. That one was probably not needed versus Double F. Wrong guy in the bot lane, I feel, with that ban.
And it might be setting up for the LeBlanc pick that he wants to go for, though. If you play versus Draven, the dash cancel is embedded in that kit. Obviously, other AD carries can't do that. Because if you screw a LeBlanc out of her W advancement, obviously you're going to have a hard time.
It would be great to finally see LeBlanc here. She's a pick that's obviously banned quite often after the rework. She's definitely the strongest assassin right now. But too strong here and there as well. And it is a champion that Wayless has played so many times in the past. Always been a great assassin player. He's also very known for his Diana, but it's such a risky pick in this 1v1 mode because you have to just all in basically, and he might not want to risk it in the first game he's playing.
Yeah, also a melee matchup that is very mana gated is going to be hard to play.
Oh.
New Twitch could be very interesting for 1v1s.
Yeah, one of the problems though in this matchup specifically is that when Twitch will throw down his poison, which is such a big part of stacking up the poisons, of stacking up the poisons for expunge in the early game, LeBlanc can obviously like jump out of it very easily, so it can be actually hard to get enough stacks on him.
But she has to jump out of it defensively, because if Twitch plays, let's say, that happens, you throw out your W, LeBlanc advances forward, she's playing in the minion wave as well, where she kind of has to fight the Twitch and the minions, and then if she goes backwards, she gets more stacks on the back end.
Yeah, she should be able to out-trade him though, if she actually gets in the face of the Twitch and his W is lying in the back where the distortion came from. That should be fine for Wayless here. It's definitely like the burst mage versus the AD carry who wants like longer trades, fully stack up the poison. Risky choice from Double F, but Twitch is super good right now.
Level 6 actually introduces an interesting spike for Twitch, because just the sheer amount you can outrange the LeBlanc with, making her kind of engage very predictable.
She can just always close the gap so easily against the Twitch. Like, yes, he can outrage her for like 1 or 2 hits.
I mean, that might be enough. I mean, this champion is very squishy. Exhaust is king on the Howling Abyss.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ignite comes out. There's Double F not going for heal, obviously, because that gets countered by Ignite a lot on these matches. Remember, these guys usually have actual blind pick. That's why we very rarely see a heal.
Double F makes it into the bush first. It gets
That's really good.
a few hits up, but again, Wayless can recall.
Yeah, he can base, but having control of second brush is important.
And
Twitch poisons.
The poison actually making it harder for Wayless to recall. So by the time he's back in base now, minions should be ready to spawn and might cost him just a little bit in the end, because there's the minions.
It doesn't matter that he's in time for experience. It matters that he loses right to first engagement on the wave, which means Double F will have the push going, and that is very needed for Twitch.
Yeah.
If you push in an AD carry like Twitch, he's going to suffer.
And one of the big things, especially when one guy is slightly behind on how fast they make it to the middle, is if you can make it into the second brush, like the enemy's brush, it's so easy for you to like weave in and get like again that green Phallus gives extra auto attack on them, making it much harder for them. Chain first from Wayless does deal a lot of damage if you get the second proc.
It works if you're behind, because you know this AD carry is going to kind of start walk up on you. Like right there, but Doublelift still had to push. Notice how he did. Once he's 1 minion ahead, he knows he can actually go for little trades in between as well. That's strong from Doublelift.
Yeah, what Doublelift also can do in this matchup, now that it's against an AP champion, is go Hexstring.
Of course.
Which is so huge with Hexstringer, Barrier, Exhaust. Like, there's so many defensive tools against like a lot of burst from another champion, making it much easier for him to win trades. But that's obviously in 1300, 1400 gold.
Yeah, we're also about to witness the main weakness of a LeBlanc pick is CSing on a turret. Really hard to do so if you're not having access to continuous mana pool.
Yeah, we talked about how the tower works with the caster minions. With the melee minions, it's actually even more annoying because the tower will deal about 50% damage on the melee minions. So if you don't hit it at all, the tower will just take it down on the second shot, and there's really nothing you can do against it.
Wayless went for a W that lasted a minion at the same time and hit Doublelift, but his E missed, which gives Doublelift the preferential trade. He needs to keep this wave position like this, though. He's waiting for the minion, the relic to spawn. He gets it. These guys obviously have practiced a metric ton of games, so they know exactly when this relic comes out.
Yeah, LeBlanc will keep missing CS on the tower 100%. And also allowing Doublelift to throw the poison down exactly where he did it here. So Wayless has to decide between standing in the poison and getting the last hit.
But Doublelift just took a power shot there. That's the problem. This poison will continuously give you tower aggro the second you step forward, because Doublelift was setting up to punish Wayless when he went for a CS, but the tower triggered a lot earlier than he expected.
And this was huge, because Doublelift instantly used Exalt. Wayless kept his. He went for like a bait all-in, where he goes for the summoner spell, jumps instantly back, and now, because he has Distortion, he can close the gap again with Exhaust.
He can go for a fake base into Q.
Oh, he tried to.
Because the chain is down. If he
use the sweeper. There we go. Damn, I got so into that.
Don't yell that loud, man. Yeah! We can hear. They're like really close.
Got the spot. That's why you go with sweeper. You actually can't go any ward trinkets anyway, because they wouldn't make any sense on this map here. And Wayless again, he wants to jump in with Distortion, Exhaust onto Doublelift, and try and all in him in that potential trade, but there is still Barrier for the Twitch.
Well, this is going to be a big punish. Second, the W misses here. The momentum shifts to Doublelift. The lane is neutral right here. Doublelift has access to the creeps earlier. Look, yeah, he's just going to use that W for wave clear. Doublelift taking control again on the matchup.
Definitely, but Wayless constantly moving forward. It seems like he just wants a bit of poke damage. Now Doublelift will have to be so careful, because Wayless can actually engage and take him down. I like how Wayless is playing like the poke game. It looks like he's all-inning every time, but he instantly jumps back.
Yeah, Doublelift sitting on 1,200 gold, going to base here.
Bought a Thorn's Blade, and then we're like, whoops, wrong item, sold it again. And of course, it's going towards Hexstringer. Wayless might have to just push this out and go back, because he doesn't want to be this many items down. But once level 6 first, most likely.
Reset the wave as well, but look at how annoying it is for LeBlanc. She never wants to use spells on the waves.
Yeah, and she's actually too far away from level 6 to get it before Doublelift is back in this lane here. So he's not really losing out on anything, and he is going to get quite an advantage on CS.
Yeah, he could actually just freeze here too, to deny a couple of creeps, but again, this is not in a matchup where it goes to 100 CS. If this was a 100 CS matchup, a freeze would deny about 4 creeps by the time Wayless is back, but it would put you on the risk of then having to CS on a tower. You would only freeze if you have an AoE champion that then can then immediately clear out the wave.
And now if you guys look at the items, you see Doublelift had to spend all his gold on actual items and no sustain in here other than what he gets from the Dorn's Blades here, where Wayless actually managed to get some sustain with the potion, and that can be very important when he's jumping in and poking and then jumping back and trying to out-sustain a little bit.
We are looking at a minor experience advantage for Doublelift, though. This may just end once he hits level 6. He is super close right now. You guys can't see it with the camera. It's obviously blocking it.
I really like that trade from Wayless there. He jumps in with the W, so he applies his Signal of Malice, the passive now. Oh, we'll actually see if they're going all in.
3 chains.
He can go for it. Just go for it, man. One more hit. Almost too easy in the end. As soon as he got level 6, jumps in.
We hype it up. Minion wave positioning, Hexstringer timings.
Didn't matter at all. The level 6 from Twitch.
Oh, he knows.
It's a great tool in team fights. in the 1v1, it did make a big difference.
It's a great tool in 1v1s if you actually outrange somebody. If you like mindlessly walk up to a brush.
Of course, if you pick a champion that can't like gap close and there's no snowball or ghost or anything, yes.
And he walked up to a brush. He casted like 2 auto attacks.
He would have probably lost that trade no matter what. Wayless was on like 60% HP when the trade actually ended.
So disappointing. Like we build all these stories about like look how smart these players are, and then at the very end it's just like walk up to a level 6 LeBlanc guy.
Yeah, I mean a LeBlanc pick as an assassin is supposed to kill AD carries early on. And as you can see, Doublelift never really had enough damage to threaten the LeBlanc, and he got him down to 50% basically with that one. Wayless not even smiling. He's like business as usual. I'm done. I've taken down Doublelift, and both North American players who made it to the final last year are out.
In round 1.
In round 1. Not good for Team Fire, but Team Ice, oh my, they're doing
And these are all
good.
kind of sub 50 game wins as well. We're waiting obviously for Froggen to hopefully show up at this 1v1 tournament, pick some Nasus. Luckily for us, he isn't here.
No, luckily for us, he's not here. But we have 2 guys on stage. They're here and they're ready to yell again.
Both of last year's finalists have been eliminated, but we can't dwell on that because 2 new combatants have stepped into the ring. On the blue side, he was knocked out in the first round of the 2015 All-Star 1v1 tournament, and now he's back for some cold revenge. It's BB!
Y su oponente se ha bastado el solo para destruir el nexo y meter a su equipo en los All-Stars. Por eso su nombre, perdón, empieza por OP. Optimus. Caballeros, la gloria les espera. Let's go, James. Come on.
Let's go, Crepo.
Let's go, the fish show. Glory awaits.
I like that. That sounds
if you
very
win
good.
the tournament.
Reminds me of like Gladiator as well. When you hear that, and you hear the beautiful Spanish as well. And good hype once again. And now you guys have to settle for us. Sadly for you guys, but this matchup, there's a little story between Optimus and BB.
Tell me a story.
You want to hear the story? Okay, so Optimus actually challenged BB to play a mirror match here in 1v1. But he said because BB is older, he gets to choose the champion. And I don't know if BB actually accepted the challenge. I hope he did. There's a high chance we get a mirror matchup, but BB has decided what to play. BB is obviously very famous for like Ezreal. Not a bad choice.
It's the standard 1v1 choice. Not very appealing though. What matchup would you like to see if it's 1v1?
Not Caitlyn versus Caitlyn. I would prefer Gangplank versus Gangplank. What about like Volley or Ivern versus Ivern? That will go to 100 CS at some point.
Lee Sin versus Lee Sin is actually a fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, but this is a mid laner and an AD carry, and the off role is actually just the opposite. So like, Optimus plays a lot of AD carry himself, and BB obviously plays a lot of mid lane. So they kind of play the same stuff, and they should be equally good in these 1v1s. There should be no clear advantage to either one.
I mean, usually when teams agree, or players agree rather, on a certain mirror match, they at least have fun with the bans, they spell something out. Now,
sure.
LCNK isn't really...
Maybe they can't spell, I'm not sure. These are like actually the very standard bans we expected, like the Nasus, the Cannon. Nasus has been perm banned so far. Caitlyn has been opened once in the Methi Levi 1v1, where Levi took down Methi, and Optimus looking, you know, carry that torch forward. Because the only one winning for Team Fire is actually the guys from Southeast Asia.
I really like when this is going. Team Ice getting a lot of players in the next round. Obviously, can still fail. Varus, another like 1v1 AD carry champ. Works out very well.
Alright, are we gonna get the mirror match? Or did BB ignore the challenge? So far...
Did not pick up the gauntlet.
Definitely, well, it's hard to say because every single time I feel like we're talking about the picks, all the way down to 1 second,
it changes.
Switch. They switch it, switch summon spells, they switch everything.
Let's talk about something else then.
Alright.
How's Denmark?
Denmark is a bit of a mess right now. Honestly, not really 100% sure what's going on. I was home a week ago.
How was it?
It was great. Good to see my parents again.
Some pulsar.
I definitely ate some pulsar. I mean, come on. When you enter Denmark, the first thing you do is you get handed a pulsar and then you eat it.
A custom search.
That's your passport. There you go. Here's a hot dog and move on.
Oriana.
No mirror matches. Interesting choice from Optimus.
Yeah, there's still, so for people that did not actually get to see IWCA, there was an interesting Orianna build in there.
Yeah, we got to see the E-Max Orianna with Doran's Blade, and it's just focused on like auto attack, out sustaining. Basically, you shield yourself and you auto attack with the empowered auto attacks from Orianna.
Because obviously the shield itself gives you armor and FR once you carry the ball on yourself. Player in question actually never put any points in queue. Repetitive auto attacks are good, but you're playing against a champion that gets rewarded even more for repetitive auto attacks, which is Draven.
Yes, but I do feel like an Orianna getting a full stacks will benefit more from that than the Draven, even like early game when he only has one axe bouncing around. Because with the shield to Orianna, she should be able to actually win that trade. I think Draven is going to struggle in this matchup because even at level 6, Draven has no tools to avoid Shockwave. There's no flash right here. No one is picking flash in this mode. He has no way of like jumping or dashing anywhere. So I think BB can just take Q at like level 5 and then just straight up ulti level 6.
So yeah, so usually when you have these matchups that break down a level 6 into a clear advantage for one player, you would say that the all-in timing is either level 4 or 5. For the Olaf, it was 5 previous game. I think the Draven might have a window at 4. 2 points into Axe, 1 W to speed up, 1 E to kind of displace Orianna in a position. Because again, BB doesn't have a way to kind of get out of the E either if he gets knocked kind of forward.
It's just so hard for Optimus in this matchup because BB obviously running a second defensive summoner, kind of knowing that as well. So when that all-in will happen, Optimus has to be so sure that he can actually take down BB. Otherwise, he's going to face like the barrier and the exhaust. BB's going to shield himself and then just walk out. And then wait for level 6 where he can very easily shockwave on Optimus.
This is definitely the build that we've seen before. It's the shield start on BB, repetitive auto attacks, only gonna get stronger over time. And that's why it speaks at the level 4 all-in as well, because level 5, there is that extra point, giving more armor.
And that's really the thing, like early game, ranking up skills is just like best power spikes you can possibly get until we talk about things like BF Sword. It's so important just getting that extra skill. It's often, you know, 40, 50 like extra damage or 30 extra damage on certain things.
Yeah, Optimus didn't really control the direction of his axes well enough, so he dropped 1 CS.
Yeah, the only advantage he got from like level 1 was he got the first hit onto BB.
Oh, he dropped like 3 CS in total.
But that's been even out. BB loses some CS on the tower.
Yeah, this is level 2, obviously 7 creep as usual. Level 2 onto Draven. You want to challenge, but there's no range to punish BB there.
No, and the thing about Orianna and this build they always go for, the one we saw at IWCA was E-Max and then W, and you just sped up yourself and you started like auto-attacking a little bit. BB in this one has actually picked command attack, the Q right now, so he's looking to fire the ball away and then pull it back. He actually didn't do it here.
Yeah.
Ball first and pull back for shield, but he wanted the instant shield for the auto-attack.
Unless he wants to, he might forget about it, unless he just wants to move the ball again later on for more damage. Or he just wants the mana to pick it up if he thinks the pass back damage isn't worth the mana he spent.
Yeah, Optimus in good position here to get that relic. Very, very important, especially against like a mage who does use quite a lot of mana. Good trade from Optimus.
He's committing.
There's still barrier, He's on the tower, one more hit. He got baited. He got baited so hard, Optimus. He's running away. He has the wall odds. He will get the relic. BB saved the barrier. Again, we've seen this before. You save it for such a long time and then you just use it on the tower.
Yeah, you obviously want to shield early, then bait the barrier, and then get the second shield if you can. We saw the mechanic of the pass-through damage as well. BB staying really calm right there, knowing that he can fire back with that barrier.
And that's the thing we talked about before, you know, how hard it is for Draven to like all in because it's barrier, it's a shield, it's an exhaust, like it's so many defensive tools you have to power through when there could be minions hitting you, you're taking some auto-attack trades back, and you don't want to step on the tower.
And obviously this command attack will help ever so slightly to help you push as well, since it is an AoE effect. BB is pretty low on mana, so definitely wants to conserve it for the best moment possible. Optimus is relentlessly pushed. If he ever gets the push turned around, it is over for him, because then BB can control until level 6 here.
And now we also have to remember, barrier is the summoner spell with like the lowest cooldown. It's 180 seconds. Where exhaust is 210. So BB will get his barrier before Optimus gets his summoners, making that window Optimus maybe could have had for all-inning when he gets his summoners back, basically non-existent.
Yeah, and look at BB, when he doesn't need to pick up the ball, he doesn't snap it back immediately. He's comfortably farming as well. Optimus looks like he has missed his window for the all-in on level 4/5. So he'll likely have to base eventually.
Yeah.
Keeping the creeps out of the tower, because we talked about it earlier. It is very hard to CS under that turret.
Exactly. Good position from PP here. Just kind of tanking the minions for like one hit only just to stop them in the middle. And then his own minion shows up and kind of blocks them from moving further.
Helps you bounce the wave as well. That's what BB is looking for. Any mistake from Optimus in terms of wave positioning, getting the wave to bounce. So that's why he's continuously auto-attacking these creeps. Just wants to get rid of that wave ASAP, hoping that eventually, if he trades a little bit with Optimus as well, on the good moments, that the next wave arrives with a tuner.
Trade again here from Optimus, and he kind of needs some of these trades, but you notice how BB is not even using his W, because it's technically a waste of mana for the small amount of damage it deals. He has 2 ranks in Q and 2 ranks in E, so he just like Qs forward, pulls it back with the E, and then he just starts auto-attacking. He's waiting for level 6 right now. There's no way for Draven to dodge a shockwave, meaning BB can decide when to engage.
I mean, at this point, level 6 seems to arrive before Summers come up. Should Optimus then not just base? Honestly, pick up the Null Magic. I think that's what he's doing exactly. He knows, like, the level 6 is coming.
Oh, BB actually sending
They're
him
one
the
creep
ball,
off, guys.
Not pulling him back, so gets 1 minute, that's 6 for Optimus. He knows that BB will hit level 6 as well. And he just wants to get
wave clear.
He wants to get out of there. He knows he can get all in. Doesn't want to risk it.
Oh, BB could leave this on a freeze and just base. Because this is a matchup where you can actually punish with freeze.
Like he's disagreeing. Maybe he needs like just a little bit of extra gold for his
Yeah,
back.
so he wanted the cannon. He didn't want to lose that. This won't freeze, but it'll softly position the wave here, allowing for a bounce. Because now Orianna, once she gets a bit more damage as well on the base of those spells, that's why putting extra points in Q helps you with the shove. But it's all out. Bought every sword in the store. Basically walked in. Optimus, give me all the blades you have here.
He needs just all-in damage. His summoners are ready. He knows what's going to happen if he just keeps playing this like very slow game. BB does have attack speed boots here.
Is that worth it? In terms of like cost efficiency?
They did obviously get buffed a few patches ago, and they are actually a fine like item on its own for just pure attack speed. Also, if he does feel like the extra mobility can help him kind of decide if he needs to back away from a fight.
That's definitely true.
Definitely just value though getting the attack speed first of all. No AP damage or anything from BB. It's all focused on auto attacking right now.
But look at the ball zone right now. This game has changed from a kind of you can't hit me because I have the ball on me to please be careful if you walk around. Mind the ball really. BB snaps it back the second he goes into trade positions again. Look at Optimus. He could keep trading, but he knows if he pulls the trigger there, he's gonna get ulted, and that's a zone. This is slowly turning into a kind of CS game where BB has the lead because he has much more zone impact.
Exactly, and that's one really important thing. Like when you play these things that has like skill shots that can like CC and hit, if you just keep them ready, like don't just use them blindly or crazy. Like if you just keep them ready, you can actually just bait the other guy. But they're all in, Prepo.
Going in here, Draven ulti. BB needs to reset badly.
Oh, Optimus not chasing because he was also slowed down. Gets the speed up. He needs shockwave.
That was so close to missing. That's the saving grace here for BB. He now needs to levy this into a push. Needs the minions to help him because if there's 6-7 creeps here and a brush, then he can just do that. And that's what Beb is doing right there. He does not want to yield.
Pushes it out here. Use both summoners on both sides. There's a defensive shockwave from BB. Obviously doesn't deal that much damage. Let's trade another small trade. But yeah, it's really hard for BB to like take down Optimus in time, and the CS is 61 to
because he gave it over.
Right
with this play, he gave a CS lead again, and that changes the entire scope of things. It doesn't matter what the lead is if it's just a single CS. Really good recovery from Optimus here, and we can question those boots too. Imagine if they were just funneled into either AP or just raw damage on your auto attacks from the Orianna.
I think definitely BB was aiming to kind of win on 100 CS. Because again, what you saw, what we talked a little bit about before, like he kept the shockwave just ready.
Because of the implication.
Yeah, exactly because of the implication. Like Optimus knew, if I do step forward, he can shockwave me. So just kept it there, didn't want to use it for damage or anything. No trade from Optimus though. Does have a cannon hitting him as well.
Good cycling on the axis here. BB's out of mana here. And this is actually what Optimus wants right now. Because the second this Orianna is out of mana, you're just comparing AD. He's pushed under the turret. Really good chokehold right now from Optimus.
Yeah, and he's also able to get these relics. Right, he knew he had one behind him. He could use some mana, use some HP, go back and pick it up.
This is where if you're BB, you just back, you get any item you want, and you're looking for an all-in under 20 CS, and that's a bad base timing right here. Or a bad base location, rather. Because again, now you're still going to lose on CS, but the gap is closing. Now you only have 20 CS left to make a play.
Yeah, you're the one who needs to all-in now, and you're against the guy with double Doran.
You need mana, just base. There's no way he's going to get the victory on CS. He just has to go.
Not the same place, dude.
He's looking for a QR combo.
Maybe he's trying to bait it up.
Yeah, he's literally baiting QR under turret. That's it. It's
I don't think he has mana for it.
135.
He just used all his mana on the shield now, so he's out of mana. There's no relic, and if it spawns, Optimus can pick it up because he's already positioned right next to it. BB, you're running out of time.
I mean, he's running out of options. He should have probably based farther back on the turret and looked for an all-in at this point. Because right now, Optimus is just controlling it slowly.
Oh, he's in tower. He's going for an all-in. That is so risky. You just had the entire game in the bag. You were winning.
65 mana right now.
All right, BB is going back now. Barrier is ready very soon for BB. No summoners for Optimus the next like 30 seconds. But we're getting very close to our first 100 CS game. That's 3 minions here for Optimus, so he goes on to 90.
So he needs to get 10 out of the next 2 waves. It's not a cannon wave. I think they spawn every 3 waves.
Well, remember also with a Draven, you can just ulti straight down the lane and at least get the caster minions once he picks up this full wave here. BB is going full tank now.
He picked up mana. When there's 10 creeps left, can you deplete your mana bar in time? He's going for a soft freeze here. Rearrange the creeps, but it kind of failed. He wanted them to...
He wants one of those melees to buy. All right, that's...
Optimus is kind of...
More swords, you know, why not? Get more swords, get the potion as well. Elixir from Optimus, he's ready.
Elixir of Wrath right there. So he's ready for the showdown.
I'm not sure that was even worth it because he actually ended up staying much longer and could have lost like one. This can come down to like so few CS in difference, but
remember the fish show, Draven can always ulti down the lane. I heard a wise man tell me that one time.
And there's enough minions here with all the casters as well. All hitting once more time. They're going for it.
Optimus dropping low, baby.
Oh, BB!
Just not enough damage.
No, he knew he had to try and all in it because there were 6 caster minions, 3 melee minions for Optimus. He would just need.
I mean, this is a strategy that only works on CS victories because in the end you're hybrid Orianna. You have no AP built in, which means the zone of your QR is only disruption and minion push. And
yeah, we don't see a full auto attack Orianna too often to know what is 100% the optimal build to go for also into like the Draven matchup. Optimus actually played some of the traits, especially later on, pretty well.
Yeah. He knew at this point, like,
yeah, you have to try. There's no other way you can win on CS at this point. Optimus with the elixir as well.
Still goes back to that initial base though, and put the pressure there. I wonder if it would have been wiser with 30 creeps to play with. You could at least look for a more finer opportunity, maybe get some more minions to help you push on the enemy turret.
Yeah. I mean, it was also so hard with the build because if he started going for some AP damage now, it would be so minimal anyway.
Yeah, no magic pen in your runes either.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all AD based.
You have Doran's Blades sitting there, you're maxing your E, so like you wouldn't really have any damage with AP.
I like that Optimus plays it bold though. When you're
bold
winning
damage,
on CS,
give me more
guys,
swords, man, more swords.
Give me some tower shots. Just
yeah.
Make it harder.
He doesn't want to win the boring way. He wanted to win with 400 CS, and he managed to do it here on the Draven. So Draven has picked up a win. Lost one game.
I'm going to cut you off, Fisio, because we're actually going back to the stage.
All right, we've got 1v1 left this evening. Only one spot remains in the round of 16 for the winner of our next match. On the blue side and playing for Team Fire, he's got his own move. Are you mad, bro? It's Madlife!
Y en el otro lado tiene el nombre de un arma porque es un asesino, el doble finalista mundial. Ratatatatatatatata, ratatatatata. Come on, James.
See! All right, men, give us a show!
They're getting more and more crazy up there.
It's day one.
It's only day one, yeah. There's a lot of 1v1s to go. We have them every single day. Tomorrow is obviously the other side of the bracket.
I feel like tomorrow they'll arrive with like a group of backup dancers and they have like a whole choreography, you know, like Britain's Got Talent, like they go on to the next
go see what they can do. Tomorrow's all the Koreans except for Madlife playing. That's where Team Fire really brings out the big guns. But so far, Southeast Asian guys have actually won the 2 games they've played, so they're trying their best. Madlife versus Uzi, though.
A matchup you've been dying to see pretty much whenever, except when it's 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 is not something normally you want to see on Summoner's Rift between a support and an AD carry. got banned against Madlife.
I feel like Uzi has to be just... This has to be his wheelhouse.
I mean, you are in a mode where 80 carries are like the strongest. I'm pretty sure.
Even
it's
within
based.
80 carries, like if you look at the likes of like, is Yellow Pete the greatest 1v1er of all time? Probably not.
Probably
no.
not. His support was pretty bad as well, though.
He did like get trained to carry hard, but if you look at like Uzi, master of like weaving auto attacks in between.
True. Master of Vayne as well. Another little funny random story. There was a 1v1 tournament in China, and he tried to play Master Yi. Kelsey Moser told me, and apparently we went so terribly wrong that we probably won't see it again.
Yeah.
It was really bad for him. And then he had like the Royal Club, they put up like a vote for which 80 carry he should play. They voted for Caitlyn, but you're never gonna get Caitlyn if you're Uzi in this mode. Obviously the first ban for Mad Life.
That is a great story.
I'm glad you like my stories. I got more.
80 fresh.
It is Mad Life after all. His Blitzcrank is also a thing he's very, very famous for.
I'd actually love to see him actually play it.
I mean, Uzi will just play the Vayne. Mad Life should also think that, oh, Uzi changed. Want something better.
Yeah, does not want to run a Vayne into a Quinn.
I like the Quinn though. I think Quinn is so good in 1v1.
Especially if you can get the bird on the range creeps and the enemy champion again, then you can just generate so much push.
Varus though was very good earlier today.
Ooh, on level 6. You get back from base with turbo speed, you can actually swing waves and fresh up.
You can, but you can also lose the poking war against the Varus, and then suddenly he ultis you, and as a Quinn, well, you kind of need to be close enough to bounce on something to really dodge a skill shot like that, and that can be an issue for Mad Life, but with the blind from Quinn, you definitely do have some tools that help you in the 1v1.
Fakers watching them. Amateurs.
Where's the Anivia? What's happening?
He's definitely not getting baited into an Anivia 1v1. One, because the champion is actually really bad in 1v1s right now, and two, Frog is not here, so...
No, he was only in the video, but he's actually not here at the event.
Another bait by the casters.
Yeah, again, we're trying to trick people a lot here. This time with picks, though, you guys saw them. It was Quinn, it was Varus. Summoner spells, no real surprises. It's Barrier, it's Exhaust. Maybe the only thing we could have seen was Mad Life actually run Ignite for the all-in.
Yeah. But that's... Barrier feels like a failsafe. If you're already winning an all-in, you're... Let's say this, like... You might walk away, but the benefits you get from it is probably just a bit preferential base timing and a couple of extra CS up. And if you ever get caught into a bad all-in, Ignite's never going to help you. So in that sense, playing it safe with a Barrier in case you miscalculate is the safer approach.
Mad Life did forget his trinket. Not the end of the world, but it does help you.
I mean, there are some brush creeps,
yeah,
especially now that brush that Greenfather's gift is in there.
Exactly, you can just use to spot the guy in the brush.
Especially when you're playing skill shot champs. Like, doesn't matter if you're a melee like auto attack range with only point and click, because then having knowledge that the guy's in the brush is really gonna help you. But if you know roughly where he is, you could actually predict skill shots.
Should see Uzi go with the E as well, level 1. Yes, he has picked it. I just checked on my own screen over here. Just better for level 1 trading and also potential push. If you can actually get it on almost all the minions, like we saw.
Yeah, really great E
there. And he got to hit Mad Life.
Follow-up trade thwarted by Mad Life though. Uzi could have maybe just went for more creeps. Seems to be a pattern: get one creep, get an auto attack. Sometimes gets punished. Change auto attacks coming out here. Again, it is the push to level 2.
Exactly. The trading early on is not that impactful because you just don't have enough damage to really take them down. People have enough sustain with the Dornus Blade coming in.
Yeah, 3 creeps up here for Uzi, which means he actually has quite a bit to play with. You only need 1 range creep, and then you can just switch to the melee. That also gets you level 2, so it's actually 6 creeps if you just get more melees.
This is tricky now. Mad Life is only level 1. He got level 2 now, and then he goes straight for the all-in.
Yeah. I feel like Uzi got baited there. Thought Mad Life would be level 1 for a bit longer because of the range creep still being alive. That one on the bottom right there, that was kind of low. Mad Life got a great trade there, despite being down on CS. Again, this is probably a matchup, if you keep it close enough CS that there's not a full Doran's difference on your base.
Exactly.
It's fine.
Also, again, when you're playing against Varus and Jace, as we saw earlier, like so much about like draining the mana from them. Mad Life is taking another good trade. Gets a few hits from the minis, actually ended up being quite bad for him. And he also mispositioned on the map because Relic was spawning and he positioned to the top side. Uzi just walked straight down to the bottom.
Yeah, in a vacuum, this trade was nice because he goes for the blind dash damage with the vision reset in the brush, but he's playing at the opposite side, so he loses Relic.
Yeah, that is really, really important. Uzi got both Relics here, so good advance for him. And again, that mana we talked about, well, it goes back to 100%. And Mad Life keeps trying to trade, but he's losing out. Because also these minions are always chasing after him.
Especially if he goes later on. It's probably No points in Q yet for Uzi, but if he does the same trade later on again, what's going to happen is on the back end of his auto attacks is obviously the Q to proc those stacks then.
I mean, this is great for Uzi, honestly. Whenever he is taking trades, he's standing next to his counter minion. This is the first time he ignored the minions and went for it, and he actually got punished quite a bit.
Yeah, he predicted Mad Life jumping in there, but the Q itself just wasn't enough. Remember, these guys still have Exhaust and Barrier, but it might be worth using it on the front end more often here.
I mean, here Uzi could have just waited for the minion wave, because again, he's standing next to his caster minion, so whenever Mad Life jumps him, caster minions turn and hit Mad Life as well.
But I feel like he almost wanted Mad Life to come out the brush there. Just get a Q in the face, 2 autos, E-proc.
But didn't really give Uzi that big of an advantage compared to what we've seen before this one here. Mad Life has
saying
close,
right.
You're saying that's what he wanted, but once again, Mad Life, you're on the wrong side.
Mad Life's like, what are these things that keep spawning?
He doesn't seem to understand the relics at all. Uzi's been getting 2 free relics now, and that is pretty huge.
That's the mana, because mana translated to health. That was just a disrespect Q. I don't need this Q.
That was a God be Q, don't worry.
Gotta be Qs go backwards.
Yeah, true. Now they just missed.
See, I wonder why they even hit the tower. That is a question I have. Like, I know it's a habit from AD carries, but you're never gonna kill that tower in the 1v1.
Maybe he's waiting for the melee minions to get in position. You can still interrupt this one with Q. Yeah. People really also gotta learn how to recall. Like, if you actually do want to recall
Press
there,
B.
just please, just like, you know, step
away from the turret.
Step away from that turret. Unless they're all baiting to like force a spell to be used. So
I don't think they're all baiting.
Probably not. It's actually fun because we think a lot of these players know exactly what they're doing in the 1v1 mode, and then you stand behind them when they actually do practice.
Then you walk into the room.
They have no clue what they're doing. They're just like, can I trade? Can I kill this guy? Let's go!
It's all a ruse. You walk into the room and then you realize they're just improvising. They're really good at improvising. Don't get me wrong. Although Uzi probably knows what he's doing.
I feel like Uzi has been in this situation before. He also didn't go with the Master Yi pick, so he's taking it very, very serious. Mad Life will get that one. Do not hit the minion before the tower. There you go. And now it's hard because the minions will hit it. Ooh!
Sword extra because of the CS differential.
It's the annoying thing with the minions.
Good base here from Uzi.
And Mad Life got his first relic when he was already full HP. Congratulations.
He's so used to losing them.
He's like, I just want this now. He didn't have to take it because his wave is pushing towards Uzi anyway.
He's just like, I will not see another one of my relics being lost to Uzi, so pushing out. So Mad Life gets combat sets if he can surprise Uzi with the ulti, but it's pretty obvious when he turns into a giant bird.
Yeah, and he actually didn't even skill the ulti because it's so hard for him to use it properly and cost a lot of mana early on as well. Just went for another rank into his E, so he's like E, Q, 3 in E, 2 in Q. That is where he's focusing right now. Uzi, of course, took his ulti on the Varus.
Uzi might actually go for counter engage here with ulti.
Oh, he missed it! Uzi, you had the minions in your favor. You just have to stun the guy. You'd force his defensive summoners.
The LP would have landed that one.
Well, Mad Life, he's near the relic, but it's not there because he took it before.
It's like, where is this thing?
Maybe spawn is like he's learning. He's learning. He's adapting.
Another good proximity trade here. Q misses obviously. Blocked by a minion.
He's actually on this. There we go. Mad Life this time around. He gets it.
Success story, honestly. Improving. It's very important though, that particular relic. Right now Uzi has to wait for his next ultimate to come up. Because Mad Life in 1v1 trades is obviously going to win. Quinn is catered to be a duelist. Varus obviously sent around pushing down.
Poking. Which has been pretty effective for Uzi, but he's going to hate himself for missing that ulti before.
That was a game-winning ulti.
Such a good position to just get these summoners away from Mad Life. I like actually the sustain buy as well. It is so important because Mad Life are not all-inning like Uzi and just killing him 100% to 0. He's like jumping him 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, consecutive set of all-ins, and he will only pull the trigger to go real hard if Uzi stays below that 60% health mark.
And he still has 2 minion advantage once he's picked up all these minions here. Mad Life again jumping in, and Uzi winning the trade.
Ooh, this is rough for Mad Life, so at worst he'll have to base here.
And then he's too far down in CS, honestly.
Yeah, so that's a great trade, and now the sustain. So Uzi technically doesn't have to base anymore at all, because it's not like Mad Life is picking up more items. If Mad Life bases again, then Uzi will just get to the 100 CS here, so this is a really good opportunity. Also, he's killing in more spells in the, or rank ups right now, so the AoE just keeps increasing, so it makes it much easier to get the CS, keep the push going.
And he knows he can use the relics to get mana back, even though he doesn't need it for HP, so he can just keep flying away. Like every time you take one relic, it's like one ability you can use extra. And that's all he needs.
Couple minor things as well. Auto attacks 2 creeps to get the stack on. The Eden finishes them off completely. Could finish off some other creeps after. Again, just trying to optimize, push here, keeping Mad Life locked up. We're looking at a 9 CS differential, 11 CS differential rather.
And Serrated Dirk here from Mad Life. Again, it's not often we get to see like completed items. Obviously, this is not fully completed just yet, but he has gone for that one. And with the lethality change, while it's not as effective in the early game anymore with the pure armor pen, Serrated Dirk just gives him extra lethality. And at level 8, it actually evens out with the old one, with the old armor penetration. So it is fine now because Uzi is level 8 and it's on enemy level.
Yeah, Mad Life wants to go here. He really wants to keep Uzi away from the wave. Really good trade. That's a dodge the ulti now though, because he's stuck against minions coming in.
Yeah, a lot of minions coming, taking
I feel like Uzi could have kept going on that trade, especially since he had barrier and he had minion assistance. The fact that he goes to base right now.
But he wants to play it so safe because he has the CS advantage. He didn't want to risk no matter what. Even if he looks back and probably said, yes, I could have taken that trade. I think he also just saw the upfront damage. Now that, again, that armor penetration or lethality is kicking in from Mad Life here with level 8, as we mentioned before. It's only going to get stronger in that case. But I think he just literally said, I'm going to play super safe. I'm winning on CS. And we're so close to 100.
If Mad Life bases one more time, he has to skill the birdie. This could be the thing. If he gets level 9 bases, gets bird up, he has basically 2 ways to do it. Let's see how close he is. He's a half level away. Pretty far. Maybe a mistake for not skilling the ultimate here. It's kind of an emergency evacuation pod.
Now he's down in this trade here. Uzi's going for it. Getting Mad Life extremely low. But once again, not chasing. Not chasing, just taking the free CS right in front of him.
He needs to get level 9 for the ulti now. Honestly, it's an all-in. 13 CS remain, 2 waves if Uzi does everything perfectly.
Uzi's not going to miss CS here. Like, he's not really under pressure. So used to farming as well. Getting every single one. One more wave for Uzi. That means Mad Life needs to all in without barrier, without ulti. There he gets level 9.
Is he skilled?
Doesn't skill it.
Doesn't skill ulti. It's just going for...
But he has to go in here doing this wave. Uzi can just like focus on the minions all the way down. That's what he's doing. 1 E onto the caster minions. They're dead. He has Mad Life. He's going for it. Won't be able to do anything because he's in the minions as well. Mad Life is just in such a tough spot.
Q doesn't connect. Looking for another Vault Boy.
For minions, 2 more minutes. The casters.
No Q because he missed it. That's over.
That's over. Uzi playing in control. We've seen other players go for crazy all-ins even when they actually would win.
No tower shots.
Uzi is 100% serious here. He's a man who can win this 1v1 tournament for sure. Would definitely be one of the favorites now that Bjergsen's double lift dropped out.
Yeah, solid play, honestly. Saw a couple good trades here, but we see why Varus is such a wanted pick overall in the 1v1 landscape.
It's so annoying to play against because he can hit you even when you're behind minions in these trades where a lot of the other picks
spells as well.
2 different spells. And then he just runs like barrier exhaust. It's like, if you ever engage with me, I'm just going to use them and then ulti and walk away.
Yeah, and obviously as we approach final moments again here, one of the reasons why people start that C is because it doesn't get reduced if you hit it through like a bunch of minions. So that's why Q is very hard because you can hide, reduce Q damage if he goes through a lot of creeps.
Yeah, and also if you step into a brush and he tries to fire Q at you, it doesn't hit the minions, but the AoE of the E can obviously hit both casters and slightly into the brush there and get a bit of extra damage. So really well played from Uzi. Varus has shown to be one of the absolute best picks so far in this tournament. Caitlyn obviously been banned so much, and Kennen,
100% win rate.
Whenever he's been open, he's won. Great sample size right there. That's how you use stats, by the way. Just look at one game.
Every single time Kennen got picked 1v1, he came out victorious.
Exactly, and that's why you should ban it, like we saw the guys do here. Nasus perm banned.
Nasus hasn't yet to lose a single game in the 1v1s.
What a beast. Tahm Kench hasn't lost yet either. And I think Tahm Kench is the sleeper pick in this tournament, and Turkey agrees with me.
That's enough from us though, guys.
Yes.
Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at the madness that we just witnessed.
Great toss over, Krepo. Great hosting abilities there as well. So, first things first. 4-3 for Ice. Ice had 4 wins. Fire had 3 wins, which is, of course, important looking down the line. And, of course, have a happy Jankos here to a testament to that. Your team did well.
My team did well. I'm impressed, you know. Compared to EU that lost versus NA first, you know, round, then my team did well. I'm happy.
Well, let's take a look at all the kills, starting with game 1. Expeke on Kennen versus Afromu on Draven and the takedown.
Afro, we were expecting a lot out of him. Peke in the hometown gets that stun. Afro chose the trade right when he had
going fast, Olaf, for impact.
Yeah. This one was the closest one for sure. I think if Mouse would have continued to run away at the end of this play, then he may not have taken that last hit from impact.
Yeah, and the next one is then Bjergsen versus Clearlove. Of course, a defending champion on Jace, but he gets taken down.
I think the jungler has the upper hand. I'm not sure how Bjergsen lost this one, but it's pretty impressive that Clearlove actually managed to kill him somehow. Like, very well played.
Takes him down. I think a little bit of a mistake from Bjergsen on that one, choosing to trade, but...
And here, the disappointment for Jankos was too big.
This is poor boy Miffy. I mean, I played some 1v1s against Miffy, so I kind of know that he would lose, but I thought maybe with a better, Grace, kind of.
Yeah, Doublelift gets taken down by Weightless' LeBlanc there, and then that was followed by BB and some questionable decisions on Orianna that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, his build choice was pretty bad with the Mana Crystal when the game was at like 95 CS, but Optimus's Draven was actually really strong.
I do not think Orianna has upper hand in this matchup. I think Draven has just too much damage. Even if Orianna is maxing E, I just think Draven should win this matchup.
Yeah, and Stress also wanted to talk about that a bit more, especially at Orianna.
We saw so many Oriannas at IWCA. The build is you go back, you get either Glacial Shroud and then Seeker's Arm Guard. You do the second one on the second back. You have the AP, you have the armor, you have everything you need, and you can't really lose. I don't know why Berserker's Grease.
Stressed
Maybe
out,
the
probably.
auto pushing.
Yeah, I think he just wanted the move speed, quite honestly, but then he never utilized it because he'd go into these extended trades. A lot of stuff was actually pretty surprising. Like the two finalists from last year, Doublelift and Bjergsen, I think people were expecting to do pretty well. Doublelift just lost his mind against LeBlanc and decided to just stick around for level 6
In
all
the interview beforehand, Doublelift said, well, I never even heard of Weightless. Well, none of his opponents ever heard of Doublelift. They still beat him, apparently. But that happened. But you do make a good point. Bjergsen out, Doublelift out. Those are the finalists last year. We look at the other side of the bracket. Uzi had a great performance, and he does kind of have everything you need to be a 1v1 champion, plus that LPL Varus pick. I think that's a good asset for the ICE team.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that Varus could be one of the strongest champions in 1v1, at least it seems like it, so I wonder what will happen tomorrow, It's a good hint for me. I'm playing against Prey, so I'm probably very doomed. Because it's AD
you
carry.
You want to play an AD carry versus Prey?
No, I actually don't think so. I think I just have to find something out, because I can actually ban Varus, it seems like, but I don't think I can ban all the AD carries. I would need at least like 10 bans, so...
Yeah, just ask for some tips from the LPL players in your ICE team to show you
Find
some
a way
stuff.
to bait him into a mirror match.
Yeah, I was trying
last year, but we saw no mirror match baiting this year at all.
No, not at all.
Super try hard.
Yeah, and still the classics. Caitlyn is still up there. Farm matchup unless you decide to go in. Lucian is still up there. Nothing else out of the ordinary you've seen?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. We had some cheesy jungle picks. If you want a hand, maybe ask OPL's Carbon about his Xin Shao pick. He tried to Captain Jack with Cleanse and Driver level 2. You could try something like that if you're not feeling confident in 100 CS. No, he tried to, but the exhaust never came out, so he just went for nothing and lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I will try to call him out for some Lee Sin 1v1, but I don't think he'll take it. Maybe he will,
That'll
play.
Be fun.
That'll be fun, for sure.
Yeah, who are you playing in? I'm sorry. Who are you
Prey.
playing tomorrow? Oh, Prey, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
said it 3 times already. Yes, that's going to be a tough matchup for ICE. About 4 times 4 wins already here in the first half of the 1v1 bracket, so we'll see tomorrow. Let's take a look at the updated bracket as we have 7 down and 7 to go tomorrow to decide who will go into that round of 16. Ron OP, of course, already had his bye, so is going to be up against Expected tomorrow. And then Impact versus Clearlove. That might be a very interesting matchup. Top versus Jungle. Bjergsen, of course, out, as well as Afro and Mouse, and Bai is also out. And then at the second slate, we see that Levy will go up against Weightless, and Optimus or OP will go up against Easy. And that is, of course, the day after tomorrow, because 7 other teams from the first round will be as well.
No team kills in this bracket so far when you look at it. All 5 versus ICE still. So, we're talking about can one team get all of the points, all 500? Doesn't look like it quite yet. Maybe another day.
It's going to happen. I
down the
feel
line.
it. ICE is doing well.
Yeah, and it's tricky, right? Like, you think about the heavy hitters that were on Fire today and then the people that ended up winning on Fire today. Yes, I'm going to be a little biased here. Like, I do feel like the Vietnamese guys aren't necessarily favorites to win, whereas Bjergsen and Doublelift were. So I wonder if they're going to be able to continue to go on later in this bracket.
I think the biggest thing is that, we didn't see the best Korean players yet in 1v1, like Faker, like Smeb, like Prey. So I'm pretty sure, at least I believe that Faker will meet Prey if I lose tomorrow and Faker wins. So that's up for ICE, but except for it, I believe that Koreans will take over.
All right, we'll see what happens. And some of them are up next. We're taking a short break. But when we return, the unkillable Demon King Faker takes to the stage with the rest of the Korean All-Stars to take on the best from the LMS.
Now we are here to introduce the 1v1 tournament, the pinnacle of competitive League of Legends. And out there on the Howling Abyss, it is just mano a mano!
See, trading back and forth. That Brewer's going down. He's down. Oh, he has no mana for anything. Oh, he gets him.
Double lift! I like it. Wireless!
Okay, sorry.
Is it enough?
Oh, he needs to get to the tower.
Not enough.
Not enough barrier. It's a tower.
Is it enough?
Oh my god!
For another Vault Boy.
For minions, 2 more the casters.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like Kung Fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. But I just want it.
Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Yeah, this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. But I just want it. Can't get to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself, to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself. But I just want it. Can't get to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself, to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself, can't get to myself. Oh baby.
不能跟那些LCK 他们同队的话，就是还蛮可惜的，因为我没有跟他们一起玩过。那不过当对手的话，也就是蛮荣幸的，就是可以跟他们打对线那些的。所以就换队的话，其实赢还好，就是主要是可以开心的跟他们打一场，就觉得蛮开心的。
We'll find out how well they perform in just a moment. Welcome back to Barcelona, Spain for the 2016 All-Star event. I'm Quickshot, joined by Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley and Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. Super long-barreled names, guys. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Just had some fun watching the 1v1s and excited to jump in.
Yeah, saved the Commonwealth trio for last, so excited to get cracking.
Non-traditional Commonwealth, in fact. I always forget Canada's part of the club. Anyways, let's quickly run down the lineups. Burning onto the Rift, representing Team Fire and setting everything ablaze. It's the LCK All-Stars. Smeb, Bengi, Faker, Prey, and Madlife.
And looking to freeze out their opponents, representing Team Ice, the LMS All-Stars. In the top lane, it's Ziv. In the jungle, it's Karsa. Maple, your mid, and the bot lane duo will be Bebe and Albus.
All right, we'll have to find out how well the LMS All-Stars will hold up. Currently, Team Ice, 150 points on the board ahead of Team Fire. And this matchup, it's full of top-tier talent. Papa Smithy, when you look at all of the players, maybe on the LCK squad, with the exception of Madlife, everybody really performing well throughout the course of the split.
It's stacked, and there's a lot of loyal members. It's basically, the Korean fans have always voted for kind of the same players, specifically Prey and Madlife, the bot lane duo for the Korean duo, was voted in as a duo way back in May 2013, the first ever All-Star event in Shanghai. And the 3 times they've been able to vote a full roster, it's always been Prey and Madlife. So nice to see some of the old names represented. And then Smeb, obviously, stepping up massively, specifically in 2016, and being rewarded with that top lane spot.
Yeah, and Madlife is just an absolute legend. This guy has been around forever. He's been a fan favorite forever. Kind of reminds me a little bit of an Insec in that, you know, people name plays after this guy. They call it Madlife, and you play someone out of a jump. This is something that this guy is known for. His Thresh, his Blitz are just incredible.
That's it. Before the Insect, there was the Madlife.
Yep.
So those are the duos of big names, and it's great to see him represented. Obviously, shoddy performances, you'd have to say, in the summer season. Was great in spring, fell down in summer. We're still waiting to see where he'll go in 2017.
31% win ratio, the lowest of all players attending All-Star 2016. Let's turn our attention over to Team Fire. They're not going to be a pushover. LMS has been a particular challenge, make that Team Ice rather. At the last few international events, LMS is currently 5-1 versus LCK. When you look at the Flash Wolves players, Karsa, and of course the mid laner Maple. Both of these guys, Korean kryptonite, or is that a stretch?
I mean, perhaps a little bit of a stretch, but you can't argue with the results. Specifically, the Flash Wolves team have traditionally stuck up, whether against LCK opponents, including SKT, multiple times. So while you look at the squads and you can't look past all the class on the lineup of the LCK team, there's no slouches on the LMS side either.
No, there certainly are, but we all know when it comes down to the big finals, it's always the Koreans. These are the guys who show up in the big matches, and it's still early in the tournament, so maybe the LMS still has a chance. And you know, Bebe, to speak about him a little bit, he hasn't won an LMS title, but he has won 3 GPLs and a World Championship. And his best days, I don't think they're behind him. His recent results with J-Team has shown that he is a very, very good AD. These guys were expected to qualify for Worlds. They didn't, but he is considered by most to be the best AD in the region.
And it's just lovely seeing the highlights like you saw from Season 2. You know, 3 of us were watching the game back then. So much has changed, but BB still is seen as the top AD carry from his region. TPA, you know, now J-Team, they've always had this man anchoring the roster, and he's innovated a lot. The blue Ezreal build that everyone remembers was started by BB.
Yeah, was started playing Ezreal back then, playing Ezreal today. We'll find out if he plays it in 2016 as well to wrap out the year. Now, something we have to touch on, it is going to be an uphill struggle. 4 out of the 5 LCK players were in the semifinals of Worlds.
That's true.
And, you know, the caliber of players is going to be very impressive. What do you think these guys are going to get their hands on in picks and bans? We've not seen Ivern. There was some excitement around it. We've seen the Assassins banned out and Azael. We're just jumping into picks and bans right now.
And I mean, I for one am excited to see some of these Assassins unleashed. I think there should be a ban on the Assassin bans. You're not allowed to take them off the table. I want to see Katarina. I want to see Faker playing champions like LeBlanc. See what this guy can do on it, because he is a LeBlanc god. He hadn't lost in so many games. What was it, 26? Some ridiculous amount of games that he'd won in a row. And unfortunately, it's already gone.
I mean, the power speaks for itself in the pick, and it's Faker. So clearly you're going to ban it away. I want to see how LCK are going to approach this tournament, because so far, you'd have to say the 5v5 game's been pretty on the line. It's been pretty much serious picks on both sides. I want to see the Jarvan back from Bengi. Remember, Faker and Bengi, the 3-time World Championship duo, are breaking up after this offseason. Bengi is going somewhere other than SKT, so let's see some of these power duo picks that have kind of been the trademark of the last 3.5 years.
And as an NALCS fan, I want to see who's going to perform, because we know as this
Scouting grounds over
exactly,
here. I see how it is. I see how it is.
LCK is the NALCS farm teams, you know, so whoever plays well, you know, we're going to pick them up, and we can look forward to that for next year.
You know what the funny thing is? A year ago, Froskurin stood in your spot and made the same joke. And now it's NA, so the Koreans have to go somewhere. And I guess
we got to take our wins where we can get them, Papa Smithy, because it's not at Worlds.
Oh, boy.
Well, we'll find out if any more farming can be done from this series, gentlemen. Rain got Thresh Nidalee banned out by the LCK All-Stars. LeBlanc, Syndra, Rise, again, sort of familiar-ish picks, with the exception of maybe Thresh, you can argue, and a first pick Nautilus. Not sure about that, but why not?
I'm guessing it's going to be a top lane Nautilus. Obviously, that's the big story with Courage the Colossus. Still a very decent pick in the bot lane, so it is definitely a flex pick between those roles. There's no Kuro on the roster, so mid lane Nautilus probably not coming out, but a power pick and one that Smeb has played in the past.
Yeah, and it certainly can flex around. I definitely think dependent upon what support is picked, you can have some pretty good matchups for Nautilus in the support position, and it is really strong with the Courage of the Colossus, plus your W shield. Those two stacked up just make trades ridiculous. It's really hard to punch through those shields, but I was a little bit surprised to see Nidalee and Thresh off the table. Nidalee is actually, I believe, lowest win rate jungler in the game right now, and is going to be getting some pretty serious buffs in coming patches. So to see it still prioritized as a ban is interesting.
But there would be no surprise if, and it looks like the Rek'Sai is going to be locked in for Bengi, so still going to be erring towards the more reliable, another Courage abuser. So far we have double Courage of the Colossus, Twitch not so much. Okay, so not going to be a Courage team for LCK.
No, it's not. This combo of Nautilus Rek'Sai didn't work out too well for Team Ice when they used it earlier today. Europe against NA, of course, but slightly more skilled players this
time. Might have been a player problem there, Quick Shot. You can't blame the champions.
We'll find out whether or not the answer to that question is solved. But Prey, Twitch, I mean, that's fantastic. I'm already excited about the matchup. And Papa, we've actually been talking about which AD carry Prey was going to play all day long, and Twitch was one of the guys.
I mean, he's a seminal Twitch player. Back in Season 2, when he was first voted in, Season 2, Season 3, was known for the Twitch. Not his most played, that was Corki, mainly because, of course, moving towards the League system in 2015 and 2016, Twitch went down in priority, but Twitch is way up there in priority. In this tank meta, we find ourselves in a tank buster, now having the longer ability to go into that ambush and being able to set up, can still be used in the same assassination role, so good to see the Twitch, but it's back to the old meta with the Jhin on the side of Elements.
Yeah, and Jhin, you know, a lot of people were talking about, oh, lethality, that's going to kind of kill off the Jhin because it's not as strong as the armor pen, but I actually disagree, and I've been seeing a lot of successful builds. I have been seeing Ghostblade builds still be successful, but you can even go the old kind of like Essence Reaver, Rapid Fire, IE, those builds work very well too.
But it's not the full long sword, it's not the flexible back time. It feels like if you can get a BF sword, still a very strong laning AD carry. If you can get a completed, upgraded Dirk or the Caulfield's Warhammer, still can be powerful, but you have to say, the fact that he had the flexibility, just buy as many long swords as his hands could fit, and then come back and finish items later, really helped the Jhin. As maybe we're going to start seeing some of those picks I was hoping for, so let's see if Faker will show out a unique champion this game.
Well, there's big smiles on the side of the LCK All-Stars.
That's not a unique pick. That's
all the way down, having some good chuckles. It's not going to be anything super exciting. However, this means Nautilus support and Rumble top. Obviously, Smeb going to be burning through that top lane Poppy. And it's Katarina!
Oh, here we go.
We have Katarina, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2016 All-Star.
And it's such a gambit to take a teleport mid laner against Faker. Now, it is the Victor. This is actually not the worst matchup for the Katarina. Obviously, back in the day, pre-rework, this would be a really painful one. But people have been theorizing that this is one of the lanes that Katarina can stand through. And guess what? Nothing's changed about the late game resets. Katarina is a beast in the late game.
And this champion, I feel like the skill cap went even higher. I think that it's such a difficult champion to master. And as such, you won't necessarily have a lot of experience playing against someone who is extremely well practiced on this champion. And I'm very excited to see how Maple performs and also how Madlife is going to do on this Nautilus here in the bot lane, because I do think they have the all-in potential against the Jhin, against the Bard.
And look, they kept the last pick for mid lane. That's pretty predictable, especially with a mid lane like Maple. when they committed to the Rumble, it's worth noting that when you look at CC, you know, interrupts were always the word you would use against a Katarina. There's a Rek'Sai knockup. There's Nautilus who has a lot to himself, but this is going to be a support Nautilus. It's going to be a squishy Nautilus. If Nautilus dies early in a fight, gives up a reset, not really much else on this team to deal with that Katarina.
Especially true when you consider who's handling that Nautilus. Not the strongest of forms that we've seen from Madlife himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time here on day 1 of All-Star 2016, hashtag FireWin or hashtag IceWin. Fire currently trail by 50 points, and this match is worth 100. Will this be your Katarina, meaning 0-5-0, or will this be the other team's Katarina, 5-0? We're about to find out as we load up for Summoner's Rift here in Barcelona, Spain.
Crowd are hyped. I'm hyped. Always good to see these mixed rosters from the LCK. You follow some of the off-season moves, and it seems like we've got some all-star teams just in the regular sense in terms of KT and SKT. There's always a bit more personality when the nations come and meet.
It certainly is, and I think this has to be exciting for the LMS fans because they have traditionally done pretty well against the LCK, and this is really the LMS dream team. This is, you know, the best players in each of the roles from the LMS region. I think it's very similar to how NA did with their kind of team for All-Star, so it's really exciting to see these players perform.
I mean, the only name that might surprise Albus over Sword Art to more fans that have watched only the big international events, but the word is, you know, watching from what I've seen, the limited LMS I've seen, but especially talking to the experts, it hasn't been Sword Art's year. You know, Sword Art definitely last year was leading the pack when it came to LMS supports, but it's been much more Albus's time in 2016, so it's actually no big feat to see him here at support.
And what a champion for it to be your time on. Bard in game 1 of the 5v5 Summoner's Rift. Get some of those ultimates down, lock people up with your Q, and see if you can get a good advantage. I mean, it's going to be tough against this Nautilus if he ever gets caught out, but range advantage will be in favor of LMS. Taking a look at the map and how it starts off, it looks like red buff starts for both respective junglers. And we'll keep our eyes on where Bengi and Casa decide to prioritize their next steps.
And we have to remember that you can still do the 2-camp level 3 here, and we are seeing Karsa go for that path right now. He could look for a very early top lane gank onto Smeb, and this is something that's so tough to deal with because you can show up so early with this level 3, with the red buff, that it's very difficult to deal with, both for the top lane and the bottom lane.
I think you have to go for that particular path, the 1 buff into the golems, just because specifically, if you see that you enter lane the top lane, if you see that the enemy top laner hasn't warded, you're right for the level 3 gank. If they ward, you know what, you have that information, you follow your path, and these are both manaless junglers. Speaking of junglers, you could see Bengi sniffing around bot lane, but for now, not going to be any gank attempts. But they're all waiting. They don't want to path over to their blue side necessarily because blue buff transfers will be coming up soon.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Albus already left lane to potentially help out Karsa. Showing a good understanding at least of the threat of a level 3. His wave was pushed in, so safe enough for BB to farm. By the way, we kept getting glimpses of Maple being shoved into that lane. 5 CS to 15, a lot in front of. I think this is expected. Low-level Katarina doesn't have a full complement of spell rotation available, and obviously the range advantage for Victor.
And the CS is lying to you somewhat, right? There's still a good chunk of minions here. We'll have to see how well he does at picking these up under turret, but if he can get the majority of these minions down, then he's going to be okay. And we also have to remember he has the TP to come back and pick up some of these minions, get an early base, try to pick up some MR. I imagine he's going to be building an Abyssal early, something like that. And try to be able to sustain the early game and then get back and just farm it out.
Not complete agreement on item build because you're so flexible with your AD and AP ratios on Katarina. Gunblade is always seen as a really big pick. Gunblade into Guardian Angel is actually something people have been messing with, but these trades you're seeing on your screen are indicative of the fact that Katarina is still a melee champion when it comes to the auto attacks, a bit like Kassadin, the other pick that we see in the mid lane quite a bit as a melee. And also the other risk there is that you push with your Q when you're going in, as Karsa is right behind Fire here.
All right, Prey and Madlife need to get away. Good dredge line from Madlife, throws down the shield of the Titans. Wrath, Albus and BB gonna push forward.
Good flash.
Madlife was able to flash away 1 summoner spell for the exchange, and that was a pushing lane. In actual fact, all 3 of LCK's lanes have been pushing very heavily straight out the gates.
And Mad Life does have to blow the flash there, but it was well played. I think the hook immediately onto the Lee Sin, denying him from getting onto Prey, saves his AD summoner, and yes, he had to blow his, but still I think he's totally fine with that.
One of the biggest changes you see for Katarina is that when you go for those big trades, when you Shunpo in, previously you did your little bit of damage and you had to walk away and you traditionally took 3-4 auto attacks a spell. Now you can W before you go for the trade, Shunpo in, Shunpo out, only take a little bit of damage, and thus the trades in mid lane are going better and better for the new Katarina.
And what else are we going to be looking for in terms of the trading fighting pattern? Obviously that's the way out. But what is Maple looking to do against a Victor? This is a matchup that we're now seeing in the new preseason and hopefully going to see more of over the next weekend.
And I personally don't think he's really looking for a kill here early on. Unless Karsa can get behind the Victor or something like that. It's more about just farming out, looking to roam, looking to be able to get control of the lane through that, make plays around the map, and try to take over, hopefully, in team fights.
And I completely agree, Exel. Basically, what he's trying to do here is farm out a gunplay. That's what he wants to do. Get through the lane, not lose his turret, and get a gunplay. Just because you think of Victor and you're like, wait, Victor doesn't have a stun to stop the ultimate. Why not go for the gank?
Trading here. Connects onto BB. Magical Journey is available, but look at that great trades.
And just look at that. The Courage of the Colossus, he lands a CC, pops his W. It's so hard for them to actually return fire. But
Azael, look at Bengi. He's coming from behind. Albus is in trouble. Knocked up from the unborrowed. Down to 100, and that's first blood to Prey.
That was so well done. They have Mad Life go in, force out the Magical Journey, so that was actually off cooldown. Bengi is lying in wait, comes in, they get the first blood. So well done there.
Sort of flexible pathing available for a Rek'Sai. Karsa's in mid lane to back up.
Very quick channel on that Death Lotus for Maple. He's forced to flash away. Faker looking to turn it around. 1v2. Gravity Field does not stun Karsa. Death Ray puts a lot of damage down, and Faker uses Ghost and forces 2 away.
But the point I was going to get to is that the Gravity Field is still that interrupt on ability, so you cannot Death Lotus if the Victor ult is up and expected to go out. We're seeing here what happened. They went for the first trade. Ice thought this was over. The LMS thought this was over, but that's when Bengi pathed in. They knew they had the line in. Alba's still very squishy on that Bard, and very nice stuff from the LCK team.
Yeah, and just forcing out that Magical Journey prior to that was so important. It means there's no way out for the Bard. Long cooldown at early levels with no CDR. Just really well executed there. Smart stuff from the LCK. And with Faker surviving in the mid lane too, bad goes to worse for the LMS.
Absolutely. Already 1,000 gold advantage between Fire and LCK. We caught a glimpse of Smeb. He's up in the top lane. Sorcerer Shoes completed and teleport available, whereas Ziv has used this to go back to lane. We've actually not looked at that lane a whole lot, but it has been playing out as expected. Rumble shoves in Poppy. Poppy falls behind early. Wait for Poppy to make teleport play. And that's a pretty good summary of what's going to happen for the next few minutes.
Exactly. Once you know the abilities for Rumble, you know he's going to have the push. Victor predictably has the push in mid lane. The surprise for a lot of viewers, probably, as we see Mad Life just going for the most aggressive ward possible. That's a Rek'Sai behind him.
He's here.
Ignite, Flash for Albus. He's got a Magical Journey, very short distance. Gets to safety, but there's no support from the rest of LMS.
Yeah, and they're going to have to back off the turret because Prey has pushed up the minion wave. They're very vulnerable here if they actually stick around.
And even though they're against double TP, both are down. They have the cooldowns there, so they're free to make this move. But the only surprise I was going to get to is that Twitch, now with the ability for the W to stay on the field, does actually have the ability to push in a Jhin, which is not something that could have happened with the way that previously, where previously you just tosk the Venom cask and get a couple stacks, get a quick trade in with Expunge. But the fact that Twitch can now push brings another element to his game, and is what's really helped shore up his laning phase.
I love the W because not only can it help with pushes, but it can be used to really complicate trades from your opponents. If they want to go in and get a couple autos off, if they're trading inside the W, what do? Do they stand in it, let you get that 6-stack Expunge? Do they run away where you're going to move forward and get free autos? It becomes very complicated for your opponent.
I mean, it crazily becomes a zoning tool as well. It basically becomes something like the Ziggs Minefield, which once you start getting level 6, Infinity Edge, and the Static Shiv, it might not do the immediate damage of the Ziggs Mines, but the follow-up damage from Twitch has never been a problem for the Rat.
No, absolutely not. Prey, of course, maxing that E, getting a lot of damage built up.
Sun in his eyes there.
There we go. Just the simplest shots are the easiest to miss. But Ziv was actually shoving Smeb in. Got that Spectre's Cowl, got some MR, and gonna pull some supports up. Here's Carson.
Think he's coming though.
It's a 2v1. Easily pick up the kill onto Smeb. And they just walk away. Bengi a little too late to the party.
Yeah, super clean stuff from the LMS, even though that was a cross-team thing. Down bottom,
the
though.
dredge line! Wow, that was interesting. Maybe he got pulled out, but still clicked and got past. I don't actually think I've ever seen that interaction before.
Movement priority is always an amusing thing, but up top, as you mentioned, with the moment that he had the Spectre's Cowl was starting to stand up to the trades, and this was just really clean. AHQ, Flash Rolls, doesn't matter if there's any team rivalry there, because these two were of one mind.
Yeah, that was beautifully done, but
Oh,
Meva's
man.
TP bot, and he's going on Albus.
That's such an easy kill. Frey gets to secure.
And look, Dredgeline is still a hook champion. It's not the Thresh we were hoping for, but the Nautilus has the hooks. Madlife has always been great at those line skill shots, and they're profiting off the bot line here, is LCK.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying Madlife's a little bit rusty, so you make the hook a little bit wider, maybe 2 or 3 times as wide. You're going to be a little bit more accurate. You know, I like it.
Can't fault the logic. It seems to be working. 0-0-2 for Madlife. And it looks like Tower First Blood secured as well, just as 10 minutes pressed. Azale, things are looking up here for Team Fire. Plus 2K, tower advantage, kill advantage. Good start.
It's not bad. It's not bad. You know, if you're a Team Fire fan, an NA fan, an LCK fan, you know, all the same, really the same one region.
Did you hear Kobe's theory earlier, the NA strats? You know?
Yeah, it's beautiful. We all came together, you know. How are we going to win All-Stars? It's brilliant. We'll draft the Faker.
There we go. Draft the Faker, draft the LCK.
Seems to work at Worlds.
3 out of 4 times, it worked out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, all that shenanigans is happening elsewhere. Maple teleported to push Faker out of lane, and that allowed LMS and Team Ice to pick up the Infernal Dragon. So that is a small solace. It's a late-game investment, much like a Katarina. It's a mid to late-game investment. Mid-game more heavily than late, but still no Gunblade and that Negatron cloak. That's going to slow the build down a whole lot.
Unfortunately, the investment, it seems stocks are crashing over here in the mid lane for the LMS. Things are not looking so good. You know, it does have a late game, obviously, on the Katarina, but Victor, no slouch in the late game, turns out, Papa.
Well, and also, the futures market against LCK teams has never really been one you want to invest in. Kind of crashes around the 30-35 minute mark, so we'll see. He's being forced into the Abyssal because of the trades and the harass he's taking from Faker. The build path for the Victor's not changed much. Rylai's, importantly, hasn't been changed on this patch. Will change on the next patch, so still, the 2-item core, very powerful
Some
for the
shenanigans
Victor.
down here in the bot lane. They're setting up by the Blast Cone.
Oh, please do something fun. Please do something fun. Oh, they got spotted, though. Hit it, hit it. Nope, still not doing it. Frey's going to be able to camouflage his way to safety. Ooh. No, held my breath. No Lee Syndrome today for Casa. I wonder what that LMS squad were trying to do.
I mean, Blast
into the red buff and surprise somebody.
You sit there and think about the mechanics behind Blast Cone and Magical Journey, and your mind certainly wanders, but no such luck that time.
Not yet. I'm sure we'll get a chance later in the game. For now, pressure is on Faker. Gets caught out by the Tempered Fate. Here comes Casa. Faker's able to flash away. Albus, he fired the Cosmic Binding just a moment too early. Casa going to hop over the wall to the Raptor camp.
Still, both summoners down there on Faker. That's a nice play there from Albus. He's able to move mid lane, nails the ult. Both summoners down for Faker.
Yeah, and Casa has flash available himself, so the kick will probably be lethal onto this Victor. That's on future event. Might be now.
All right, Deathloach is fully charged. Maple's going to flash away from the hook. Manages to get a lot of damage down. Still has access to that preparation. Prey pulls the cast just a little short. Spray and Prey contaminate. Flash!
Oh, he got
it for the kill. Prey gets it.
Oh, and that is huge. Prey is 3-0 now, up 30 CS. This guy is going to be massive.
But look at this full court press coming from the LCK. It's not just the solo kill bot. They're invading the jungle in the mid lane. Rumble sack lane ages away, and this is certainly escalating very quickly.
Tower fell earlier. A couple more kills. Red buff stolen away. Vision is being pushed in deep. Look at the LMS jungle. LCK beginning to dismantle LMS right at the seams.
And they're so good at pushing advantages. As soon as they get it, they're not going to give LMS the time to farm it up, to hit their item breakpoints and become relevant. They have the advantage now, and they will push it now.
That's exactly what they're doing, turning their attention to the top lane. Now Zip is going to be the next potential target. No real support, though, from the rest of the map. Taking a look at Smith, he snuck his way up there. What are the LCK All-Stars up to? Have they changed target? It appears to be the case. Oh, this is going to be terrifying. Equalizer goes out, knocked up by the mine, caught by the hook. Brazen or Rampage 4-0.
And they're already out of the laning phase with the Nautilus, so whatever struggles there would have been at level 1, 2 are now a thing of the past. Walking around, acquiring targets, Madlife. Don't even need to hit a hook once you have access to the depth charge and taking over the map. Remember, with the long respawn times, it's very important to deny the blue buff the big camps, gold lead will only grow for the LCK.
Very interested to see what Mad Life is actually going to go for next. Will he get a redemption of his own? Will he go for a Knight's Vow to help out Prey, who's already fed? Some of these new items for support, I think, are very, very powerful and pretty affordable early on.
The build paths are really nice too. Crystalline Bracer is now a big build that's building health. Casts the face checks.
Ooh, manages to sidestep the Tommy at least. Gets out to safety, but LMS 15 minutes in are so far behind, and this is not quite what I expected. I did think the LMS squad is going to put up a little bit more resistance against LCK, despite the Koreans obviously being the favorites in the matchup.
I mean, Korea's looking good, but we're not at FF 20 points yet, Trevor.
Not just yet. Maple's going to dash away after the preparation. Once again, Shunpo's to safety. Caster finds Faker. Gets the kill. Manages to pick it up. There's a knockup from the Unburrow. Bengi's running for his life. Another Sonic Wave connects. Maple's looking for more. Preparation into Shunpo. Maple's on the board. 1 kill, 1 assist.
And the LMS are really hoping this is where it begins. Finally, Maple is on the board. Had to go super defensive build with the Negatron first into the nearest large rod, but this is some of the new Katarina mechanics coming in. Double Shunpo available. Finally catch Faker with his summoners down, and this is 2 important kill involvements for the LMS.
And it's Karsa that gets the glory, but it's Maple who did such a good job surviving, delaying, never allowing Bengi to land that stun, which set up those 2 kills, gets them on the board, and gets them right back into it.
Maple's going to need to finish off this thrift shopping. Maybe he's going to flash away.
He's coming in.
More. Exhaust comes up. Very good tempered face. Double teleports coming in. Maple throws down the Death Lotus. Gets the second kill. Another follow-up from BB. Katarina is 2-1-2. And if it were solo queue, I'd be saying forfeit at 20.
Well, it's not the way you thought it looked, but it is close now. That's 4 straight kills for the LMS. The Rylai's is completed for Maple. It's going to be so sticky, really hard to get away from this. And they overcommit. They don't respect the double TP. They both come in. Bebe's able to disengage. The ultimate lands from Bard, and it's a disaster for the LCK.
Overextending in multiple lanes was what got LCK the lead early, but finally, double teleports. The extra gold to pick up the Rylai's. Just the right spot for Team Ice to come and collapse on top, and you have to feel like even though there's that 2,500 gold lead, the tide is starting to shift to LMS.
Especially if another Dragon can get picked up. Cloud Drake so far 0 contest from the LCK, and this is going to be a clean, safe collection.
And it's an important one. Sometimes Cloud Drake isn't very important, but here, when acquiring a target on the side of LCK is so important for the Poppy, for the Katarina, for the Engage, there isn't much disengage on the side. We mentioned it. Nautilus, okay, can solo down, can solo CC someone, and there's 1 knock-up from Rek'Sai. But otherwise, whether you acquire the Rek'Sai, so whether you acquire the Rumble, the Twitch, or the Victor, those are all great targets to burst down for Team Ice.
Assuming they survive, because while they're great targets to burst down, all 3 of them can burst down Team Ice. So if the LMS are not in the right place, I mean, with the exception of Poppy, those are pretty squishy targets.
Yeah, they are, and a lot of, I think, LMS's success comes from picks. You have to use the Bard well. If it's a straight-up 5v5 with the Nautilus and Prey on this Twitch, getting up in your team's face against Jhin and the Bard, they're not going to be nearly as effective. So they need to get the long-range CC, they need to get these picks and start the fights on their terms, or they're going to be shredded by what I think is just a stronger 5v5 teamfight team.
And Prey was still piecing together the 2-item build that gives everyone so much tether, so much terror, sorry, the Hurricane and the Infinity Edge. Infinity Edge going to be coming relatively shortly, and then the team game, the 5v5 especially, becomes basically, can you stop the Twitch? Can you lock him down? Can you CC him? Get rid of his front line? Because if Twitch is free hitting on that 2-item spike, not much you can do.
And the scary part of that is there's 2 more threats, but LMS looking for one of those picks.
The target is Prey. They need to get the vision. Camouflage is going to help by some time. Shunpo into Death Lotus. Prey gets tagged, taken down by Karsa. Maple's looking for the jumps. The Shumpos as well. Karsa survived the slither. Faker's running up. He's ghosted in for the fight. A magical journey by some time. And it looks like the LMS have managed to get away. They invested a lot, but they do get their kill. They may just lose a towel for the trade.
Even though LCK had an aggressive ward down, we didn't see the TP from Smurf. They answered with a turret, like you said, so still going to be some more global gold going the way of LCK, but it's been LMS on the front foot for the past 5 minutes, and it's been nice picks and nice teamwork, and the Bard opening up plenty of avenues.
Yeah, 3-man squad coming in from behind. The ulti misses, the Q misses, it doesn't matter. They had more than enough. And look at the damage from Katarina there. Ultimate actually does more damage than the previous version, and just too much for Prey to get away.
Extra ticks on the passive wasn't enough to take down the Lee Sin, but they healed when they saw Victor walking into screen to ensure that everyone got the hell out of dodge, and we reset, and yeah, does really feel like things are starting to come together for specifically the Katarina, but more generally the LMS.
The thing is, Maple's going to have to use all of these like positive swings in his favor to overcome a 3,000 gold lead. Oh, tries a pretty opportunistic death load because that was a flash ulti, and then forced to back away. Summer spell down, but still very stupid.
Call what you want it, opportunistic, over-aggressive, optimistic.
Reckless.
I might just call it a little bit bad, but in this case, it's not going to work out for Maple, and Prey gets away.
Trying to be positive.
Yeah,
Azael, trying to...
Such a sunny disposition you have over there, Trevor.
My glass is always half full, gentlemen. And as it stands...
Maple's is splash empty.
I like that one. All right, Ruto to Bengi. A little bit of damage from Maple. Follows up with that secondary Shumpo. Bengi, no real defensive stats to speak of. A little bit of HP from that Cinderhulk. And looking down the rest of the items, again, no real surprises, gentlemen. Keep looking to see if there's something new, but there's not just yet. And BB seems to be going the Essence Reaver build. Once he picks up next, currently sitting on 1,500 gold.
The big story where you can really start to see the shift in this game is that 5 minutes ago, maybe 10 now, there was aggressive wards down for LCK. They took early turrets, they pushed Vision onto the side of the LMS, but they haven't been able to actually send 2 members without getting picked off, and they've been ganked so frequently around the map. The pressure has really gone down, and then we start getting the items onto these carries. Speaking of carries,
all right, Faker's in trouble. Knocked down. Really easy combination. Not enough time to do anything against Faker.
And they get his flash too. That's just fantastic here from the LMS. And Karsa and Maple have been working so well together. These guys really are carrying the hopes of the LMS.
But it's situations like that where you start to see the difference when it's an all-star team of Koreans rather than necessarily a team that practices together. Because Faker was just sheer overextended. Didn't have the vision, so he parked himself up. Only had one very shallow pink ward and was picked off by this pick comp coming through from Ice. And as the game goes on, we see the really high ratios that have been added to the kit of Katarina, making her even more deadly in the late game. It's only starting to put together damage, and it was mostly tankiness in the early game, but it's coming soon.
It is indeed. Albus runs the magical journey long enough to get away. Bengi didn't really have a damage support with him. It was just Mad Life looking for a hook, but none available. Smeb joins the rest of LCK in this mid lane, and looks like he's going to try to shove down this wave at the very least.
This is where I'm really excited for a 5v5 fight because the items are coming together. Infinity Edge, Hurricane, complete for the Twitch. You leave Twitch alone, he's going to kill your team. Katarina, she might not look like she has the items, but she's getting to pretty much the same place. Once Reset Town hits, we know what comes next. So whichever of these hyper carries goes unchecked in the next fight, I think will take over the game.
Yeah, certainly. And although LMS has been winning some of these skirmishes, the LCK, they're still ahead in gold, and their 5v5 is so powerful. And we haven't even seen the kind of Smeb-Jin interaction where Jin pops his ultimate, and then the Rumble ultimate just gets dropped on his head, and it's so tough to deal with that.
It is indeed. Smeb's got an hourglass available. That's going to buy a few seconds time. Ziv and Maple looking for more. Flashes away from the Death Lotus. Is going to have a plant to knock him to safety, and eventually Ziv and Maple run down Smeb, while Karsa gets jumped on his side of the jungle. So it feels like LMS are throwing resources at Maple to continue pushing him ahead.
Yeah, and Smeb, he survived for a bit, but he needed to drop his ult before the Zhonya's. You need to have damage kind of going out while you're sitting there in the immunity, and LCK are trying to force this dragon. Looks like they're going to get it for free.
We'll give time, though, for Ice to set up some vision around Baron. And this isn't the really big objective you want when you see 2 members sent top at 23 minutes. Usually, it's an inner turret. Usually, it's a much bigger advantage in multiple lanes, but they're just snowballing their duo and actually get up a turret. So overall, the gold lead firmly with the LMS in that particular interaction.
Yeah, tower plus kill. That was actually the LMS's first tower of the game. Fell in around 23:55 seconds. So mid and bottom have been shoved and some chip damage. Nothing secured just yet. Gentlemen, Karsa's Lee Sin has gone Black Cleaver after Warrior. That's optimistic. Wouldn't you say, Azael?
It's aggressive. I like it. It's all-stars. Let's get the damage builds. You know, you can compare the two Rengar builds today. I would say almost everyone preferred the Assassin build.
Oh, yes.
Lee Sin, get a Ghost Blade. Get whatever you want. It's free reign for item builds. I like the offensive build.
And I really like going extra damage on the Lee Sin when you have a Katarina, just because you get one person pretty low, Katarina does the cleanup. The resets start to come through, so Katarina can profit from the extra damage the Lee Sin will be doing.
And also, when you have 4 early kills, well, not that early, but this guy is snowballing. He's doing very well, and when you're ahead on Lee Sin and you build damage, you can just one-round carries. If you get in on the Twitch, you can assassinate this guy.
And while the redemption is complete, actually a completed locker is really important here for the LCK. Aegis is gone. We don't have the Aegis into locker build anymore in terms of just the AoE magic resist. Sure, you can get the selfish stats of the new Aegis, but the locker, and specifically the massive shield up to over 600 at highest level. 600 extra effective health may be the difference between a Katarina ripping through an entire team or just being stuffed at the start.
And that's kind of the name of the game for supports now. You have the Locket Shield, you can get Face of the Mountain Shield, you have Redemption, so it's all these healing and extra kind of shields that you're not necessarily going to expect.
Prey's going to use that blast going to get over the wall. Equalizer comes down into Ziv as well.
Flash.
Not using that spray and pray just yet, waiting for the range. Ziv will actually just get run down without any further assistance. Picks up a really easy kill, but that was Ziv very overextended. Prey and the rest of LCK now on the tower.
Okay, and the rest of the teammates weren't in position to profit over a teleport coming in from the Katarina, so they should easily get an inner turret, and this is the sort of trade that's more reminiscent of a Korean team playing at their best.
Certainly is, and they get the kill, they get the tower, so it's not really even much of a trade, it's just a win. They are definitely looking good here, and Maple hanging out on the side. He wants to see if Faker will come up too far, and if he can get a kill.
It's crazy how intense the pace of this game is. It feels like a non-gimmick 5v5. We see a lot of power. The Katarina pick is starting to really rear its potentially ugly head if you're an LCK fan especially, and take over the game. And Ice putting down aggressive vision and wanting to get as much control around Baron as possible.
All right, you can see the ward in that Baron pit, and we've crested well into mid-game territory. Touched a little bit on how both of these teams want to sort of play the 5v5s. But do you think it's fair to say scaling is mostly in favor of LCK? Maybe the Ziv late game on Poppy, you could opt, but like, where do you see the scaling and what do you prefer as this game continues to time?
To me, it's for LCK pretty heavily. I think that Twitch outscales the Jhin. I think that Victor, as far as teamfight ease, I think that Victor is very, very effective, almost always, and I do think that Rumble as well. I like their team across the board a lot in 5.
Oh, wow, Casa just absolutely obliterates Prey. Is going to give up his life in the trade. Oh, still not dead yet. Finally dropped by Faker, but that's exactly what a Black Cleaver Warrior Hexdrinker build does.
But it looks cool, but is it worth trading 1 for 1 when your jungler is the one that goes down? Now, I'm not saying this will open up Baron, but seeing some other players around the map smaps low.
Take a look at that damage. Maple's got a flash. To dash away from Ziv. Good knocker. Now we jump to the mid lane.
Fighting everywhere.
Fate comes out. Albus slows down Faker. Flashes over the wall. We cut back the bottom. Maple got the kill onto Smith. Now Bengi should help out. Got the tower behind him as well. Support from the LCK squad coming from the river. Full HP for Mad Life. Faker barely scratched. Death charge will chase Maple as far as he can run. The Dredge line pulls him backwards. Riptide holds him in place. And that's an easy kill. Shut down onto Maple. Ziv's running for his life, but will not escape Faker. That's a very big shield from the buckler, and the gravity field holds him down. Is he going to get the whole wave before he dies?
Just Poppy things.
Oh, Faker. Didn't your parents ever teach you not to play with your food? His attention, Ziv's running, trying to escape, but it will eventually get dropped down.
Now, there's manners about that, but actually delaying the death timer really helps with Baron control.
Yeah.
Teleporting in Poppy is enough to stop a Baron, and suddenly Poppy is 40 seconds away. And we'll be interested to see if that was just a complete manners play by Faker, or if they actually do have aspirations to pick up and set up a Baron right now.
And here is where it all started off, and that was such a long chain of events. Karsa does blow his flash, he kills off Prey, but he gives up his life, and it's now the LCK moving for the Baron.
So it looked cute, but it was actually strategic, because remember, Poppy is still 20 seconds away.
Input fade for Albus, not available just yet. The peel away from LCK from Baron that interrupted it. Maybe he's still got access to the curtain call. And Team Fire, they don't get Baron right now.
Yeah, I mean, Maple has the TP, so even though Poppy was dead, TP available for her now, and she can join in if they need to, but Maple having that TP, he got there, and it's very risky to go into that Baron pit, get grouped up, have the magic damage debuff on you against someone like a Fed Kevin.
And I want to return to your question about scaling, because I think the late game, and you know that it's a nuanced thing when we're talking about a late game, but when Nautilus gets items to basically shrug off the Katarina, I think that's when Fire have it. But I think mid to late, and even the early late game, actually goes to Team Ice, because when you commit to top lane Rumble, and you have a Rek'Sai who went Tiamat first, you're not going to be tanky. There's only the Redemption, Aegis, and Locket are coming. But I feel like the Poppy can answer a single, but sometimes two threats on the side of Fire, and then Katarina can do the rest of the work. So late game, sure, but for now, and especially if they get a snowball Baron, this could be big for us.
Baron's going down fairly quickly, 7,000 HP. Bray
set up.
and Bray's available, goes into the pit, but he's one shot. Bray is down. That's a kill for Faithful. Now the teleport's coming in. Bengi gets knocked up by the Dragon's Rage. BB's down, 80 carries.
This could
not
be SKT's
available.
Baron.
Baron is now being turned onto. Redemption's coming out from the squads. Zev is jumping into the pit. The verdict not available to him. It looks like Casa has re-engaged on the Baron. He's on 400 HP. Bengi and Madlife going back in, and everybody breaks away. 80 carries, trade lives.
That was such a crazy fight back and forth. Looked like LMS had it. Then the LCK comes in. Looks like they're going to take over, and Ziv with a fantastic ultimate to disengage that goal.
Out of those restarts go through now. Ziv is tanky, but how tanky is he? You're going to find out.
Yeah, it takes a lot of damage in front of
tanky.
4 members. Albert and Casa have jumped up as well. The tower's still sort of the focus, but LCK, they're looking for kills. Casa drops down Bengi.
Oh, nice ultimate.
Captures Smith and Faker. Equalizer can be used. Great binding once again. Locks him up, but the tower still goes down. Here comes Maple. He's jumped in. That's going to be a golden Smith. Not dropped yet. Hourglass buys some time. Finally goes down. The slows come out from the curtain call. Maple gets the slow. That's a double. Looking for more. Prey's now going to run in. Spray and Prey is up. Zip is the target. He will get crit to death as Prey shuts him down, and things are getting very, very messy after 30 minutes.
These fights are so hectic. Every time a single member on the LCK squad goes low, both the Jhin and the Katarina lick their lips, look for the first kill that starts the inevitable cavalcade, and this is the point where you have to be so selective with your engages if you're the LCK, because Katarina, 3 core items done, is a beast.
Certainly is, and you can see it shown off here. Ziv was so tanky, able to absorb so much of this damage, goes in, gets a nice slam against the wall onto Benki, and then Albus has been great with his ultimates, lands the 2-man binding on both the carries, and then it's Maple's turn. He comes in.
Smeb is really greedy. He actually uses his ult, the equalizer, purely to try and snipe away the Lee Sin. Whiffs on that, means they don't have it for disengage. The chase down, the chase never stops with Katarina after the rework. And although Prey gets one answering kill and stops perhaps a Baron if the Poppy was to survive, we're so even, despite the slender gold lead for LCK.
Yeah, we really are, but you do have to worry at some point about the fact that Bebe is not getting any of these kills, really. So many of them are going on to Lee Sin, and you do start to fall off pretty hard, I think, the further you get into the game. Thankfully, Maple is massive, but Jhin is going to have to be a factor.
Yeah, he is. But guys, we haven't spoken about the elephant in the room. Despite the fact it feels like LMS and LCK are even, it's 5 towers to 1.
Yeah.
LMS have got so much territory to cover. I don't remember when the last time they were even in the river this game was.
But standing gold is something where you look at and you're like, okay, they're going to be able to, they can win a team fight, taking a lot of turrets, but sieging is desperately poor. Katarina may be able to team fight, still a melee champion. Poppy, melee champion. Lee Sin, a melee champion. And Jhin has never been particularly strong at taking turrets, specifically on his own. So for now, sieging's not an option, only team fighting. So the standing gold may actually take a long time. This game might have really been decided by a big team fight and a Baron before we actually see 3 outer turrets down for LMS.
After that, 33 minutes, the Baron fight is looming. Ziv is going to be backing away. Teleport is available for Maple in a few seconds, and Smebs is closer to Ziv's timing. So if anybody's out of position, then that option could go 1 minute 50 until Elder Dragon. So that's also going to complicate the situation, because both teams have got decent enough dragons. Not exactly game-ending to pick up Elder, but definitely helps you get the next big objective.
And that's what you're looking to do. If you can get the Elder, chain that into a Baron, then quickly push, it's what you can unlock with the Elder.
One little item we should talk about. Banner of Command finished for Poppy. The AP obviously going to waste. But Rumble will have a hell of a time pushing back a bannered up minion because really a magic damage dealer outside of those auto attacks. So purely to complete and force Rumble side lane. Yeah,
Prey's caught! Prey got pinned against the wall and he's down. Now it's a 5v4. Faker's already running for his life. Keeper's Verdict has already booted the LCK away. Smith burned the equalizer. Not gonna get caught. This time round, it's a trade. Siv's lost his life. Faker turns it back around to Albus. Where is BBM Maple? They're splitting up, running away from the Chaos Storm. No binding stun yet, and LMS, they couldn't run into the damage.
It was a great start to the fight, but Maple TP'd in and he could never get it.
Oh!
Faker with the assassination on Albus.
The Lich Bane really just destroying Albus. BB flashes away. Maple's looking for an opportunity. Where's the preparation dagger? Holding on to it for now. Carcer uses the kick. Remember, there's no tanky stats. He just goes down. Maple's going to get caught up by the mine. And 4 members of LCK. That's a delayed ace. LCK, they've broken open the base.
Because it's 35 minutes and it's Lich Bane Faker. They might actually try and finish the game here. It felt like it was slowly creeping to the LMS, but one mistake and the game may be over.
It absolutely is. BB gets flashed on. That's the ace. LCK and Team Fire drop the first Nexus turret, take down the second. Here comes Zip, gonna try to buy some time. Gravity Field pulls him back in. Albus has got a few seconds up, but it will not be enough. A support versus the LCK. The Nexus is being burned down, despite the small hopes and the attempts from the LMS. It is the LCK that will slowly hammer away, dropping Team Ice and taking 100 points for Fire.
Fantastic game there. We got to see the first Katarina come out here at All-Stars. Worked out great for Maple, but there's just not much you can do without the help of your team there. And we should see some of the weaknesses, right? You need to have people low on health. You need to have your team doing damage for you. You can't be the initiator. And in that last fight, it all fell apart.
There was frustration on the faces of the LMS team. They smelled a victory. They saw where they could win the game. But we focused on the fact that there were those turrets up for so long. There was that standing goal that wasn't able to be accessed because they had a squad that couldn't actually push down turrets. However, they make one team fight mistake. Lich Bane Victor, 3-4 item Twitch. Turrets were mowed down for LCK and the game was over.
You actually saw just how easily Frey was able to deal with Ziv, the Twitch versus Poppy. Every single time Ziv was trying to run in, it just did not work out. And LCK, gigantic smiles on the faces of the squad. And they take away the points, and now the lead at the end of day one, 14-5.
And this is kind of signature. All the top LCK teams are so good at being able to not only win fights, but also take objectives. And it's always that thing where you're watching Worlds, you're watching international competition, it's like, we're doing it, we're up in kills, and you look at the gold and you're down 5K. And,
yes.
And it always feels like that against these very, very elite teams. And a lot of these players from the LCK, they're comprising these teams. They're making up these teams. And that's why they're able to play at such a high level here, even when it's just guys kind of thrown together.
Yeah, exactly. The basics, the principles understood by the majority of the squad. To go back to the discussion around how the teams are looking now that we've seen all 6 on the day, it feels like the NA and the LCK squads have been more on the same page in terms of how they play the map and, you know, reading opportunities a little bit better. Do you think that's a fair statement now we've looked at all 6 teams?
At the multiple-time All-Stars, I think the class was definitely there for LCK. So even though they made uncharacteristic mistakes, they still kind of steadied the game and took it down when they could. So I feel like they looked steady. Same story with NA. A lot of settled names, a lot of people who aren't going to be awed by the scenario here in Spain. They look good, and the 5v5 is definitely where Team Fire has shined so far.
Yeah, we saw Katarina in this game. We've seen LeBlanc banned out the vast majority of the remainder of the games. Do you think we'll see a LeBlanc on the Rift?
I hope so. I hope so at some point, because I think that champion is ridiculously good now, and I think it has an insanely high skill cap. I want to see Faker or somebody get to play it. It would be super exciting. Maybe in the 1v1s, you know, it could have one of those agreements, LeBlanc versus LeBlanc. I think that would be pretty tight.
But Trevor asked, do you think we'll see it? I think the power level is so damn high that I just don't think you can leave it up. It's too powerful, unless you have inside information that mid laner doesn't play a LeBlanc, which I don't understand why you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Then you just can't leave it up.
The risk is too high, as it were. So LCK, they grab themselves 100 points, reclaim the lead for Team Fire, 250 to now 200 to 150. Do my math right, trying to figure it out on the day. And we're going to be doing more of these 1v1s, doing more of these fun modes as we look forward. We'll talk about that a little bit later. For now, we're going to take a look at the interview with Dash on stage. He's standing by with a 3-time All-Star from the Rocks Tigers.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. I'm here with Prey, along with Homan, to help out with some translations. As you already mentioned, it's a very tight race here in point totals. But before we get to that, I want to talk to Prey specifically about the All-Star event and the opportunity to play with players that you're normally playing against, say in the likes of Faker or Bengi. You're used to playing against them in the regular season, and here you get to be on their team. So what's that like?
우선 이렇게 올스타전 이벤트 때는 평상시엔 적으로 만나는 페이커 선수 또는 뱅이 선수 같은 선수들을 한 팀으로 다 같이 경기하는 소감이 어떠신가요?
좀 재밌는 좀 현상이라고 생각하고요. 이제 저희가 항상 져왔던 이 선수들이랑 같은 팀 하니까 좀 기분이 좋네요. 네.
I think it's really fun, especially to play against players who we usually lose against, like Faker and Bengi. So overall, I think it's a really great experience playing with those players at the same team.
All right, now with that, we mentioned how close the point totals are. Of course, it's only the first day, but 200 points in the lead, over 150 for Fire. My question to you is, have you guys discussed what you think it'll take as a full team, Team Fire, to come away with an all-star victory this week?
지금 이제 1일차로서는 팀 파이어가 200점으로서 이제 팀 아이스 150점에 50점 좀 앞서고 있는데 혹시 그럼 팀 파이어 전체적으로 어떻게 하면 이 이벤트를 우승할 수 있을지 논의가 됐었나요?
솔직히 뭐 딱히 논의는 하지 않고 그냥 다들 그냥 1대1에 뭐 연습하는 것 같아요. 그쪽에 좀 집중해서 연습하는 것 같아요. 네.
We didn't have any group discussions, but I think we're all just focused on the 1v1 tournament.
Well, then speaking of the 1v1 tournament, tomorrow you're going to be going up against Yankos from H2K. And of course, he was the First Blood King at Worlds. And First Blood is all you need in the 1v1. So how do you feel about going up against him?
1대1 대회 나온 김에 내일 이제 프레이 선수는 이제 그 퍼블의 왕자로서 알려진 이제 양코 선수랑 붙게 되었는데 사실 1대1 대회에서는 퍼블만 있으면 되는 거잖아요. 내일 양코 선수랑 붙는 소감이 어떠신가요?
저도 약간 퍼스트 블러드 킹이라고 좀 들었는데 네, 어쨌든 제가 1대1에도 좀 강하다고 생각을 해서 퍼블 당하도록 만들어 드리겠습니다.
I'm also personally known as a First Blood King, and I'm very confident in those 1v1 matchups. So tomorrow I'll let him get first blooded by me.
That's what I like to hear, confidence coming out of Prey, and we look forward to that 1v1. I want to congratulate you again on the victory here and the point total lead for Team Fire. Homan, thank you so much for the translations. Back up to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much as well. And I'm very happy we got to hear from Prey before that 1v1 versus Yankos. Yesterday, you've been talking so much about it. You heard it here. You're done, though, man. It didn't even start.
Yeah, it's over. I don't even try anymore. I will just pick volleyball like amazing 1 year ago, and I will just go in, you know, just lose whatever.
But are you willing? Are you willing to put the nickname on the line? Because Prey says he's known as First Blood King. Is that what this is for?
I mean,
Will you take the challenge?
I'm a team player, man.
Yeah,
what do you want?
Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. We are going to talk about this match, the LCK taking down the LMS. Let's take a look at the picks and bans because we have that reworked Katarina in there. Talk to me about the team compositions. Obviously, good synergy with the Bard. How do you think they drafted the LMS?
Well, when you look at how the LMS draft, I mean, it became apparent later on into the game, you kind of have this 2 or 3 man roaming pack where, you know, Casa and Maple kind of stick together and sometimes it's Ziv. And the idea is Lee Sin puts the damage down, Cat cleans it up. But this is kind of why we've seen Courage of the Colossus be so good, is when you can't kill any targets that aren't the AD carry, suddenly you run out of a lot of options on the map. So, you know, there is a way for this draft to work, and we started seeing it, but it's very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like unless the Katarina snowballs super hard in the mid game, that composition is not going to work, because if you just look at what Korea's put together there, it's just this behemoth of a team fighting composition, and they also don't have a really weak side lane that's going to get 4-1 or 1-3-1. So really, they knew the game was going to come down to team fighting. They were never really in danger of losing, and then eventually Faker got Lich Bane and killed everyone.
Wow, okay, good to make the breakdown really straightforward. No, I do want to talk about the Nautilus. We saw it in the top lane a lot of times already, and now the support, that is something we have seen in the past. How good do you think it is in all of the regular lane matchup, or how good do you think it is then as the game progresses, which is what's seen?
Well, I do believe that Nautilus is only good because of the Colossus mastery. So if he doesn't lose the lane hard, then that makes him a strong pick. Also, in this certain team comps, I think Nautilus was like perfect pick against Katarina. That's why they sent him bot lane. And then, you know, all he had to do is just press R in a team fight. And then no matter what else he did, it just didn't have an impact, you know, like all he had to do basically is one skill, you know. So I do believe that LCK draft was way better because of it. And since they didn't lose bot, even after leasing at level 3, it was perfect.
And that says a lot about not only the mastery, but also redemption, that it shouldn't really fit on a Nautilus, like...
Surprise!
But you pair the two together and suddenly Nautilus just put him in the bot lane, kind of crushes everything. So it says a lot.
Absolutely fantastic. Jat, you mentioned the cat should have gotten rolling, and she did get some nice kills, and we're going to take a look at the stylings of the cool cat from the LMS, brought to you by Acer, because, you know, those new mechanics, the dagger mechanic coming in, and Maple definitely had some practice on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good play. And as well, I like to highlight Lee Sin here. I mean, this is sick. Like, Bengi could block the Q, he could flash in the Q, for example, and then Faker wouldn't die. But the fact that he flashes now, you know, when he's dead as well, like, it was a really poor mechanical play from Bengi, but at the same time, you know, the mechanics from Maple and the Lee Sin was insane.
Fantastic. And then top, this happens as well.
Yeah, and this was where it looked like the LMS was going to be able to pull it back a little bit because Prey overextended, and they also got the nice double TP in. Albus actually had some really nice Bard ultimates throughout this game. Prey had no chance. Once Maple gets one kill, he's very sticky on Katarina. That's one of the things about this Katarina, even before you get a reset. You basically get an extra shunpo when you go to a person because you're always throwing your Q first, then you're shunpoing to them, then you can pick up your dagger for the reset and bounce after him. So to catch someone in a Bard ultimate and Katarina literally be sitting next to them, haven't using any of their abilities, there's really no escape.
No, indeed. Shout out to Vedi, by the way. Vedius, he loves Katarina. He was really, you were there. He was really sad it didn't get picked at IWCA, so this one's for Vedi. I'm sure we told Maple to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how that went. We went to Maple, told him the Vedius.
Maple and Vedius, they go way back.
Yeah,
they
they're
just
like...
watched it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just believe Katarina is super OP, so I'm surprised that it got picked right now. But in solo queue, it gives me heavy headache. So, it's tough. It's tough for sure.
Definitely in solo queue, I feel like that pick is a little bit ridiculous. It spikes so hard in the mid game is one of those things, and because it can just double dash to you over and over again, not to mention usually like high-low solo queue has about double the kills of a pro game, it's much easier to get that gold and come early and hit a stronger spike.
Any other surprise picks or picks you guys were impressed with today? Remember the Varus from the 1v1, said we get good. The Nautilus, both top, although you guys didn't win with it. And then the support, Katarina, anything else?
We had the Quinn jungle and marksman mode. That was pretty fun from Reckless. Glad to see Ice, you know, pulling it out on that one.
I would actually prefer to see Twitch jungle, but
Yeah?
we didn't see it just yet. I mean, maybe because...
A lot of Twitch, though.
Yeah, a lot of Twitch we saw, but I think Twitch jungle could be actually a really decent pick, so I'm looking forward to that. And then I would like someone to pull off Nocturne, maybe even me. I do believe that champ has potential.
You've now actually talked about 3 picks that I feel like I'm so excited about Katarina and Twitch jungle and Nocturne. Here
We're going to get to see those champs in the fun modes. I'm not sure if we'll see them on SR, right? Like Nocturne, I think, should
Assassin
be
mode.
in assassin mode for the most part.
Super good.
Personally, I'm disappointed no one played Ivern. They had opportunities to, and it wasn't actually banned that much. Like,
true that.
There's a lot of champions that are really OP, so we'll see what happens.
We will see, but let's take a look at our standings following the first day of mayhem here in Barcelona between Team Fire and Team Ice. 200 points for Team Fire and 150 for Team Ice coming through there in the regional matches. Fire reigning supreme so far with the NALCS and the LCK, but in the fun mode, Team Ice got some points back, and they have 4 representatives over 3 for Team Fire in the next round of the 1v1. So it's incredibly close, Jankos. Final thoughts on the standings so far?
Well, it blows kind of that. As for now, we have LCK and NALCS dominating, but I hope we can score some points tomorrow against IWC as Europe. And then we will see what happens in 1v1. I also think in the fun modes, we have a little bit of an upper hand, except for the assassin mode, where we will face Faker and Bjergsen in the same team, so that could be tough.
We'll see what happens. Let's see which game modes we have coming up for you guys tomorrow on All-Star Day 2. We have the regional matchups, the LMS taking on NA, EU taking on Southeast Asia, and China versus Korea. Wow, great matchups there. And then a mixed team matchup on the Howling Abyss and a Poro King battle you won't want to miss. And then the 1v1 tournament continues. 350 total points on the line tomorrow, as there were only 300 today. Actually, 300, you know, it's exactly the same. No extra hype there.
But there is hype for LPL
Yes.
LCK. That's where the hype is. End of the day, that right there, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, and that Poro King as well. It would be super, super exciting, guys. That was it for day 1. Any closing thoughts? A lot of fun, a lot of mayhem. You're going to rest up and then tomorrow pull out some points for Team Ice?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, facing Prey and stuff like this, yeah, I mean, I would like to hype up EU a little bit, but I believe that tomorrow we should win. So why would I build hype when, you know, you just kind of have to expect us to win?
Okay.
But except for it, you know, in 1v1, yeah, I mean, just...
All right. All right, we'll see what happens. Time for us to log off here at Palau Sant Jordi. From myself and everyone at the broadcast team, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. Buenas noches.
Bon dia, Barcelona!
We're at the end of the season, so let's create some mayhem.
Mithy and Reckless are in so much trouble. The Crystal Arrow catches Double Lift, but so does the pullback. Double Lift needs to knock him off by a charm. Expect has got no mana. Double kill to Double Lift.
So high quality. Look at it. I know, it's beautiful. Yeah, thanks. You look so good. Oh my god. Is the hair? Oh, you too.
All in. Exhaust. The trading back and forth. Afro's going down.
He's down. I mean, because Reckless, look at how low these health bars are. Still down. Big one for the Graves. They secure it, however. They may not live to use it.
Holy shit.
Holy.
Hey, nice try.
Not enough barrier. It's a tower.
It's enough.
Oh my god. Can he get in range for exhaust as well? Oh, he has no mana for anything. Oh, gets him.
Mock Parallel Convergence Rod is not able to get the plan. Look at the damage. Out of clear lock. You gotta be kidding me.
Now he's taking a lot of minions to try and get the relic. Oh!
Down to level 6.
Minions to always the casters.
No Q because he missed it. That's over.
That's over.
Spray and pray. Contaminate. Flash.
Oh, he got
Bullet for the kill. Once again, shoot close to safety. Casa finds Faker.
Oh!
The kill. Manages to pick it up.
They're going for it.
Dropping low,
Oh, baby.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of Wayless in my whole life.
You go for it. Just go for it, man. One more hit. Almost too easy.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna smash him.
일단 올스타라는 게 성적보다는 팬분들의 재미를 더 충족시키기 위한 대회라고 생각하고, 대회다 보니까 또 선수다 보니까 그 재미와 승부욕 사이에서 굉장히 갈등이 많이 되는데,
Eventually they're gonna get it. Up at an opener. Oh, Reckless gonna kill with the ult.
저희가 올스타에서 우리나라가 진 적이 없었기 때문에 이번에도 좀 이겨야겠다는 생각은 있습니다.
怕倒没有吧，正赛的话我还是会比较重视的。我觉得大家如果都打得好的话，应该是有机会赢的。
Buenas tardes, Barcelona, and bienvenido everyone to day 2 of the 2016 All-Star event. Yesterday, we saw our 30 contenders blast onto the Rift and Howling Abyss. Team Fire has sizzled ahead, but Team Ice is nipping at their heels. It's still anyone's game as both teams fight to prove their dominance. Earlier, the fans lined up outside the Palau Sant Jordi to get a piece of all the action, and they're joined by some awesome cosplayers. We saw a bunch of them here doing fantastic work.
These are
as
pro
well
players.
As the pro players, actually preparing. They're not cosplaying. Well, they are. Ice and Fire, you know.
Of course.
Yeah, and inside, the All-Stars are busy practicing. We saw the LMS are going up versus the NA All-Stars in the first match of the day. But that is the wonderful Palau Sant Jordi. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Efe Shog Supporter, joined here at the analyst desk by Martinez de Fischer-Lingo and Chris Papasmithy.
Yeah, he didn't get a fancy name.
No.
I did because we are in Spain after all, and we're also cosplaying as 2 casters. And
Yeah.
very nice in purple, I gotta say.
You
Do you agree?
absolutely- I do agree.
You have to say yes.
That is like making me compliment you. And it's not
Leading
like-
questions.
Yeah, leading questions. Not like I don't do that enough already. Well, taking a look back at yesterday, we launched the Mayhem, including Katarina Jukes that surprised even Faker and Bangi in the mid lane. Maple showing us that reworked Katarina and the dagger mechanics, and he's looking good.
I mean, in general, like the last match of the day especially, we saw a lot of Katarina, banned the rest of the day. We wondered about her power level. That part we were kind of aligned on, but in competitive play, it seems to actually transition pretty well.
Yeah, rough start to the game for Maple here, but because he has Casa as his jungler, who's like one of the best in the world, he kind of came into the mid lane, got him a few kills, and then he got rolling later on. But we talk about LMS there, even though Korea actually won that game.
Yes, but we want to talk about Katarina. We want to talk a bit about the pick.
True.
And another pick we saw a lot was Twitch. I know you've always loved Twitch as a champion, but he seems to be in a pretty good spot now as well.
Yeah, very, very good changes here on this patch. Specifically, the live patch, he is getting nerfed a little bit, but the one we're playing on here, 623, he's very, very strong, especially the fact that Camouflage, the new stealth for him, you know, it's such a long duration, so you can kind of sneak around everything. We saw Double F do that. Really successful against Europe yesterday, where, yeah, Europe couldn't really find him and find the win.
No, it wasn't the best start for them. Jankos also said, why not Twitch jungle?
Sure, why not? Why
I mean,
not
I'm
Twitch
seeing
top?
it in Korean solo queue, so I'm sure someone is thinking about breaking out here. That stealth duration you can set up so well, the positioning helps out. It's powerful.
It should have been the marksman mode. Sadly, Reckless and Mata, they were playing Graves and Quinn.
Yeah.
Did kind of work out,
Reckless
especially
said
after
Mata just locked in the jungler, so I guess we were double jungling.
Yeah,
Well.
Mata, he's playing his own event. That's definitely.
He's having a lot of fun sending his regards to the LPL. Well, you said it already, not the best start for Team Europe and Team Ice, but Fire's early coordination has given them the slight edge in the early stages of their tournament. 200 points, though, versus 150. Fire especially good, as we said, in those 5v5 standard Summoner's Rift matches. Not only LCK winning over LMS, but also the NALCS winning over EU yesterday.
Just the power of the lineup from NA and LCK. You cannot pencil in the points for them in the 5v5s, but there is all those other modes that we see that are a great spot for Ice to pick up some points.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the fun modes can be a little bit random on who actually wins it. So
Clearlove knocked out Bjergsen.
Clearlove also in the 1v1 knocked out Bjergsen, and Doublelift also dropped out. The two guys who made it to the final last year. So that's obviously really bad for North America there and Team Fire. They do bring the big guns today, though.
They definitely have some power in the extended bench there. Once you get the LCK guys, and they're specifically Faker and Smeb, they have to be two of the favorites for the 1v1.
Definitely, and Faker saying it there. Well, we've never lost an All-Star event. We're not going to start now. So
Classic
we'll see what
Faker
that brings for
comment.
Fire.
MADLab is like, you
he
know,
never loses, so.
No, it's true. MADLab is like, yeah, you know, between competitiveness and having fun. And Faker's like, we never lost, we never gonna lose. Done.
Don't have to lie, just don't beat about
Some people are born winners, guys.
Yeah, definitely. Not us. But anyway, that's why we're casting. Focusing on what's coming up today. Full schedule indeed. The LMS versus North American All-Stars are up first. And then the Legend of the Poro King with a twist.
Ooh.
Stay tuned for that. Yeah. EU versus GPL, a chance at redemption there for both squads after day one. And then a continuation of our 1v1 tournament featuring a bonus grudge match, which is a huge secret. And we
Trevor's gonna lose.
we finish out the day with China versus Korea, and you're going to be casting that, and I can imagine you're quite excited for it. Or?
Yeah, just so excited. I mean, these are the two regions that have really been up there in a lot of the finals of Worlds and things like that, so it's really exciting to see them meet on the Rift, and some first-time meetings, actually. I mean, let's look at the mid lanes. Bit of a spoiler for the future, of course, but Faker versus Wailers, they've actually never faced off on the Rift before.
And we saw yesterday in the 5v5s, like the serious mode, when region versus region, the teams are actually pick and banning very serious. They're playing like...
Surprisingly, I would say.
Yeah, they're actually playing very serious, at least for the first like 15, 20 minutes of the game. And then, yeah, one team might have a little bit of fun there. But the games we saw yesterday were actually fairly competitive. We had some really good moves. So getting to see these top players from each region against each other is actually very exciting.
It's a lot of fun. It's very exciting. And there's 350 points on the line today, so we'll see who gets a slice of that cake. In any case, our All-Stars are standing by for the first match of the day, a regional Summoner's Rift clash between LMS and North America. Let's meet our casters.
Thank you so much, Sharks. I'm Richard Paul's-Cam, joined at the caster desk by Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley, and of course, my partner in crime, James Stress O'Leary. How are we today, gentlemen? The arena is electric right now.
Doing great, man. Get to watch NA lay the smackdown on LMS, hopefully.
Hey, it might be a tougher game than you think. I mean, yesterday was a lot easier, perhaps, than people would have normally expected, but we'll see. We're into day two.
Yeah, there's no illusions that EU maybe wasn't pulling the hardest punches yesterday, but we'll see. Let's take a look at the starting lineups as players are loading on to the Rift. First, representing Team Ice is the LMS All-Stars. That's going to be Ziv in the top lane, jungle Karsa, mid lane Maple, their ADC BB with their support Albus.
And their opponents from the brave and very handsome region of the NALCS.
Naturally.
In the top lane, it's Impact. In the jungle, Rainover. Mid lane, Bjergsen. And the bot lane duo, Doublelift and Aphromoo, reunited at last.
Mixed response. You know, a lot of cheers here. I guess that's probably for Bjergsen and the EU contingent. But anyway, let's take a look at exactly what went so well for the LMS yesterday, because they had possibly the toughest team to face on the docket. They were facing LCK. And when you look at it, they performed pretty well. They still lost, inevitably, according to Faker. But still, they looked very good from Karsa, from Maple, and, you know, the way they roamed around the map.
Yeah, they did really look good. I think especially the jungle mid lane duo looked very good. But Korea is the best team here. Everyone knows it. And they put up a good fight against Korea. They could certainly take down NA.
To be honest, it's like how close can you get to the finish line is really when you're playing against LCK, unfortunately, because you look at their lineup and it's stacked, but you look at these two teams as well, and they're pretty much not only like the most favorite players in their role, but also the best players.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I mean, NA looked really good yesterday, but let's be honest, it was only against the EU guys.
I can't even fight back because it's true.
But, you know, like you said, this is the dream team for both of these regions. It's the best 5 from NA. It's the best 5 from the LMS. And people really want to see them perform form. They really want to see which region is stronger here today.
And I think so much of that in this battle is going to be from that jungle position. The analyst desk talked about it already. I mean, you look at Rainover, one of the top tier junglers in multiple regions now over the last couple of years, and his performance yesterday, maybe a slow start just from Jankos being there, but, you know, as soon as he paired up with Bjergsen, getting the Rengar plays in the bottom side of the map, it put it so heavily in NA's favor that he just could not keep up.
But you cannot forget his opponent also in the jungle in this one, Karsa. He was going off yesterday on that Lee Sin. He was keeping his team in the early game. He was setting up Maple as well on that Katarina. So if he goes off this game, he could maybe carry this game.
And you mentioned two champions we feel like NALCS have to target, the Lee Sin and the Katarina, or at least have to be a thought in the draft.
They do, but, you know, do they have to ban the Katarina? I don't know, because Bjergsen can play Katarina, right? This is a guy who plays assassins, and when I found out I'm casting this matchup, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Maple and Bjergsen both are assassin players. We've been seeing them get so many bans, but, well, okay, there it goes.
Interestingly, though, this comes out
my dreams are dead.
LMS. It's the LMS that are targeting this, perhaps looking at a different mid laner here, because if we do see this, the likes of a LeBlanc and a Ryze are still available here. I would anticipate them to be the last two bans out, but that's a lot of mid lane focus.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, Bjergsen got triple banned yesterday. It's kind of the Bjergsen special. He gets a lot of focus both in champ select and in game, but they're going to take Twitch off the table because of how well Doublelift did. And it's just a really strong champion. But, I mean, yesterday, Doublelift was, what, 14-1 or something?
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Also in the 1v1s as well. So not everyone seems to know exactly how
1v1, not so hot, though.
Yeah, but people like standing in the poison. People don't understand how it's working now in the new patch.
And now NA get forced into a tough spot. It's either Ryze or LeBlanc, because Cassiopeia is taken off the table.
The thing is, you don't have to ban either. If you're okay playing both sides of the matchup, you can ban something else, leave two OPs open, say, okay, sure, you first pick Ryze, I take LeBlanc. You first pick LeBlanc, I take Ryze. And now it's kind of crunch time. How confident is Bjergsen playing both sides of the matchup? Because if you ban away one, likely the other goes over to Maple, but you can leave two OPs open and just trade.
And that's
exactly what they're going to do. The Zyra as the final ban here, man. I can't wait to see a LeBlanc. And I mean, there's pretty much a 100% chance we're going to see it now.
Oh, baby, there it is. The insta-lock for Maple on that LeBlanc.
Oh, this is the first LoL esports game that LeBlanc has been available in the picks, and it's instantly first pick, not through IWCA nor All-Star from yesterday was it available at this point. So we finally get to see what it can do in a traditional Summoner's Rift matchup. Everybody's been talking about just how strong it is.
And it's being piloted by one of the best mid laners in the world. Maple is incredible. This guy has been dominant for so long, and I'm very excited to see what he can do with it, because this champion is so flexible. When you're playing against someone who is a master of the new LeBlanc, honestly, it's hard to tell what's even going on at times.
Yeah, he can juke even the casters. I've seen that clone just go all over the place. But Maple now the pioneer of these new picks.
And as we turn our attention after one strong pick, we look over in the other side, North America. They're going to take one pick they played yesterday and a very strong top laner when you look at the Poppy. That's a champion that's seen multiple bans come through as well.
Yeah, and the clock is obviously kind of having a bit of a malfunction here in Champ Select, but we will continue on as normal. You can just ignore that for now. But, you know, the Poppy, and we're going to have Rainover back on Rengar. That's pretty exciting. We saw him go tank yesterday. I'm kind of hoping he goes for the full damage build that we did see played later in the day.
Yeah, I love seeing that assassin potential. And, you know, out of the jungle matchup, when you look at that, if you go full damage, you got to wonder, what is LMS going to pick? Ziv, will he go for the Nautilus up in the top lane to go against the Poppy? It's pretty much the matchup everybody is playing. Those two plus Maokai makes up the trifecta of top.
Courage of the Colossus, boys. Has made a lot of strong top laners relevant again. Waiting on the LMS to lock in their picks. They have around 10 seconds, not 0 seconds, so don't panic. And it will be the Jhin and Nautilus picked up. So you're just mentioning the Nautilus in the top lane, but also Jhin going down there for BB.
And I think it makes a lot of sense. Nautilus was already a champion that was honestly pretty good. We had seen it have a lot of success in pro play last year. It took a couple of nerfs, it fell out, but it was always kind of right on the cusp. And Courage of the Colossus is what has kind of put it over the edge here. Definitely does match up okay against the Poppy. I do think that Poppy kind of has the advantage in these matchups, though, both against the Nautilus and the Maokai, if only so slightly.
We also yesterday saw the pivot to put Nautilus down in the bottom side, which was, you know, perhaps not in everybody's mind the strongest of supports, but with Redemption, with Courage of the Colossus, it actually makes up for a lot of the shortcomings. So maybe to play it in a protective capacity alongside the Jhin, because you've got a Rengar that's going to be coming for your AD carry in every single team fight.
And while it's probably too slow of a clear for pro play, Nautilus jungle is actually solid in solo queue in that kind of situation as well. So this is a champion that can be played all across the map. We even have seen at times Nautilus mid, doing like Banner Rush and some silly things like that, but I definitely don't think we'll see that today. I'm expecting it to be top, could be flex support.
Yeah, if we did see a Nautilus mid lane, I could talk about that, but I don't think it's going to happen for quite some time. Ryze will be picked up, though, as we were talking about at the start of Champion Select. You pick the LeBlanc, and of course, in return, we'll see Ryze on the other side, and then Karma will come down, most likely at the support now, as we have Ryze locked in.
And the Ryze pick, it's one of the picks everybody's said will do well into LeBlanc, but you still always have the same problem. The early part of the game against the LeBlanc, you've got to contain the snowball. Ryze can roam with his ultimate decently well, and when you hit 11, it's actually okay, and you can kind of follow in time.
And it's also something where if I'm playing against the LeBlanc, you're not just worrying about the LeBlanc, you're worrying about the jungler as well, especially because Rengar is not as strong in the early ganks as a Graves, right? He's someone who wants to kind of power farm to 6, and Bjergsen is going to have to deal with jungle focus. If you get chained and the Graves arrives, it can be all over.
And here's this lock-in from LMS to finish out their lineup. It's going to be Sona coming in there for the support here.
And just look now at some of the crowd control aspects that the Sona and the Nautilus will have. Whether it's the Sona peeling for Jhin as a Rengar tries to come in, or looking for the teamfight setup from the flash crescendo. We don't see Sona very often, typically because of her laning squishiness and kind of the difficulty that you can have with that. But there's always the sustain game. There's always that ability.
Yeah, and I find myself wishing that Afromu would save his pick for last. He could be locking in the Blitzcrank right now, but unfortunately we're not going to get to see it. They have saved that last pick for the AD carry, and Doublelift, if you're locking in the Caitlyn last, you're being try-hard, and that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be locked in for Doublelift. Doublelift wants to win this one. He's seen Albus pick up the Sona here, so we have the full lineups now, gentlemen. What are you thinking?
It basically meant that he couldn't lock in any kind of Vayne or anything with the Karma as well. So Doublelift and Afromu are going for the pushing game with the Karma, with the Caitlyn. We saw this all the way through Worlds. So I quite like what NALCS have brought to the table here. The Rengar is going to be critical to allow them to get the Ryze and the Caitlyn into their power later on in the game. But certainly the LMS have a scary, scary amount of burst at the same time.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think their team is much more about picks. I think that the LeBlanc, the Jhin, aren't going to be as strong and straight up kind of 5v5 smashing against each other as that Ryze and the Caitlyn are. These guys are kind of more straightforward, more strong in the team fight. But there's so much potential to roam around and to catch people out. You have massive engage with the Nautilus, with this LeBlanc to be able to follow up, and the Jhin as well. So there's a lot of catch tools here, and I could see them moving around the map and kind of catching people out.
Yeah, and in terms of how the LMS were playing yesterday and in terms of how they were getting those advantages, I feel like this is almost the perfect lineup for them. You have LeBlanc and Graves, and you just walk into the mid lane, have fun, Bjergsen, I'm just going to insta-pop you from 100 to 0.
Exactly. As soon as someone gets that chains on them, they've got a flash, or they're getting taken out by Kasa and Maple.
And Maple is going to go right back to the TP. He played TP Katarina yesterday. We saw him actually be pretty effective on that. Some TPs to the top lane where they were able to take out multiple kills, once the bot lane duo had rotated up there. And he's someone who is going to be looking to kind of obviously get through lane right here. He's not taking Ignite. He's not someone who's going to have to kill Bjergsen, especially with this Summoner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading on to Rift, but before we do so, vote at LOL Esports using the hashtags, #IceWin or #FireWin as we get into our first game of the day. It will be LMS versus NA taking it to the Rift.
As we get onto the Rift, we can see for Graves, for Kasa, starting out with one of the control wards, going to try and prioritize a little bit of vision. Of course, Graves, his clear is pretty good. You knock back the camps, you can kind of stay sustained through the early game. So we'll see how that vision actually impacts the early game for Reyno, because that's where he struggled a little yesterday against Jankos.
And if you can get those early control wards down, if you don't get spotted in the early game, you can sometimes have these wards that sit around for so long. But look at this, Fire sneaking around here behind Bebe.
Oh man, I feel like someone's gonna die. Someone's have to burn some summoners in the second half. Reyno turn the corner. Albus is gonna see him. He's taking the brunt of the damage. He'll have to flash away as BB returns fire.
Oh, that makes this a very difficult laning phase now for Albus. He's gonna kind of have to sit back. You cannot now play forward on the Sona where you're looking.
Interrupt.
Oh.
Yeah, that's actually really important there for Double. If they delay the base even further, Afro may be able to do so again.
Oh, again.
And Albus now, he can't really base. If he does, he's leaving his AD carry out to dry. So this is just a brutal position for Albus and BB.
Afro, he's going all the way around to try and find the next interrupt, but doesn't find it, unfortunately. But still, massive hit there. BB's going to have to stay in there, and he's just trying to do walks into lane.
So he's going to be in lane for himself on his own at the moment. You can see Caitlyn and Karma are actually just sitting there trying to shove the wave already. Just trying to get in position to make sure that they can take that early push.
All right, taking a look at Keystones as well. You can see the double Colossus. And finally, we do have the rise with Courage of the Colossus as well. Something we weren't seeing in IWCA.
But we'd heard a lot about Kira from the CIS region. Apparently in scrims and in solo queue had been playing a whole bunch of it because of just how sticky Rise is. You get, you know, the Rune Prison, you get everything, and you get such a big shield that he outputs so much damage despite, you know, lacking a damage Keystone Master.
And I mean, it's not really even just the stickiness. It's about, he turns into a semi-tank. You're already going to be building the Seraph's Embrace. You have the shield from that. You have the Courage of Colossus shield. You have the shield from his passive. Then you're building a Rod of Ages, which is also more tanky. So he becomes just ridiculously hard to kill.
Yeah, Yo Dog, I heard you like shields, so I've got a shield with my shield on my shield. And Bjergsen will be doing massive damage regardless. I remember, like, when we were seeing Rise last week, he was hitting people for like 1.6k with Q combo.
He was, but he's got to be careful in these early game trades because Maple, once he gets this stack up, you can see even the additional kind of bounces from the AoE that LeBlanc now has. He's doing so much damage.
He's walking down Bjergsen, but that massive
in.
shield's going to keep him alive. Bjergsen out of mana here. Maple's going to make it back to his tower.
Yeah, and Maple is trading into this big wave with the cannon minion shooting him, and that is massive in the early game. You can't actually just ignore the minion damage. Bjergsen was taking a lot of poke from Maple, but he had such a heavy wave advantage that it was evened out by those minions.
Very close there. Karsa just clearing up his jungle here. Haven't seen too much interactions between the junglers, but he did go for the pot start, so very healthy, whereas Rainover went for the refillable potion. And after we're going to head back into the bottom lane here with Double Lift, you can see a very big CS advantage being built up after that level 1 play that they made. And BB trying to get all the CS he can, but constantly being zoned back. This is an oppressive lane from Team Fire.
And this is the kind of lane now where Albus has to be incredibly careful stepping forward to try and do any damage. A lot of people will look at the Sona poke and say, okay, well, surely you can utilize that. But look, Albus is now caught by a trap. He has to take a very dangerous path out and a trade back on top of him. Applewood does get caught, though.
Yeah, going to run him down just a little as Albus puts some damage back on towards Double Lift. And he'll put the pressure down here in the bottom lane. So going to be even it out for a little bit. Lane we haven't spoken about just yet is top lane, probably for good reason, but see the junglers kind of butt heads. And Raina's gonna shimmy back to his jungle. I love the new Q, where you just kind of jump forward a little bit.
Yeah, top lane, the CS is pretty even. Nothing too crazy is gonna happen unless there are roams up there, unless there are those ganks.
Speaking of roams.
Bjergsen taking a little walk up the river.
He's having a stroll, he's fine. And the Scrying Plant will spot him on his way back to the mid lane as well. Very strong plant indeed. Lots of vision coming out from that one. And Impact has this massive wave on the tower, so he's going to resolve this one and be pretty good with Ziv in the top lane. So back into the bottom lane where we actually have some trading going on. And Maple still in this mid lane against Bjergsen, so survived the all-in trade earlier.
Again, though, this heavy CS advantage for Double Lift and Aphromoo, they've always got this push constantly up towards the tower, which gives so much freedom to Rainover on the bottom side of the map that he can start looking to, you know, place vision control, maybe end up clearing out this control ward that's in the river further up, as long as Bjergsen can cover for him and allow him just to get into that area.
Yeah, and let's be honest, so much of it was about the level 1. They essentially got cheesed out.
Oh, yeah.
The flashes forced. They delayed the base so long that, you know, Albus, not only is he at a disadvantage to start the lane, he's there late, but he then has to play safer until Flash is up, which it is now. So you can hope that this is going to stabilize a little bit for them as they can play a little bit more aggressive and start to return some of that poke.
With Double Lift and Aphromoo so far up the lane, though, they do have to be careful of the double teleport play. That's one of the things that we were hoping Europe were going to do yesterday against North America, but it was actually Rainover and Bjergsen that roamed first. So we always have to watch out for that extra summoner, the ability to get across the map and make those global plays.
Definitely do, but that's one of the advantages of keeping your opponents pushed in. They know there's never been a chance for them to get that ward behind them, and until they have moved up on the map and actually placed a good ward for that TP, it can't happen. So they're trying to keep them locked in the base. They're trying to limit their options.
But as a result of that really nice level 1, Double Lift gets to go back and get his perfect timing to instantly pick up that BF sword, then walk back to lane. Now he has that advantage, whereas BB will look for a different component.
But because Double Lift recalled, that ward has now been placed. Aphromoo standing right on top of it. It likely won't end up in a play unless Aphromoo goes way too far up in lane. Hang on a second.
looking for this aggression because he knows Reino is behind him, but here's the response of the TP. Most likely going to be not cancelled. Maple, he's going in onto Aframu. Gives him the quick close tap, but he's going to be backing away, and Reinover's jumping all over the place. But nothing will happen in the end from that play.
And both top laners now have expended their TPs. Maples is down, so you can go right back to being aggressive in the bot lane. Aframu's summoners are down, though. We've yet to see Karsa really get involved whatsoever, and that was Reinover's first ult, so he knows that he can kind of get pretty aggressive without much of a threat of a counter gank from Reinover.
And now there's a bit of a tricky situation in the bottom lane again from BB and Albus. They haven't recalled yet. They're up against BF Sword, which means as soon as they do recall, now they're going to get shoved in if Doublelift and Aframu are still in that bottom lane. They're going to lose a lot of damage on that tower, and it becomes difficult for them to actually recover that as they're just continually shoved in time and time again. Doublelift will re-establish the CS lead in this bottom lane.
So one of our big storylines coming into the game was looking at the junglers and how they were going to impact at least the early game, and we may get to see that as Reinover is heading up to the top lane. But Ziv is already making his way back. But Karsa and honestly Reinover haven't found their way into these lanes just yet.
Well, one of the things we just saw was the ult, the second part of the ult from Maple. He utilized the LeBlanc Mimic up into the top side where it's got this massive range. You can just kind of have a LeBlanc clone appear, and it fakes out your understanding of where LeBlanc is on the map. You can see that Reinover had to kind of think twice about ganking there. And that's just one of those mind games that we're going to see from the good LeBlanc players, always utilizing it at the important times because they were picking up blue. So it actually was this, situation where LeBlanc's off the map. Where actually is she? She could actually be top.
Separating the good LeBlanc players from the great. And Karsa, he's going to be taking away his red buff as well before he looks for anything else. Has that control ward as well, so maybe looking towards that Dragon Vision. The first one is, of course, Infernal, so there will be a scuffle over that one for sure. 8 minutes into this game. No kills just yet between the LMS and NA.
One of our questions has been answered, though. Is Reinover looking like he's going to go right back to the tank build here on Rengar? Jorm's Fist into Lucidity Boots. Oh, actually, that was almost stolen away, but this is the exact same build he did yesterday. Then he went into a Deadman's, and I think we may just see that once more. Reinover was always more of a tank Rengar player, even when he had played it in the past, so he's kind of going right back to that.
And it's scary how much damage you still have as a tank. You find any squishy target, and it doesn't matter that you're building resistances. Reinover's looking, not Karsa, but Maple is here, thinking maybe
steps out of the bush, but he'll be backing away. Maple's following after. Is that clone real? Will be chased down, walking the kitty cat. As he jumps back in, I'll force the flash from Maple. Bjergsen following up with the combo. Quick hit there. Aframu caught by himself. Karsa running him down with the tether. But
this could be first blood
as well. Maple's there to find him. And first blood as Aframu well caught in enemy lines.
Yeah, Aframu just took a stroll through the jungle and he was like, oh, not my side. Sorry, guys. That's going to be first blood going over to Maple, who is exactly who you did not want to give that to.
And the amount that the NALCS All-Stars had been pushing in the bottom lane, you can kind of understand the mentality of, oh, I've got the clear path through this jungle, right? It can't be warded properly, but look at the bottom side. There's control wards, there's wards all the way around, and Aframu was just walking up, Karsa kind of having to flash back in after the blast plant because they realize Aframu's a free kill here. Doublelift's in the river, spotted on a ward, so there's no way Aframu has any help there. Actually uses the blast plant to deny Aframu using it as an escape tool into the Dragon Pit. So, it looked a little funky from Karsa, but in the end, has the desired effect.
Yeah, just cutting off another one of those escape routes. So, just being corralled into that jungle there. Bit unfortunate for North America, but we'll take that one for now.
Yeah, I just think that was kind of pretty silly from Aframu. He knew that they were there, right? They just had a fight, a 2v2 fight in the jungle. He knows his AD is in the river. There's 4 guys there on the map, so a bit silly. He's going to die. It's not the end of the world, obviously, but as Bjergsen, you're now going up against that LeBlanc who does have the kill, and as the rest of the team, too, you're going to have to deal with this. And if LeBlanc gets rolling, it can be pretty terrifying. We saw what Maple could do on Katarina. It's going to be that or even worse with a fed LeBlanc.
Yeah, nice little play there from Maple as well. As Albus was clearing out that ward, he just sent the clone down there, just a bit of backup as he walked back into lane, so Bjergsen didn't see him. And I really just like the fact that Maple's been looking towards these new mid laners and the new changes and actually bringing it to the mid lane, and he has all this stuff prepared for us.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the assassin play. The one question and reservation that I have in my mind is the same with a lot of picks throughout history that people say, oh, they're very strong, they snowball very heavily, is in scrims that works exceptionally well, the same with solo queue. But if you can't snowball effectively again and again and in a passive game, because stage games and important competitive games are a slower pace typically, then we end up seeing these picks like Rise that can actually start containing the LeBlanc later in the game, and that's what we need to have answered.
Oh, he's stolen it! Steal away from Rainover. Albert's gonna follow him after. We've got Nautilus coming in from the top side. Maple to follow. Crescendo! Everyone dance, everyone die! And they get wiped! An Impact comes into the fight. This is not one that he wanted. Poppy got gonna get shot down from the skies. 5-0 to LMS.
4 for 0 in that fight, and the Dragons steal that. Insult to injury there as LMS just absolutely cleaned up. Maple putting on a clinic here, was able to land so much damage. He hits them all with the W, puts up the passive, then he can bounce his Q and get a massive amount of DPS out there, and that is so big for the LMS as they're going to get the first turret too.
And a beautiful crescendo from Albus. Didn't even flash in for it, just lined up 3, takes him out, and allows Maple to just knock them down on the last little bit of health. So this was the steal coming through, which, you know, it sticks at around 2,000 health for a while. Rainover goes back in, but Casa straight in for the steal.
I mean, once again, Doublelift not really with the rest of his team as they get fully collapsed on. Nautilus comes in from behind. There is that beautiful ult, and you can see the passive going up. There's the bounce from Maple as he is able to clean up. Impact not even able to get out. Does waste his flash and is TP there as he goes down.
And that raises an interesting question. You were talking about Doublelift being on the bottom side of the map. Well, we saw him split pushing a whole lot yesterday on Twitch, and it took him a long time to start ending the game where they were looking to carry with the Twitch. If that kind of happens again, they don't have the success between Rainover and Bjergsen in this game that they did to rely on in yesterday's game against EU.
Well, and they don't even have a lead in the bot lane, right? He's actually down a couple CS, not that that's too consequential, but the kills plus that means that it is starting to be a bit of a deficit down there. First tower has already gone down, and that does give you such a large infusion of gold, specifically because you have 3 of those kills on the LeBlanc, that it's going to be terrifying. This guy already has his first item completed, plus his Sorks, and he can start popping people.
It's absolutely massive. He's going to give an attempt onto Bjergsen. Double jumps in there, big shield coming out, keeps him alive, of course. Courage of the Colossus also coming in there. That was like half his health bar. It's like, what, is this Tam Kench in the mid lane?
Yeah, I mean, he hits the chain. That's 2 summoners gone, and because he's that strong, you have to respect it. If Bjergsen doesn't flash there, he's just dead.
Rainover following on to Casa, but it's 2 versus 3 right now. He'd be quite big himself, comes in with the ace in the hole, but Rainover gonna jump right into the bowler, and he's gonna hit the dust. Bjergsen and Aframu trying to find the portal out of it. Albert, what a god! The double ultimate once again, securing the kills for LMS.
Oh man, Albus, his ultimates have been so good. Doublelift.
Casa maybe picked up, it's not quite enough. Doublelift committing. Maple with that shutdown. 9-0, putting on a clinic.
Yeah, these guys are just outclassing the North American LCS in this game. LMS is looking on point. 5 kills now for the LeBlanc. If he wasn't already scary, he's going to be a terror. And once again, what are they even doing taking this fight? Your mid laner is back. He already just blew both his summoners. They're taking a 2v3 here where their AD carry is not in position, and this is just not putting a lot of thought into the fight.
Yeah, if Rainover maybe, if he's going full damage, is thinking I can get one of them and come straight back out of the fight, but you've got the tank. Oh, Albus, what a beautiful ult for a second time. We were kind of looking at the Sona pick and talking about where its strengths and weaknesses were going to be.
Well, we found
That's what Sona always is going to do if she can land that, the flash into the crescendo. And then Doublelift pushed up in lane, no help around him. At that point, he was trying to get out already, but they were closing the gap way too quickly.
Yeah, it looked like Double may be able to reclaim 1 kill as the flying Castle went through one of his traps, but it wasn't quite enough damage. And after all of that, not even a single kill on the board. This could get to the point where NA gets perfect gamed. We're on track for it.
I think we're 0-9. We're entering world status here. we got to get one on the board.
I don't want to feel like a defender. We are a little early, perhaps, for perfect game discussion.
Yeah. I don't know.
We're a little way
5-0-4 Maple LeBlanc in the mid lane.
We're only at 1 tower. Like, I appreciate that the possibility
needs to get something from this.
That's very true.
Yeah, I mean, we are pretty early in the game. It's certainly far from over, but it is a very big lead and a heavy advantage going the way of the LMS. They certainly have the ball in their court. These guys are looking really, really good, and it's going to be up to the North American team to actually kind of make some plays here and try to get something going.
And you know where I feel like it's going to end up coming from? After Impact gets a second item. He has been a playmaker just time and time again, and I want to see him actually have some sense of presence in this game, because right now, Ziv and Impact have almost done nothing, and double it just dodges away.
Lining
comes Spirited though, ulti from Rainover.
Never wants to come in. He's following onto Albus. No, he wants out. He wants out because there's a
Ziv's
here coming in. Curtain Call will be lining up the shot, but Maple shut down. Goodbye, perfect game. And Rainover, he doesn't need that bowler. Bjergsen following on to Karsa, looking for BB as well. And now he wants to get away.
TP's coming
Karsa, coming in with the Qs. He's shut down by BB. Rainover, nice flash out of the way, but he's followed by Ziv. No running away from the Northless. Double kill for BB. Now Impact looking to be the hero that NA needs. Courager of the Colossus keeping him alive. Ziv, he's kind of caught in no man's land right now, and BB trying to save him, but he's just so damn tanky. Double Lift can't cut through that Nautilus. He's going to be slammed against the wall by Impact. Another shield. Albus and BB, the flash over the wall. Double Lift trying to get out. Nice verdict. Will keep them alive, but Impact tugged in by Ziv, and BB happy to sweep up the mess here.
Good
Carter
time.
coming in from the side. The return kill. Shut down. Impact is going up, but it may not be enough. Somehow he's still alive. Ziv will be having to run away now. There's no Iceborne, so he's not going to get slowed at least, but that was a very sloppy play.
And they need to be aware that LeBlanc is back on the map, and Maple is making his way over here. If Poppy does get caught out, he will go down, but should be okay for now. But I have to say, Impact got a lot of work done when he TP'd, but where was that TP earlier? That was ridiculously late. Not one, but two members from the LMS completed their teleport before he even started thinking about it.
Exactly, and when we look at the replay, we can see why the initial TP was late, but then the question is why not after Ziv shows up? Because look at the top side, they're actually close enough against each other that they would be able to block the first TP and then the second, so they don't want to use it yet. Rainover tries to go in. Here comes Maple, getting instantly, crowd controlled and taken out. That's one of the weaknesses, is if you come directly into the fight alone, you will get picked up. Now Ziv has dropped back in TPs. Impact should be TPing immediately into this fight. Only now was a ward placed though, so he has to TP to the tower. It's the fact that there's nothing to come to. The minions weren't there. There was no ward. So from there, he gets work done, but it's just a little too late.
Yeah, it certainly was very late, and Ziv honestly had left lane like 10 to 15 seconds even before he TP'd, so Impact could have made something happen. They do on the later end of this get some work done. It was very well played by Double Lift and Impact in that kind of 2 versus the world, and it has been some kills finally going over to them, so they are shutting a little bit of the snowballing down.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still almost a 6,000 gold advantage. I'm rounding up from 5.4k. It's around 5,000 gold.
We'll give you this one.
To LMS. That's not bad.
Oh, he's caught him
getting
again.
caught out. The long range damage, and it doesn't matter that you have that shield. BB is gonna find you.
Again, Albus finds them, takes out Bjergsen. Now they're onto the mid tower. This is going horribly wrong for North America. Bjergsen's not even able to try and make plays aggressively with this ult, but here goes Rainover. What
He's going good. Panish by himself. He's got Double Lift and Afromare to help him out. Afromare, he's turned into a different animal, but the Rift House has gone back to the Void. 13-2, 20 minutes into the game. And LMS with those 2 dragons as well. At least Maple going to be picking up this blue buff, actually going to be stealing this one away. It's definitely not their side of the jungle, but I guess it is now.
Yeah, and I mean, they've taken both dragons. They're taking away the buffs. They're pushing up vision, taking down the inner tier 2 there. This is textbook. This is really good League of Legends, and they're honestly looking like a very coordinated team. It doesn't look like a fun, go lucky, have fun.
Let's be all-stars.
Yeah.
Hey, LMS, they're taking it very, very seriously, and the next step of this that they've started to do already is remove the NALCS vision, because that is when LeBlanc is at her most deadly. She just sits around a corner and waiting for you in a bush, and instantly you get popped, you get taken out, and suddenly you start losing towers, objectives, further map control. So there are still areas you can see the LMS have decent vision control on the bottom side, but there's a couple of wards still spattered around there that if they can get rid of, they can start really punishing Bjergsen for walking through the jungle like they just did.
Alright, I guess at this point in the game, we need to start looking at those shining lights for NA now. We've got that 1 kill to Double Lift. He's sitting on the Hurricane going into the Infinity Edge. Hasn't got that second item yet, but going to interrupt that point as Impact is charging up. The Copter does not land on Takasa. He was blinded Maple gonna come round the corner. Rainover's there to try and get the assist down.
Ulti coming in.
Casa, but got the long range support from BB. Doesn't quite land onto the Poppy. Good body block there from Rainover. Do we have more support coming in from NA? Yes, we do. But so is Albus.
And this is super risky for them to try to defend. It's a 4v2 right now. Afro is coming up, but even then, the turret's going to go down, and with Impact chunked out, and I cannot stay around.
I'm going to say that's not a good recall location for Impact there, so he's going to wander back to his tower.
And the other thing here is this is too far for Bjergsen with his ultimate. This is the other side of the map completely, whereas Ziv has the teleport. If he drops back in the pocket behind the turret again, he can look to TP play.
Going down too.
Bjergsen has to recall if he wants to get here, but they're just choosing to fight. So, as you said, this turret is going down because Impact previously was so low. He actually just had to TP back to the top lane just to defend against that push.
Man, that feel when the top lane Nautilus is dueling your middle laner, your Bjergsen, team solo mid laner, 0-4-1 currently. And you just cannot get through that shield. He's just too tanky.
Yeah, I mean, Bjergsen is 0-4. He's not ahead of this guy, right? He's behind. And Ziv has the early Spirit Visage, he has the Merc Treads, and he has Scourge of Colossus. So it's going to be really tough to actually punch through the Nautilus at all until a much later stage for Bjergsen. He's going to need a Void Staff. He's going to need some more completed items, but that's a long ways off. And really, NA is kind of putting their eggs in the Bjergsen basket. They're saying, go to the side lane, get some levels, get the farm. We trust you to carry later in team fights.
The same can be said for double lifts items as well. When you look at this, he's only just got the Infinity Edge as he recalled then. So he is still a long ways off being able to shred through the Nautilus, through the Graves, because Nautilus is likely to get more armor now as his next item. So there's a lot of tricky spots that NA just have to try and not fight if they can.
Yeah, I mean, itemization becomes very difficult when there are these kind of super tanks like the Nautilus that you have to deal with, plus an assassin who kind of says, you need to build a Hex Drinker, you need to build some MR, or I'm going to one-shot you. And it's kind of which do you go for? And oftentimes the premier AD carries will say, you know what, I'm going to position perfectly, I don't need the MR, I'm going to go for the damage.
So looping this one back to Champion Selects, we were looking at LMS and saying, hey, look, they have a very much a pick-based composition, and I think they've executed on that very well, considering how the game's gone so far. They've leveraged that into those objectives, but where's their break point for NA? Where do they get strong to the point where they can start challenging LMS in those 5v5s?
I really think it is completing 3-4 items. These kind of points for Caitlyn when she has rapid fire on top of this, you can really start putting out a ton of damage. And Bjergsen completing his Seraphs and getting an Abyssal Void. They need to complete more items, and that means they need to delay. So it's going to be up to LMS to force fights around objectives. Look to make NA fight you now around the Bear and around Dragons where they don't have vision, and close out the game that way.
The problem is the NA All-Stars have picked fights earlier on in the game, and the point that it leads us to is the fact that Maple has done twice as much damage as any member of the NALCS All-Stars in this game so far. That's what you get when you fight a LeBlanc this early in the game, and after a couple of kills, a couple of items, suddenly you're wondering, why is this LeBlanc doing so well? It's because your Rainovers decided to fight time and time again.
And look at the flank they're setting up here. They're looking for a fight here.
Oh no, Aphromoo, the depth charge is locked on him. He's not going to allow that to hit any more of his teammates, but the TP is now coming in from Maple, so he'll join the fight. Rainover's leading the charge, but he's now been revealed, and the rest of ICE are grouped together, so I don't think Fire really want this fight, considering the state they're in currently.
Now, if Maple can't... Ooh, Casa!
Oh, nice pick onto Casa. That'll start off the fight.
Impact so well done there. The flash stun. Rogue charge against the wall, pins Karsa, they take him out, and that is a big play from the top laner.
And that's the difficulty for this composition that ICE are running, though, is if they go in head first.
But this is going to be just a 4 versus 5. This could look very good for the NA lineup. Rainover, he's kind of dancing back and forth. Redemption came down as well.
I would like to point out that everyone was hitting Ziv in that fight. We did about 2% HP. Good job, guys.
And he's regen all of that back up with Albus there behind him as well. That will secure Team Fire the Dragon. Rainover's going to jump to the bush, give himself the push there. But Impact for the crescendo onto 4 players. Ziv's going to be chased down by Rainover, jumping back in one after another. Ziv He's taken the brunt of the damage from Team Fire. He'll tank that after, but Bjergsen wants in. He's going to teleport 4 people into the back line. That will find BB, and now Ziv in enemy territory. He's going to be run down, and it's just a matter of Impact slamming him against the wall and getting Rainover in there for the kill.
Impact is making the stun look like it's just a point-and-click ability. Like, there's no setup involved in this thing. He seems to be able to get people on command, and Bjergsen, though, oh my God!
But didn't get a chance to get away, but Rainover, he will avenge his mid laner. Maple, he's going to have to jump away with that distortion. Alba's there to back him up.
I swear there used to be a Rise on my screen. I don't know where he went. Someone's going to have to fill me in.
We have to CSI the crime scene. There wasn't LeBlanc running away. Point-and-click ability indeed. Impact, I don't know how he does it.
That was fantastic CC chain. Rainover lands the empowered bola, double it, follows it up with a trap, and then Impact slams him into the wall. Beautifully done.
This was a messy sequence that eventually goes heavily in favor of the NALCS All-Stars. Let's take a look at how it started, because the key difference here is the fact that Maple cannot find a way into this team fight. He cannot get onto a squishy target. This is the second phase that, despite a great crescendo, again, look at it, the damage dealers are not able to stand and fight. Maple cannot get in. Bebe can't find the space because of how low he is, and ends up with 4 members right around him as Bjergsen ends up taking him out. Before this, Maple was in a situation where he was looking to go head in, and if he goes just in through the front door, he's going to get room prisoned, just like he did in the bottom side, and get taken out. So he's been a lot more careful with his engages now that he's died once.
And let's be honest, they had no jungler. It was a 4v5 the whole time, right? If Karsa is there in that fight, we saw how Rainover was exceptionally low. We saw how Impact got very low. They're just dead. So it was a lot of that on the back of the pick that Impact created, and he has been a big-time player for North America to kind of get them back into the game.
And that pick all stemmed from the NALCS All-Stars basically playing the LMS's bluff, knowing that they can't engage head-on. They forced them out of the mid lane, around the corner, and they were saying, we'll get a turret or anybody that tries to come for us. So it was a good call for NALCS to just go straight down mid, knowing LMS couldn't quite get the positioning on the team fight that they needed.
I mean, a real heads-up play, you know, getting that pick onto the pick team themselves. Karsa, one clearing out the Baron ward. Almost.
It is twice as clear.
Twice. The double control ward's going down. It's always scary clearing out the Baron ward as Graves. Not sure if one of those pellets is going to angle the Baron. Don't want to be taking too much damage, but Impact now in the bottom lane. I don't think there's too much to say about this fight, other than that they are hitting each other, not really doing any damage.
They're both going to get a shield up at exactly the moment that the other's shield is up. So it's just going to always continually be trading, but it's like
fighting.
He's kind of losing out.
Yeah, I mean, Ziv is kind of winning, but
Ziv.
I don't think it's going to be enough to actually kill him.
What a hook.
So it just becomes about the pressure that he gets in lane. So he wins that skirmish, now he gets lane advantage. He can get the push going. Impact has to base. So that is what he got himself there. I don't think he was under any illusion. It's like, oh, I'm going to get him, guys. I'm going to get him. You're not going to get him, but you might get the minion wave.
He wants him.
Impact just wants to ult it away by the looks of it.
Don't always get what we want, boss.
No, we don't. We do not indeed. But I'm happy to be LMS Pulse for this game, though.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted TSM to win Worlds. How did that go for me?
Oh, boy. Hello. He's in this 1v1. Oh, the damage jump from Maple, but there's Courage of the Colossus. There's the shield on his shield, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Karsa with the assist.
Well, we learned the answer to the question, can Bjergsen take that fight with 3 items? Still no. Despite still having some MR and a fair amount of tanky stats, so...
Yeah, I think he needs more items than you can get to win a 1v2, but still.
He's got the inverted scoreline there for Maple, so...
Yeah.
He'll get there. He just needs those 4 items, Azael. That's all he needs.
That's true.
That 50-minute mark, the power spike. That's what we're looking for.
We're scaling.
We're scaling, boys.
Guys.
We've got the late game.
Yeah.
The classic solo queue. Keep the morale up. Don't worry, we can make this work. 16-7, though. 30 minutes into this game with a 7,000 gold lead to the LMS. But Baron is not yet down. However, speaking of Baron, LMS is looking for it.
And this is really what they need to get to crack this game open because the gold lead has stagnated.
Double lift!
Bad.
Deleted by Maple.
He goes Rain over.
Going to jump in. He does have the shield. Nice cleanse out of the ultimate there from Albus. Going to be knocked up by the death charge, but Maple, he's causing havoc in the back lines. Baby taking out Aframu. Jumping over the wall. It's going to be secured by Carter. Rainover looking for the hero play, but not today. You are not the protagonist of this story.
Look at Maple's damage when he finds somebody on their own. Doublelift doesn't know what's hitting him, and just suddenly LeBlanc takes him out, and it opens up the easy, clean Baron play for the LMS. And this, at this point, should be enough to close this game and start getting the inhibitors down. This is the kind of lead that they really have been looking to open up.
Yeah, I mean, 3 members dead. There's no contesting this one, and the question is, does LMS just march it down and try to actually close it out? But I don't think they will. They're going to base. They're going to spend their gold up, and this is definitely the safe, the smart play from them because they have the pressure in the mid lane now. They can look to the side lanes and try to really play it safe.
So let's take a look because we didn't catch this actually the first time. Doublelift on a ward. Easy combo for Maple to take out, and that was the start of this fight that eventually leads to Baron. Rainover a little fortunate because he gets that can't be disabled through the crescendo, but still ends up, you know, losing out on this fight for the NALC.
And this was pretty slick though by Rainover, not only to stay alive, but to get around. He jumps in onto Bebe, attempts the steal. Had he got it, that would have been pretty sick, but not going to work out for him, and not much has been working out for NA in this game. Down 10K and going to lose another Infernal.
Even at that point, it's worth just trying to go.
It totally is, yeah.
Try and be the hero, try and turn your fortune around. We've seen it happen time and time again, but at the end of that fight, both Maple and Bebe were almost set on 3,000 gold each. So that's why they needed to go back. They needed to go and make sure they had just enough to be able to close this game out because they have just been on fire this entire game.
So I just heard that Maple has done 25k damage, and NA have done a total of 50k damage. He's done 50% of the entire NA team's damage.
Us here in North America, we're about teamwork, so you gotta have it all together.
Let's bring it across. All right,
it's camaraderie, you know.
You, Azale.
We're doing fine, guys.
I mean, you're not, but 19-7. And Baron buffed LMS, who are pushing into the bottom lane, but I appreciate the honesty.
Hey, good hustle, right?
Good hustle.
They're doing their best, and they are trying to defend this bot lane turret, and it's just about stalling at this point. Stall, stall, stall. LMS want to close it out with this monumental gold lead, with the Baron buff, with everything that they have in their favor right now, because the reality is, yes, they're crushing North America right now, but if you give it another 10 minutes, if you let these guys continue to pick up items, the gold lead starts to matter less and less and less, but it's going to be a huge task to stay alive.
As the towers are just falling left, right, and center, you can see Maple going on Bjergsen on the top side of the map as well, and pushing up to the turret. So, I mean, there's just so much in the pressure game here for the LMS, shoving constantly in with the mid lane, having super minions streaming in. I don't think we're going to get to that 10-minute point without a horribly botched fight by the LMS. If they try one of the ones where they're looking to go in through the front door, where they tried in the mid lane, then perhaps NALCS have an opportunity to hang on.
The Baron buff has almost expired, though, so once that goes down, it's going to be a big boon to the North American team. We'll see if they can make it to that point.
We are just trying to weather the storm now. Delaying tactics from NA, double lift with the wonky wall of traps. I always love the nice, clean line of traps. I always get triggered by the wonky wall. But
it's enough, though, because they're all short-range champions pretty much on the LMS squad, so they can't actually step close enough to really deal damage. And as you said, now that the Baron buff is close to expiring, suddenly this wonky wall is fairly effective.
They're looking for the dive.
He's just going to crash right through it. Here comes the engage under the tower, but Carter, he's in a little deep. That's a nice exhaustion to Maple, keeping them alive. And Impact going to stay alive as well. Maple coming in there, looking for the assassinate. No one's down just yet.
Everyone's still alive here for NA, and they actually do hold on. A lot of summoners blown there by the LMS team. Their carries are without their flash, so NA holds on.
Yeah, they hold on because beautiful ultimate from Impact to knock so much of the front line out. And Maple, his eyes were on going in. He wanted to be in that fight, in on the back line, but he was the only one. He was surrounded, so couldn't get the majority of his damage down. Look at where Bjergsen positions himself, flashes up onto the top side, away from Maple so that he doesn't get taken out. Impact hits out the Nautilus and the Sona and Caster. And look, Maple tries to go in. Low health targets, but he cannot capitalize because he was so low in the middle of everybody else. cannot pick anybody off.
And part of that is the change for LeBlanc. You have to actually stay in long enough to proc your passive to really kind of pop people. Old LeBlanc, you just go in, you QR, someone's dead there. You cannot do that with LeBlanc. You need to stay in long enough for your chain to proc or to get the second spell off. He couldn't do it this time, not able to complete one of those kills.
What an ultimate from Impact. That Keeper's Verdict, literally knocking 3 players away. I don't even think I've seen a triple Poppy ultimate before in that scenario.
Impact has really had the team on his back this game.
Oh, yeah.
He is doing so well, and he does not want to lose.
This game, this tournament, I mean, Impact yesterday as well was going deep. But Impact is really
that 1v1 was
this
pretty hyped
tournament.
too.
It was, yeah, absolutely. So if Impact can make it work, I mean, he's looking at his team right now, 1-4, 1-6, 0-6, and it's like, look, guys, don't worry, I've got this.
When, watching the NALCS over the last year, it's kind of what we've come to expect, though, right? It's Impact. He's showing up consistently when they needed to. And this is exactly what the NALCS All-Stars need, is this defensive play off the Impact Ultimates, denies the fights and stops the snowball. We're at 1 minute 15 until Baron. We know LMS are going to have to go for it to be able to push in for the win. If this time Doublelift doesn't step over a ward and get assassinated, they should be in a lot better spot.
Yeah, and honestly, we talked about items earlier, right? A lot of these items are now coming in. Doublelift has some lifesteal and his magic resist from the Mercurial. We see the Void Staff completed for Bjergsen. The armor pen's coming in for Doublelift. These are the key items that they need to start getting to become relevant in these fights. And Maple, he's huge, but he's capped out. He doesn't get stronger from this point, whereas Bjergsen still has room to grow, still has another item slot to complete.
You know, Azael, you're the type of person I want on my team in solo queue. Forever the optimist. Guys, they've hit their power spikes. We've got this. We still have time to scale.
Guys, we're level 11. They're 18, but they can't get higher. Don't worry.
We can only get stronger.
We can't lose by more.
Rainover, just don't face check a brush. Okay, it's fine. He shimmied on out.
Now, I want to see once Aframu actually has the locket completed, just the increase in effective health that the NALCS team are going to have. Because with all of the shields, with all of the resistances they have, if they get that boost of a shield on top of it already, Maple, again, is going to struggle to catch anyone out. And that's where Bjergsen kind of takes over in the mid lane game. Oh, Rainover. Gotta be careful that he doesn't get caught out by Albus and the rest of the LMS.
And this gets really dicey because Maple is already in the base. He's pushing the inhibitor. This is going to be dead no matter what. But what does NA do? Because the LMS are going to push on multiple sides.
But for a moment there, you don't know whether it's the real LeBlanc. You have to second guess yourself. So Maple's going to try and get himself out. They couldn't commit instantly.
Oh, use the TP.
TP's out.
At least he had the TP there for the NA team, but that was really smart from Maple. I love that he's able to do that, and with how much AP he has, he actually punched through that and hit super quick. So now the pressure is back in that lane. Top wave will always be pushing. The Baron is on the field. The Elder Dragon is on the field, and LMS has 3 dragons to 1, so they have all the pressure here, and it's going to have to be Impact sitting up in that lane, trying to clear these waves out. And they're going to start up the Baron. They want to get his TP right now.
Well, they are 5 men strong. Maple, he's sitting in the wings looking for a pick.
Give it up.
Rainover, he's going to try and find a steal. He'll jump in. He's going towards the Baron. Can he find it? No. It's secured by Karsa. Impact and Rainover trying to scurry out of this fight. Doublelift being chased down. And Ziv will find him with the assistance from Karsa. Rainover getting blasted down. That's the double kill. Impact. Bjergsen, it's now damage control for the NA lineup, but it's not going to happen. LMS are chasing them down. They're scattering the roaches. And Impact trying desperately to run for Maple, but that's shut down. The 5 for 0, 24-7. The Baron over to LMS.
A clean fight for the LMS. This time they caught Doublelift in the fight. There was no damage to be done, and despite Bjergsen hanging on, he was on his own. Even Impact was low health and backing away. What a performance from the LMS All-Stars.
Yeah, Doublelift gets caught in that fight. He gets taken out, and Maple, Karsa, Ziv kind of combining to take down that AD carry means that LMS is going to take down North America.
An unbelievable win from LMS, a surgical removal of NA from the game.
I really like what the LMS All-Stars are bringing to the table. Karsa and Maple working very effectively together, and we talked about how we were expecting the NALCS to do the same kind of thing, but this time you look at the synergy between Rainover and Bjergsen didn't quite seem to be there. This time it was Ryze instead of Orianna, so the combos weren't available as early on, and they didn't really get the ball rolling on that until it was way too late.
Honestly, to me, this just looked like a team playing a group of good individual players, right? LMS played like a team. They were always on the same page, whereas the North American players are all fantastic, but they were not playing well together this game. We saw, Rainover and Bjergsen going into a 2v3. We saw Aframu getting caught out for first blood, kind of walking by himself, and the team never seemed to be on the same page. Doublelift was rarely with them when they were looking for these team fights early, and it just felt like LMS was too organized, too well prepared, and got too far ahead.
And that's disappointing because yesterday we said the NALCS, that was one of the major strengths they had against Europe, was Europe looked unprepared, NA looked like a team, and today you can't quite say the same.
And we came in saying, look at the junglers, look at the mid laners, but it was the entire team, and it was the entire team of LMS actually getting together. Impact looking crushed there, not able to take the win here. He tried his best, but I think you hit the nail on the head there, Zale. Like, they just played a textbook game.
Yeah, they really did. And, an Impact and Rainover looked like they weren't really sure what happened. They were still trying to hash it out at the end. They were talking about it, obviously pretty distraught about the loss, trying to figure out what went wrong there. And I think there was a lot of things to pick up on. But it was a very exciting game. We got to see LeBlanc played to the highest level, and Maple has not disappointed. Even losing against LCK, this guy looked incredible on Katarina. He's looked incredible on LeBlanc, and I can't highlight him enough. He has just been a monster in this tournament.
And I think one of the best things about that is we talk so much about how good Maple is, how good Kasa is. Albus showed up this game, huge in the team fights. The crescendos, multi-man were instrumental every single team fight.
Yeah, I think there was just so much going on. I felt like we overlooked him just a little, but I don't think he even died that game. He was just hitting once.
One
death and 19 assists. He was hitting crescendos left and right, a massive part of their win. And honestly, just gotta praise the LMS. And it's like, they came here to have fun, but like, what's fun? Oh yeah, winning. Winning is fun. And that's what they just did in this game. Absolutely amazing. Just congratulations to the LMS squad.
Yep, not much more to say than that, but I think we are going to get more from that victory. We're going to head it down to the stage where Dash is standing by with a killer LeBlanc from the Flash Wolves.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. I'm standing here with Maple and Christina, who's going to be helping us with some translations here. But I got to talk to Maple about the fact that we've seen a very high level of competition already in this tournament. So just speak to me a little bit about, the individuals that have been invited, or rather voted into this tournament, and how good they are.
首先先恭喜你获得这一场比赛的胜利。那虽然明星赛是比较趣味性的，但是比赛非常的激烈。那你觉得有哪些选手表现得非常优异吗？
表现非常优异。说对面还是我们？
都可以，或者你也可以。
我觉得比尔森的雷兹3等那波吓到我了，像他点了那个坦克天赋的巨人勇气，其实让我吓到，所以我3等就被打闪。我觉得他那波玩得蛮好的。
I was very afraid of Bjergsen when he was level 3 because of how his masteries were set up. So I was pretty afraid of him at level 3.
Yeah, that was a very unique mastery. Have you seen Courage of the Colossus taken on Rise in the mid lane yourself, or have you considered doing that?
你自己有想要点过这个天赋吗？
我从来没有看过，所以这是我第一次看到。
I've never tried or seen it before, so this is my first time.
All right, well, you dealt with it very well. A very impressive scoreline on LeBlanc, but we also saw you get to play Katarina yesterday. So you yourself, of all the mid laners, have gotten to play some of the most feared mid lane champions. What is your thoughts on both Katarina and LeBlanc as they've been reworked?
大家都知道你是玩比较多刺客的英雄，那昨天也看到你玩了卡特莲娜，那你对卡特莲娜跟勒布朗这两个角色有什么想法吗？
我觉得勒布朗的话是当前版本基本上算是最强的角色。那卡特莲娜的话，我觉得在没有打线特别强的时候呢，他的滚雪球能力蛮强，就是他当有优势的时候，他可以很快的滚起雪球，然后对手很难阻止他杀人。
So LeBlanc is probably the strongest in this meta. As for Katarina, when she is not in laning phase, she can snowball pretty easily and also become really, really strong in late game.
And finally, you yourself are known very much as an assassin player. I want to look towards the 1v1s. Both of our finalists from last year have been eliminated. You get to play later today in your first round against Bengi. How confident are you in your ability to run the table and be the next 1v1 champion?
接下来等一下晚一点会有1打1的比赛。那去年打到决赛的2位选手都已经被淘汰了。那你觉得你接下来对上 Bengi 几开？
对上 Bengi 的话，其实我蛮有自信的，因为我们在钻研那个单挑，其实打了非常多场。
I feel pretty confident going against Bengi because we practice a lot backstage.
All right, well, there you have it. We look forward to that matchup. Once again, congratulations on the victory here, Maple. And, of course, thank you for the translations, Christine. Now back to the desk to talk about that match.
Thank you so much, Dash. Before we get into the nitty-gritty game stuff, he out-purpled you guys hard.
He did. He looks like Hugh Hefner, honestly, and that is very impressive. I think we look pretty good.
That's a unique shout-out for a Riot Games broadcast.
Right there.
Yeah, all right, let's talk about the game. We talked to Maple, and picking up, again, an assassin, it was left open, and we were all kind of scratching our heads of like, okay, how much is it going to do? And you guys had a lot to say about LeBlanc in the current state without us seeing how she went off in that game. How strong do you think it is, and how should that matchup work?
LeBlanc is definitely very, very strong.
Right up the top of the
yeah,
power.
like S-tier assassin. I mean, Maple said it himself, just because it is so hard to play against like LeBlanc overall. Her damage is great right now. The new ulti that you can even twin like stealth super quickly can make it hard to like assassinate her as well.
And the flexibility also right now. She has the wave clear. She has so many things, but they traded. It wasn't just giving up a LeBlanc. They traded it for the Poppy, and they had the Rise also available as a pick they really wanted.
And you guys did say that you thought that scaling-wise, the Rise should do better later before all the mayhem happens.
Well, I like Rise against LeBlanc right now. One, yes, you can outscale into the late game, but actually more importantly is the early game. Obviously, Curse of the Colossus for Bjergsen is something I know a lot of European players have been doing as well, because I've at least seen it before. I'm a little bit surprised Maple hadn't seen it. So basically because LeBlanc has the 0.25 second delay on how she can distortion back to her original position. So when she jumps in, Rise will just put like a Rune Prisoner in her face, get the big shield, and just like trade once with her with her Q in her face, and then she has to jump back and she kind of loses that trade automatically. So I really like this matchup for Rise.
And we saw the level 3 especially, when he went in for a trade, LeBlanc probably felt very confident, and then suddenly it was the Q shield and the Courage proc, about 300 shielding just earlier than you could expect, and it looked really good for Rise early. But then LMS turned it on. The TP play this game was insane.
Yeah, definitely. LMS, they came to a crescendo in their first team fight. Let's take a look. Brought to you by Acer, because that Sona had a lot to do with it by Albus.
I mean, the TP, though, is the real win here. The fact that they could put out such a clean TP, Nautilus was on the minimap. TP's right behind. This is, of course, the HQ duo. Ziv in the top lane, Albus put down the ward earlier, and the Wombo engage here. The level of clean plays on the TPs especially, this is better than SKT were able to pull off, our world champion.
Whoa!
Now, Duke's
He says cake, I think. He said it.
Duke's not good at the TP, so that's one thing where unfortunately SKT fall down. But this was really impressive.
Yeah. I just want to make sure, because it was doing a replay, people didn't think I said it as the Western caster. I'm like, oh yeah, SKT.
Yeah, your voices are totally similar.
It was.
That's
there was
true.
a Kate caster who said
I'm
it.
basically Danish.
There you go. You are more or less Danish. I agree 100%. But no, we saw these fights. We saw more of them as well. LMS were on fire.
Yeah, they were, and we are taking a look at the stat line from Albus. So talk to me about your thoughts about Sona in the current meta. We know that she is squishy, and we saw that NA tried to target her early, but Albus had a fantastic showing once you get out of that laning.
I mean, you talked about early. I mean, they blew the flash at level 1, and I'm like, Sona laning without flash is going to be terrible, but they didn't actually use that window of time when they could really take advantage, and Sona got through the laning phase, and that should never be an assumption. That's the thing, is that Sona is great out of laning phase, but can be punished, and wasn't punished.
I mean, one of the problems with Rengar specifically is pre-level 6, you're not really ganking, so yeah, okay, there was no flash on Sona, you know, you can't really abuse it too hard. I like Sona with the items there is now, especially Redemption. Obviously, we like it on every single support almost, but the fact that you can go Redemption, then Mikhail's, because Mikhail's buffs your shields and your heals, and obviously the change that happened to Sona like some patches ago, where her W now shields as well and everything. So Mikhail's like benefits both the item and Sona specifically in the late game, gives her enough cooldown reduction. It's actually really strong later on, and especially if you play like Albus did in this game, because he landed so many good ultis.
Yeah, NA did find another window to come back in the game, but it wasn't enough. We're going to take a look at a couple of more fights to close this out and see the items that Sona had the redemption in play as well.
We thought this was the comeback.
We thought.
It technically was a comeback for now. First, they struggled to deal enough damage on this insanely fat Nautilus just sitting there with double shielding as well.
But the thing you should take away from a fight, that's the reason why we really liked the Fire team going forward, is the front line for Caitlyn was immense. Rise, Rengar, of course, tank Rengar once again from Reignover, and the Poppy. Theoretically, it should have been Caitlyn just free hitting. If the game was more even, this front line would have been super sturdy, but it wasn't because of the snowball we saw from the great TP players and the LeBlanc play, specifically from Maple.
Yeah, again, it wasn't just one TP play early on. It was like multiple ones. There was one in the bot lane as well, where LMS picked up some kills. And I just want to see this LMS lineup be a thing after All-Star. Like, I want it to be a team, because these are like the 5 best players you can put together in the LMS now that obviously we have
Albus and Sword Art was kind of the big...
Sure, now Albus is kind of taking that spot here, and BB has kind of overtaken on as well. So I want to see that lineup be a thing next year. Obviously, we probably won't get to see it, sadly, but they're showing how good they actually are, like these 5-star players together. And NA obviously have 5 very good players as well, but LMS came out on top.
Fantastic. And they also netted 100 points for Team Ice. LMS jumping and saving Europe in a game at least.
For now.
For now.
For now. Revenge.
Yeah. And what do we think of the NA squad? Are they going to be too taken aback by this loss? It's a tough one, but it's also one of those where like, yeah, the LeBlanc got rolling and then we just got rolled over. So what do you do?
I think they'll shake it off. Obviously, they have one more match left. Korea, of course, have to pick up the slack, unfortunately, of NA once again. So, I mean, as long as Korea win their 3 games, I can feel good about myself.
This would actually be a very good day for Team Ice because Europe, taking on GPL next, Europe will be favorites to win that game. And if China can beat Korea at the end of the day,
possibility.
That's a ton of points for Team Ice right there.
You got your ice jacket on too, so
exactly representing.
Sending out the good vibes. We're gonna take a quick break. Next up, the Howling Abyss with a twist. It's been a while since we've seen the Poro King, and he has some new tricks up his sleeve. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
Okay. It's better. It's way better than Jenna. And better than Jenna. Better. I mean, who's that idea, man?
Yay. Albert's going to follow him after. We've got Northless coming in from the top side. Maple to follow up. Crescendo. Everyone dance. Everyone die. Bjergsen and Aframu trying to find the portal out of it. Albert, what a god. But Bjergsen wants in. He's going to teleport 4 people into the back line. That will find BB. And now Ziv in enemy territory. He's going to be run down. But Maple, he's causing havoc in the back lines. Baby taking out Aframu. Jumping over the wall. It's going to be secured by Carter. Rainover looking for the hero play, but not today. Impact and Rainover trying to scurry up this fight. Double Lip being chased down, and Ziv will find him with the assistance from Carter. Rainover getting blasted down.
It means that is that. LMS is going to take down North America.
Welcome back to Barcelona. I'm Daniel Sifa Dracos, joined by Azael and Max Atlas Anderson. The Poro King is back with a vengeance, boys.
Yeah, I'm stuck here in a play-by-play sandwich, and I'm not sure if we're going to have...
This is the kind of sandwich you want to be in.
I'm not sure if we're going to have enough hardcore, in-depth analysis to really tackle this game mode.
No, I believe in you. You can do it.
I don't know if I can.
I'm personally an aficionado of the old Poro King, so don't worry about it. I'm basically an analyst. I can help you out if you need anything. I'm not 100% confident in that, but we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The rules of the Poro King...
It's the first time you ever had.
First time. As you know, they're very much the same. You get 3 bans. It's going to be blind pick, but Atlas, I think you know it better than anyone else.
Yeah, basically, it's just dodgeball. You get 10 points, your big fat friend comes down from the sky, you then have an activatable button. You can fly to him if you feel like it, keep throwing them Poros around, and now he's got some sick new abilities.
Exactly. This time around, the Poro King likes variety in his snacks. The trinket slot in this game mode is going to be used to hold Poro snacks, but the players get to choose the flavors. You can see it right there. The super spicy snack, essentially a giant flame spitter from Rumble.
Yep, you got coffee snacks there as well. You can knock back some enemies, give the king a large shield.
You're seeing the frosted snacks here, Atlas.
Yeah, those are the frosted snacks, and this is, I believe, the Rainbow Snacks Party Pack. It's a giant freshie, except it sends the Poros a tumbling, and they pull you back.
Giant Threshy is beautiful. And that, of course, is the coffee snacks. We have all drank coffee and know exactly what that's like. But now to see who is going to be going head-to-head in this magnificent game mode, let's take a look at those lineups, starting with the players from Team Ice. Of course, in the top lane. Well, top lane. Wow, I'm saying top lane.
Oh, it's the top lane.
In the middle lane, it's Soaz. Also in the middle lane, Mithy, Wayless, Albus, and Mata. A true team of terrors.
Exactly right. And on fire, their opponents, it is going to be Smeb, Bengi, Rainover, Levy, and Ron OP. And they are also all going to be in the only lane on this map.
A little known fact, there actually is still 5 lanes. They're just very small. You have to stay. It's kind of like, you know,
it's like a flying V.
Like
you got a flying V up the Howling Abyss.
Think about it like you're running track. You know, you're a sprinter. You have your lane. Stay in your lane, or you're going to get disqualified.
I think they're going to break.
We're going to be disqualifying a lot of people this game.
I mean, Mata's here. We saw him with some controversial strats yesterday. Dying level 1 to the tower.
Controversial? He got damage down on that tower, man.
It was an effective mind game, for sure. But now we have to ask ourselves, so, I mean, we played Legend of the Poro King, all of us in the past. The snacks, complicated. We'll see how that unfolds. But is there anything that's, like, super OP in this game that we have to talk about?
Galio.
Yeah, Galio was actually discussing the OP on ARAM, and I mean, it's essentially the same kind of deal we got going on here, but I've heard some rumblings that that the spicy Poro Snack is actually pretty OP, that it can like almost one-shot you. So that sounds like a good thing to have for the team.
I maybe just some hard CC to line him up for that perfect
Sejuani ulti, the Poro Snack comes in, you know, just like that.
Play all around it. Now the question is going to be skill shot accuracy here. Of course, the teams are a little divided up. Team Fire has 3 junglers on their side. We're going to see maybe the mechanical prowess here. One of them's Rain over.
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin?
Lee Sin Q, Poro Snack. It's kind of the same thing. You see where I'm going here? Somebody help me out.
Yeah,
one skill shot is another similar to another skill shot. I
Not
like
entirely
that.
sure, but I do like the fact that it is only one lane. Therefore, I mean, there's only a couple of directions that you really need to worry about as far as aiming those skill shots. More of a cone. So therefore, it's got to be a little bit easier, right, as we hop into Champion Select.
And I mean, this is really the super serious mode that Team Fire was saving their energy
Which is
from,
why
you
we're
know.
seeing super serious bans like Garen.
And last game, you know, they were really just giving Reignover a break so he could focus, so he could prep up, mentally prepare for the Poro King.
I would say worth it.
I would say worth it too.
Well, we've got an Aatrox ban, which I'm feeling real good about.
Nami as well. Now the question is, are they spelling things?
Yeah, they're spelling Nay. We've got a Hecarim confirmed for Team Ice. I think that's a guarantee.
All right, now looking at the champions. Of course, unlike a normal pick and ban, we don't get the joy of watching this unfold one at a time. It's just all over the place. Kog'Maw locked in with Varus, Janna. These are some pretty passive strategies coming in here on the side of Team Fire.
All right, we have some try-harding going on that I'm going to have to call out on Team Ice here right now. Almost all these champions are super OP in ARAM, so, I mean, AP Cog is actually pretty nasty if you are going to try to play that. Sona, if you're a dirty Sona picker, you have no self-respect. No self-respect. You get a hold of yourself.
Whoa, come on,
Don't
man.
worry about it,
You can't
Albus. It's fine. Just don't listen to the broadcast. You did a fantastic job last game. Don't worry about it.
Katarina, another champion that we saw debuted yesterday by Maple, so maybe Albus slightly familiar with it, but still waiting on a lot of luck. Team Fire know what they want. They know what they're about. Team Ice, taking a lot of time to figure it out.
But thankfully, So has decided that what he wants is the Vel'Koz.
And you can tell, you know, Reignover really going with his most practiced, most preferred champion, the Janna. You know, that's probably signifying that we are going to see some Janna jungle coming out later in the competition.
The hardcore competitive strategy. I think there can be no doubt that this is the pinnacle of League of Legends competition.
Yeah, I mean, there may not be objectives. There may not be multiple lanes.
Hey, there are objectives.
There may not be the same items
on this map.
Look, man, all I'm saying is on normal Summoner Rifts, are there Rainbow Party snack packs?
No. Is there a giant Poro that shoots fire out of its mouth?
No.
There you go.
But this is an opportunity for those of you eager to see who will come out on top. You can head over to Twitter, vote at LOL Esports, hashtag FireWin or hashtag IceWin. Don't sell us out, EU.
And now we are finally onto the Howling Abyss. And I want to talk about Reignover's pick because, you know, he's got a Howling Gale. We're on the Howling Abyss. Thematically, Team Fire has already won.
Of course, now eager to see what the teams are going to start. Who's going to land the first snowballs? Ever eager to see who's going to get that counter up to 10. Who will unleash the Poro King?
Who's going to win the game of Dodgeball?
It's also very important to now harshly judge the item purchases of our pros. How much ARAM knowledge they have. And Guardian items are OP. I'm not seeing very many Guardian items across the board here. We're seeing a couple. But, you know, Smeb, I'm disappointed.
Tear of the Goddess, you know, will stack faster, of course, on this map, but playing for the late game here, not frequently. But Soaz.
Oh,
Smeb's dancing. He's not even trying. That's inting.
Snowball.
That is the victory move right there. Gets headbutted back, but makes it. Look at this. Can he die to the turret? No, he can't. That's exactly what he wanted.
At this point, we just call it the LPL special. Mata did it yesterday. Wayless did it today. You never know when they're going to go in.
This is ridiculous. Look at this line of fire right now.
Gale. You can see why Smeb selected the Rammus, used the Powerball to dodge the incoming Poros. It's brilliant.
It's almost unstoppable. Look at the shields. He's unkillable. He doesn't do anything, but he's definitely unkillable.
Wayless just got hit by 3 Poros. This is Wayless. You got to step it up.
There it is,
well,
ladies and gentlemen.
He comes.
Oh, let's see what Poros.
Hail to the king.
Well, we've got 3 chili snacks here, and the Super Mega Rumble is real silly.
All right. Well, none of them used a snack.
Only or was that anticlimactic?
Yeah, that was severely. Yeah.
Maybe the strategy is to wait for a later Poro King since they are so significantly far ahead in the snowball landing department. Oh, there goes Mata.
Yeah, looking to try and get his way in there. However, not really going to find too much more of this. Everyone's bouncing, but he is going to die in the end. Man, it's so exciting.
LPL, not very good at ARAM. Turns out.
They're supposed to be so good at fighting.
Rainnover! That was an odd maneuver. because Wales is going to get some revenge.
This is not the tank Rengar anymore.
That's when you hit him with the question mark.
No, that's when you say needed to buy. Sorry, needed to buy. Whalers, bro.
Going in.
Wales dead as well. Everyone just trailing through. What is this? Soaz, get in there with the damage. Mana, what are you doing? He's being a cow. Just being a cow. Back to the pen. They're going to be fine.
Isaac, what is the next move here strategically from Team Fire? They seem to have an edge. They're up 4-1. I mean, what options are in front of them?
Well, the world is their oyster. They can do whatever they want. They can keep throwing these snowballs in. They got to get the Poros out.
I think breakdancing is probably the best method. Smeb has got it under control right now.
I think... Oh, going to go in. That might be a kill.
They're going to get knocked up a whole bunch of times. Should be fine.
Oh, there goes the snowball. Levy's going to drop. Albus.
Resets. No. Going to get out instead.
Soaz wants more, but he goes right into the Powerball. The knockup's going to connect. Smeb, is he unkillable? Right now he is.
And the Poro King comes down at the same time.
Oh, he wants it so bad. Mana!
Back to the King there as well. That is the utilization of that one. As the Chili Snacks come out, look at the... Well, it's not really doing all that much, to be perfectly honest. He was angry for a while, but Whalers gets haunted.
Coffee going in.
Too much caffeine for that guy. Just hit the turret, boys. We should be okay. It's Albus. How did he survive?
Of course, can snap back to the Poro King to make it out.
Did he say snap back or snack back?
Snack back, as it turns out.
Snack pack? Back?
One thing you gotta say, Ice, a lot better using their Poro snacks. Fire wasn't even able to do it.
I think Fire, a little confused, but clearly better at the core Poro game mode in the early game. Have to see if they get creative with their snacks. Moving forward. Pressure now mounts for Ice. They're gonna have to figure out a way to overcome this onslaught of pressure.
I want to utilize our analyst on the desk here as well. I mean, if we're having a look at these team compositions that have been so expertly crafted by both sides, who has the scaling comp as we see the Poro King come?
You're going to have to wait on the scaling because there's some more action here, Atlas. And Soaz now doomed to fall as the Poro King relentlessly attacks the tower. Smeb makes it out. No, he doesn't.
Use your Poro snacks.
Yeah, get back to your Poro King friend.
It's the 4 key for some of you, maybe the 7.
They're 0 for 2.
Yep.
None of them are pressing the buttons.
Despicable. Look at how many chili snacks they've got.
I respect
so much chili.
The fitness and diet program that Fire are trying to put the Poro King under, but he is a fat man and he is proud of it. Feed him.
Another double knock up. The cow getting bounced around. Will die to Levy as the disintegration ray's in there. Decent ultimate from Rainover keeps him out. Fire's going to reset. Oh, nice geometry, though.
Smeb going to taunt up Mithy. Mithy definitely looks like he's going to go down here. Banky on the way in. Hole does miss. Not what he wants at all. Soaz gets the knockoff, saves his EU teammate, but Mithy drops anyway. Ron
Whalers. Odd maneuver. Will be able to pick up the kill, though, as he's dashing around this fight. Not going to find too much for us. Mata chooses to time his way in just as his teammate had died.
Hawkmaw explosion wasn't enough, and now Mata's the one who's in trouble, and he's going to drop. That's a double kill for the Varus.
What a disaster. I don't even know which team it's for. You have a slight gold advantage for Team Fire.
It's 5-12, of course, in the kill department, and now the gold lead is mounting for Team Fire.
Oh, so as he's in trouble there,
the taunt. So many tanky members here on the side of Team Fire. Whalers doing the best he can. Coling is going to go.
No! Just a tip, no! Oh my goodness. Mithy gets a nice double stun, but Whalers is already triggered by the fact that Smeb survived. Poro King's coming down, headbutts in there by Bengi. As Whalers trying to get the damage in, but he's going to fall down. Smeb, he's going to pay the price. Yeah, massive Death Lotus from Albus as the Poro King's just wandering through, wondering why nobody is giving him any attention. And finally, a Fire Poro snack.
But he shot it the wrong way. I don't know if that was supposed to happen, but it wasn't going near anybody.
Happens, man.
Poro AI on par with Daisy for controllability.
But it was fun.
Fire, interesting enough, backing off, not protecting their Poro King here, giving him up. They clearly have not a very healthy relationship with their
It's a Poro meat shield, I think, in this particular game mode.
I will say, with this AP COG getting pretty strong in the Varus, it's going to get pretty brutal for Team Ice. Not a long-range poke they're going to have, but they do have their Poro King, and they have shown they know how to use it.
Oh, and there goes the Varus. Cannon could be next. Smeb making his way in, but is going to back out safely.
It's a follow-up kill, though, as Elvis does fall down. Smeb's going to get knocked back. Can he take on 4 members at once is the question, but no, he doesn't have to as Bengi gets in there and kills his cow comrade.
Forward, looking for the ult from the Kog'Maw. Any moment could be the kill, but they do back off. This is the moment of calm.
Ron OP is just sitting there looking majestic. I love that Cosmo skin. It is so cool. The fact that it's a little bit smaller now as well. Look at him. He's just having a really great time. on the Abyss.
Zale, as our analyst, how does this Kog'Maw skin rate on the Kog'Maw skin tier list?
Ooh, I mean, it's okay. I would say Deep Sea is S tier Kog'Maw skin.
Fair.
The Skeleton Kog'Maw is like, I don't even know what you're doing with your life if you're using that skin.
What do you mean?
I'm not a fan of the Skeleton skin.
Everyone loves dinosaurs. Bengi is going to make his way underneath the turret. The Unbreakable Will is there as the headbutt's going to pop Albus into the opposing team, but he gets a kill for it. Tries to get himself out, but not going to be able to as Smev. Now it's his turn to dive underneath this turret. Disintegration raise there. Soaz melts down the Rammus.
Members dropping left and right in this absolute bloodbath of game. The 2K gold lead is maintained, but Levy throwing out the poke.
Just the tip.
And we're at 29 kills, 8 minutes in, so it's like kind of a slower LPL game on Summoner's Rift. But, you know, a little bit faster than some of the other regions are used to.
Bengi now move up forward, though. He is no
castle.
fear. Doesn't have ult, though. Is going to drop to the tower. Mata, a little more experience on these support champions. A little more unbreakable at this stage.
See what you did there. Albus is going to make his way in. Can he pick up the daggers is the question. I don't know. Yes, Albus! The reset's in there!
Oh, the king is here!
Joins the fight. Albus is way out the back.
Beat the king!
Someone give him a snack!
Stop malnourishing.
I beg you.
The leader of your people.
Oh! In goes Bengi. There's the double move.
Smev moving forward. They don't have that much damage, but Janna's here to back him up. Mithy now set to fall. Wayless is going to get one. Can he get more? So many tanky stats here. Moving in. Is he going to stick around too long? The snowball is active. Smev hitting him up, but he's going to get knocked up himself.
So is having a good time on this Vel'Koz. Nice knockups. Wayless avoids getting taunted for that one. Smev is powerballing back in, but don't know whether they're going to go for the two-man dive.
Smev, cheeky snowball leaps forward. Now snowball himself. He's set to fall. So dead. Oh, but Bengi wants more. Pow!
Oh, God.
Gotta respect the AP power cow, but Bengi not respecting the rest of the team. It looks like he's gonna drop.
Dies by his own terms as well. I like that.
What do we have to say about this game mode, gentlemen, other than a chain of me and Atlas screaming?
I really want the Rainbow Party Packs. That's what I have to say about it.
No one appreciates the Rainbow Party Packs like no one appreciates Levy because he's getting left out to dry. Never mind, he's a little too strong. Albus doing a little spin around.
Oh, that was really cute. Avoids the damage from the hail of arrows. Show snacks!
There we go. They used it well, no one was around, but you know what? They tried.
And at least it looked.
Oh, here we go.
There it is. Clear. Now we're seeing the strategy. Now it's the Zale's time to shine.
Mata, there goes the Kog'Maw. Is he going to get knocked down? He gets knocked up. No, may get taken out. Colin going down.
Oh, there's more. Rono B gets out of the way. Should be all right. Disintegration round to Smev one more time. He hates that ability as he dies once again. Bengi gets knocked up. Mata headbutts him back there underneath this turret. These turrets are lasting forever, by the way. No one really cares about hitting them as Rono P's going to fall down. Albus knocked up into the sky and destroyed. As please hit that turret.
Albus finally taken out, but you're right. The turret is now set to fall. Mata wants a little bit more piece of the action, but he's left alone behind enemy lines.
Just headbutting.
He's going to taxi to Bengi. Doesn't look like he's going to get the chance. Killing spree.
Ice is just displaying superior Poro snack mechanics so far.
Now, Isaac, there's a lot of skilled champions in this game. Katarina, Vayne, maybe Zed. If you're a dirty Zed, pick her LeBlanc. If you want to get creative, how does that rate against the use of Poro snacks?
Ooh, it's much more simple to master a Zed than it is apparently to use a Poro snack, as evidenced by the entire Fire team.
But Fire is now
being able to do it.
May not be able to push snacks, but they push their buttons real good otherwise.
Not today, Katarina. Now the tower might finally fall down. Oh, Mata back in one more time as Mithy's trying to stay at the very edge of this battle. Mata just surviving for so long. Tower eventually falls.
Oh, there's a snack. Here we go.
Yeah. Coffee snacks.
Give him the fire snack.
I don't think it's healthy to feed him coffee when they haven't fed him anything else for the rest of the game.
That's a very good point.
Look at a spicy snack. You don't know what kind of spicy snack it is. It could be a delicious Mexican dish, for example.
All sorts of different Spanish dishes if they wanted to be poignant in our current location. Of course, Fire now backing off, leaving their king to die once again, but his sacrifice was not in vain. Approaching more damage on the Tier 1 tower, Tier 2 tower, rather, but the gold still remains relatively the same. Ice have them make some moves to get back. Wayless, some moves into the air.
Yeah, it was up there for quite some time as well with that powered up Howling Gale. Albus, you had to do too much work with the current location of that dagger. Oh, I think that was a Levy ultimate that didn't quite find the mark.
Chains of Corruption going a little wide.
It's getting intense now as Bengi finally gets himself in there. Huge shield from that Courage of the Colossus as Mata now trying to get himself amongst it. Triple knock-up with the Howling Gale. And nothing else is really going to happen.
Is that John of Mastery?
Oh,
just
baby.
Just wait till he brings. He's coming in the lane. He's ganking you with the Howling Gale.
And Wailers gets taunted and destroyed. This living artillery is starting to really do some work. Super passive, non-interactive League of Legends happening with this Cogmore.
And they don't even need to interact.
Elvis!
Good.
Can he get this work done? Gets one kill. There it is, another one. Death Lotus is there and he dies.
Leave it out. 3 daggers on the ground. No one can get to use them. Mithy goes in.
Oh!
Gets one. Some bad damage coming in.
Now it's the battle, but he lands it!
Oh,
Get in there, Levy. What are you thinking? In he goes, and Mithy falls down.
And he goes right back out. It's just too much power on the side of Team Fire.
Sick mechanics as well, as Wailers is just going to punish him for it. Rono P should be able to grab himself the kill as he's dashing around. Piercing Light, no damage. Rono P just says, I'm a butterfly. Back to it.
And Mata doesn't have the damage here to take down the King. The King is just nomming on this tower, and there's no one here to stop him. Look at him go. Knockups don't work.
Yeah, we need that Zune to actually find any damage that it is dealing to that turret.
It goes
without the evidence by the human eye.
Oh my goodness. The tower eventually falls down as Mata is the focus.
Oh, the blue team have summoned their King, though. Is this their chance to fight?
Albus.
AoE. Albus potentially in trouble. Oh, gets popped.
Whoa,
Levy.
stop, Levy. Just respawn. Good. Fantastic to know as Mata's now just trying to get himself around this fight with the help of his Poro King friend. Mithy's there as well. Crescendo not quite available just yet as Wailers takes down Rainover, and he's so deep in this fight. He's trying to get the taunt off his Smeb as Wailers does eventually fall.
Too much damage. Mata now has to step back. Bengi gets punted back into the team, but he may be too tanky. Royal King still alive and well. Are there snacks up and off cooldown? It looks like it. Are they going to get it? Mata taking too much damage. Courage of the Colossus keeping Smeb healthy. Frosted Snacks come out, but Team Fire are uninterested in those tasty treats.
Yeah, it was a chilly time towards the back end of that fight, but Fire just didn't really care about retreating.
It's never too chilly in Barcelona. As the Poro King does go down once more. Bengi going in on the Soaz now.
Absolutely fearless. We have to start to wonder why Bengi never played support in his competitive career, because this Alistair...
He did, for Faker. He was the second support.
The third summoner.
And Alistair,
Yeah.
you know, we used to jungle him way back in the day, so that's fine. Just kept on to those mechanics.
What do you think those Sightstone builds were?
Perfect.
The heydays. Bengi's time on SKT.
But Bengi, you know, he did say in an interview, he's going to use this as a tryout for teams. He's going to be able to use this to find his way into another team. And he's like, look at these Alistar skills.
Oh, well, Levy may not want to after he gets popped like that, but Bengi's still alive and well, but there's 5 members on top of him. He's nearly unkillable. Redemption comes down. Not quite enough. Snowball's looking to land, looking to summon the King. Mata wants to start the party off, but gets knocked up and denied the engaged Smeb. A little too tanky. Soaz not quite enough range. Fire back off, mostly unscathed.
Yeah, good disengage there from Rainover, helping out with the Howling Gale. More snowballs are landing. Team Ice actually getting their eye in at the moment. Count that one up as the tower will eventually fall down, and they do grab the King. Smeb gets the taunt off, but he's pretty tanky. It's not going to fall, even though he was relatively separated.
More Thornmail up and available on the Ram as Lucian. No lifesteal outside of that Guardian's Hammer.
Oh, otherwise once again doing well.
Levi actually just took like half his health from that thing.
Does a lot of damage.
Oh, the caffeine stacks! You gotta respect the King, guys. He doesn't technically do any damage when he does that, but it looks really cool.
Damn right it does.
I mean, the Poro King, he engaged. Where was the team?
Yeah.
Where was the team? Where's the follow-up?
Yeah. I mean, come on. Are we medieval King, or is this, you know, King in name only? Where's the follow-up team? Trust yourself to an AI.
Delivering Smeb into his team. Gets taunted and destroyed, so it goes back. Needed to buy anyway, I believe, is the call, as there are massive knockups onto Rainover, but it doesn't seem to matter. Team Fire is ripping through Team Ice as Wailers doing the best he can to kite, and Mata's relatively tanky. It's now 5 versus 2. Oh, the culling grabs Rainover, but he is going to fall down. Just too easy to land the snowballs when he's using that move.
And as you said in Champion Select to Sale, the AP Kog'Maw is just too powerful on this game mode. No one can stand before Ron OP.
Not going to do it.
We're all thinking.
Yeah.
We're all thinking.
Chili Snacks come out one more time, using it to burn down the turret and all of the minions making their way in. I like it. There are more snacks here. We need to use them.
Spicy.
Oh, there's the rainbow. He gave him the rainbow.
Get it?
I think.
Trying to pull him back. It's
there it is.
Nope, not going to get him.
Oh,
Think
no.
he wants a little more.
Knockups everywhere, not sure exactly who's doing it. Albus doing a fair bit of damage, and Bengi's getting melted down. Wayless with a piercing line, but not going to really find anything else. He gets caught up. Oh my goodness, good ultimate from Mithy. Disintegration rays, exactly that! As they get torn apart. Albus in there as well. Wants the jumbo and gets it. The knockups there, triple kill now for the Katarina.
EU on a mission after their disappointments yesterday, making statements here. Mithy says, I may have messed up on Zyra, but Sona is my champion.
That is so tanky.
Turns out, if you can press Q and W, Sona's everybody's champion.
Don't take this away from my region.
Oh, I'm taking it away.
Now that's perfect. Well, Albus showed us that, it works out no matter what. Some sick plays there as well in the last game.
Not interested in fighting Sona. Knock him out. So as more action. Similar story for Albus as he resets the Shunpo cooldown.
A couple of times, just for the fun of it. Looks cool, jumping around the map. These arrows continue to fly through from Levy.
8 kills, 18 minutes in.
So as with the disgruntled throw of the Q out of the middle of nowhere. I liked it.
At what point are there too many kills in a league play?
Never.
When I'm playing Yasuo, the other team generally has too many kills. I will leave it at that.
Well, in he goes. There's some early snacks, exactly right, as Levy dodges away quite effectively. That Xerath did not really get it right.
Billy snacks. He's zoning him. He's zoning him.
Mata keep with the party. Levy on the outside. Kog'Maw still up in the back lines, but Smev and Bengi dies for Crescendo. It goes rain over, but there's the Katarina going off. Albus looking for the resets. Is he going to go big? The tower's on him. Can he heal up? No. Albus sets a fall, but Wayless still alive and well, and Bengi not going to be enough to stop the AD carry, or will he? Kog'Maw passive going in. Redemption going to keep him up.
And hops back to the King. They'll take down the turret and possibly the inhibitor. Team Ice actually make it into a gold lead. Not that the gold's all that relevant in this particular mode. However, now they're taking down Nexus turrets. Can they actually win the game? These death timers are tiny. I have a feeling there will be enough Team Fire members getting back up. And there's Mata's death as Levy throws out the ultimate Chains of Corruption onto Mithy now. Oh my goodness, thank you very much, Paro King, as now the Nexus is bare. Disintegration rays in as Levy's tanking it up. Lots of damage from Soaz, now he needs to get out. But huge work done by Team Ice.
Poro King still alive as well, so they can blink to the Poro King when they respawn.
An opt-out of that particular method there from Albus. Decides no. Enemy base, not where we want to be. And Rainover, he's going to die. Mithy, he's going to get taunted. Will he fall down to a snap? Smev is able to lock it up. Nicely done.
Nice now. Looking to back off. They can't afford to take another fight. They need to heal up. Wait on that Sona to come back.
Has this turned into, can Albus get a reset and win the game for Team Ice? Is this the situation that we're faced with now?
I mean, there's a lot of ways they can win the game here with Vel'Koz, Sona. They have Illusion, who's actually pretty strong now, so they could definitely do it. I think that Soaz gets a good ult. Albus could go in, start getting those resets.
Of course, on the other side, though, the Alistar, the Rammus, the Janna. A lot of tools to interrupt the Katarina. Will the fancy footwork from Albus be enough?
Smev doesn't want to find out. He just wants to get in there.
And Fire has a really good comp. They have AP carry, they have an AD carry, they have tanks, they have a support. Their comp is pretty strong.
Different options. And everything they need. Poro King now to back them up. Is it time to beat him?
Oh, it's always time. Let's see if they do it.
What are they giving him this time, though? It's
Wayless.
Oh, what is
Wayless?
this?
Where
Going for the sick backdoor play.
Bengi's all alone, but they can forge us right back to the Poro King.
Not like that, Wayless.
Yeah, that was an odd maneuver.
Oh, no.
Mata is in so deep as Rainover's smashed into the enemy team. And Mata doing exactly the same thing as Wayless. They're just completely on walkabout right now.
All part of the plan. They're going in one at a time to confuse Fire. Fire will be overwhelmed and won't know what to do.
Then they want to take down the Poro King.
Albus in trouble. There's the CC, but there's the Death Laser too.
That's a bouncy castle. Yeah, Disintegration Ray did some work. But the Monsoon kept everyone on Team Fire alive. One more Nexus turret is available for Team Ice, but these death timers are not too high. Wayless is going to be back up as there's some coffee snacks to get the Poro King bouncing around. Wayless once again back into this battle. killing himself on Smeb's Thornmail right now. It's a good Grethenching over Mithy, doing some work. Walking up a double kill now. Can he get right over? That's going to be Mithy getting one. The party goes and that's going to get the win. Oh, I felt like Ice had an opportunity there in that last push, but these death timers never seem to get big.
And we have to give credit to Mr. Azael here because he said, Rainover took the feet off the gas in the last game. Said, this is it. This is my chance. This is the jungle Janna.
Yeah.
Waiting to be unleashed.
I also think that Team Fire has to give a lot of credit and big thanks to Wayless and Mata, who randomly suicided at the end of the game.
It was a strategy.
To give Team Fire.
Look.
Also, big props to the Poro King. He insects Mata in there with that coffee snack.
Yeah, I feel like a whole lot of things went wrong in the beautiful strategy that was developed by Mata and Wayless towards the end of that game. Unfortunately, we didn't see it unfold the way they wanted it to, but I believe that there was method to that madness. I just don't know what it is.
And really, we're here, to give credits to the great. And if Mata's experimenting with the new strategy, we have to be sure that there's something else there. Maybe we'll see it in another game mode, but he's figuring something out.
Yeah, I mean, Mata takes All-Star very seriously. He's been practicing for tandem mode, only playing one hand for quite some time.
Yeah. Oh, God, man.
What a wonderful game mode. Now, gentlemen, we've had a chance to watch how the snacks work, and I want to know, which ones are your favorite?
Favorite snacks?
Favorite snacks.
My favorite snack would probably be the coffee snack, because watching the Giant Poro King bounce around is just awesome.
I think Spicy Snack was pretty good, but I was kind of underwhelmed by some of the usage there. The Poro King would have like 4 guys in his face, and no one was giving the Spicy Snack for the flamethrower.
Yeah, and sometimes they would use it on an empty lane.
Yep.
Wasn't quite ideal.
Questionable.
The Rainbow Party Snack Pack was a little disappointing. Very pretty, for sure, but not highly effective.
I have to say it was a little bit of a letdown. However, watching that little Poro cutely adventure outwards and then try and push everyone back was adorable. Just didn't do very much that I noticed. Although there were a lot of things happening, so perhaps, could have
gotten lost in the madness.
Yeah, amazing things could have been happening, but there was just headbutts, pulverizers, all sorts of knockups, disintegration rays, and death lotuses everywhere.
And the important thing to remember is North America was victorious here. Once again, nothing happened earlier. If you guys are just tuning in, America 1-0 on the day.
Yeah, solid day so far.
Definitely.
And if you missed in game
you
one,
missed earlier.
They banned LeBlanc, clearly too strong to be let through.
Definitely.
Maple didn't get to play it.
Played as a team.
Yeah.
Strong the whole way through.
Hey, wait. Are you guys being sarcastic?
No.
Because I could have sworn it went the other way. What a disaster. However, definitely redeemed after this game.
I think.
And if we think about it as well, Summoner's Rift, how is that even nearly as serious and competitive as New and
I mean, they're playing those matches because they have to, right?
Yeah.
They're not there because they're here for the interesting stuff, for the Poro King, for the marksman,
for the fun.
This is what they've been training for, And we just can't, expect much in those traditional games.
And they did get 50 points for the team, so it's not too bad. It's been pretty close so far, and I am very excited for some of the other fun modes as well. Tandem. Also aside, I think that mode is super, super fun. One for All is really hype, so I'm pretty excited for both of those modes. I remember last year we had All Blitzcrank. It was pretty exciting.
I have to say, Assassin mode going to be amazing.
Assassin mode will be amazing, but we're going to have to find out more about how that game unfolded because Dash is standing by on the stage with Rainover.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm standing here with Rainover after a victory here on the Legend of the Poro King, new and improved. So my first question to you is, what do you think about this game mode and the enhancements that we made in the Poro Snacks?
I think it's definitely really fun if you play with your friends. And like before, like when you spawn like the Poro, like it was just like a Poro, but like recent one, like you can like feel like a snack to Poro like after you spawn him, and then like it's like Rumble Q at the first time, and then like you shoot like a meteors behind them, and I think like those abilities are like really fun, and like you can like play around it too, So I think it's like really cool.
Now, is there a specific Poro snack that you think is the most powerful, having played it now? The flame spitting, the ice sieging, or what?
I think having shooting like a meteors behind them and like engaging together is like pretty strong because they have to run away, and then like there's like ton of damage, and you have to like dodge this like meteors too. So I guess it's pretty good.
And coupled with that, we saw you play Janna, but now that you've played a game of it and you've seen what those Poro snacks can do, is there a specific champion that you think might be even more powerful that you would play next time you play this game mode?
I actually didn't know about like Rammus, But like Ramos was like really strong pick on that mode because like people are keep constantly trying to like jump in and jump out, but like if you just taunt like the champions like right after they jump in, like usually they get one shot. So yeah, I guess like something with like a target strong instant CC is probably like the strongest.
Now, I want to switch gears for just a moment because we've seen you playing Rengar as well as a couple other people in this tournament so far. Your build, though, is a little bit more tanky as we've seen other people go for more of the assassin build. Why is it specifically that you choose to build Rengar in such a way?
I think going full DPS as Rengar is kind of risky, and I guess like later on the patch, like Riot like shows on the patch note that it was like a bug that the ratio goes like a full AD instead of like a additional AD. But yeah, I mean, as tank Rengar, you still have like DPS to one-shot their carries, and like the new W is like really OP with a lot of HP and armor and MR. So yeah, I guess I just tried and it was like I felt way better than like a damage Rengar, so I just decided to play like that.
All right, and finally, later today, you're going to be playing in the 1v1s. Your first round is going up against Reckless, former teammate of yours. So how confident are you going up against him in the 1v1 today?
Yeah, I mean, Reckless is, he's 80 carry, and yeah, I mean, definitely he have like edge on the 1v1, but I'm preparing something, and then if it works well, probably I might win. So yeah, I'm really excited to play against Reckless, and yeah, I heard that we can like speak each other on the 1v1, so it's gonna be really fun for me.
You got to make sure to talk a lot of trash. Well, we look forward to that one. Congratulations on the victory here in Poro King. We've got to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the EU LCS All-Stars versus the GPL All-Stars. We'll see you then.
Everyone focus. Smeb. Kill Smeb.
Smeb's dancing. He's not even trying. That's inting.
Snowball.
Oh, good. That is the victory move right there. Gets headbutted back, but makes it.
Oh, King.
Oh no.
There goes the Kog'Maw. Is he going to get knocked down? He gets knocked up. That'll make it taken out. Colin going down.
Oh, there's more
right.
Run OP. Gets out of the way.
And they don't even need to interact.
Elvis!
Good.
Can he get this worked? I guess one kill. There is another one. Lotus is there, and he dies. Killing himself on Smeb's Stormmail right now. It's a good Grathenche from Minty. Doing some work. Walking up for a double kill now. Can he get right over? That's going to be Minty getting one. The party goes out there. Oh, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to All-Star 2016, coming to you live from the Palau Sant Jordi in Barcelona. And oh, is it rush hour already? Because we are joined by Aframu and Doublelift on the desk. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Obviously, we just got to talk a little bit about the match earlier you guys had versus LMS. The consensus on the desk was the NALCS All-Stars are strong, but that combination of LMS players is just really hard to play against. What did you guys make of it?
I think we just made a bunch of random mistakes early game, and then like we had to claw our way back into the game, and then when we made one mistake, it was like too snowballed for them to come back. So yeah, that was just an unlucky game.
And a question I have for you, Aframu, obviously you're one that has brought Sona back into the meta before. What's your take on the Sona pick again?
Funnily enough, before we went into draft, I played against Karma the first game versus EU, and then I was like, wait, Sona beats Karma. I told Peter, I was like, dude, it just demolished.
So that's some like secret tech that we now have out there exposed.
Yeah, and then he picked it. I was like, dude.
Oh my God. In general, though, before we jump into this match intro, how have you guys been enjoying the All-Star event? I know you guys, of course, take the game really seriously, but it is all about seeing those players you don't get to play with often and making new friends.
Yeah, I've had a really good time. I mean, the NA All-Star team, we get along really well. Yeah. I played with Afra for like 3 years. I played with Bjergsen for like, this whole year and got close with everyone. And then I didn't know Reignover and Impact that well, and I thought they would be like really shy, but they're actually like super nice. We hang out all the time, and yeah, making new friends has been nice.
And you got sick jackets, so.
Yeah, true. These are nice.
Right. All right. Let's talk about the next match. We're gearing up for another regional showdown, this time pitting the Europeans against the GPL All-Stars. A tough day for both teams yesterday. Losses for both the GPL and EU. And you guys, of course, started off the tournament fantastically by beating EU. So what are your thoughts about the strengths or the relative strength of this lineup, Aframu?
For EU, right?
Yes.
For EU in general, I think Mithley had an off game the time we played him with Reckless in the bottom lane. But I think going into next game, he probably won't be on like a Zyra pick and more so playmaking type of pick, maybe a tank, maybe Thresh, something like that. And that should be a lot easier on like their front line or engage opportunities, because just leaving Reckless on, the arrow initiation isn't as good as, having a frontline engage.
Definitely. Double lift, what did you make of it?
I think Soaz is like pretty creative with his positioning. Like he made me blow sums a couple times with like, he just does like this bush cheese where he just sits in the bush for like a minute and he waits for the AD to come farm, catch a wave. Also like Xpeke had some really sick flanks, good TPs. So they definitely have like they have good ideas. They're very creative with the way they play. But like, I guess in team fights, maybe just they're not used to playing with each other that much. So there's a little bit of like back and forth there.
And you said that word that, of course, incites the cheers here in Spain. It is Xpeke. He was really on form here. He was the biggest question mark. You looked at some of the names on this team, some of them out of form, and Xpeke obviously playing AD carry in the second half. But some of his flanks here, bringing back the Ari he was known for, he actually had a day out, even in a loss.
That international picket buff, it just didn't go away, I guess. Yeah, it was good for him. We're going to have to see what they do. They're up against the GPL All-Stars. They also didn't have the best start up versus LPL yesterday. They had some problems drafting, and they never really got in the game. But we do know that they're skilled individually. They got a lot of points in the 1v1 at IWCA and here as well. So how big of a chance do you think they have here?
You go for it, Zach. No way. All right.
Well, we need some positive.
All right. I think. I mean, we're all team fire, right? So I think they have a decent shot. Especially the player that stood out to me the most is Levi. I think when I watch him, even in the fun game modes like Pro King, he has good mechanics. And mechanics as a jungler used to be not that important, but now there's a lot of like 1v1ing and skirmishing with the jungle early that decides the tempo of the game. So I think if Levi pops off, they have a good shot at winning.
All right. Currently, it's tied. Fire and Ice are 250-250. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. Quick prediction, EU or GPL?
I think I have to give it to EU. They just have the pedigree there. One thing you can say about the GPL team, they've been together for the 3 events. We've hit that a couple of times. They played in their own kind of all-star among the other GPL regions into where they're at now. So this team, they've looked strong, but it's tough opposition.
EU for Papa?
Yeah, I'm going to go with EU too. It's like just because, all right, at Worlds, it was a very serious event. They're on vacation. And now it's actually vacation time, so they probably will take it serious and win.
Huh?
Yeah, it's opposite day, always.
Wow. I'm going to go with GPL for Team Fire.
All right, there we go. The double disc. Well, we'll see what happens. Our All-Stars are almost ready for Champ Select, so let's send it over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Stress and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler are now joining me on the desk for this matchup between the European LCS and the GPL squad, of course, specifically coming in from Vietnam. These guys have fought hard to get here.
I know. I mean, this is their 3rd consecutive All-Star event. Basically, they've been at All-Stars for an incredibly long time, and they've shown it in the 1v1s, had some success there. We'll see if they can translate it onto Summoner's Rift, though. Definitely have a challenge in front of them here.
Well, let's take a chance now to look at the starting lineups, beginning with the EU All-Stars from Team Ice. Coming into the top lane, it's Soaz, Jungle Jankos, mid Xpeke, AD carry Reckless, and support Mithy.
Well, they got a lot of support from, the Peke chants all throughout the crowd. We'll see whether the representatives of the GPL from Team Fire can garner a bit of support in this game. In the top lane, it's QTV. In the jungle is Levi. In the mid lane is Optimus. AD carry Celebrity with support Ron OP.
And the first thing about their loss yesterday, to me, that stood out, were kind of the losing lanes. And, Shen up in the top side, where everybody that's been really try-harding has been, Poppy, Nautilus, or Maokai up there to abuse Courage of the Colossus. And, Shen can use it. But I would like to see GPL just go for super strong winning lanes right out of the gate. And that really does open your jungler up. That analyst asked, they were talking about Levi, so maybe you can make some happen.
And that was one of our biggest thoughts during IWCA, was that QTV, while of course everybody's going to be comfortable on the Maokai, on the tanks, he just seemed like one step behind a lot of the other top laners when it came to his decision-making on engages, how he was playing the lane, and when he was using the teleport. So that's what I want to see the GPL squad kind of shore up.
And of course, Soaz similarly having a rough day yesterday, playing well in the laning phase, but getting caught out time and time again. So going to be curious to see where these bans go, if the top lane is the center of attention, or if it's going to be all in the mid lane for the Optimus Xpeke matchup.
I mean, maybe they first pick in Poppy this time around, because Poppy is queen up there with Kurt. Ah, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Right, banned off the board. Caster Curse.
One pick that we haven't really seen taken away, but is now in this game, is Elise. We've seen some presence on Lee Sin coming out of the jungle, but this is the first time we're really seeing the Elise bans here at All-Star, so pressure on Levi.
Yeah, I mean, Elise bans are definitely target bans or a throwaway ban, because there are so many good junglers right now, and she's not even at the top of the list, so definitely a lot of options still left open. I'm sad to see Lee Sin off the table. because that was one of Jankos's, best performing champions.
This is a big moment, though,
right
because if the GPL leave Rek'Sai available and one mid laner, the EU LCS can only really pick one of them and the other goes over. So either they leave 2 strong mid laners up and Rek'Sai and they take a 2-for-1 trade, or they just kind of outplay themselves and give the EU LCS 1 strong pick and can't really answer with it.
Seconds away from that final ban. EU must be pretty confident in their first pick. You can see Yanko smiling on the screen. It will be Rengar taken away. Interestingly enough, Reignover showing the power of that champion yesterday.
So LeBlanc is still up here. Talking about power, one of the most powerful assassins after the real. All right, there we go. No hesitation. And I'm assuming that's going to go to Peke.
But there's 3 big picks that we look at. Rek'Sai, Nautilus, and Ryze. The Ryze doesn't have to be rushed here, so the GPL squad could look to pick up those 3. We have seen a bunch of Graves, but at IWCA, Rek'Sai really was queen out of the jungle when you weren't looking for those, trades all the way through. We've seen a little bit more action out of junglers here at All-Star.
Something Mithy talked about, Rek'Sai much better in environments where teams aren't as unified. You get the free brush check, the free tremor sense, that reliable pseudo-free vision, making it much easier to make decisions as a team. But Levi, he's not about that life. He wants to do the damage.
Yep, not going to be a Courage of the Colossus there for Graves. He'll bring the damage all right, and they'll just tank that Nautilus up to the top line to provide that front line.
And at this point, that's kind of the easy way out for QTV. You're given that pick while the Poppy isn't available. So now, if Soaz wants to try and play a laning game, perhaps he'll look to just push the Nautilus back and stop him from ever getting tanky enough, but that's a risky strat.
And you know what? Something that has emerged in the last couple of months that's super strong at shoving in is the Nasus with Emax, a different flavor up there for the top lane rather than trying to get a bunch of stacks. One of my favorites is the AP Shaco, but generally you want to play that against more squishy lineups, and already looking at the Nautilus probably won't be the case. Jankos looking to mount up here, though.
And of course, playing with our hearts, he spoke briefly yesterday, I believe, off broadcast about. He's like, I think Twitch is really good in the jungle. We might get a chance to play him in the jungle, hovering over it for as long as possible, just to tease us. And of course, be the Hecarim in the end, or at least for now. There are still a few seconds left here.
If he does end up locking this in, this is more Jankos trying to be a playmaker more so than Rek'Sai. Of course, you can make plays on Rek'Sai, but Jankos is a little bit more of the mentality of, hey, let me get myself ahead, and then I'll get the rest of you ahead along with me. So looking for a little bit more damage, a little bit more engage coming out here, giving them that tool with the Onslaught of Shadows.
A lot of Wombo comp potential. Now we have to wonder, Reckless and Mithy struggled a little bit yesterday, had a strong early lane, but what are they going to pick up here?
Yeah, I mean, they are hovering over the Caitlyn, which is extremely powerful right now because we talk about winning lanes and wanting to work off of early pressure, and that definitely would do a lot towards that area of the map. I have to say, though, one of the concerns I had for the GPL was their AD carry, and especially since now he's facing LeBlanc, Hecarim, and Kennen. A lot of dive towards the backline, so it looks like if he picks something low mobility like Ashe or Jhin again, and he could be the target. The Janna would have been a good option. I always like Janna counterpicking Kennen, one of those really old counter picks that has been there over the years, but Alistar technically can headbutt him out as well.
And this is starting to look like a very tanky lineup for the GPL, utilizing multiple instances of Courage of the Colossus, and there is always the risk with this EU style where you've got a LeBlanc, you've got a less tanky top lane champion, and a jungler that wants to snowball. If that doesn't start to happen in those roles all at the same time, it can become a game where the GPL outlast if they can bring some later game damage from their mid lane.
I think that is key. I think that's a good point because Graves is one of those outlasting junglers, right? He's not going to have the super high impact ganks early on. Is definitely looking to farm and clear out and try and get those levels stacked up, whereas Hecarim has the options. I generally will always consider Hecarim wanting to do a full clear for the first one with the blue buff because you really want to make the most of your first blue buff. Very mana intensive jungler, but he has options, especially with Ghost. You can go for early ganks if they're really ripe and they're really presenting themselves.
Of course, Ice really taking their time on this final rotation. Not sure what they want to grab. We have to remember Zyra up and available. Powerhouse in the early lane. Ooh. You don't play with my heart.
It's locked. It's locked.
Oh, yeah.
What we want. Reckless made his name in Season 3 playing Vayne, and we get to see it at All-Star.
And I've been hearing a lot of talk about how Reckless, after the first showing there for Team Ice, really buckled down, and he was very intense about practicing a bunch of 1v1s, getting ready for today and trying very hard. I mean, all the teams actually have come to these regional games with a very try-hard mentality. I'm so excited to see this Vayne because he has been a menace in solo queue, and he's going to have the Jenna to try and help him through that laning phase.
We saw one Vayne go completely off in IWCA, just go to like 11-0, two-shot everybody, no way of standing up.
But we do have to remember that Vayne did get 3 kills in succession in the first 10 minutes of the game, so I don't know if it's going to be the same story, Stress. I want to see it too, but it's so vulnerable early on.
It's a possibility because Hecarim can do that classic red buff Krugs into 2.5-minute gank. We shall see, though. What's going to be the mid laner?
Well, there's the late game damage and the wombo combo. This is a strong team fight setup that's coming out of the GPL. If somebody's out of position, the arrow comes through, Alistair goes in, or the Nautilus, and brings the ball, and suddenly everybody's lost their health.
Yeah, both teams looking like they have a lot of power here. The wombo combo you talk about, I think most terrifying for Reckless here is that depth charge from Nautilus. The unavoidable, undodgeable CC. Yes, Nautilus can't take Vayne out his own, but he hits that Vayne once, locks her down once, and she's going to get popped like it's nothing.
Definitely true. I mean, all these guys are also going to have to watch out for that Ash arrow. So there's a chain of events that can go in GPL's favor. This EU team, though, looks like it's very good at scattering, right? LeBlanc can create a lot of chaos. Kennen can control a huge zone and then allows Reckless to make use of repeat invisibility tumbles.
This is the most ridiculous team out of Europe. They have 4 roles and 4 champions that are just wanting to carry at all times.
This is a race. Who can carry hardest?
I mean, Peke showed it to us yesterday. Maybe Peke's going to be the carry again, but Reckless is clear like, it's my turn. You had your chance on Aura yesterday. We didn't do it. We didn't pull out the win. Not going to get a chance today. Maybe he will. LeBlanc, pretty good champion to do it on. But of course, this is your chance. Head on over to Twitter. Vote at LOL Esports. Hashtag IceWin. If you think the Vayne can come out on top, or hashtag FireWin. I think the GPL can close this one out with confidence.
Whew, I'm excited to see the Vayne. Been a long time since we've seen Reckless on Vayne. Of course, the changes recently made it that Vayne Janna is exceptionally strong once you get past the very early points in the game. So I'm excited.
Did get nerfed on 624. Does that mean she's OP on 623?
Normally that's what it means.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Third match of the day: EU versus the GPL. Team Ice already well on the way out. Looking for some early plays.
And to focus more on this bottom lane, this is a matchup that specifically I asked Mithy about during IWCA, about Vayne into Alistair, because I was thinking, well, you're just going to get Q-flashed, surely. And he said, well, with the changes to Alistair, you now have to walk past the champions, so unless you can flash all the way past them, it's impossible to headbutt and punish them, so you end up the other side of Vayne in between 2 people. And with the Janna, any kind of crowd control to deny the Alistair the way in makes it almost impossible for him to engage reliably. So this is why this Vayne Janna has been picked into the Alistair.
Yeah, and there's so much potential for outplay with the Vayne, and you always like to highlight these big, 1v2 and 1v3 even sometimes possible plays.
Oh, nice.
All right.
He doesn't even need it, ladies and gentlemen. He's that confident. The crowd cheers for Peke.
By the way,
cheers or cheer?
D is for dance, Stress.
It's definitely cheers. And this time he's not running teleport, the classic Peke. He's bringing the ignite for the kill in lane.
Let's see this brand. I mean, there's just...
There we go.
If you're watching from home, you cannot appreciate the sheer magnitude of Peke fans in the crowd right now. Spanish loyalty at its finest. See now Team Ice starting. Very standard blue buff early for the Hecarim. Similar story for Graves on the bottom side.
Which means we're not seeing the red Krugs 2-minute 30 gank that we were looking for, Kobe. Maybe getting them ahead, but we'll see how they do in lane on their own.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the most talked about strategy after the changes. It's become that everybody kind of expects it on the bottom side nowadays. And like I said, using the first blue buff to a maximum effect for Hecarim, full clear is not a bad option. This is a very high percentage chance of success if you just power clear the entire jungle, then you come out with your level 4 and go for the ganks that way.
And you can see the punish already coming through. Mithy puts the shield on Reckless. Reckless goes forward to Celebrity because with Ron OP only being level 1, he cannot even combo on towards him. Like, even with a Q flash, there's nothing more to be done in this setting. So, wait, really?
Flash replay!
Oh, he dodged everything. Nothing hit him.
That was foreshadowing. I mean, he's setting up the mind game flashes into a brush to juke people out. You know, once you get close to the wall, and flashing backwards into the brush instead.
We saw it at IWCA. We'll see it here now in ASE as well. Yanko's getting a little cheeky. Going into the jungle here, spotting out Levi.
I like it. Peke calling his shots. And actually, yeah, you talk about the circle around to the top for Hecarim here.
QTV's pushed up.
Stun gonna connect. In with the Hecarim. He wants to get it. Should be first blood, but QTV gets a big shield here. Graves on the way up. It's too little too late. Yanko's picking up first blood for Team Ice.
And yesterday we were looking for some big early moves from Yankos. Didn't quite come through with them. But here we go. Talk about the mind games. Oh, everybody's expecting the red into Krug's early gank. Ha! Do it on blue side, and he is rewarded. Plus, since Graves cleared bottom to top, he can't punish and go to steal away the red side jungle.
DP's here, though.
They can't punish Soaz.
That's a big wave, and that's going to be one dead cannon. QTV trading back.
Just a little too low on the health, stuck around while the TP was channeling and couldn't dodge out the hook. Soaz giving Jankos the way out there. Peke were going aggressive in the middle lane. Optimus has already burned through all of his mana already.
And Soaz is one of those guys that has such a long history of escaping ganks on the top side.
No, Soaz.
And repeat. Levi going in. Red buff down. Nautilus hook. Are they going to... Nope. Backing off. Meanwhile, the rest of the lane's playing suspended. Oh, that was a great tornado from Mithy.
Definitely, too. You expect that for a top-tier player. Rono P, though, goes in with the flash.
Look at it. He can't clear the distance enough.
Not going to be able to go forward. Reckless still trading back, and it's not going to be much in the end, but so close to the potential knock under the tower. Peke, though, has now overstayed his welcome in the mid lane. Levy proccing the red buff. Peke set to fall.
Great patience there, and they punish him as soon as he goes in for the distortion. One of the other changes, the only kind of downside to the new LeBlanc is you don't have that old passive where you go invisible and then you have to make him guess which one and have a higher chance of escaping. They do punish him there, kill Peke, and he doesn't have teleport, like we said, to get back to him.
There was some other guesswork going on there by Levi and Optimus. Where's the flash? When's he going to flash? How's he going to flash? Now they're going to
never going to know. They're never going to know. They're just going to think he saved it for some reason.
Exactly. They're like, oh, you know, he was resigned to his death, so he saved it for next time. Won't get repeat gank now.
So patient. Peke, how does he do it?
It actually pays off. Wow. Repeat gank's not coming.
Talking about repeat ganks, though, QTV, again the focus.
Jankos may try to delay the back here.
I mean, if I were QTV, I would have called his bluff and just stood there, because if Jankos goes in...
I mean, there's no help going to arrive for him here, so QTV is...
Oriana's on the way up. Oriana's on the way up. Optimus only level 5, though. QTV gonna have to try some fancy footwork. In goes the Hecarim. Challenging spike drops. Soaz grabs another one. Too little too late from the mid laner. Not going to make it in time.
I just look at that and like, okay, it's a little too late for QTV to stay alive on his own, but what was Jankos going to do? Go under the turret with no minions around to tank and Soaz not there for the rest of the damage? I think QTV, with staggering blows, a hook, his shield, may very well have stayed alive in that situation and dead Jankos, or he just keeps recoiling out and Jankos can't stop him.
Look, they seem pretty rough, but...
I just mean like, QTV...
I feel like you're taking that optimistic top laner approach, and I like it. But it's not going to work out for him, and Jankos not playing around today. Pretty hard with that top lane camp, and he'll be up to a pretty quick Trinity Force as well. Generally, you'll get the red smite just for the, the combat power there, and then switch over right away to the Trinity Force build. And once you get that, it's off to the races.
Of course, interestingly enough, bottom lane going in the favor of Team Ice. Reckless kind of commanding these trades in so many ways. Rono P waiting, looking for an attempt to all-in, but not finding it yet. You can see 57 to 52 farm. Ash will even it up, but Vayne kind of expect her to fall behind so much in these early games.
In the mid lane, setting it up with the chain.
Not going to get it. Flash out from Optimus.
We were actually having... never mind. Let's wait for this counter jungler to go off first.
Okay, Kobe, I don't think they're going to kill each other yet.
But it's over the small raptors.
Soaz fighting over the creep wave as Nautilus is ready to contest. Does burn his ult in the end. Oh, Levi gets it.
He wins. He wins the trade in the
golf clap.
The golf clap.
Well done, well
victories.
Got the large chicken.
Jankos letting us know she's proud of that moment.
I mean, Levi is doing what, the Graves path there. He's up a level on the Hecarim, so... not falling too far behind. Did have the successful gank mid as well, so not too shabby there for him.
Now I'm interested to see whether Peke uses his clone. We saw this earlier out from Maple that he used the second part of the ultimate. elsewhere on the map to fake a roam while he was going over for blue buff, which, you know, is something that I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more out of the LeBlanc players, just having people guess where you are when you drop out of the lane. But this time, not the case. Interesting mechanics that I'm looking forward to seeing more LeBlanc players use.
Keep our eyes on it. Of course, Optimus, no stranger to the LeBlanc, however, did bust it out to qualify for this tournament. So we have to think that, you know, he may know how these combos are going to play out, that he may be able to outplay here in some of these trades.
Jankos with that red timer goes in for the red steal. Meanwhile, you see on the minimap the little bit of backup there that Levi was going to give to Optimus when he was going to fight Peke in the river. But because of that, not going to be anywhere near the top side to protect his red. Jankos gets it and gets out.
Good response from Jankos. Peke, though, still getting aggressive. Ooh, not going to get it. Peke does make it out in the end. Collateral damage, not enough.
NT. Good try there for Levi, but not going to catch Peke this time around.
Yeah, Sombrero not really effective against LeBlanc. One of the more difficult champions to lock down. Despite adding that extra second that she has to stick around before she can take the W back, still well before the time that Optimus ult would have closed. So I'm interested to see how Optimus can kind of hold on in this middle lane and if they can keep up with Peke when he starts roaming around the map.
Yeah, Orion, not too shabby towards the late game, does scale very well. So Optimus doing just fine at the moment. We shall see, though, because I'm waiting for some bottom lane action. Ashe has hit level 6. The CC available to this GPL bottom lane is really, really good setup for something like a top lane teleport. You know, Nautilus is very high impact as soon as he joins down. And Optimus actually with the roam.
Something in mind as well. Maybe look for the bot lane play, but he gets caught in transit, and Optimus now set to fall. Peke gonna grab one, but the TPs are here. Nautilus not overstaying his welcome, instantly makes his way out.
Pretty dangerous roam there, and looks like Team Fire going to get chased out of the jungle here altogether. Now they have numbers on the bottom side of the map. See if they actually establish any more control.
Kobe, you asked for a bot lane play. Optimus was on the same page.
Yeah, okay.
Team Ice not going to have it. You're leaving the Vayne alone. And it looks like it's working out well so far. Of course, fell behind for a little bit there, but is now evened up in the CS department.
Evened up, and you know, we've been hearing so much about Vayne in solo queue. You get yourself the BF sword, then go attack speed item, you know, a lot of that upfront damage on those first couple of hits. I want to see how that actually ends up playing out now for Rekkles. We've seen it a handful of times in competitive, and it really does take the game over if you don't put the Vayne behind significantly. So EU are in a decent position for that.
Wax Peke just going to double dash on out of that, not accepting the risk of the depth charge. Alt traded for alt, but looks like it's in favor of Peke here.
Yeah, definitely in favor of Team Ice right there, I think, because of the low cooldown, plus because now there's a Flash Cannon ultimate available with no answer from QTV. They don't have that extra CC from the Nautilus, and as we said, you know, Soaz is going to be one of the big divers towards the back line for Team Ice, especially once that Proto Belt does get completed. Trying to get to that pretty quickly here.
Misses the Shuriken on the trade, so not able to lock up QTV, but still pressuring out here. You can see the massive CS differential between these two players, and it's only going to get harder for QTV as they move forward.
Surely, though, the decision-making now is you're talking about the depth charge. I completely agree with this as an option not to stop Soaz. It's difficult for him to decide because if Vayne starts snowballing, if Kennen starts snowballing, if LeBlanc starts snowballing, one of these champions, you can only pick one of the three. Who are you going to depth charge?
Gonna wish you had it, you know, so that you at least stick to use it on somebody. But 50% left on the cooldown, and I think they're gonna give up some ground here. Jankos going in for that deep vision coverage, combining with Mithy for the blast plant escape.
Making their way out. Mithy making his way back into the bottom lane to keep Rekkles safe and healthy as Ron, OP, and Celebrity back out. But Peke and Jankos are back in the mid lane. Maybe looking for a little bit of play, but Graves is waiting in the wings. He gets spotted out, and immediately Peke retreats.
Speaking of Mithy, we can commend him for a better performance today than yesterday, losing in the 1v1 and having a really rough game on the Zyra. So I know he took that hard. I wonder whether he was along with Rekkles tryharding the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the vision control as well. One of the big criticisms for Team Ice yesterday was the team play. You know, they talked about themselves. Mithy was kind of disappointed in their late game strategy. All the different players had different ideas for, you know, what the team plan was, and it didn't really come together. This time around, they have a lot more information to work with, and we'll see if they can actually make that work on the bottom side, because so many of those wards have been set up for this bottom play that we keep on hyping up or waiting to bring to fruition.
And of course, Soaz now continuing to pressure on the top side, but you mentioned it, it's maybe hard to have that team play with so many leadership members of the team. Peke leading Origin, so often subbed in as AD carry because of his ability to shot call. Mithy, big caller coming in for G2, maybe butting heads on the authority level, but it looks much cleaner today.
We've got a kind of uncharacteristic thing happening on the left with the Rift right now. Soaz is so far ahead, he's nearly at first turret blood, and he's pushing up with the next wave. Very rare that it's a turret other than bot lane that gets taken down.
Yanko, surprise Optimus, not at all the party he wanted, just wants to lay down a ward, and he'll get the ward, but I don't know if he's going to be able to escape here. Running along the wall, but Levy there to back him up.
Does save his flash still? No! Peke will make him blow it.
Ooh. Great patience coming in from Optimus at the end there, but Ron OP caught between a rock and a hard place, knocked down into the wall, burn the unbreakable. was hungry for more. Not going to get anything else out of Peke. Oh, he wants a party, but he's not going to get what he wants. Not going to be able to jump out at all as Levy grabs that one.
Great combo there from Team Fire, but remember, they still already sent Optimus back to base. So not much, chase potential there, and they are going to be able to at least defend their blue buff there after punishing Expeke.
And we were talking about the top tower. We were talking about how this bottom lane action was playing out as well. That tower did go down in favor for the European All-Stars, so they do extend their gold lead a little bit more, but Peke going that aggressive over the wall, perhaps a bit of a death wish for him, not really respecting Celebrity's arrow that eventually comes out. Peke just tries to go aggressive and point blank eats the arrow after a good combo.
It's just a great, flash play there from Ron OP. Flash combo, boom, sets it up for the arrow, not able to get out of that stun. And 100% to, or maybe it was about 70% to 0 for the execution there.
But you saw Peke walking back and forth, not sure if he wanted to stay there. Caught out now, but they're in trouble. No Unbreakable Will available for Ron OP quite yet. Reckless wants it. That was a sick play. Reckless taking down Ron OP. Moving in on Celebrity, and this man is hungry for blood. He's not done yet. Moving forward, but in goes Celebrity. 50, has he overstayed his welcome? Soaz on the way as well. Celebrity wants one more, but the Nautilus is here too. Depth charge goes down, but Mithy is gonna stay up as Soaz backs off.
Exciting play there. We talk about, the outplay potential from Vayne, and buffering that condemn for the headbutts. He had that perfectly and does get the kill, but then, overestimating their 2v1 ability against Celebrity. Does go down in the process. Soaz can clean everything up, though.
Yeah, and this is how it started. We're looking just at that condemn again. Look at the damage that comes out from the Vayne already.
Yeah, and what you can do is just keep spamming the condemn while he's just out of range and then canceling it into an auto, then continue spamming it so that when he does finally cast the headbutt, it automatically will go off, and he is able to knock him back. But then Celebrity with the activated Ash Q right there takes him out and chases him with the flash.
And it looks like Reckless wasn't quite expecting the flash to come out of Celebrity because Reckless still had his, so he could have extended a little bit more of that distance and chose not to, wasn't quite in, a ranged reaction flash since he was so low. So Reckless ends up dying, keeps the flash, but eventually, the top laners came in with the teleports. It ended up being cleaned up.
At the end of the day, just that 1-for-1 back and forth trade, or 2-for-1 rather, traded back and forth. Dragon now set to fall as Peke taking a lot of tower damage here. However, there to back him up, and Mountain Drake looks to be going over in the favor of Team Fire. GPL falling behind in gold, but taking these objectives, taking control on the back end of that play.
And that was one of the characteristics that the wildcard teams a lot in IWCA would fall prey to was
Peke overstays his welcome. He's going to get the fancy footwork out.
Yeah, they were trying to set up a play where they dive mid lane, but if Peke can't push him into the turret, then Yankos and everyone sitting behind this turret.
They want it. Here goes in, knocked back. Reckless wants another kill. Are they going to give it to him?
The delayed trigger on the mid lane dive play we were talking about. And Peke with the long con on the bait there sacrifices most of his health to draw Optimus out from the turret.
I like the positivity. The long con. Not going to connect.
Peke even managed to avoid dying to Levi's collateral damage as well. That came straight through at the end as well. So Peke seems to be, the man on a mission escaping in this game. Taking a page out of Bjergsen's book from yesterday.
And remember, let's take a look at the compositions and what this EU victory would look like since they are winning right now. They're going to be about that team fight where they can try and flank around, get the dive with all the spread out damage that they can have with the 4 damage dealers we set up. Trying to attack from multiple directions, whereas GPL, they want a solid team fight with the Nautilus and Alistar right in front of them to try and deny exactly that.
And that's really going to have to come from their vision control. Forcing Europe to come into areas where they haven't got wards available and suddenly out comes Ron OP from the darkness. It's going to be very rare that they're going to just be able to walk towards Europe and kill them in the
flash over the wall. He's set to pop. Optimus grabs a kill in the mid lane.
Another play being set up here. Ron OP.
Soaz, not going to get knocked back to the team, is going to make his way out. The stun on the auto is going to get it, knocks him back. Levy looking to put down the damage. There is the ult. Can he escape? That's a lot of damage. Proto Belt is not up. Moving out, wants to make it to safety. Soaz with the fancy footwork.
Looks like he's going to get out of this one.
The cow's coming back. Stun will be up soon.
Got
Ron OP. A little bit more blood. Kill for the bloodthirsty support.
Nice dunk, and actually back-to-back plays set up there for the GPL. They're clawing their way back into this one.
Yeah, they're getting the picks. They're just, 2v1ing as much as they can. The problem is Mythy and Reckless have been on the bottom side, getting another turret down for the European LCS All-Stars. And I mean, eventually that's going to grind down the GPL if they don't really assess this situation and shut Reckless out, because he's quietly farming himself up on kills, on CS, and is becoming very strong.
Almost a 20 CS lead. Optimus is just going to get popped. Reckless picks up another kill, and this is kind of what you talked about, Kobe. There are so many damage threats up and available on this team. If you ignore even one, coming out of nowhere.
And exactly like he was talking about, towers going down open up more space for Europe to work with and try and get those picks.
It's Peke playing with Fate a little bit there. Teasing the Nautilus, baiting out the hook. Now going to pick up this blue buff as well. Europe absolutely in control of this game. You talked about needing to find windows and vision, but Europe have been so diligent this game about laying down the necessary vision.
Definitely true. We'll see if Team Fire can use the Ash Arrow and set up one of those more controlled team fights that we're talking about. But as of right now, Team Ice doing a good job of having that scattered gameplay as well.
One tower that remains that is critical for the GPL squad is that mid-outer tower. Normally it's fairly difficult to break down. You'd see Optimus go to the mid lane, wave clear it. They've just got to be careful that Jankos doesn't come around the side. If somebody from the GPL is in a side lane out of position and isn't able to react in time, if that Orianna dies, that tower is going, and LeBlanc suddenly gets so much more freedom in the jungle like you were talking about, Kobe.
Yeah, the towers are kind of snowballing, because even though GPL haven't taken a single tower yet, they do have that Mountain Drake, and they could collect a lot of gold pretty quickly if they get the momentum, if they get another one of those picks. The only problem is they got a couple picks, weren't able to turn any of that into any objectives, because Team Ice, the European squad, they are doing a good job of controlling those minions.
Not just that, but also controlling pretty much everything across the map. 34.9k to 31 point through. Soaz with a massive CS lead. In addition to that, now completed Zhonya's Hourglass.
And that's so key, because suddenly the depth charge no longer a real option for QTV to put on Soaz to force him out of the fight, because as long as Soaz has Flash Proto Belt, who's already in, Zhonya's the depth charge and the damage is down.
And the threats are just stacking up. Not only is the Zhonya's done, but Reckless has his Infinity Edge.
It knocks him to the wall, but the Graves is coming. Ooh. Is there enough damage? Mythy may try to disengage the fight. They're fighting him one at a time. They ignore the Nautilus. They turn for the Graves, and they're going to grab him. Reckless looking for the montage moment here, but is going to have to back off.
Infinity Edge static shield.
This is not enough. Janko's going for more, Kobe.
Does get the ultimate out of Alistar, but that will take a long time to chop him down.
And it's going to be push the bottom lane, move to the mid lane, because Optimus is in the top lane trying to get top tower. Oh, they're going to
repeat.
Oh, they got the arrow.
Walk him up under the tower. Mythy with a nice disengage. Third proc.
Yeah, QTV had to clear out the minions there.
Oh, static ship, boys. Popping him up, knocking him down, and Alistar just delivers himself to the Vayne Buffet.
Yeah, I believe that was like the third proc on the Crucifer plus a crit. That's the Vayne burst talking about. Just 2 items, all he needs, running straight through the bottom lane now.
They take the bot inner, they're pushing up to the inhibitor tower. Look, the damage is so significant. Jankos has gone damage build as well.
Optimus is back, but I don't know if he's going to get here in time. They're breaking. Will they go for the inhibitor as well? Optimus finally returns to the base. QTV getting a little frisky, looking for the gank, but Reckless is untouched, and inhibitor's going to drop in favor of EU. They're just going to make a hasty retreat.
They keep up the pressure. Now they're timing their back with this extra Infernal Drake. That's going to add to this 4 damage dealing, 4 damage build squad that they have, and just it's going to be out of control here. They can continue to split up the map as well and poke at GPL from different sides.
Europe just got a ridiculous amount of gold in the last 2 minutes. They took 3 towers, a handful of kills. Now they've picked up a dragon to kind of augment this power already.
Oh, Peke. Oh, Habits die hard. Maybe not. No. Celebrity going to grab the kill in the end.
Playing hot potato with Peke there. Alistar passed over to Nautilus into the Ash for the last kill.
Depth charge comes out but does not connect. QGB gets the cooldown back and Peke does drop. 1-4-1 the scoreline for Peke, but doesn't matter this time around. Yanko's 2-0-4, setting the pace for the team in the early game. And Reckless and Soaz more than happy to keep it going.
Whips the ball. Jankos forced to ult to get himself away. The turret does go down, so a little bit of a recovery of sorts for GPL. They still have a long road back, though. This is so heavily EU favored.
Yeah, definitely necessary for EU to see that mid turret. They want to keep it split up, like we talked about. Vayne up on the top side, split pushing. Reckless is feeling very confident in his ability to fight off any attackers in that side. And Soaz, of course, with the teleport down bottom, completing their spread strategy.
And Mithy's ready. He's ready for the long-range supporting on Janna. He's got redemption. Doesn't even matter if he throws himself out first to die. It's the name of the game.
It feels like the perfect item, given his performance yesterday.
Ouch.
Meanwhile, 0 deaths, 007 here.
I know.
Secret Agent Mithy, you guys are just holding yesterday. You're living in the past.
It's true.
All his troubles were so far.
Well, Reckless now, coming in, has 36% of his team's damage this game. The man solo killing anyone and everyone he finds. And Mithy, of course, there to back him up. You can throw shade for yesterday, but today you guys are right. He is absolutely crushing it. And now they're going to look to crush Levy, although it's not going to be so easy. Now looking for the disengage, and the siege just continues. On the backside, Soaz is here. Peke is trying to keep out Optimus. Down goes the redemption. In goes Soaz. 3 almost locked up. Levy overstays for just a little bit, but will make it out in the end. QTV caught between enemy lines, does not want to go any further. And Reckless, unconcerned with the tower as Mithy tanks it out flawlessly. QTV, the true silver bolts are just too much damage. Mithy keeps the ball rolling, and Reckless grabs yet another one.
Yeah, even with Vayne chunking away on him, takes a while to go down, but great flank there from Europe, and they're able to close this one, push in another inhibitor turret.
Pushing down another. This is going to be a second inhib of the game. Reckless just tallied up his 600th kill. So, impressive game.
Another round of golf. There you go. Well done. Well done.
Sorry, I'm being told it was 300th kill.
300th kill.
I think that was in 2016. I was distracted.
Wait, what did you say? 300 is very different from 600.
All right, we'll figure it out later, because this is a time for action, as made clear by EU going absolutely ham in this fight. And then, as mentioned, press, there it is. So as dodging out the ultimate with the use of that Zanya's. And now, I mean, what options are left here for the side of the GPL? What can they do to come back in the game where there's so many strong members?
I'm a big fan of everybody group up, try and nail one person with the Ash Arrow, and just get your 5-man roaming squad. Maybe you can, start picking people off. But it's definitely a Hail Mary attempt at the moment for GPL.
I've had it clarified.
Got it. Nice.
I've got the actual
what do you got for us?
300th kill of 2016.
Nice.
There we go.
Synergy. Moving forward, Reckless looking for his 301st kill. Maybe hoping to take that away. Mithy hungry for a little bit of blood here, but Fire are backing off. They are grouped though. Maybe this is their Hail Mary moment. The arrow is available. The shockwave up and available as well. Ice prowling around the jungle, not looking to give an opportunity to fire.
Yeah, the minions doing a lot of work on the GPL base as well. They're going to need to dedicate someone to stand back and clear those out, unless they lose their other one. Oh no, the Baron's going to have to be forfeit.
Not what they wanted. Reckless just does so much damage, and Yanko's more than happy to tank it out there as they pick up the Baron. Infernal Drake backing them up as well. An 11K gold lead. Make it nigh impossible for Fire to come back, but they have the tools.
This game feels like the opposite game to yesterday, where, everybody we were looking at being like, okay, these guys are probably going to be the primary carries. We're not sure how Peke is going to do. It feels like complete opposite land, which is good for the European fans.
You were right. You were just a day early, I think is what we learned. The analyst was right. They were just a little early on that one. But now Ice moving in. They could end the game here. That tower's set to fall. TP coming in. One final fight to decide it all. Mono P on the back line. There's a lot of true damage on that Vayne. I don't know if the ult is going to keep him safe. Jankos can't be disabled when he uses the ultimate. Does leap forward. Redemption going in. Whose is it, though? It is going to be the heal up for the side of Team Fire. Jankos caught up and locked down. So as for the big play, goes forward, but the team is split up. A moment of miscommunication may give Fire a chance, but it's not enough. So as moving in, Vayne grabbing the double kill. Team Ice moving forward. Reckless.
Do it!
Oh, he gonna get it! Yes! One more for the Vayne. The shutdown in the end. A triple kill to close it out for EU and Team Ice.
We've been wondering when would the Vayne come out. We had Double Lift tease us a little yesterday with one of the games, and we finally see Reckless on it. And 9-2-4. He and the rest of the European squad looking a lot better than yesterday.
Definitely agree. And one of the cool things, about this whole event, what is obviously All-Stars, a lot about the fun. So coach is not allowed this year, and so obviously the teams didn't come in with a bunch of practice, but they're all such competitive people. You have to be at this level of gaming, and so once they self-organize here at the event and start super tryharding, a lot more of those coordinated plays do come through.
And while EU earned the victory in the end, there were still some excellent plays coming in from the GPL. The chains you see onto Peke time and time again, making sure, hey, we might not be able to take a win, but we can make sure your scoreline looks pretty bad.
Well, it was a good attempt on that. They certainly hit Peke's and Soaz a little bit, but we talked about it, 4 carries, and all 4 of them wanted to, and you could see ended the game in a pretty decent way. Jankos had a great game as well. We were talking about how the Hecarim was a little bit more selfish for him, perhaps, than the likes of a Rek'Sai, but he made it work really well.
Yeah, I mean, the top lane camp there, repeat visits to try and punish the Nautilus, also chaining into a first turret victory for them. Pretty good snowball.
And, and really for me, it was so little attention paid to the bottom side of the map. Any effort made to send that attention down there just did not work out for them. And so we're watching topside. We're watching Soaz, we're watching Peke, and then 15 minutes in, we look kind of like, oh, that's a Vayne with a ton of farm who can kill literally anyone. And suddenly there's another threat on the map, and just made it so easy for Ice to close it out.
Ooh, that 3-shot on Celebrity.
That's why Vayne gets a lot of bans in solo queue at the moment.
I mean, tons of power, as you said, the hidden power we talked about on that, especially that one kill, where it was the static ship proc, plus the crit, the infinity edge, everything coming together.
Yeah, there's so many sources of big burst in Vayne right now. You're not exactly sure which ones we're combining for that last hit. Could have been any number. But yeah, as soon as the static shiv and a little bit of AD are complete, the tumbles with invisibility are doing work.
Well, now we've talked enough about this game. Let's send it over to Dash, who's standing by with the man that everyone wants to hear here in his home country, none other than Xpeke.
Definitely here with the hometown favorite in Xpeke. I mean, you can hear it already, the energy behind you. First things first, let's go ahead and respond to the cheers that you're getting here in the crowd. How does it feel to be back here in Spain, in Barcelona, with this kind of support behind you, knowing that you were voted into this?
You can hear it. I love it. I love to see the support. I'm thankful for it. Really, thanks.
And I mean, and then beyond that, just as the EU LCS team being up here, does this kind of energy, push you even further in terms of strategy and wanting to win more so than maybe, having kind of those playmaking moments?
I think so. I think it's we're here for the fun mostly. And I don't know, we're all enjoying it a lot. We're all discussing what we want to play on the go. Like, yeah, I want to play this. I think it's going to be fun. And so it's motivating because we want to play good. But at the same time, it's more fun because we know the people here is just in here for that.
And now let's talk about this game here up against the GPL All-Stars. You had a lot of flashy plays in this one. So talk to me a little bit about those.
Yeah, this game was more about ending up trying stuff all the time. I think we were playing serious, but at least myself, I was just all the time trying to go in, trying to learn LeBlanc during this game. So sometimes it looked good, sometimes it didn't look so good. But yeah, it's we won in the end.
Yeah, you picked up the victory there. You also picked up a victory yesterday in the 1v1s against Aframu. And I've been asking a lot of people these questions as, the finalists from last year got knocked out. And you're moving on to round 2. What's your confidence level, as you kind of ramp back up, learn some of these new champions in making it all the way to the final and maybe hoisting the 1v1 championship here in this arena?
I mean, obviously I wasn't so confident at first about the 1v1. It's something that I was like, I don't know what to play. I don't know how it's going to go. But after seeing everyone play, I think I have a good chance of winning it as well. And like I said, the last champion got kicked out already, so.
Oh yeah, and he was hanging his head ultra low there. But finally now, once again, since we're here in Spain, I want to give you an opportunity to speak to all the fans and all of the support that you've had throughout the years of your career, not just here this evening.
Well, I could say something in Spanish. Do you hear me?
Absolutely.
Hola. Buenas. Bueno, pues nada, muchas gracias a todos por venir. La verdad es que me hacéis sentir muy orgulloso y sobre todo disfrutar mucho de España. Que cada vez que salga estéis diciendo mi nombre, la verdad es que me encanta. Muchas gracias.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Expeke. There it is. I love to hear all of that. Now we're gonna throw it back to the caster desk to hear what they have to say about that matchup.
Thank you so much. Wow, fantastic. And I can only imagine for a player that has so many years under his belt, it's just a cool moment at All-Stars to be celebrating here at League of Legends and being in front of all these fans. Have you ever had that happen to you, that everyone's like, Papa, Smithy?
No, not quite. You know, back in my day when I played professional League of Legends in Australia, we didn't have the OPL. We didn't really have much infrastructure. You played at a LAN party.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. Papa, Smithy. Yeah?
I mean, it's a small microcosm. But,
All right, let's talk a bit about the game. Pekka said it there himself. He doesn't think he had the best game on LeBlanc, but some of his teammates really stepped up. Let's talk about the pick and ban, because that Vayne pick came out from Reckless Doublelift first up. Where do you think she is right now, and what state is she in? But apparently quite strong if we saw her played, but would it be something you would still first pick?
Definitely not. So that game, they saw Alistar first, and so they're like, who's playing Alistar right now? Let's play Vayne. And that's a reason why nobody plays melee supports, is because if you play melee supports against something like Vayne with like a bunch of shields and it's going IE, you're just going to die unless you get the one-shot, and it's really hard to one-shot against something like Janna Vayne. You know, you're not going to be able to get all your damage off before you get peeled. So like, I think that's why right now on patch 6.23, melee supports are not good. They're not in, and peeling, shielding supports are really good with champs like Vayne and Twitch.
Okay, Afro to that as well. But on the other hand, we do see tanks and assassins that can just shred a Zyra, a Sona, a Karma really quickly as well. So is that not a reason why maybe there should be some more other picks available to go up against things like this? Or is it just irrelevant when it comes to what they can bring and what the melee supports lack?
I think melee supports lack a lot of defensive stuff towards range supports, and it's even with the assassins coming in, melee supports counter that, but it's really hard to pick a melee support, especially with like Vayne coming out in Twitch. So bottom lane is all about range supports and poking and stuff like that, and being able to pick Vayne in this meta when someone picks a melee support is just asking yourself to lose. So.
Yeah.
And to your point, you were talking about the fact that Alistar was locked in, but actually it was Alistar Ashe both locked in, and to me, you answered with double counter pick. Janna famously can Howling Gale Q the headbutt pulverize, so has always had answers in lane, but Janna's not a blind pick support. As you're saying, Vayne good into some matchups, Caitlyn not so much. So it was almost the double counter pick was granted to them. So often we see last pick support, last pick AD carry, double counter pick, and from there they popped off.
And Mithy had a better game as well. He was feeling quite bad about the game yesterday, so you can be proud of that. And Reckless also tumbled onto the Rift, determined to condemn the GPL All-Stars. Let's take a look. Brought to you by Acer. There is a lot of highlights in this highlight reel. Doublelift the Vayne Master.
Here we go. So he has 100% kill right here. So all he needs to do is watch Alistar for the condemn. He knows, turns around. Okay, so get the condemn right there. I think Alistar, if he just kept moving away, instead of going for the turn, he would have lived.
I mean, you are a very discerning Vayne main, of course. What was your read on Reckless? Because we kind of heard that this guy wanted to come up big today. He really wanted to prove himself, and he had a day out as far as I could tell.
Yeah, I think he played well. I'm not going to discredit him in any way. I think that, like, his Vayne mechanics are pretty clean, but mostly the enemy team just kind of walked up and killed themselves. Like, right here, there's no way you're going to win. You're just going to get 3-shot. Alistar's coming in to help, and he just gets cleaned up too, so...
The 1-by-1 didn't...
The 1-by-1 against Vayne is not what you're looking for.
No, a confidence boost there. In general, how do we feel this Team Ice team looks, or this EULCS team looks after this match? Compared to you guys, it didn't go that easy for them, but in this one, they did look stronger. Are they a contender? Can they bring Ice to the top?
Yeah, I think the EU team definitely got their jitters out and came together as a team for this GPL game. But I think it's going to be a really close match between Ice and Fire, especially with how close the points are right now. Like, every team is just winning left and right.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the points because they are very close at this point. Ice has pulled ahead just for now, 350 points to 250 from Fire. But all Papa Smithy has been saying all day as well, we haven't seen any of the LCK heavy hitters in the 1v1 stepping up to the stage. So you have a lot of faith.
Obviously, the 1v1 won't impact the point total, but we do have China versus Korea as our final game. So actually, if Korea wins, it will be 350 all. So you're following Ice and Fire,
it's an investment, the 1v1. Like in the
it's
end,
true.
it pays
It
out a
is
lot.
a delayed investment,
Yeah.
but the instant gratification will be if LCK win, 350 each, and all tied up 2 days in.
All right, we're going to the 1v1 mode after the break. Do you have a pocket pick on who you think might win the entire thing? You do have Faker in your team,
Who
so-
behind the scenes is kind of really confident about their 1v1 game?
Well, I was confident.
You also said you didn't know your competitor. You've
I didn't know who he was.
Never heard of this whaleless
How am I supposed to do any research on him? I don't know who he is. I honestly, I don't have any.
He played
confidence.
at Worlds last
I don't have
year.
any confidence. He did. I don't know. I don't have any confidence in Rainover. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry, Rainover, but I don't know.
Our teammate.
He's a jungle main, but we have Korea on Team Fire, so Faker. Let's go.
Yeah, that's your pick.
I pick Impact.
Impact.
Impact doing very well.
Yeah, that Olaf yesterday,
Yeah.
absolutely smashing.
Uh-huh.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the event and kick some ass on stage. We are going to take a break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, our All-Star 1v1 tournament continues along with the sick banter that goes with it.
What do you want, champion?
Me?
Yes.
I can't tell you, dude. It's a secret. What do you want?
Maybe Parthus?
Parthus?
Yes.
Wow, okay. Let's see. Oh, God. All right.
Oh, I think maybe you game over.
Really? Okay. We'll see. I think 50-50.
I think LeBlanc win or AD.
Ah. All right. Holy shit. GG.
Oh yeah, the screen's so big. So high quality. Look at it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, thanks.
You look so good. Oh my god.
Cute. It's the hair. Oh, you too. The hair too.
Oh shit. No. No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Good luck. Good luck. GG.
작년 같은 경우에는 우승, 그 1대1 우승에 트로피라는 게 있었는데 이제 그걸 너무 갖고 싶었거든요.
I think in 1v1 what could win you the game is a cheese and you can try out a lot of stuff, so maybe if you won't expect something.
I don't know what he's gonna pick, but I still want to win, and I think I can cheese him.
我觉得 Bengi 是一个主打观念很好的人，但我觉得在单挑赛应该派不上用场。
对上 Smap 的话，我觉得如果用出全力的话，应该有机会获胜。
뱅기 선수랑 얘기를 하고 있었는데 너랑 나랑 이렇게 한번 붙여달라 해보자 하려고 했는데 그 타이밍에 맞게 이제 딱 대진표가 나왔더라고요. 딱 페이커 선수라고 하니까 라이엇에서 좀 너무한 것 같다는 생각이 많이 들었어요.
Welcome back to All-Star 2016. Pulse is joining us.
Oh, there he is. There we go.
Pulse is joining us as we head to the Howling Abyss for the next round
Mithy
over
too.
1v. Yes. Oh my God. And Mithy, hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola.
All right. We're going to talk about the 1v1s. We're going to do a refreshment of the rules. Of course, everyone knows the rules. We're playing on Howling Abyss. It is the first kill, the first one to 100 CS, or the first one to bring down the enemy turret wins the specific match. I've
Which
totally
never
lost
happens.
my...
Which never happens. Killing the turret is almost impossible in this mode because someone will reach 100 CS by the time the turret will die.
I mean, you see people trying to go for it, and then they mess themselves up because they...
Well, yeah, they hit it once and realize this is actually useless, and then they back away. And I'm glad we have like a 1v1 expert here with us today.
Yeah, definitely.
Because especially the game yesterday, he
Talking
showed
about Pulse,
he showed his class. Yeah, Pulse is exactly. Who's played a lot of 1v1s. This guy over here.
What? I am great. I just had a bad game.
You tried to go for... Actually, you did try to go for the 100 CS, but you lost your cool, I think, or what was it?
I think I'm not really sure what I was going for when I got in game, yeah.
All right.
That's actually one of the best things because Crip and I, who were casting in 1v1s yesterday, we were talking about how these players are so smart. Like, they understand how to put, you know, with the mini waves, when do you push, when do you back away, how do you force them into bad trades. And then when you stand behind the players in practice doing 1v1s, they're all just yelling about fighting. Can I kill this guy? Can I go for him now? They actually never talk about minions or anything.
No.
And we got to see that yesterday from some of the players.
Yeah.
Thing is,
I can like think about the game and like look at it from like an outsider perspective, but when I have to actually like last it and think at the same time, that's when problems start coming in.
Yeah, well, you came very close, but you lost to Levy, and let's take a look at the rest of the results from yesterday. The first half of the first round was played out, a full 7 matches. Of course, Bjergsen and Doublelift, they ended up being out. Expected made it to the next round versus Ron OP. Impact also victorious. Clearlove, of course, famously knocking out Bjergsen in that matchup, and then the second half of the matches, Mithy sadly out versus Levi, who will be going up against Whalers, and then Optimus will be going up against Uzi. And as said, well, Bjergsen and Doublelift are out. That makes it a bit easier. It should do for the eyesight to get some victories. Let's take a look at some of the top picks we saw yesterday. Pulse, what was the most exciting one for you?
For me, it was just, I mean, in general, for me, it's about the meta and how it evolves. And like looking at how Optimus did and how Levi did, because they had a weak experience under their belt, is the impressive play I expected to see from Miffy that unfortunately we didn't see. So I actually wanted to see more of that. And I'm actually waiting to see the Nasus come out, but he has been very high in the priority bands, along with Caitlyn because it's super brain dead, along with Syndra and Callista.
And we saw Varus twice as well, which seemed to be an LPL special. It's worked out. That's how Clearlove knocked out Bjergsen. It has everything.
Yeah, it's really, really good in this map. Obviously, can push, can actually trade really well. And because you can run Barrier Exhaust, like you almost never die, and you can always go for 100 CS if needed. I think it might get banned today. I think we need to see more Kennen bans as well, because I think he's actually like one of the most broken picks in this. But the players are kind of all over the place with the bans.
I want to see Tam Kench.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Did I convince you, or did you just randomly play it yourself?
I played it myself. I realized that I'm horrible at last hitting, horrible at trading and stuff. So I was like, okay, so I'll just sit back, sit on my tower, and as soon as I hit last snowball, I can just go in. You know, that seems fair enough.
Yeah.
It works. It works.
Oh, it does work in IWC.
Really good.
They were very successful. Let's take a look at the back half of the first round, starting with the GPL versus LMS clash between Celebrity and Karsa. Then we will have Rainover versus Reckless. That is a very nice one. Those ex-teammates up versus each other. And Ziv versus Smeb. Fantastic top laner brawl. And of course, in the second half, Soaz versus QTV. Bengi Maple, Mata versus Faker. A bit unfair, right, is what he said. And Jankos versus Spray. How will our European players do, Mithy?
I would like to point out that Soaz is the reigning supreme 1v1 champion.
Yeah.
On what?
The original one back in Season 3.
True.
In Shanghai, where he managed to win. Jankos, on the other hand, he is doomed. Like, he's going to get completely wrecked.
What?
He will get completely wrecked, because I know he's going to play something cheesy. He's going to fail it. And then even if he manages to win, he has Faker in the next round.
Yeah, but that's how you play. If you have the unfortunate matchup there, like Mata versus Faker, you just go for cheese, because you can't make up the skill gap, so you make it up with cheese.
He's so bad. He lost to me in 1v1.
He's going to play Volibear, and he's going to be terrible.
Pulse actually was talking to me beforehand how he was a bit taken aback by the fact that you have no trust in European players whatsoever.
That's not true.
Is
that
it not?
Is not true. I think Soaz can go all the way and win this tournament.
That's the one.
And Pekka can actually go pretty far as well.
Yeah, with the crowd behind him, definitely can. Some other
100%.
interesting matchups. Rainover versus Reckless. Was it Doublelift and after? Or Doublelift said, I don't have any trust in Rainover to do this, but he said he had something prepared. What do you think, Mithy?
Maybe we see some Rengar.
Maybe.
Maybe some level 2 cheesing Rengar or something from the bush, because you got the bushes there.
Yeah.
What other jungle champion?
Wouldn't Reckless ban it, though, seeing as it's like the pick Rainover's been playing this tournament?
I don't think. I feel like the way he said during the interview, he has something else up his sleeve.
Yeah, also, Rengar is not like a pick that we see all the time. We saw it once in IWCA, and it was just about getting that all in. And he was against a Swain as well, so it was a free win. No, not really. But like, if you can win at level 2, it's really good. But apart from that, there's like no way of really making it work unless you get that kill before first back.
All right, well, the players are ready. That's enough from us. Let's hand it over to Ibai on stage.
De una contra una otra vez. En la esquina azul ha peleado contra los equipos de la Wildcard y ha evitado a cientos de paparazzis para llegar hasta aquí. Celebrity. Y jugando para el equipo hielo. ¡Que lo detenga! ¡Que venga la policía! El asesino de coreanos, Karsa. Buena suerte, caballeros.
These guys looking ready to fight some 1v1s. I managed to actually get rid of the Vishio finally and have a great upgrade. Cyrene, welcome to the 1v1s.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be alongside you, Crepo. I got to introduce you as well. Slide that in there. But yeah.
In case people by this time still don't know who we are. Did you get to catch all the 1v1s yesterday?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. I was very surprised the fact that both Doublelift and Bjergsen got knocked out the finals from last year. I got to catch up with Doublelift a little bit afterwards, and he was saying like they didn't practice too much for it. Him and Bjergsen both kind of took it a little bit easy, but as soon as they lost, they were like, damn, we should have taken this seriously. And that's what you have on the luxury of day 2. They got to see everything.
Talking to Doublelift this morning as well. At the same time, I was like, bro, what went wrong? Like, you did everything wrong in that all-in. And he basically said the same thing. I don't think I could have played it any worse in that particular situation. Basically, according to him, what happened was he was going to win 100% on the CS.
Always, huh?
But he wanted to fight like a man. And, well, he died like one as well. And gave the free win over. So hopefully today, people that are actually ahead on CS will just keep on winning.
Yeah, and the fact that we also see people go for those bloody kills when you could have just ended it that way so easily. But the picks, I want to see how they adapt, because we are seeing things like Twitch, like LeBlanc, some people pulling out Jace. Varus is becoming a big pick. The Draven as well is actually Celebrity's big pick. He's known for things off meta like Draven, Lucian, and Kalista. So those may be banned against Celebrity.
Yeah, I'm definitely loving the Varus picks because there's 2 ways that you can just trade on champions through minions with the Q and the E that you can actually just get the double value off. It's a great champion that gets to 100 CS. And when your opponent gets a little cocky, just pop it in the head with the ulti and then you just win that trade.
Yeah, Varus has been incredibly good, able to like chunk people out as well. LeBlanc, Caitlyn. Caitlyn's big one on the ban category, #1 right now. Syndra, you expect it to be off the table as well?
I mean, we're looking at Kennen, Nasus, just
yeah,
like
there's going to be something up.
There's a few too many picks available, but it all depends what style they want to play. There is a little bit of rock, paper, scissors going on. Obviously, it also depends on kind of what runes these guys are running. We're going to try and follow that a little bit more closely. That is something we maybe skipped over too much yesterday. And just have a bit of insight of like why these players are making these decisions, because it is as Mithy is saying, sometimes they're just in the moment and they're also not thinking straight all the time because they're so busy with CS.
Yeah, I actually remember when we had the 1v1 mode actually on live. Every time I played it, like you play a ton of League of Legends, but you actually feel your heart in your chest because every little thing you do, you don't have people to back you up. You make one mistake.
Can't blame your team.
Yeah, you can't blame your team. That's all on me at that point.
You are your
team. Thanks. But I'll mess it up, and then the guy, it's just purely outplay, outskill, and they can punish you really hard for the next 2 minutes off of one mistake.
And again, if you're wondering why these hovers happen until the end, despite it being blind pick, it's because these players are sitting right next to the screen where it's happening. They can look up and look at the player cams, look for reactions, and look at the last seconds champion switches here.
Karsa peaked. I don't think Celebrity actually peaked.
No.
And yeah, Celebrity's going to go with the Lucian that he's known for, and Karsa's going to go with the Rengar.
Yeah.
Jungle pick.
That is a matchup where you have to stay away from the brushes. I feel like Rengar will never win it unless he all-ins at level 3. So this is basically survive with super defensive summoner spells.
And this is such a strange thing on the Rift, or I guess on the Howling Abyss, is because you want brush control, but at 2 minutes 15 seconds, that's when the relics spawn. And then every minute and 15 seconds after that, they respawn. So the Rengar has to play between actually controlling the brushes on the top side, and then eventually being like, okay, it's about to come up, I gotta get the bottom side.
So it's kind of a cascading effect where you get brush control, hopefully that gives you minion wave control. Yep. And then once the wave is kind of your ally, you switch over to the other side to get the right timing for those relics. But that's extremely hard to track while trying to CS, dodge Lucian Qs, and not die in the process.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. You have to keep track of all that. Nobody's keeping anything for you. And you have the other guy in your ear.
Yeah. He talks to match it. Players actually haven't really been using it too much. I want to see more like, especially from support mains, because they're so used to like not having to do much in the game. So mental warfare, like you're already disadvantaged. You can't CS very well. You're going up against a better player. So I really hope that Mata later on when he goes up against Faker starts using that.
And I know a lot of these guys take it very seriously. Talking about Mata against Faker, he really, really wants to actually win that. He loves the Howling Abyss. He loves being able to play on it. Loves A-Ramp. But looking at Celebrity, and the GPL guys are 2-0 in the actual one-on-ones from yesterday.
Yeah, an interesting start as well here. Karsa looking for an item upgrade early because he doesn't go for the conventional Dorans, which means he sacrifices power early for a little bit more sustain.
But it gives him a little bit of an upgrade if he does get a first back. That's also good.
All right, we had a quick look at what they're running runes-wise. Basically 15 armor on both, and then Celebrity is going obviously a little bit more into the attack speed, but there is just raw AD paired with that armor on the side of Karsa. Karsa is going all in, brutal early game stats, nothing scaling obviously since it's a 1v1.
And the fact that he also just gets healing and he's able to actually move around a little bit faster when he uses the W, that he'll have a good bit of sustain, but it won't be off of actually those auto attacks.
And then obviously Warlords versus Thunderlords here. Karsa running the Thunderlords.
Okay.
He really wants to go for those spikes.
That's super risky because you can see everything that Celebrity does to him in terms of damage is going to stick. There's no way for him to get it back. And I love those health bars at the top, actually. That's sick. Sorry.
We pimped our overlay. That's Karsa. Basically, he wants to jump to the minions and then extend the trade.
He wants control here to push him out before he hits level 2.
Oh, it's out. He's going in.
He needs one other.
That's it.
Man.
We can analyze these matchups all you want, but if you don't stay away from a level 2 Rengar, you're just going to die.
Yeah, jumped through the bush, had complete control of the spot. Hold on, Reckless's face. It's my turn already, man. I mean, Karsa, he's known for taking down Faker, so killing celebrities isn't something he's new at.
We were just done leaning over to check the runes of masteries to go in-depth in this matchup. We were about to talk about Power Spike, and he just gets whacked level 2.
Yep. Karsa doesn't care about the schedule, doesn't care about the book. He's actually level 1, he leaps forward, and then he gets level 2 off the minion dying on top, and that's what gives him the upgrade there. But it doesn't matter, actually. No, he does it all level 1,
straight
actually.
up level 1.
Yeah.
And it's the bonus killing speed that gets him to level 2, but he doesn't need it anymore. Level 1 all in even.
Yeah, wasn't respecting the damage, and if I think through that again, pretty sure he was just stacking Frosty very slowly, and it's very hard to do at level 1, and then he eventually gets to the point where it's like, oh, I have enough.
Yeah, fill up the ferocity, go for the all-in. Pretty candid Rengar play, but at the same time, you have to question the fact that Celebrity did not go for the barrier. If you're playing against an all-in champ that just wants to wreck you level 2 and 3, and you can win on CS, why not just go exhaust barrier?
Yeah, exhaust barrier, survive. You have Warlord, so you just sustain back up. Sure, you can give him minion wave control, but it's not going to mean much if you play the long con.
Back. There's no way a Rengar is going to perfectly CS in the long run, but
yeah, I think that's the big thing is when you see a Rengar on the enemy team, you have to know that you aren't going to try to kill him early, just out-sustain him, go for the long game. You have to delay. If you start playing his game, then you're done.
Yeah, and it's honestly playing towards your win conditions and also thinking about the win conditions of your opponent. Obviously, it's very easy for us to stand here and it's like, why did he die to level 2 all in? Or level 1 all in, rather. But I think we both probably would have died anyways.
Yeah, and I was talking about, like, you feel your heart in your chest and there's just so much tension because everything you do, one misstep, one step to the left too far, etc., actually costs you so much. But you make those mistakes all the time, and then the other person on the other side, it's such a strange concept, but that's a human being that's also thinking all about these situations. They will see your misplay. They will punish you for your misplay. And you have to respect that, right? You're playing against professional players. The crowd... Oh my god, the tension on top of that too. It stacks. It really does stack.
Could have been a precursor for Reignover as well later on because he was leaning towards that Rengar so heavily in the tournament. He's been playing tank Rengar. I doubt he's going to do the tank Rengar in the 1v1s, but now Reckless will definitely have to watch out for that because he just got the first-hand look as he was sitting in his pod looking at the screen, what could happen to him in the next game.
Yeah, so the Rengar may be banned. I think that it is actually an incredible champion in this mode, incredibly powerful. So, with what happened if he actually had gone first, wouldn't have seen the power. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
I was talking to him a little bit earlier as well, and he said he was very well prepared. Reckless played around 50 matches in total against SOAS. Yeah, in 1v1s prep. So they haven't been prepping for Summer's Fist at all. There we see them on the screen, guys, as well. They're setting up. I don't think anybody was ready for this match to end after 2 minutes. We're just giving the players some time. We're fetching the new guys.
It's like, Ibai, get your voice back together. Dash, you guys ready for this?
So. They're warming up. They're walking up the stage right now. So we're obviously cycling these players. While one game is in motion, we're setting up the second one.
Yeah, Champion Select actually took a little bit longer than the actual game. So not expecting that, but Karsa went for it, and he recognized that was the way he was going to win. I want to see if it holds up for him as he progresses in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely showed no hesitation.
Yeah, that's Karsa though, right? Karsa was the LMS Summer Split MVP coming in. He's been such a pivotal piece of that squad that Flash Wolves came out #1 off of his aggressive play. They were able to actually overtake J-Team in a 3-0 as well and made Worlds. They did fantastic off of his back.
They're doing good so far. Now Reckless and Reignover are looking more ready. Practice game. I can just look at the screens. They're literally behind the camera. Like they're in the lobby right now.
What are you playing?
Can't really see just yet, but
I got a peek at where Reckless was hovering, but we'll talk about it
that's
later.
it from us. We're gonna go over to the stage and check what's in store in the next game.
Loud noises.
Loud noises.
Well, a quick game 1, but now it's on to game 2. So hitting the abyss for Team Fire, it's back-to-back LCS MVP. Put your hands together for Hooney's big brother, Reignover!
Y representando al equipo hielo, a veces los viejos amigos se convierten en tus peores enemigos. Pero maldita sea, quiero tener su pelo. ¡Reckless!
Yes! Every time. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, how many of these are there? How can they come up with new stuff every time?
I think that's why we're splitting them up, so we don't have Dash and Levi there every time, because by the finals, we have to like start getting really creative at that point.
Yeah, we already got a little preview of a bye carrying Dash with his back, so hopefully it holds out for the rest of the tournament.
Nobody's going to carry these guys, though. 1v1, mano a mano, Reckless. I'm actually really excited to see him in the tournament, because where people are talking a lot about Soaz, I think Reckless actually has insane wave understanding from bot lane as an AD carry and just really solid mechanics as well.
Yeah, and I think motivation is another thing too. He is playing All-Stars to win All-Stars. Every game mode, it's like no fun allowed. Reckless, let's go.
He hates losing.
There it is. The Kennen first ban, it's what actually Reckless, I saw him playing in the practice game.
Yeah.
So, no surprise there.
Yeah, the Quinn that he pulled out as well, and then Kayla, and obviously these are all really good AD carry bans. I like the Vanguard ban. It's a little dangerous for me to leave up Nasus versus a jungle player, because it feels like that's the go-to cheese. Just tank Nasus and hope that you get to 100 CS quickly.
Yeah, everybody's saying like us junglers don't have mechanics. It's kind of true, but only when it comes to CSing, right? But with Nasus, you don't have to think about that. You E and you'll kill the whole back wave.
Yep, kill the whole wave. I think Rainover is looking forward to an all-in kind of style here, though, the hover he was having so far. 20 seconds remain.
That zoom in there actually blew my mind. Brand and Lucian. It just looked like Lucian was on fire, and that's it. Like, same splash art.
People have overlaid those splash arts and have, like, dug deep into the lore, and then they confirmed he wasn't actually
they went too deep, and now I'm disappointed. Oh, well. But I wonder what he's going to play here, because Akali, don't think so. Darius? Oh!
He actually locks it in. That's super hard to play, because if you play Darius versus dashing AD carries, you can interrupt the dashes usually, at least if you're lucky, but with Ezreal's shift, that's never going to happen.
Yeah, how are you going to get to him? So you're talking about how you win in the win conditions. Darius, you have to kill him, but it's really hard to get to him, and he's slippery, and if Reckless actually takes Exhaust and Barrier, I don't really see Darius coming out with a win here unless there's a huge misplay by Reckless.
Yeah, Rainover is going for pretty unique summer spells here. I hope Reckless realizes that that's coming, because that's actually pretty smart, going for the Ghost. The Ghost and the Cleanse, something you could see on an Olaf as well. Just really desires that proximity. And Reckless obviously going for Exhaust, but it would be nullified entirely.
Yeah, if there is a Cleanse coming out here, it is important to note that Cleanse doesn't just remove CCs, it removes Summoner spells as well. So the Ignite will actually go away on top of it.
Definitely, but then it's up to Reckless obviously to never double stack those in and all in. Just had a quick look. It is Rainover's running the
Fervor
18-0-12, so Fervor with 15 AD, 6.3 armor, and then 72 health. So basically he's doing like an 80 all-in page with some tank stats that work well versus physical carries. So that kind of is super standard.
I will say though, he will have a shove advantage with his Q level 1 over the Ezreal if he just decides to walk up straight into the lane. He does go with those two summoner spells, and Reckless is also going with the aggressive set here.
Ooh, Reckless's rune page is actually really interesting. The one he's running right now. He has 20% attack speed, then a tiny amount of physical damage, and then just some flat health. And he has one lifesteal Quint. So he's basically playing the push game. He's going to stack up that Ezreal passive and just keep autoing the creeps over and over and over. He is not looking for all-in trades. He's just looking for repetitive shove, honestly, winning the match with lane control.
And I assume he has Fervor.
Nope, he has
I'm sorry,
Warlords.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Fervor is not very good at all. Especially, it used to be good on Ezreal, but now everybody's just actually, I would take it in solo queue, but I wouldn't take it on this.
Yeah, it's Fervor, you think it's good because, you know, on additional auto attacks on champion, I get so much attack speed when it's passive. The problem is, if you're playing a CS game, you just want to stay alive. Sustain is so valuable.
Yeah, you think about last year's, everybody was taking the, oh my gosh, I can't even think of it. Grasping Undying off the top of my head. There you go.
Everybody was grasping up here. Reckless just trying to, like, focus the creep that his creeps are focusing as well here. Trying to whittle them down, then auto attacks in between. As long as it's the push, he can afford to go for those cheeky autos, because obviously he is ranged to melee. That is usually the trading pattern of a ranged champion into a melee champion. You want to get one creep lead on the push, then start trading, or at least finish off the creeps before the second wave meets.
And this is good as well. Rainover's going to walk up, try to get some damage on this, but Reckless gets constant auto attacks. Brush control is in Rainover's favor here, but the level 2 comes out for Reckless.
Yeah, because Rainover is not level 2 yet, and he gets punished for being that brush here.
Oh, he got both summoners off.
That's a good spot there, because he used both the Ignite and the Exhaust, so maximum value from Cleanse, but already on the back foot. This is why you do not want to be over pushing if you're Ezreal. You want to poke him down, but don't donate the creeps under the turret, because this is an experience race for Reignover. He doesn't want CS necessarily. He just wants to stay competitive so his items don't track too far behind.
Yeah.
But he's looking for that all-in, especially in level 6.
I think you can wait for level 6. Yeah, that's kind of his win condition here. Get to level 6, try to punish Reckless for a misposition or being a little too far forward. But Reckless has full advantage in this game. He's going to go up in CS, he's going to go up in experience and shove.
He's getting sucked into trading a lot though, instead of focusing on the creeps. He always wants to punish Reignover when he walks up melee range, especially for these cast creeps.
Yep. Also, both relics ended up spawning at 215. Reignover has a shove advantage here. Maybe he'll pick his up. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, picks it up. Has Corrupting Potion.
Yeah, he used all stacks of it.
So he's running dry right now, whereas Reckless has that continuous source of sustain in the Warlord. So it's looking pretty good for the Swedish Wonder Boy.
Oh yeah, he's got Warlords, Lifesteal Quintessence, and he's also got the Dorans on top of it. So he's really healthy.
It's at these points where you gotta remain calm though. Everybody wants to shift in, finish off Reignover, but there's still a chance that he can always beat you on the backhand.
If you're Reignover, you have to stay really calm, because this is where like the house is burning down around you. Like, this is fine. This is fine. I don't know. This is fine. I picked Darius. It's great. Because now you're thinking, okay, maybe I didn't think this completely through. Maybe I won a 1v1 with this. And,
I mean, he just has to keep thinking about the win conditions, which is getting to level 6 here. So
they're narrow.
Tracking that.
Yeah.
But obviously, Reckless, pretty good wave control so far. Honestly, a back behind, so he can afford to base. He doesn't really care if Reignover freezes this wave, because he'll just come back and shove it in. He's still enough CS ahead.
Oh, this is interesting, because Reignover will have like 10 creeps on him.
Yeah, Reckless doesn't even care. He's like, I don't think you want to stop me there, buddy.
Yeah. Tough walk up, take all the aggro, cannon minion wave on top of it.
Good bit of a freeze here. Obviously, more minions on the other side. But Reignover knows, as a melee champion, you don't want to be freezing. Freezing only works if you can punish the opponent for approaching you. Or it works if you're close to your turret and you won't have safety. I think it's better for Reignover to just solidify getting all that CS and then stack a wave on the other way. Maybe then he can threaten Reckless for an all-in.
Yeah, that's a good point. And he still has to wait about, I would say, like 4 more waves before he's going to be able to wait for that level 6.
Yeah, brutally long time. It's around like 50 CS. I think yesterday that most 6s were hit. So that would be exactly what you said right there.
Yeah, it's about that 6-minute mark-ish, a little bit higher.
It's a good trade for Reignover, I think.
Oh wait, he'll get the chase. It's good.
Full HP versus full HP. Darius will always win in proximity. Now, Reckless can sustain up, though. If there's another trade like this, obviously it'd be good for Reignover. He's level 5. This could be a good precursor to the level 6 all-in.
Exactly. That was a good test there, because if he's able to actually get that E off and Reckless isn't fast enough to actually have the Arcane Shift in return, that's a good sign for Reignover.
Now, we're looking at the Ghost as well. The wave is in a great spot for Reignover, despite Reckless seemingly having control, because he can pop stick Ghost right now. He's going in pre-6.
Oh.
Reignover?
One more!
Why go?
Yep.
Why would he go like 3-6? He needs the ulti to finish that. He needs to capitalize on those stacks.
At that point, you got to go for broke.
Yeah.
Okay, I lied. You don't necessarily have to go for broke.
Oh, you don't have to go for broke. You just wait. Because the wave was in a good spot, which means you can always run him down if he runs away with the ghost. So that kind of box was ticked. Reckless on level 6. The ulti is, you can sidestep it with the ghost too. Reignover tanking 5 creeps, 6 creeps in total, like the millimeter trailing there. Sense is a tad late as well. Just plays that very calm.
Yeah, Reckless also got the Ignite off as the Darius Q was coming through on the heal. So cut the heal as well, which may have been the difference there for him to get away.
Yeah, that's obviously why he's bringing that to the table.
What were you thinking, man? But no, old teammates there. Reckless will walk away with the win, and he's going to progress further in the tournament, which, people are saying Reckless, Soaz have really good chances of winning the whole thing.
Yeah, he was definitely had his eyes set on this match. Even yesterday, he was the only thing he was talking about was the 1v1s. Just really wants that victory because, I mean, it's a little ego thing, you know.
It stays with you too.
If you get voted for All-Stars, you get there, you know, you want to show up, play against the best players in the world, get a chance to 1v1 Faker.
Yeah, and Faker went in an interview and he ended up saying, like, when you solo kill me, you become famous. Maybe some people are trying to get a little fame back, take it away from Faker.
Yeah, Mata could be the first one. That one is up a little later, so definitely can't wait to see that one.
Oh, that one, Prey versus Yankos. There's a lot.
I mean, I can't wait to see Prey versus Yankos.
Well, you know what? Smeb versus Ziv is the one that's up next.
Yeah.
Both of these guys have been MVP in their region as a top laner, which is not the easiest thing to do in the world, right? The game usually will reward junglers, it'll reward mid laners, and having a top laner that's able to get MVP of the league is actually a big feat.
But I wonder what style they're gonna play, because League of Legends lately has been trending to like World of Tanks more. in the top lane meta, but in the 1v1, we have barely seen any Tahm Kenches or the like.
That's true, but you know, we did end up having to see some more AD carries and some more mages in the top lane. So these guys obviously branched out a little bit. You have Reckless and Rainover, former teammates of Fnatic.
Yeah, they're walking backstage. We're ready on stage, however, with Ibai to introduce the next matchup.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Seguimos con estos 1 contra 1. Y es que ahora tenemos un enfrentamiento muy, pero que muy interesante. Su aventura, perdón, el año pasado acabó muy pronto. Y este año quiere demostrar que puede llegar hasta la final. Es Thief. Y en el equipo fuego, el auténtico terror de la top lane, el doble MVP de la LCK, es Meb. Buena suerte, caballeros.
I like it. The vocal variety. Don't give us the same thing every time. Oh, I feel it. I feel myself build up. I'm like, yeah, here goes the moment. And it's just going to make me love it more later. I know it.
I'm going to be honest. I feel a little teased right now.
Yep.
I expected more of that intro. Poor Ziv got like a lukewarm applause from the crowd, so he needs to show him what he's got.
Yeah. And I mean, Ziv has always been kind of underrated. He actually has the nickname Supernova because he came into the scene and he just blew past everybody in the standings, got an MVP for himself. Like, absolutely insane that this guy came on and really changed a lot of the LMS region in terms of the top lane. He has been the strongest player in that role for a good while now.
Definitely so. No Nasus. That's what I'm hoping for.
No Susan, man. Oh well. We haven't seen it. Last year it was Froggen to actually bring it out, I believe. It still holds up, and it's actually a little bit better than it was then.
Yeah, Froggen wasn't afraid to go for the 100 CS games. I feel like that's the way to win 1v1s, though. But it feels like an insult to the craft.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because 100 CS is like the chess game, right? But it's boring to watch. It'll take 6 hours, and then you come back to it. People like get up from the board and walk away, and then they come back. But it's way more entertaining if people go for blood, especially in like the games that we've been seeing today so far.
It's like the equivalent of Monopoly, basically ruins families, but gets you the victory.
Mario Kart 64. I'm looking at you, Ben. Sorry, childhood, bro.
Childhood, just right there. Ooh, that's locked in, right?
No, it's not. It has the green border around.
Oh, they're still hovering.
So, still the hover.
I would like to see a Yasuo mirror match. That would be actually pretty dope.
Yasuo is so much fun in 1v1s. It's such a great champion as well to play around with the minion wave. That's one of the champions that I really respect players who play Riven and Yasuo and are one-tricks. Even Fiora as well, because if you make
whoa, hang on.
Well,
you respect Riven one-tricks?
I do, actually. Do you know how hard it is to execute on that champion?
No.
People tell me the combos and I still can't do them.
But you can face roll and still win on that champion.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, the people who one-trick it and they have the animation canceling and all that, but everything we've said is completely irrelevant. Because we talked about hovers, we did it, damn it, Crow! Every time.
Never talk about hovers. All right, Varus, we saw it yesterday. Again, that's a lane control pick. Kites really well, but has no gap close. I actually think this might be a really good matchup for Darius.
Yeah. It's interesting because he can't actually get away like an Ezreal could have. But Smeb, I think I know who Rainover was playing. Yeah. This is way too similar.
They
were teammates. They were teammates back in the day on Incredible Miracle.
I think they're actually rooming together here at All Stars as well from some pictures that I've seen on Twitter. So they've definitely been bonding a little bit and talking about their experience. And obviously everybody's talking about the 1v1.
Oh yeah. But going back a little bit on like Smeb's history with Rainover, like they were called the Incredible Failures. They came in. It was a team that people were like, oh, these guys really suck. It's like worst top laner that they had ever really seen in that scene. And then boom, as soon as they start all getting scattered off to the 4 wins and all that, boom, come back. Hey, these guys are great. Number 1 on the 2016 Worlds list.
Turns out Smeb is pretty good at League of Legends.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
It just takes some time, Once you end up getting a player who has the mechanical ability and the decision making, you refine all of that. You kind of shape how they actually get to those decisions and those conclusions. Cool. But in this game, looks like it was Darius.
I think it's actually a really solid pick against a low mobility or no mobility AD carry because we saw what happened in the last game. Once that Darius got close to Reckless, the damage you can do is quite severe. It's up to Ziv to really space out his summoner spell usage.
Yeah, he can't use both, and we're seeing a lot of people not actually go for Barrier here, which is so shocking that you would go for something like an Ignite. I understand that you do want to cut the Darius healing a bit, but it still just seems so risky.
Yeah, Ziv is running pure standard 80 marksman pages with the Warlord. So nothing out of the ordinary right there.
Standard for 1v1?
Real quick.
Okay. Standard for 1v1, I assume. Good.
Yeah, no standard, just for like even even 5v5, just 14% attack speed. Like no MR, I guess he cycled that out for something else, obviously, but haven't really been running that too much in most lanes either. So yeah, Smeb again playing from the brush, wants to maximize the AoE on the creeps. Ziv obviously looking for that trading pattern. A couple of autos later on with the E is what you're looking for.
Yeah, Varus is so strong in 1v1s because of the fact that his Blighted Quiver just gives him extra damage. It's like 400 gold worth of combat stats because it's 10 damage on hit, and then you just stack it up for even more when you cast a spell. But also when you kill a minion, free combat stats from attack speed, right?
Yeah, definitely so. We're looking at Smeb right now. His runes, he's actually is running rather cooldown reduction on these glyphs, so flat CDR, and for the rest he's filled it out with just pure armor and pure physical damage as expected, you know, just pure all-in stats. You don't need anything else. You don't need mana regen or any shenanigans like that.
Oh. It's interesting to see how many people had actually practiced the 1v1 because the towers actually do a different amount of damage than the minions.
Leaves you, it's really awkward lost sitting on a turret, so if you can park the wave in front, it's the best. Now Ziv kind of parked it in front, it's going to bounce the wave. It's really hard for Smeb. Smeb is running fervor, so no Thunderlords here.
Yep, and you would want control right about now if you were Smeb to actually push up because the Relic's about to spawn, you're able to actually get Ziv out of the wave, but it's not going to happen there. Ziv's going to hit level 3, and he's actually going to get complete control too.
Smeb always wants to dash in and out of those brushes. They're relatively even on experience.
I guess he's going for the level 6 here. He's gonna learn from Reignover's mistakes.
Definitely not a bad trade here. Proximity trade.
That's 5 stacks too. He gets all that AD. He used both summoners, and Ziv still had the exhaust though.
Yeah, that's actually really well played by Ziv, holding the exhaust, baiting him, because Smeb, a worse player would have went for that. He's going in again. Just wants some sustain here.
Yeah, he's gonna try to stack that up. Get those bleeds going.
But now he's pushed in. He's already 6 CS down. Can get a little bit under this turret.
Yep, out of stacks too on his corrupting potion.
There's one more relic on the map all the way down for Ziv, I believe. But he would have to walk very far to go and get that one.
Gonna try to bait some mana out of Ziv.
Good sidestep. One
hit.
Alright, good CSing. Gets one.
Pulls him under turret. Oh, Ziv is dead. Low mobility 80 carry.
Well, at least we walk away today with a lesson. If you're playing against Darius, don't walk close to the turret.
It's not every day you have a Darius underneath the turret, especially in the top lane normally. He's shoving you in early. But, oh man, taking that extra turret shot cost Ziv. He had the exhaust, so he was a little bit more confident than he should have been.
That hurts.
It does. Patience. Hey, I was talking about one misstep, and then you're dead. That's exactly what it takes, too.
He's so happy that he's poking outside of turret range. He forgets that this guy literally has a grab that moves you, and he actually gets minion block for the second shot.
Oh.
Adding insult to me. Even the ref's like, come on, bro.
Yup.
I had that.
Put me in.
And I've seen that Horseman play. He's really bad at League of Legends.
Oh, nice.
And he had that.
Oh, man. He's been a ref for a very long time.
Yeah.
But don't want to go completely off topic. Smeb. Oh, actually bringing one up for Fire.
Yeah.
Fire a little bit behind right now.
Need some victories.
Yeah. Yesterday, it was 4 and 3 in favor of Ice making it through. And there's one player from each side that already has a bye. So we're looking at 5 and 4. And so 2 more from Ice got added on. So 7 are through for Ice. And so far, we have 5 from
But
Fire.
we still have Faker coming.
Yep.
We have Bray still playing, so we can automatically kind of slot them into the next round. So it's looking pretty even if everything goes as projected. But you never know. Faker may forget that Darius can pull you on a turret and die.
Even the best players do, right? These are professional players. And that just happened to him.
Yeah, that wasn't too great.
Nope.
But yeah, hoping for some more variety to Darius' game right now in a row. I'm also probably mispronouncing it, and everybody's just spamming Darius in chat right now. Happens every time.
Darius?
Yeah. So hoping a different champion happens there.
Now you just like blew my mind. Is it Darius? Darius?
It's over.
No, I'm done. I'm donezo. I'm donezo.
Heimerdinger. Have you seen some Heimerdinger? 1v1?
No.
I think it can actually be okay.
It depends on who you're against for sure.
If you play like Exhaust Barrier Heimerdinger and you get control of the wave, I don't think
I think you win in CS.
Yeah, you just, I mean, you're playing Heimer.
Yeah.
You're not going to go all
Oh, no, go for the Heimer kills, man. You have to go for them.
Although level 6 all-ins are decent on the champion, people
you
don't
get the
really
stun-
know how much damage he does.
Yeah, if you get the stun RW, they're gone.
Definitely a combo we can do. Maple is set up on stage right now. We see Soa setting up here, so I think we're getting ready for more 1v1s.
Yep, absolutely. And we are actually ready to go over and try to intro who these guys are. Let's see. Is it a bait this time?
I think it's Maple.
Now I'm clear to go. Here we go. Match number 4, turning to the blue side. We have the great hope of France. Hold on to your baguette. It's the Escape King himself, Soas!
Y en el otro lado, el único jugador de la GPL que ha jugado 2 All-Stars, QTB.
Got both of them up again that time, so.
Yep. Their powers combined, they're even louder. I'm still thinking yesterday was a little bit better with the Ratatata.
See, that's the thing, though, is now that's in their heads, and you can't let that get to you, right? You think of Dave Chappelle when he was, like, going crazy, and it's like, I have to outdo myself every single time. It
Gotta
gets so hard.
reinvent yourself.
Exactly. It's so hard to do, though, because people fell in love with what you had done. It's like Key and Peele as well. It's like, we got to keep making funny stuff. People have
He came back, though,
expectation.
Dave Chappelle. Did he do, like, a little skit right now, a little lately?
Yep. Change his direction just a tiny bit, but still. It's one of those things, man.
All right, change direction into game.
Fiddles!
I mean, these guys can watch the match histories. There's a good chance some of these players have been like spamming certain champions because unlike scrims, you can't pause and leave a 1v1 because most of them go down to the wire on like a one single auto attack trade.
Yeah.
And then the game ends and there's always logs.
Alt F4 right before the last hit comes through. That's an auto lock too.
Oh, they're playing a mirror match. The second you see weird bans, they're playing a mirror match. Because look at it.
So as spelled Fnatic?
Yeah, FNC versus QTV. The second you see the vibe ban, you got to start looking at like the first letters and see what they're banning. This happened last year as well, where Bjergsen and Doublelift were banning out TSM every time and then playing Vel'Koz and Zed Mirror. Froggen played Anivia Mirror and they spelled it out. The Zillion was spelled out last year as well in his game versus Afromoon.
This is great.
Oh, dude, I love watching these things 1v1s. The sad part is they actually tend to end at level 3.
Yeah. Oh, usually it's the level 3, it's whoever got better ease off on the minion wave and the other person to try and push it a little bit faster. And whoever lands the Q, because they'll both stand in the minion wave, and if one lands a Q and the other doesn't, it's like, this game is almost over.
Yeah, it's really important because these guys are going to kind of mimic each other in terms of play. When it was played by Diamond Prox, was it like 2013 All-Stars? He definitely played a Lee Sin Mirror, but the problem was it was in the original Summer's Rift in the mid lane, so there was no fancy brush control or relics, and I think that will actually spice this matchup up a lot more.
Do
you run to the relic versus Lee Sin Q? Like, you gotta believe in your ability to juke. Then is it worth it? Maybe not.
That's true. That's actually, see, these things are just so hard. You have to think of all of them beforehand. Because if you get on the Rift, everything has to go out the window, and you have to kind of rely on your practice. If you haven't practiced enough, then it could be an issue. But I do think that QTV, and Soaz, both very practiced. We were talking about how in Vietnam they take their 1v1s very seriously, especially in the GPL.
Yeah, definitely see if there's any contrast here. Soaz is running 80 attack speed, armor, and just some health, so a pretty standard page, honestly, with Thunderlords. Just gonna look up what his opponent is running. We're missing quite a few Qs right now. There's magic resistant QTV.
Yeah, because E does magic damage.
But like 4 flat MR.
It could be the difference. I've seen it before. Yeah. I've actually seen it before.
All right. They're both running a little bit of attack speed, definitely.
It depends on what their style is, because some people actually max E first, because it'll shove the wave, and it will also deal damage to the opponent. So if you have magic resistance and they don't, it is the difference.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen W maxes as well for kind of a sustained tanky synth.
Yeah, it's the difference there. Soaz started Q, QTV started E.
Soaz connects, so that's good. In a minion wave, that's rough, though. QTV should always answer with immediate auto attack right there.
Yeah.
It's really important that you do not cancel any single auto attack animations. So it's going to put you behind in trades.
I was looking at fun facts for QTV. He's actually 28 years old, and he turns 29 in March. So.
Ooh. Soaz bullied a guy playing a Lee Sin mechanic heavy matchup, and this guy is 28. That's just mean, Paul. Good size up.
This is just being toxic, you know? And QTV levels up, gets the Q and the exhaust.
Good counter exhaust from Soas right before the proc.
Soas has his Q up first. Oh,
that's big.
28, baby. Still got it.
I mean, maybe he's juking it because Soas.
Oh, he's got Q back up. He got him.
Oh, he got him.
He got him.
Soas, it's over. Oh, QTV.
It takes down the 1v1 king from earlier.
Look at him. He's happy.
Oh. Hey, man, 28 years old. Don't give up on your dreams like Crepo. Everybody else out there. You are old enough to go pro.
I need a new excuse. What will I do now? Maybe I was bad all the time. Maybe it wasn't age.
It's okay. I've been worse the whole time. So we can be miserable together. It's
but
fine.
It's better not to try and then not fail. Actually try and fail. QTV here. Final trade.
Yeah.
That's a really good Q. And then Soas, yeah, his Q wasn't cooldown. You can't play that bold.
Yeah, that's the thing is you have to count the cooldowns here, and that's what happened. What QTV did is when you saw him go aggro right before that replay, he walked up to the left, and then he started walking back because he was like, -4 seconds. That means Soas is up here. Dodges Soas's Q, and that's what changed the game.
And he also had like 2 magnificent sidesteps there. It's really hard to juke against like great Lee Sin players or great pro players. So sometimes you gotta do the dumb jukes. Basically, you keep walking in a straight line. It's like a double mind game that goes like 3 layers deep, but he sidestepped both Qs and then obviously got control of the matchup.
Yeah, it's basically, if you keep seeing them sidestep to the left, the person who keeps doing that has to eventually go, okay, I know that they saw that. I'm going to sidestep to the right. I don't know who stepped out on stage.
Yeah, I wonder if it could be that.
Might start with an F and end with an acre.
Yeah. This is what I love, man. That has to be the greatest feeling in the world. I don't think that ever gets old. I must say, I feel really bad for Bengi. We joined them for the fan meet yesterday. Basically, after the games, the pro teams go out, to meet the fans, take pictures. I got put next to SKT, so I could have been. It was a good way to practice being invisible. And then every single person that walked up just goes like, "Hello, Faker," shakes his hand, and everybody else gets ignored. Snap got a couple, but like Bengi was just like standing there, like poor little guy, invisible as well. I was next to Mad Life as well. Nobody recognized like the true support god. It felt really like eerie almost.
Yeah, man, welcome to my life as a caster, man. It's like, Jat, I love you, Jat. It's like,
Budget Jat.
Yeah, I'm growing out the beard so that, I can be
distinguished.
But then, I'm obviously not Riv.
That's exactly what I've been trying as well lately. It's not working too well though. But let's send it over back to the stage. Dash and Ibai are ready to introduce the next matchup.
Lo ha ganado todo, ya no tiene dedos para llevar los anillos. Es un 3 veces campeón del mundo. Benji.
And playing on the red side, it's the Flash Wolves man in the mid lane. There's nothing sweet about this stone cold killer Maple! All right, gentlemen, good luck and have fun.
All right.
Yeah.
Fierce.
I like that. That was great.
I can't do that. If I try that, I blow my voice out.
Yeah. Like Martin said yesterday, girly voices.
Girly voices. That's why we're here. That's why they are on stage.
Yeah. Most color cast. Never mind. I'm not kidding.
We're talking. Hey! Let's go back on track, shall we?
Yes, absolutely. Faker and Mata will be after this, but Bengi and Maple, this is actually a really interesting one because these two players, they were never voted in to the All-Stars until this year. Before it was Score, before it was SKT actually had to qualify because we took the #1 teams. And Maple, it's like Westdoor Shadow, Toys Shadow, back and forth. This is the first time that these two guys have actually been the most popular in the region for their role.
I think actually that's a good point. As well, like, Bengi is like so underrated. The guy has won like 3 world championships. What more do you need to do? Like, how do you prove yourself? Everybody's like, oh yeah, he's gonna lose this game. He's falling off the bandwagon.
Yeah, right? Like, I would say, even for myself, coming into Worlds, it's like Bengi's in a slump. It's like Bengi's not playing too well. They have Blank. It's like Blank's not that great, but then relative to Bengi, it's like, okay, how good are these two? But Bengi was the one that just kept getting subbed in over and over again when they needed him, and here he is on stage. Start. Yeah. Can't sub him out this time.
Can't sub him out. It's my time to shine. Maple, though, is a player that I just really enjoy watching. And
okay.
For the Syndra. Locked in
locked
Tom Kench. Trying to run this like matchup through my head. Feels like Tom Kench is actually quite comfortable. Blues on the push. So if you're not familiar with Tom Kench in all-ins, he should be running Snowball, probably, because that's the way you want to play him. Because you can actually, I don't think you get interrupted from Syndra's QE if you Snowball in, so it's much better Summer Spell than even like the barrier that he's running right now.
Yeah, and you probably don't need the barrier if you have the thick skin.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can hit it fast enough.
So I don't think Bengi has done his full research, or maybe just playing a different style, but we have seen Snowball Tahm Kench all in, because you want to get into close proximity where the base damages of your spells are just super high.
Yeah, Tahm Kench does so much damage if he can actually get to you.
Yeah.
And then Syndra at the same time, she'll have wave clear and wave control. I want to see how much he uses his W on the side of the Tahm Kench to actually clear waves.
Yeah, it has some AoE, but I think the play pattern is basically surprising a W, like using your W to blow up a wave to create maybe a path to get a Q, because otherwise angling the Q is going to be very obvious. Like, Syndra will always be hiding the minions, and I guess that's where you're looking to punish.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to be hiding behind minions here, because Bengi did take the snowball last second, loaded it a little bit late there on the overlay, but that's exactly what he needs. And it is going to be a little bit more AP focused here from Maple, so is Bengi got some magic resist?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Maple. This is actually Maple right here. He's running like the standard, just early.
No armor.
Page.
He's
He
got
has 80
Ooh,
red.
ooh.
Oh, he's fighting already. Yeah, don't face take a Tahm Kench. That's not going to end up too well. So Maple is running some magic resistance on his glyphs. He has 80 reds though for physical harass and basically helping him last hit. So even though you want for all-ins, you want to like run either magic pen, maybe hybrid pen at the worst. Probably not anymore since the quality changed. But you definitely you value having the comfort knowing that you can last it just a little bit better, especially with the annoying turrets if you run some 80 reds.
What's he have masteries-wise?
Let me check real quick. He is running Thunderlords as expected on the Syndra.
Okay. 1 point meditation, 2 points in vampirism. So
Green Fighter's gift is actually pretty good as well, so it does reward you for playing in the brushes if you're playing like these Thunderlords champions. Because nobody wants to run Bandit. And then there's a pretty weird page here on the side of Bengi. He has everything. He has like 5 AP, 72 to health, some magic resistance, attack speed, and magic pen. He really is like jack of all trades, master of none. But let's look into the actual gameplay. We see Maple always hiding behind the creeps and just Q trading.
Ugh, Bengi's just taking so much damage. He's going through those flash charges right now.
And he's not getting any poke in to really use the corrupting part of the corrupting potion.
It's like he needs to back up. Maple's about to hit level 2.
And Maple playing obviously for a poke-oriented style where he keeps hiding in the creeps. He doesn't need to skill E early, because in Summer's Rift you skill E sometimes early because you're afraid to get ganked level 2, and it's a really good tool against ganks. But obviously if you can hide in your minions, just do QW.
Makes him miss that one too.
That's a good trading pattern. You always slow him with the W, guaranteeing your Q can hit. Ideally you last hit creeps or you poke creeps with the Q, but he always has the push going, so he can just last it with his auto attacks and save Q for harass. Remember, if you auto attack an enemy champion, you draw minion aggro. Basically that'll punish you even if you're next to the cannon. But if you use spells, it will never draw minion aggro.
That was actually something that I'm embarrassed to admit I had learned a lot later than I should have, because I was a jungler, and when I started playing top lane, I had no idea.
Yeah, a lot of players make that mistake, especially in the mid lane when they're playing very spell reliant champions, like maybe an Ahri. They do a full combo, and then they go in for the last auto attack, and that last auto attack triggers like 6 minions to attack them, and they just lose the trade on the backhand.
Yeah.
So you have to be very aware of what you want to do with minion aggro.
I think I learned it when I played top lane and I played against a streamer and I watched it back, and he's like, he won that trade with the Rise because he rune prisoned me, but because he autoed me, he lost it. It's like, if he just cast spells, he would have won that trade.
Yeah, definitely. So
anyway,
so auto attacking Tahm Kench really isn't going to give you too much.
He's getting through Bengi's mana though, and his HP. Bengi's trying to get control of the relic here. That's really good. Bengi, he actually walked on the relic at 215 on his side. He knows that his is going to be back up at 330. So he's just doing this, pushing the wave. He doesn't mind how much damage he's taking here, as long as he doesn't die.
And there's all in going from Maple. Ignite goes down. Bengi still has the thick skin, pops the great health. Ignite ticks out, but he has the base right now, and that gives Maple control of the lane.
Yep, control of the relic as well. So Maple will be able to actually push this out, spend spells, no problem, and then get a good back timing.
Yeah, we're looking at a 10 CS advantage if he gets everything here. One more creep, one more Q. The cannon, he can pick that up and throw that away, so he can definitely go back to base with quite a bit more gold.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what Bengi's angle is here now, because he purchased a Doran's ring, sold it, went for the shield, and then went for the Fairy Charm as well.
Maybe he sees that Maple is doing quite a few auto attacks in between, wants to negate that with the Thorn Shield. I think he just wants some mana regen, so he can maybe win a sustain war against Maple.
Yeah, he definitely wanted that because mana was being a problem for him. So kind of went between the Doran's Ring and that. Wonder what he's going to build, though, eventually.
But we know Bengi thrives under pressure. Like, they swap him in the end of a best of 5, just when the World Championship's on the line. He went down to 3 HP.
Very underrated ability to perform under pressure. There are a lot of people, like, I'm going to use Reignover as an example here. 89% win rate during the regular season, but in playoffs, we always see like a little bit of a different Reignover every now and then.
Yeah. Bengi right now looking to push in that wave, just get the reset. Forcing Sino to CS on the tower is probably like the only way to guarantee that she maybe loses some CS, because otherwise it's so easy for her to CS. But probably WQ combo right now is strong enough to clear out the entire back wave, which means Maple's just going to sit on that 6 CS advantage right now.
What is Bengi going to do about this? The level 6 doesn't help him.
I mean, he gets some stats, no, from his ulti. Tanky stats to kind of negate the all-in. Going for the zone, but look at how little this is doing. This is great. Sidesteps W, forces point blank E, which means Maple is being gated in the mana department, which means Bengi can actually start playing up more and more and now use that zone to deny CS here. Cannon creep denied. So that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to get back in time for his cannon. It goes in with the snowball.
Needs another. Almost got that other hit on him.
Maple's out of mana.
Yeah, he can't actually cast the ultimate.
And the wave is frozen, so Bengi obviously gonna regen. If he get 2 shrines, he actually doesn't cast the base, because these guys based on 33 CS.
Oh,
good cancel. Maple only had 10 creeps since his last base, so with this like freeze that Bengi has put in motion, he's actually controlling the wave right now, and he may very well win on a CS victory.
Yeah, this is a very high level game right here, because it's so hard to get control of the wave again once you get a disadvantage. But the fact that Bengi's managed to do it with his champion slingshotting back, that's really cool.
Now just push in and reset anyways, because he wants to back. Definitely will have a bit more gold. There's a couple components for Maple, but Maple's style will probably have to shift into an all-in oriented style.
Well, if you play a sustained war against this Tahm Kench that now has health regen and mana regen, I don't really see you winning. Especially since it costs you so
Maple,
much.
wrong order. Misses with his E and then sweeps.
Yeah. Oh, Bengi can actually get, he leveled his ultimate. You can get back faster with your ultimate if you want to use it. I wonder how he'll actually use it if he is ever going to.
I mean, he could do it from Brush, honestly. Get behind the Syndra. It's another gap closing tool. It's all about proximity. Definitely also doesn't need to rush because the wave was fast pushed by Maple here for the reset. Gobbles that one out to prevent the reset as well. Wants to fight out on the range creeps as he gets the cannon last hit maybe.
Different. That's the thing.
He's not used to it.
It takes 1 hit. Usually it takes 2, but it takes 1 turret shot, 1 auto on ranged, and then on the melees, it takes 1 turret shot and 2 auto attacks from you. If it takes 2 turret shots, it dies.
Yeah, at least, yeah. Because it's borderline 50% damage on the melees here. Again, Bengi going for zone. He wants to deny some CS from Maple. Threaten him to go for the relic.
Pick it up, pick it up.
Nice at the Qs, that's good. Just get rid of the mana, that's what he's looking for right now.
Damaging his mana pool, forcing him to pick it up. Staying in the bush as well to make sure that he doesn't take minion aggro.
Lost chapter finish though on Maple, that's really important.
And yeah, exactly. So when he levels up, he'll end up getting a little bit more. Great job there. Bengi with the snowball to the left as well.
Yeah, he got a little flustered here. Good ignite, Maple. Really controlling
If he gets the Q, if he gets the Q.
going close. Gobble, gobble.
Oh!
It's over.
That snowball to the left. Very questionable. Maybe he thought he still had barrier and then hit it. Because he hadn't used snowball the entire game before that.
I think he just misclicked.
Yeah.
Probably smart casting. Yeah, misclicking summer spells. Probably swapped them around.
Still, Maple, though, played it really, really well. After he got the lost chapter, he ended up just dealing enough damage, and his mana was being attacked. It's a different strategy to attack their mana, and it's not too uncommon on Tahm Kench. You'll see it on support as well, because that's their strategy. Every damage they do to you as Tahm Kench, because you have thick skin, it's actually less damage per mana because you regen it back up faster. So that was his strat, got Maple to back a lot of times on unfavorable backs and got control of the wave again, but really great execution there by Maple to close it out and go for the all-in.
He realized he was winning that poke war. It is a dangerous game for Bengi to play, honestly, because you have to rely on your ability to sidestep everything, keep track of mana, keep track of the wave. Like, every time he moved forward, he had to be back in time to get the CS while he was zoning to deny CS. It's incredibly complex to keep that up. all while you don't know every single champion like in a 1v1 scenario either. If you're a jungler, you have a rough idea of how strong these champions are, but eventually you'll kind of learn the hard way.
Yeah, the limits and knowing what they're capable of doing is comes with experience, comes with a lot of mistakes, I'd say. That's how most people will learn. Going back to like things like scrims, whenever I watch them, it's always try to find your limits on these new champions that you don't know. Can you kill them at level 3? Can you not?
Yeah, and this also focuses very much on like the micro side. If you bring up the scrim argument, that's where they usually take a more holistic approach, bigger macro picture, but that's too much derailing right here. We're ready for our next matchup, so let's check out what Dash and Ibai have in store for us right now.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ya estamos de vuelta con estos enfrentamientos de 1 contra 1. Y es que, representando al equipo Fuego, tenemos a un hombre que fue MVP de los Mundiales en 2014. Tenemos a Mata!
Well, you might have heard of him, but you've definitely heard of his opponent, the 1v1 king himself. The title, he's going to tumble his way to the Korean Bjergsen. It's Faker! Sant Jordi!
What's he actually? Faker's like, what are they doing? What is this? He's tilted. He's tilted. That's it. He's already tilted.
This is actually a long con set up by Mata, the tilt Faker. He hired them.
Paid off Ibai and Dash. But crowd already getting started up for Faker. But
yeah, I'm getting distracted. There's like a giant picture of Faker like above me right now, so I'm just actually not paying too much attention to what you're saying. Hurts.
It does. It does. I mean, Faker and Mata. We'll talk about Mata, 2014 World's MVP. Faker, 2016 World's MVP. These are both guys who were the best player in the world at one point for their role, for sure.
Yeah, but Mata became the best player by knowing the best spots to ward and where to walk. Faker became the best player in the world by killing people. So that's kind of a dichotomy that they kind of need to survive right there. However, Mata, I think, is rumored to play different roles. Allegedly, he has like different accounts that he ranks up all the way to Challenger in different roles, kind of the role-specific accounts. So he knows how to play almost every single champion. And he's also no stranger to the Howling Abyss.
Exactly.
There's a shot.
Yep. Anyway, we do want to hear a little bit more about how he loves the Howling Abyss. So we're going to throw it over to Mata to get his opinion.
개인적으로는 제가 칼바람 나락에 대해서 자부심이 엄청나기 때문에 이번에 좀 잘하고 싶네요. 제가 시즌 2부터 나와가지고 사실 랭크보다 약간 좋아했던 게임이 그 미드 5대5 아람전인데 이번에 그냥 캐리하고 싶네요.
I feel like I've been doing everything wrong in my life.
Yeah, that last thing we did wasn't very good.
I mean, except for the really awkward toss. So like, I've told myself I'm too old to play the game. 28-year-old guy wins only sin. I focus so much on rank, calling like ARAM a waste of time. And the best support in the world says ever since season 2, he's kind of just playing ARAMs all the time. He likes it more than rank. So maybe that's the approach.
Oh, yeah! Let's go!
Oh, they actually did.
They locked it. Faker, I mean, he accepted duels where it was mirror match and Nivea against Froggen last year. Faker, he is susceptible to challenges.
I mean, Faker has to accept. You don't want to have a story of like, yes, I challenged Faker to a duel, and he was too afraid to accept it.
Yeah, and I think as well, another thing is, in Faker's position though, when you accept somebody's duel, you have more to lose than them. Because if they beat Faker, they beat Faker. You lose, it's like,
Proposing Faker to a mirror match is always a win-win.
Yeah.
If he denies, you actually have a story where you won a little bit, and if not, it's still on your terms. Like, it's the best shot you have to win.
Exactly. And if you lose against Faker, nobody's going to hold that against you, right? And that's actually a big problem with being the #1, is you have nobody to really chase anymore. And Faker, though, up against Mata, this is really interesting, because why would it be Yasuo? Mata,
it's like,
Mata Yasuo.
It's the ultimate skill champion, though, in Korea. It's regarded as I mean, it's a champion nobody wants on his team because he goes 2-10. But then when he's on the opposing team, he's obviously 20-0. But it's an incredibly high champion, and also just really fun to watch.
I love Yasuo so much. The tiny things in his mechanics, the Q into the E into the auto, the Q, stuff like that. It's really cool. And then there's a lot of great tricks too, where you can like spin on a minion before R-ing.
Yeah, Mata's running 1% crit. He's going for it.
That's actually a very common Korean page. I'll look at a lot of Peanuts pages. They'll have them And you're like, wait, you might crit the jungle creep. What?
That's actually happened to me once. Actually, it happened in the OGN finals.
Is that why you lost?
We lost for many more reasons than that, but that was actually
1% crit. Let's hold it. That's the story I'm gonna tell.
I stole a red buff because my jungler crit right before the last auto attack. That's what happened on a live game, and then we tilted a tiny bit.
So who'd you give the red buff over to?
I was Soraka. Like, he had red buff Soraka. And like, anyways, doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Old story. Faker versus Mata. Faker is not running the 1% crit, so RNG gods have to be with Mata for once.
So this is the matchup that I will usually play on the 1v1 map. I'll just play Yasuo every time that I can, because otherwise I can only feed one kill. You can't go to 0-8. It prevents me from doing that. But every time you miss a Q, it's actually a big deal in this matchup.
Yeah, it's about lining up the Qs to hit both minions and honestly the enemy Yasuo. Mata got pressured first because he really didn't feel comfortable trading against Faker. Faker standing on the outside of turret range here, so every time Mata walks up, he can at least get a Q in the face. He wants to stack it up. It's a very micro-heavy matchup, but you really want to click really right next to your champion. Faker's still level 1.
Oh, Faker might be done.
He has to get out. That was a really good trade by Mata.
Got him again!
Tower shot. Ignite.
One more. Mata takes down Faker. And he takes over the Spanish crowd.
I'm trying to break this down. It all goes back to the Q that Faker used after the first wave. The crowd is in love with this.
Oh, Faker again. Mirror match. The opponent's terms goes down. Team Ice. I mean,
yeah, Faker used the Q when he turned around into the thin air, and Mata just rushed for that first minion, got level 2, and then went so aggressive on Faker that Faker never got access to that dying creep. Borderline level 2 right there. Obviously, it's the 7th creep that levels you up, so the first melee minion of the second wave. Faker should have been there quicker because he had the push.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Faker got the push on him, and when the minions actually create a nice line for the Yasuo, you have more chase down. You have a longer lane to actually make the Yasuo run down. So being underneath your turret in a mirror match like this isn't necessarily the worst thing, because they have to keep running from you. You get an E on them.
Mata did it really well. He walked alongside his creep to his zone, but even then, the waves are still going to meet in the middle. So in essence, it wouldn't matter. It was just the decision making. I think Mata had his Q up sooner, which allowed him to take down that creep much faster.
I want to see it again. I want to see it in almost like long form.
Because this is the end, and we obviously know how we got here. It actually takes quite some stones to go in here as well, taking a turn shot voluntarily, but then dancing out.
Even didn't have the ignite as well. The focus there, the half joy. You could see he landed. That's where it's like he landed the knockup.
Faker's like, I always hated 1v1s anyways.
Oh. Team Ice, though, coming up big today so far.
I mean, Yankees is hoping.
Reckless Karsa.
If Mata can beat Faker,
anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
28-year-old wins today. Mata gets taken a victory over Faker. That's insane.
Jankos is not going to beat Prey. Or is he?
Well,
we don't know yet, but I'm actually really keen for that matchup right now because looking at the upsets that we've had. So for that reason, let's go back to Dash. He's on stage introducing our final matchup.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our 7th and final matchup of the evening. So, starting on the blue side for our next bout, it's the First Blood King looking for just 1 kill today. It's Jankos! And then on the red side is the player who's looking to claim the top spot this year. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. It's There can only be one winner, gentlemen. Let it be you.
I just love Prey. I love how he's just this bundle of energy. And like honestly, just watching him, he's so happy all the time. He was a huge force in how the Tigers just had a positive environment.
Yeah, and even when you see him backstage, he's like always smiling, always just like in a good mood. Ironically, Jankos is quite similar in the sense that he's always up for a joke. He's always ready for some banter. Really fun if you get to know him as well. He is quite nervous for this matchup though. He lost a lot in practice. Mithy even declared on the analyst test that he beat Jankos several times. and then going up against Prey is going to be tough.
I mean, as a jungler, it's not really in your favor to try and win a CS war, a push war, understanding wave manipulation.
I mean, these are all concepts that these guys understand. Like,
yes.
Like, we're introing them, and these guys understand it on a much deeper level than probably both of us combined. But at the same time, the trick is in applying that knowledge while somebody else is playing against you with that knowledge as well, and CSing at the same time.
And it's always, if somebody knows like one small adaptation or one trick where they do something to a minion that's different, they pull it maybe a little bit further down the lane, how does that affect it? You have to know all the contingencies too.
Definitely. So 2 jungler bans here, and then a LeBlanc. Basically, like kind of the point and click champions that are pretty executable are being banned away. There is still Pantheon. If you're Yankos, probably don't want to hover too early because there is a giant screen right next to them.
I like how he has Ghost, Exhaust. Maybe he was playing some Olaf.
Yeah, he probably was ready for...
Might be a Nasus that comes through as well.
So there is
I would think so.
If you look into Yankos' match history, there is a lot of defeats on the tournament realm, and Olaf, Rengar, and Yasuo games. So that's what he's been practicing. Looking at Prey.
I mean, the Praven, he's going to hover it. He's known for not being a very good Praven.
He just locked that in. He just locked Lucian in already.
That is
telling Yankos you can react. Pick a champion. That's bold. I like it.
Well, you didn't look, but it might be that last one.
Hovering the Yasuo. What a tease.
Okay, so he's going to play the champion that Prey's teammate played. He might have a little bit of an idea of what's going to happen here.
I mean, he saw Reckless win that matchup on the Lucian earlier as well.
On the Ezreal, right?
On Ezreal, right? Yeah, we saw...
That's true.
We've seen Lucians there as well in that matchup. It's just all about staying away from the Darius. That's literally your one prerogative. Just stay away from him, play the CS game, don't get all in.
That's the thing. You have to have patience. Play the CS game. You're not going to kill the Darius unless he really messes up. But he's just trying to kill you. If he gets 5 stacks, all that extra combat stat comes in and extra gold in his pocket in terms of how much that's worth becomes way too much for you to compensate for.
Yeah, definitely so. It's all about, I mean, the same topics keep getting brought up as we're playing 1v1. It's not like the map changes. It's again brush control. This Darius wants to hide there early, then swing the wave into a push, hopefully, so you can maybe contest the Relic and stay away from turrets.
Yeah, but Lucian has a little bit more shove than Ezreal does, so he has the option of actually keeping Darius underneath the turret a little bit easier.
Yeah, the beauty about Lucian is that you can harass with Q through waves, and again, spells do not draw aggro. We have to keep reiterating that, which means that Lucian Qs, you can fire them from pretty close by, but you'll never get the minion aggro that way.
This is the matchup that we were waiting for, the final one of the day. There's a little bit of trash talk behind it. Prey said that he was going to give Yankos a taste of his own medicine. Get first blood on him.
I think Yankos has the wrong runes.
Does he have?
Are you in game? No, right?
Nope.
Okay, Yankos has...
Not touching these 1v1s.
on the rune page he has selected right now on the tournament realm, he has 26 ability power.
Yeah.
He might be playing AP Darius.
Gonna reload it.
Okay, he changed. Okay, we're good. He's running armor AD, flat cooldown reduction, and attack speed. He's basically running the Darius 1v1 page that we've seen. And Prey, pretty standard page as well. Just taunting. Good harass here by Prey. Gets the first creep, which gives you control of the wave, and then you can decide if you want to go start trading on the enemy champion or not. And obviously he does that by queuing through a creep on Yankos.
Yep, got the double damage too. Got it onto Yankos and the minion. Is it exactly what you want? Queue through this.
AoE on the range creeps, which is good. Sidesteps the Yankos harass previous to that as well. So Prey playing really controlled so far.
Yeah, I actually like this pick a lot more into the Darius than the Ezreal. Mobile, low cooldown on the mobility, so even if he does EU in and it messes up your dash, you may have the possibility of getting it back up.
The problem is you're quite short range compared to the Ezreal. You can't really Q harass. I mean, you can Q harass, but if you want to follow up on it, you're pretty bound to get minion aggro. That's why Prey goes in a bit too far.
Speaking of short range,
if he gets dragged right there at the edge, like he takes 2 turret shots.
Yeah, we already saw what happens when you get E'd underneath, but Yankos doesn't have that just yet.
Alright, has Yankos played enough matches that he can see us? Nope. Oh, this hurts.
Nope.
Poor Yankos. This is where you need to keep an eye on the player camps as well.
Junglers.
Look at the tilt. It's coming. Nice sidestep from Prey.
Nope.
Answers with a double shot. Q.
Yankos has missed so much, and Prey is trying to get
At this point, it's an experience game for Jankos. He needs to get to 6. Get a good
Ghost already.
Ghost, that's being hooked. Cannon creep and 2 range creeps.
Yeah, he's going to try to beat him to the Relic, but nope. Try to use extra combat stats. Might get the Q up again and an auto. Oh!
Did he? I'm not sure if he actually canceled an auto attack right there, or if he could have played that any better. That was surprisingly close, so this champion has a lot of chase potential. I think farther down the line, we may see more Darius come up right there. But that was at least as close, I think, as Jankos would have wished if he was chosen to lose.
Yep. Looks like the king has fallen for today. And Prey picks up the first blood, and it was the first blood. Didn't go for the CS. Jankos made it so that he would go out on his own terms.
Yeah, he got close. He got the grab off. So that was all fine
was
and
good.
dandy. Chase, I think he could have turned around once we saw the Lucian approach the health relic, but it's so hard to tell. Like, again, these guys have played maybe like 10 or 20 games, but to know how this evolves down to the wire until the last auto attack, you either have to have an insane game read or just practice the hell out of these matchups.
Yeah, and you don't always know what your opponent's going to practice as well. How many people have been playing Lucian in these one-on-ones, right? In the same way, the same rune setup. It's all about knowing those limits. You know, on Summoner's Rift, you play enough in terms of repetitions to kind of know those matchups, to know the possibilities and limits of the other person. But see this one more time here, because I want to see what happens with the Ignite. If it happens during the Q, no, looks like it didn't. He tried to actually stop them from being overlapped so that the cleanse does not remove both. So
yeah, and then Jankos is 1 auto attack away. I don't think he actually interrupted any auto attacks. He was still on cooldown despite his movement. Was pretty close though.
Teleported away there. But yes, so he's gone.
I mean, they're all gone at this point. 7 matchups have been played. Skill still seems to be okay in the 1v1s, but we haven't seen a single 100 CS victory, I feel. They've all really been...
Yeah, we saw almost a 90-ish.
Yeah, we've seen close, was it 1? But I think they've all ended up in all-ins overall.
I think it may have been 1. I know 1 got to around 90 CS.
And 1 was really close yesterday, where it was like kind of a forced all-in to kind of stop it, but I think the person still died here. So most of our players, anyways, all in all, are playing for aggression, and that's something I like.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, because we could talk a little bit more about those power spikes as opposed to farming for the minion wave, but I do think that as it progresses and people take it more seriously, and it comes down to even the final day and the best of 3s, I think that we're going to see at least 3 CS victories, because I think somebody's going to pick up that style and say, you know what, I'm not necessarily the better player to outplay you, so I'll outplay the map with you.
Yeah, definitely so. But let's go back to stage here, go to Dash and Ibai, and they're standing ready to kind of go over what happened here just now.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude the first round of the 1v1 tournament. Please put your hands together and celebrate all the competitors moving on to round 2.
Hold on! It's time to channel the dark side and unleash my unlimited power. Barcelona, your Spanish hero, Ibai, threw a challenge to me on Twitter. I accept your challenge and I will end it here. Do you think I'm scared of a Maokai main? Do you think I'm scared of a Diamond 4? Do you think I'm scared of someone who kisses Dash? 1v1 me, Ibai!
Y en el lado rojo, un hombre que rapea mejor que juega y mira que rapea mal, rapea fatal. Es Slow Shot. Hoy vas a acabar absolutely deleted. Quick shot.
Okay, oh my gosh.
No. Listen to me.
All right, gentlemen, that's a lot of tough talk. A lot of tough talk that I hope you can back up. So here's the deal. I want a very clean fight. Gentlemen, put your money where your mouth is and may the best caster live to tell the tale.
actually disagree. I am quite scared of somebody who would kiss dash, because then you know it's not all there.
I'm still trying to process what exactly just happened here.
So, quick shot, gold 3-ish. Actually, I think I give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Dude, I've seen quick shot play, and like it takes great confidence to make those statements on stage when you're going up against a Diamond 4 if you're quick shot. This 1v1 has been in the making. There's been whispers of it. I actually didn't know if they would actually pull it off. But Trevor's been looking for some quality queso, some cheese. There's actually a fun story there. The problem is Deficio walked up to Eli this morning and told him everything.
So Deficio actually...
He ratted him out. It's like, look, brother, I don't want Trevor to win. I was in the makeup room at the same time, so ban Nasus. Because Trevor is going to play Nasus. And then Deficio gave him some tips as well about like playing Renekton all-in. So that's maybe something we can see. So if Trevor somehow loses, let's all remember that it was Martin's fault.
Okay, it's very likely that he loses. I don't know if it's going to be all Martin's fault. I think even if he got to play Nasus, might still go over to Ibai.
Oh, dear Lord. Also, like, what does that look?
Yeah, when I saw that, it was like I couldn't figure out if it was Ziggy Stardust or if he was Sting from Dune.
I don't know, man. I feel like he writes sins and not tragedies at this point. Like, a little questionable on the dark side. I mean, I know Trevor's peculiar, and he has some interesting taste sometimes. Look at them. You can see them. That's a giant screen that we were always talking about. Right below them are these pods that they're playing on. They're set up on stage, going through their runes and masteries.
Oh.
Caster bias.
Hold on.
We would never do such a thing as root for Team Ice.
I'm going to have to actually go against him on this one.
Go for the Team Fire. I wonder what he's actually going to play. I don't know if Trevor plays that much League anyways. Are you going blind casting?
Oh, yeah. No.
We can't actually hear you if you don't have your headset. Blind casting, I think, is something you could do if you don't want to watch this game. I think that might actually be a solid choice.
Blind casting?
Blind casting. Just pull it down. The second Trevor starts last hitting.
Oh, I can't watch.
Can't see this anymore.
Yeah, it's for my safety later on in the game. I'm gonna
safety goggles. Once you watch Trevor CS. I'm actually keen to see this because we see all these pro players, but we can't really relate to the average player. I think that's something that Trevor's going to bring us today. Relatability to players who are not as good. So in that sense, I think we have to be grateful.
I cast the collegiate scene, so I know all about people who are right beneath the pro level who don't even want to go pro. Like, it's not pretty, Crepo. I will tell you immediately. It gets down and dirty.
Let's see.
EM.
Well, look at what Trevor's. His last ban has to be an S because he's banning like LCS.
Syndra.
Bad Syndra. There's all kind of legit bans.
If he bans Renekton, then he's banning Ibai's champion. Nasus. He knows. Deficio ratted it out.
It's over. We had one shot. Trevor right now knows he's been bamboozled.
There it is, the LCS. Okay, I don't know who to root for anymore.
The Gnar hover. There's gonna be some serious mind games. Again, guys, like they can look at the screen.
Oh yeah, the Renekton or the Maokai. They're two champions for Ibai.
Think about it. First think about Olaf. Trev will go all in on level 3. He does not have the dexterity or the poise to take it past a level 6 or even a CS game.
He doesn't have the mental fortitude nor the mechanics. What he is doing is a Class A peacocking. You don't have any redeemable traits in the game.
Fake it till you make it.
There you go. You gotta bring out the pizzazz. Gotta bring out the extra clothing. How long did that take?
Borrow your mom's eyeliner. All right, looks for the Olaf hover. All right, do we want to analyze this matchup at this point?
All right. I mean, so when I see something go wrong, it just becomes, I think it happens with you as well. I think we share this comment. Something goes wrong, it's just this cascading effect. It's like, oh, because he did that, and that. And we're just going to go down a gigantic rabbit hole.
No, I think actually this is a good matchup for Renekton on paper anyways. I feel early game on this map. You have early push at least level 1. Because this is a matchup that is so centric towards spikes level 2 and 3, whoever gets to control the wave early wins. And the problem is that Olaf, once he throws out his axe early, he can't actually pick it up.
Yep.
Like he wants to throw his axe through 6 creeps and a champion, but then it's on cooldown, he can't pick it up. Which means Renekton can always start early and get wave push if he starts Q, for example.
Yeah, it usually gets you underneath the turret. This matchup does happen in top lane every now and then, but Ibai, they can hear each other.
Oh yeah, they're talking mad trash to each other right now. All right, loading up on the Rift.
Ibai looks relaxed, calm. Nope. Centering himself. Actually, nope. I'll take it back. I can see his foot tapping. He's anxious. Quick
That's
shot.
good because he has foot rest. I don't think you should play with dwindling leg like Quickshot does.
Yeah, Quickshot actually.
You gotta get stable.
It's like a flamingo.
SKT. All right, Ignite Exhaust versus Ghost Exhaust.
Right off the bat, Quickshot, slow on the buying.
Yeah, he clearly has played his map a ton. He has practiced very much.
Yeah. But it just seems like age is catching up to him. It took him so long to actually pick up the Doran's
He actually hasn't practiced.
And, okay. It looked like he had to actually type it into the shop to pick it up.
Doran.
Is that how do I spell that? Does it have an accent in it? Oh, no.
Goes for the Blade Pot start. I mean, this matchup is likely over before the 5th minute. Seems very much so like an early all-in game. No offensive summoner on the side of Quickshot either. Look at that mug.
Quickshot's hair on this cam, because you can't see the top, kind of looks like how Jat used to wear his hair, except a little bit longer. It's the unicorn.
I feel like it's pretty insulting to Jat.
It was a good hairstyle. He actually got rid of it.
He throws out his
Redefined himself.
Redefined himself. Q early push, so Ibai has the momentum here. I don't know if he knows, but he definitely has the momentum.
Quickshot missed the CS.
It's good, good trade, actually.
Oh, he missed the Q.
Missed the Q.
Quickshot should actually feel empowered to walk up and like pick up his axe after that.
Yep.
Ibai? I think Ibai's scared.
Ibai is really scared.
Either he's scared or he's mind gaming this to try and get a longer lane.
I mean, remember.
Experience. Remember what? What am I supposed to...
Remember, like, you're not afraid. If you're the best swordman in the world, you're not afraid of the second best swordman. You're afraid of the fool that just picked up an axe. Especially when it looks like that.
I love you so much. They talked in my ear, and I couldn't hear a single thing you said.
I made
I'll watch a
kind of
replay.
bad joke. Watch the VOD and laugh. Like, that's all I ask.
They talked in my ear again.
All right, let's have a listen and we'll get to what they're saying.
So yeah, are we going to listen in?
We've been told. There's whispers.
All right, there we go.
They're not talking. Production's like, guys,
are they
get
trolling
ready.
us? Are they trolling us?
Hang on, they're going on. Exhaust goes out. Ibai's out. So that means a summoner spell advantage for Ibai.
Oh.
Quickshot steals the relic.
Yeah, he needs it more. He has the mana.
All right, so production keeps whispering in our ears like we're going to listening, guys.
Yeah.
They're not talking. They're so focused. These guys can't actually multitask.
They're like, we're gonna listen in on absolute silence. So actually, maybe we were listening in. It was just nothing. Quickshot though, actually, I think he has this right here. If he keeps going.
There's minions, dude. Like that kind of do not want to trade into that wave.
Yeah, I couldn't see the bottom left of it. Usually, I'm so minimap reliant. I've realized in this mode.
Yeah, no minimap.
Ooh, Quickshot actually hurt himself there with the reckless swing. And
yeah, he's getting traded on. Can't see us under turret. Wasting a lot of mana here on CS.
I think he's too far forward now. He doesn't have anything. I think it might kill him right here.
The Ignite and Exhaust up as well. It's over. Disrespect Ignite.
Oh, the headset comes off.
I think that will be a competitive ruling for disrespect for Ibai for taking his headset off before the game was ended. Therefore, I personally grant the victory to Quickshot.
And then CLG gets fined $2,000. But still, it was an uphill battle. Quickshot.
Yep.
Nope.
He rolled downhill. He had the momentum early, but then he forgot how to, like, I think he watched enough VODs of, like, games going to level 2 and 3, but then he forgot what goes next. So, poor wave management, bad micro. Honestly, Trevor's a complete and utter embarrassment, and I hope he never represents the European office on a 1v1 ever again.
We'll have to ship him somewhere else. We don't want him in NA, so we'll have to discuss this afterwards. But Quickshot has no mana. This would be a place where he would back, especially against the Renekton.
Also helps if you hit your axe, generally.
I don't know how much it would have helped him there. It's got to be a 500 damage axe.
500 damage axe. No, he walks away as well. There's the BM Ignite, the Spanish casters. Much more lively in the background. He wanted to win. He was hungry.
So good.
He was ready for it.
I mean, the thing too as well is that Ibai actually talked trash first, and then Quickshot had to answer, right?
Yep.
So I have respect for Quickshot for stepping up to the table, not just rolling over, and actually, like, how much guts does it take to actually, as a
Wear that
gold
mascara?
player, yeah, that too. You know what? I'm not that brave of a man.
Nope, would not, would definitely not appear on stage like that. But yeah, he went in for it. He had the gusto. He had the, the balls. Let's be honest, to take up the gauntlet, play that Olaf into Renekton, and he made an utter fool of himself. But we still love him for it.
I also respect that he knew the Renekton was coming because he knew it was his best champion.
And he walked into danger, eyes open. He knew he was going to die anyways, but he just took the challenge.
Yeah, he ended up going for his bans on LCS. LCS forever. LCS for life, man.
Nice meme. Anyways, hopefully we get a little bit better 1v1 quality, but let's head it over to the analysts to break down an exciting 1v1 of Quickshot right there.
Oh yeah, the other ones also have.
You don't want anyone to tell everyone that you do wear mascara all the time, crap, but that's fine. Okay, before we get into it, I think, a lot of respect for Ibai for winning, for Quickshot for taking the challenge and stepping up to play, because that takes a lot of guts just to sit there and play. But the Fishio, we cannot just let you get away with this. Why are you
Yeah, he sold us out. How much did they offer you? How much was it? Your body weight in Pulsar? What was it?
Calm down. Basically, Trevor revealed he was going to cheat. They had agreed to play all-in champions, level 2 all-in champions, and then he was like, but I'm gonna take Nasus the last second and farm for 100. I'm like,
At what level did Quickshot die in this
Level
one?
3?
Yeah, that was definitely not. You can't, why do you do that?
You can't cheat in a 1v1.
Okay, look, as Quickshot's coach, I told him we need to close the gap by using cheese. Because they have a 2-tier difference.
Cheating.
That's not cheating.
He agreed.
Cheese does not equal cheating.
Okay.
There were more 1v1s.
Mithy, what did you think?
I think Quickshot is really, really bad.
Hey, but respect for stepping up to the plate, and it must be nerve-wracking. And also a shout-out, by the way, to all the guys from the LVP and our whole Spanish crew. We've been getting to know them, and even though they kicked our ass in this 1v1, it's been a pleasure working with them here at All-Star. We are going to get back to the core All-Star competition, which is the 1v1 Celebrity. Playing Lucian, he fell to Karsa on Rengar, and we were teasing maybe Rainover going for Rengar. We're going to take a new look at the kill moment.
Yeah, kind of a disappointing choice of summoner spells from Celebrity. Not going for Barrier, which I don't think really makes any sense not picking it against Rengar, who can literally only all-in you here.
It's like we were discussing beforehand. The only way Rengar wins is if you get him before the first back, and also if your opponent doesn't take Barrier.
What was the range of that jump? He jumped like across the map.
Well, one of the changes is when you step out of the bush, you get like an extra second, I think, and then you can still jump.
I think it was like that before too, but...
Was it still
was
full second?
Yeah.
It might have been slightly less. Anyway, it is even better now, and...
Oh my god, Rengar is so OP.
All right.
Pick Barrier.
And then there was a match in which we saw yesterday's power pick, Varus, played by Ziv, going up against Smeb, picking Darius. We saw a couple of Darius picks. Rainover couldn't win with it, but Smeb is, of course, very, very first in the top lane.
What an anticlimactic win. Varus actually had Varus had a good game going for him, even though the matchup was really hard, and he just walks up and gets hooked under tower. It's like the worst possible way you can...
Yeah, it definitely is. But still cool.
I'll say it now, though. It's very difficult playing on stage. Like, you go in, you have these top-tier players going at it, and then when you're actually at there, going for the 1v1, you make a mistake because the red mist descends, and then you just screw up.
He walked into tower, though. I mean, that's like, even if you're on stage or wherever you're playing.
I mean, I don't want to say anything because I played horrible too, but he did walk into tower.
Yeah. All right, and then game 4. Oh, he's going to be mad at us for showing this again. Don't go to Twitter, please. Soaz versus QTV, the Lee Sin mirror matchup. Oh my god, he had it, but then he didn't!
Yeah, there's going to be a missed Q just in a second here from Soaz, and he really hates himself for that one. Wait for it, 1 second. There we go. Oh.
Yeah, he called himself out on Twitter and said, if I hit that Q, it would have been GG.
Yeah.
Instead, he walked in and...
out of the EULCS 1v1 players.
Pekka and Reckless.
Oh, Pekka is in and Reckless is in. Okay, yeah. That's a 2 out of 5. That's not too bad. Game 5, though, we had Maple, of course, the Assassin Master on Syndra going up against Bengi's Tom Kench, and the Fisho had a thing or two to say about the mechanics in this one.
I mean, that snowball kind of went the wrong way from Bengi. He missed some abilities here and there, but I actually think, Pulse, I know you agree with this one, like, this is actually pretty, like, high-level 1v1.
Yeah. It really was. Bengi was playing really smart. He just didn't have the mechanics to follow up on it, and that was the problem in the 1v1. But in terms of how he was playing out, he went for Snowball, he went for the right all-ins, he just mis-executed multiple times.
I wish I could have played Kencho. Would have been so
You
fun.
could have.
Was it banned or?
Yeah, it was banned.
Okay.
All right. They banned my champs.
Taka is the best champion in 1v1.
Yes, but a really fun champion was Yasuo and Mata and
Yeah.
Faker. They had a gentleman's agreement, and well, Mata killed Faker on Yasuo.
So this was really important. It was all about getting that level 2, and it was off of the next minion from the minion wave. So Faker pushes in, but for some reason uses Q on the minion wave and didn't get that level 2 first. So Mata punishes, Faker tries to get the level 2 to fight back, then realizes he's in too deep, and then they start trading. Faker tries to line up getting out with his sweeping blade, but
He was
goes back
actually
in
out.
for some reason.
Yeah, he was actually out here, but he sees obviously the tower shot goes on to Mata after this little very slow-mo hit we get.
Just when he thought he was out, they pulled him back.
That was a great Mata Q. Like,
Yeah.
actually hit Faker.
Good stuff.
It was actually
It's a
really
pretty
high
big
level.
deal.
It was really cool to watch.
And also a win for Ice, of course. Ice.
Oh man,
How
I
many
wish.
did we actually win?
We.
A lot of them. Yeah, we up here won quite a lot of them.
Well, we didn't win the next one. Yamkos, who was absolutely terrified. I was going to use different words, but glad I didn't. Up first is Prey on Lucian, but he got pretty close again with the Darius. The last hitting, though, we're going to take a look at this.
All right, so he missed 2 already. This one, he gets
Oh,
one.
he gets this one. I'm getting cold.
Oh, this is no.
Oh,
What about this one?
it's just bugged. The graphic is bugged. Aw.
Disaster.
But you don't need last hits in this mode if you can all in, and he actually did try. We're not
Yes.
showing that part because we don't want to see him die once again.
Yeah, but he did try, yeah.
Came very close.
He got
very
got
close.
Is that what you said when I lost? Was it close?
Yeah, it was. Oh, no, it was, because it was the K versus Kate. It was like...
Yeah, but
I'm just wondering because it really wasn't close at all. You know?
I'm pretty sure you got really outplayed, and we sadly had to call it out.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket. We have all of the first round behind us now, so these are moving on to the round of 16. Albus had a bye, and he'll be going up against Karsa tomorrow. We're going to start getting team kills as well. He beat out Celebrity. And then Reckless, of course, advancing over Rain over to face Smep tomorrow.
Oh
That's
my
a
God.
good one.
Hype.
Yeah, that's actually super hype. And then, so as of course out, QTV is going to be going up against Maple, and Mata will be going up against Frey. So some very cool matchups there, and I think that's it. Unless I'm
Who's
very
going to
bad at
win?
counting.
Who's going to win?
Oh, Faker's out, Double is out, Bjergsen's out. Like,
Heavy hitters, yeah.
Yankus is out, you know.
yeah, Jankos is out. Oh my god.
Smith is out, guys.
Myth is out. All right, Mythy, who's going to win?
I'm all in with Mata.
Oh,
I mean, support player, you know, beating Faker, killing Faker 1v1, and hitting that Q when Faker was like trying to dodge. I would have never shoot it there, and I'm all in.
He
for
has
Mata.
been having a lot of fun, but it's like, okay, he put all his energy in the...
He was shot calling for us at the Poro King, and we were just too bad, I think. But it was close. It was close. I think it's yeah. I'm all in for Mata.
Yeah. Okay.
I actually agree, yeah, with Mata, just because he was saying that like the fun game modes are like his game modes, right? And he was actually good in the Poro King, so I think he can go all the way. Like he actually took out Faker, so I think that was his biggest obstacle.
I'm going to say Mabel or Reckless. One of the two. Whoever advances from that side of the bracket, take the whole thing.
All right, we will see what happens then. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much, Mythy, for joining us today. Again, good
Thank you
luck
for having me.
in the rest muchas gracias.
All right.
Well, we're heading back to Summer's Rift in just a bit. The LPL All-Stars are going to go head-to-head with the Titans of the LCK. Don't go anywhere.
¡Que venga la policía! ¡El asesino de coreanos, Karsa!
Basically, he wants to jump to the minions and then extend the trade.
He wants control here to push him out before he hits level 2.
Oh, it's over. He's going in.
He needs one other.
That's it.
I'm not nervous that much because, you know, I don't lose that much from losing to you. But you lose so much.
Yeah. I made a carry. I have to win, you know? It's just how it is.
Control, because he can pop stick Ghost right now. He's going in pre-6.
Oh.
Right over.
One more. Good game, good game.
Good game. I think I will lose.
Pulls him under turret. Oh, Ziv is dead.
Hold on to your baguette. It's the Escape King himself, Soa!
Maybe he's juking because Soa's...
Oh, he's got Q back up. He got him.
Oh, he got him.
He got him.
Soa's, it's over.
G.
Really controlling this.
If he gets the Q, if he gets the Q.
Going close. Gobble, gobble.
Oh!
It's over.
Some rocks.
Got him again.
Power shot. Ignite.
One more. He got him.
Oh.
Baby! You face Mata now next round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mata won.
Oh.
Oh my god.
No, you play versus Mata.
Oh, you play this.
He's gonna try to beat him to the relic, but nope. Try to use the extra combat stats. Might get the Q up again in an auto. Oh!
Did he? Do you think I'm scared of someone who kisses Dash?
I think it might kill him right here.
He ignited and exhaust up as well. It's over. Disrespect ignite.
Oh, the headset comes off.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2016 All-Star event. I'm Julian Petrie-Timecard. Joining me here is Chris Papa Smithy-Smith and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, it's great to have you here for what should be a pretty amazing matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's, once again, LPL versus LCK. Usually this goes to the LCK, but it has, on occasion, gone over to the LPL. So it's one of the most looked forward to matchups.
Yeah, hype not necessary. This should be a really high-level game. I've actually been surprised. There haven't been the fun picks in the 5v5s. This has been very much serious. It's been a great intro to 623, and now we get to see two of the best teams on the Rift.
Yeah, even in the 1v1s, it was really just today with the Faker v Mata Yasuo duel that we saw kind of the fan service, let's take this fun, rather than just trying to win. And I'd actually say Mata was almost straight up trolling yesterday in their game against the GPL, taking the Rift Herald as support, dying as a marksman mode.
Well, we'll see if he does that again, because let's zoom in on our contenders. First up, it is the LPL All-Stars representing Team Ice. In the top lane, there's Mouse, their jungler Clearlove, Wayless in mid, Uzi, AD carry, and Mata, that big troll himself, is the support.
Yeah. On the other side, their opposition from Team Fire, it's Korea's LCK. Star-studded lineup. In the top lane, it's Smear, Bengi in the jungle, Faker is your mid laner, Prey at AD carry, and of course, Madlife at support.
Yeah, and we want to see, you know, Faker and Bengi potentially playing the last tournament together. Prey as well had some pretty strong games. Like, there's just, obviously in an all-star event like this, some pretty good players on the line, and I'm hoping to see a close competitive game where we can really see some mechanics and playmaking come out.
I mean, coming to 2017, you kind of have that other storyline where 4 out of these 5 players on the LCK side, and of course, Mata, moving teams in the LCK. It's going to be a lot of upheaval on the national level, but now they're representing that nation, putting that all aside, and it should be fun.
And it was kind of interesting to see what these two teams brought yesterday, because I think things we expect to see are what we expect from the regions themselves. Korea, very disciplined, still playing that heavy rotation style and using those mechanics. And the LPL was almost a throwback. They were back to straight-up chaotic team fighting.
It's true. I mean, the LCK game against the LMS yesterday almost felt like a Worlds game for a lot of it, especially at the end when Korea won. That was very Worlds-like, but really, LCK didn't take any chances with their team composition yesterday. They picked behemoth team fighting team, and we'll see if they do something similar today.
Well, first ban Rise going to start things off. Actually, a Rengar ban there from the LCK. So expecting a lot of mid lane fire here. Rek'Sai, though, will be the return. A signature champion of Clearlove going to get taken away from Bengi and LeBlanc, as these bans are going very quickly.
I wondered if Team Ice is going to be tricky about the LeBlanc. Wayless, very well-known Diana player, and Diana versus LeBlanc is one of the matchups that still works out, but safe to just ban it away. Probably would have been first pick. Listen, a lot of LeBlanc today. No Katarina bans so far, though.
Yeah, Katarina has been banned in a lot of games, but specifically, Faker played against it yesterday, and while Maple did get a few kills, it was ineffectual in the overall story of the game, so wouldn't expect to see them ban that here.
In general, a decent amount of stuff left up. Karma, the last ban from the LPL, so taking a support away. LCK going to take their time, and another support will get banned away with Zyra, so a lot of that mid lane really opened up, and Syndra, the most obvious thing left open.
And it's also a blocker pick for the Katarina. It's very difficult lane, not impossible, but very difficult to play the Katarina into Syndra, especially because the balance level at the moment, even if you don't hit all the spheres, the ultimate still will do most of the damage. So Syndra first pick, definitely comfort for Wayless.
Yeah, and a lot of power picks are left up, obviously. Even with the first pick, Syndra, Nautilus, and Poppy have been the 2 premier top laners because of Courage of the Colossus and their ability to proc it so easily. And then I think Lee Sin is actually the best jungler on this patch, even though we see Rengar and Rek'Sai bans, because of the options he has early in the jungle.
One of the interesting trivia points about Bengi is that when you think about his past, you think of his Elise, maybe in the more recent days, Nunu way back. His actual most played champions, not Jarvan's, not Elise, not Nunu, it is Lee Sin. Even if his mechanics weren't great at Worlds, didn't play a lot of it during the year, it is a champion that is associated with him because he's played so much of it. So it's still comfort, and as you mentioned, Jat, power on 623.
Yeah, and it's so much of the versatility. People do love to kind of criticize Bengi's mechanics so often, but he's still one of the best Lee Sins in the world when he's playing the game. He's not necessarily the fastest player you've ever seen with the combos, but he still pulls them off, he still has the right gank paths, and he can utilize all of the skills.
Well, set up here for LCK. They took Nautilus for the top lane.
I love it.
Thresh locked in though, and Poppy left open is kind of interesting, but this is Marta going to make a statement.
So we saw Marta make a statement in the 1v1s. He beat Faker, of course. There's certain mind games around that. Now he took the Thresh, and I was actually speaking to Jat, and I was remembering Peekaboo specifically, who loved to take Thresh, take E, show up in mid lane at level 1, and try and throw off the mid lane. As Marta, after beating Faker in a 1v1, what better thing to do than go for that level 1 drive-by and try and throw off the god in the mid lane?
And he's going to do it. Faker actually locks in Ari right on the Twitch.
This is comfort and also champions that's synonymous with Faker and Prey.
Yeah, I actually think the Ari's a pretty good champion on this patch as well. Substantial wave clear, and I think it's a pretty good pick into Syndra. Yasuo would have been as well, even if that's just a hover from the 1v1.
And interestingly, during Worlds, Faker was prepping the Ari pick, played a lot of it in solo queue, went a very interesting build. He changed it towards the end, but he was starting off going Hextech GOP into Lichbane. That was kind of the crazy build he went for. The Ari is very strong with the new Catalyst as well for sustain. We talked about comfort and synonymous champions. Evelyn's already locked in.
Do the Vayne.
I mean, yeah, Evelyn's there. I'm kind of thinking, come on, Uzi. Join the club, have a little fun. I mean, Ezreal's a big champion for him as well, but no champion says Uzi quite like Vayne.
Yeah, unfortunate. Unlucky that he picks the Ezreal. He might have to do that if he thinks Mata's never going to be with him in the bottom lane on Thresh, so he's going to be able to have to play a little bit safe. And he's up against the Twitch, so it's tough.
And Mad Life's known for his hook champions. He actually played the support Nautilus yesterday. Smeb has played plenty of it in top, so they can flex. Looks like it will be the flex, because looking like Nautilus top, although Tom Kench has been playing the top lane as recently as IWC All-Stars. So actually, if they do lock in the Tom Kench, it is still a lot of... we have to wait to that 20-second mark to work out where they're going.
Yeah, Tom Kench is also really good against Syndra just in the overall team composition. Going up against the Poppy, I think either one of them could work. As we mentioned, LCK did play the Nautilus support yesterday, even though it looked like they would be playing the Nautilus top lane since that's what everyone else was doing. But Smeb's played plenty of Nautilus in his past, so I don't see any harm with him taking the top lane.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see them take Nautilus over Poppy. That was the kind of obvious pick for Mouse. He was playing it at Worlds. It's definitely on a buff with Courage of the Colossus, but looks like LCK will round things out with the Tom Kench pick, and we'll see exactly where the lanes go out. But you know, a little bit of fun here and there, but teams, you can tell, still a very competitive draft from both of them.
I mentioned it, first time between Wayless and Faker. Mid lanes that have been around for years, but just never been able to take it on the Rift, and this is very much a skill matchup between the two, and that's what makes it so much sweeter.
Exactly. Hoping we're seeing the GLP to Lichbane build out of the Yari, only because we were prepping that at Worlds, because that we thought that because Syndra was such a perfect ban that he would be playing it against Syndra. Finally able to break it out here. Faker spent so much time trying to find these specific champions for matchups that other people want to either just completely dodge or think are unbeatable. So I really hope we get to see that, unless Mata decides to sit mid and screw it up for us.
But that's what I love about SKT in particular, is they try and find strategies against the OP. So they don't just auto-ban in solo queue like people were doing for Syndra. They want to say, okay, if there's a scenario where we can't ban the Syndra for some strategic reason, we have an answer to it.
Well, it should be certainly a whole lot of fun. As Faker certainly always been an innovator. Don't forget that, guys, though, you can vote at LOL Esports, either hashtag Firewin or hashtag Icewin, depending on which teams and or regions you are cheering for. It should be one hell of a game, though, as the LPL will once again clash heads with the LCK. Jack, you said it already, LCK favored historically, but it is All-Stars. There's supposed to be mayhem. Anything could happen in our best of one.
Hey, man, the last time Clear Love beat Korea at an international event was that Game 5 Evelyn in MSI in 2015 against Bengi, by the way. It was Bengi's Nunu, a little bit different. And technically, they took a game off of Korea last year at Worlds after losing the first two. But yeah, looking forward to this one.
Well, we'll have to see how it all shakes out. A little bit of love here and there as far as the picks go. A little sad to not see Uzi on the Vayne, but we'll have to settle for the Ezreal that ravaged poor North America in the recent group stage. But we are out onto Summoner's Rift here. LPL representing Team Ice will roll out, and we'll see kind of how the level one shake out.
Yeah, a year and a half ago at MSI, Clearlove brought Evelyn back into the meta, was played quite a bit at the start of summer season in 2015. It's been seen a lot in solo queue. It definitely is one of those power junglers. Deficio at the start of the tournament was talking about the fact that there is kind of 8 junglers right now, maybe 10 that are kind of viable in the new jungle. Yeah. And Evelyn, especially if you can play around that Evelyn, really is one of those picks for sure.
Yeah, and obviously Evelyn has always had the camouflage mechanic. Twitch is another one that can utilize that now. It just makes it really difficult to ward properly in the early game. It necessitates earlier control wards, and the vision radius on the control wards is actually very small, so it's very difficult to cut off Evelyn with any early paths. And the best way you keep track of her, actually, if you're Bengi, is to early invade the jungle and try and start fighting early, and that also lets you keep pace of the camps that the Evelyn has killed and can help you track that way.
Yeah, the battle ward strategy of just seeing the Evelyn and contesting the camps, but also just warding camps will let you know when they're cleared and then give you a pretty good indication of which side of the map they're on. Because with the long respawn times, effectively, you can get a pretty good idea if the Evelyn's just camping a lane.
Well, no huge surprises on the Keystone Mastery front. Do have Courage of the Colossus on Thresh, which is maybe a slight surprise, but Uzi going to go for the fervor of battle as well. Definitely favoring a bit more aggression versus Prey's Warlords. Leash on the red buff as well. Clearly will get quite a lot of help. This happened on the Rengar recently, so clearly something practiced for the team.
Yeah, I really like this if your duo lane is willing to give you the extra second so you can save your smite for the next camp. It allows you to power to level 3 much faster. And as you can see, they didn't actually miss any creeps in the lane, so they're going to miss out potentially on the early push, but even now they're actually not because Prey and Mad Life weren't willing to push early, so really no harm done, and it just helps clear up jungle.
And just to your point about the Courage of the Colossus Thresh, the reason why it's become the norm is because when you enter in, specifically the Q, and as you see, the Flay are both proccing the Courage of the Colossus, so Thresh wants to go in, isn't tanky in the early game, but can get that extra shielding to facilitate the engage.
And no level 1 roam from Mata, but some aggression certainly early on here at level 1 as Uzi just zoning him off this creep wave.
Yeah, and I also kind of want to touch on the junglers because everyone was talking about how the red buff to Krug's level 3 and then gank was just this super OP strategy, but we haven't really seen any of that at All-Star, and that's just because the counter jungle afterwards would be so obvious. If both guys do the same thing and one shows for the gank, it completely exposes the blue side of their jungle and you can completely counter jungle and get like a basically 2-level lead.
And the other kind of tip of the hand is they entered lane a bit later than you would expect. They just rushed to lane, so they know that Evelyn started on the bot side, so just that extra bit of information to play a little bit safer. That's why they gave up a level 2 as well, and on the back foot, as you'd expect in a Tahm Kench.
Hook not quite there, but Uzi continuing to apply pressure. Mata will dip down to the left and ward, but Mad Life and Prey will pick up what CS they can. As you can see, just a bit of extra vision there. Looks like Bengi is on this side of the map, clearly on the opposite there towards the left and top lane. So we'll see if the junglers do want to influence some of these lanes, and looks like Syndra's pushing up as well. So pretty standard so far.
A little bit interesting that Bengi isn't looking to hand over the first blue. Going to go for the energy regen. Korean junglers do, of course, crave the blue, as everyone does in the jungle, but won't be giving it over to Faker. He's going to be looking for a more aggressive route, and he's actually, so far, not spotted.
Yeah, Uzi and Mata have been pushed up so aggressively in this lane. Prey just level 2, but the minion wave is actually dying at about the right time, so even though he would be ganking into a wave, it would still be doable.
It's like they kind of know something's up there. They've played back a little more, and this could be trouble.
Well, they both have all summoners, so...
Well, there's actually exhaust onto Mata. Mad Life going to look for it as well. Uzi trying to fight Prey on the back end, but Mata's taking a lot of damage on the other end. Now Uzi takes the lantern out, hooking onto Mad Life, clear up down as well. So Flay is back onto the Tahm Kench. He's forced to flash out as Mad Life passes around, but Bengi taking damage as he'll shift away. Clear up though, flashes in, wants the kill, looks for clear up as Wayless down as well. First blood to Mata, double fly back, and now Wayless going to try to clear them up. Prey gets one on the backside, but Bengi looking to go down as well. Last note is there, and there's the double for Wayless.
Really big stuff here for the LPL. No counter roam by Faker. He's second to the roam. Wayless gets the bot. Didn't even have the ghost, but this looked good at the start, but it's so tricky to lock down Ezreal and Thresh. Both of them opened up space.
Yeah, Mata and Uzi played this beautifully. Uzi does as much damage as possible on the back and then takes the Lantern. So also notice how no flashes were burned early for Ice, which makes this chase so much easier coming through. Then they also had the Syndra roaming down. He walked all the way there. He doesn't even bring Ghost. He tried to predict on the stun, didn't actually get it, but they were so far ahead on the play that they still managed to pick up the 3 kills.
And roaming ahead of Faker is something that teams were doing consistently in the LCK. I came into Worlds talking about how SKT's form hadn't been great. Very often, Faker would say rooted in mid, pick up in some extra CS, and his opponent would ghost to other lanes and get the advantage. The fact that Wayless did it without Ghost, and look at this, even picks up a blue buff, was high risk. You could argue giving up a minion wave to Faker, giving up an experience advantage to Faker. When you pick up 2 kills, you feel pretty damn good about it.
Well, he was pushing in. He's got some speedier boots now as well with the Salt Shoe, so things looking good for Wayless and the potential roam strategy. We've got a revolver on Faker's side, but Clearless back in bottom again. Chilling quite down onto Mad Life. Mata looking for a hook, and Wayless is here again. Oh! Play from Mata. Lands it in Mad Life. He's going to give him both. Hooks in onto the Tahm Kench. He's going to look to go down. Stone will fall in, but they won't Prey. There's one for Uzi. There's 2. Uzi grabs the
The layering of the spells was so good from LPL. No CC was wasted. Held onto the hook till they saw the commitment on the W from Tom Kench. Poetry in motion from LPL.
Absolutely, but you also have to take into account that there weren't good wards in the river there. To get 4 people there once again, really the LCK just kind of caught sleeping, and it's really hurting them in the mid and the bot lane.
It's pretty telegraphed tough up stop as well. Yep, they're going to spot Faker.
Good ward. Haven't seen Bengi just yet, but he will take away the Gromp. Mouse playing intelligently back. Both top laners burnt TP pretty aggressively to lane, but Wailer's starting to shadow up to that left side. It's going to force Faker back after he's pushed the wave, and Madlife's here to collect some creeps for some reason. He'll donate a couple back over to Faker, but early game's certainly gone well. 5-1 up in kills already at 6.5 minutes.
I hyped up the Wayless versus Faker battle. These guys are known to play for their lane. Wayless isn't a big roamer. You would take Summer Spell Teleport and kind of try to be the team player, but would be anchored to lane. Love the 1v1. Appreciated no junglers if possible, but actually he's been on the front foot this game, and that's great to see the adaptation from Wayless.
Not to mention the early Sorcerer Shoes makes his level 6 threat so high. Oftentimes you'll see the Syndra back early on a lost chapter because that just gives you the mana to kind of shove out the wave. When he goes the early Sorcerer Shoes, that does speak to just wanting to immediately try and kill. And as you said, roam all the way to the bottom.
And the bounty also picking up the blue buff with those early 2 kills as well. So he didn't have the immediate mana problems. Love's here, he's level 6.
Sun missed, and I think that telegraphs that Faker has to know something might be amiss. He's got ulti and both summoners up as well, including the exhaust. So Clearlove, I think maybe thinks better of it. He's going to have Faker shadow toward him, but Clearlove's just going to duck out of vision, kind of see what happens, and tell the bottom lane that Faker's coming, which may be the most important thing. And now they'll spook. Oh, that actually does not reveal Evelynn. It's normal sight and wards only.
They did ping her out, however, so they are suspicious of it, for sure. And Faker's roams have generally been pretty ineffective this game. Out-roamed early on by Wayless, for sure.
The thing, you get pushed in all of the time. It's really hard to leave your lane when you have to clear the creep waves out. Bengi's again back in bottom. Madlife going to get flayed back once more, but just a couple of trades here and there. Bengi's dipping down with ultimate, but no flash going to make that a hard play to convert on, and Uzi and Mata will keep the wave back.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, it will require kind of a kick flash to really get them out of room away from the turret to actually pick up a kill. So low percentage gank from Bengi is not rewarded, and he's in vision, and in general, feels like the LPL have shadowed the LCK very well, made their own plays, but also a pretty good idea of exactly where the LCK has been playing.
Yeah, and it helps when you can see exactly where they are with your deep wards as they refresh them. Now, Mata able to get that incredibly early Sightstone after the kill, so he's been able to kind of cycle through this, and if they get the smite, they can also steal a boost, so that'll hurt Faker as well as Bengi.
But that's also because of the pressure Wayless has put down. It feels like they have the confidence to roam first to ensure that now Faker is punished both in terms of being against a 2-0-2 opponent and not having blue because LCK is being dictated to.
And credit, of course, to top lane. We haven't seen much of it because it is that tank fest that we've seen, but Mouse did avoid the first 3-man dive there, even on CS, and have really just been kind of playing back and forth in the lane. Bengi again looking behind Faker to try and make something happen, but Clearlove here as well. And it does feel like the Evelyn's back. Clearlove always known for being in the right place at the right time, shadowing very nicely as Faker does take some harass.
Some vintage Mata, you have to say as well. His wards, of course, not the same ward economy that he was famous for in 2014 when there weren't that same situation where you could put down as many wards as possible. But the ability
oh my god, good eat from Madlife.
That is what Tom Kench does. We're all excited about the hook, and Madlife says no thank you. Still though, with Courage of the Colossus, Mata is able to play a lot more aggressive in this lane on the Thresh, and I'm looking forward to see if he can do some of those flash plays in team fights and get a 4 or 5-man Courage shield. There we go, hook the Thresh, get him low, so that if you land a hook, the heat isn't visible.
Gray still with ultimate, does take a Q there from Uzi, but is a little low on mana. So there'll just be some trades back and forth. Prey a little dangerous there, but should be okay with Madlife able to gobble him back up again. A quick correction, I was wrong. Scry's Bloom does in fact reveal the Evelynn, so there was knowledge down there. And looks like everyone kind of avoided that last little bot lane situation, but mid lane and bot lane, 2-0-2 and 2-0-3 for Wayless and Uzi respectively. These lanes are going fine and top lane is going even. This is perfect for LPL.
Yeah, and you really just have to look at the minimap to see where the game is going. The control wards are in the river for ice, and they're non-existent for fire except for one defensive control ward in their own jungle. This is very rare to see in any Korean game on the international stage, but early on at least, at the All-Star event, we're seeing LPL do it.
And speaking of rarities, it's not often that the Ezreal is the one pushing in the enemy AD carry, but with all that control, so risky for Prey and Madlife to push up anywhere near the river, and thus basically been Uzi and Mata having their way in bottom. Here we go.
He kicks Wayless back in, but he's going to flash out of the way. Faker looking to chase him down, does take it. A mouse going to cancel that TP. Clear
One clear up,
two. Now by Smeb, and there's the ultimate coming back. Great shot from Faker. There's a kill again for Bengi.
Just a clean turn right there by Faker and Bengi. Immediately killing Wayless. Doesn't matter that he's still on flash. Mata goes in though.
Smeb coming down, so this could be problems. Mata getting exhausted. Uzi has to run away. Prey is going to take him down with the ultimate. Uzi looks like he'll escape this one.
Bengi's looking for a dive.
Well, maybe not then, actually, as Uzi's going to have to fight his way out. He's just going to take it up, gets the courage shield, and Bengi gets himself another kill.
And LCK turns it on so quickly, but the big story is that Smeb made it to mid without having to use his teleport. The Poppy had to cancel teleport, but Smeb, you can see on your screen, goes for a walk. We're, of course, focused on Wayless going down, but Smeb turns his attention, spots Clear Love. Clear Love had revealed himself by popping his W for movement speed to try and be involved with Wayless, and then across the map, this is just a disaster for LPL.
It really is. Mata's looking aggressive, but Uzi's out of mana right here. They do not have the teleport advantage with Mouse already burning hits in the top lane. Hello.
But a Prey Clear's going to get a kill, so a little lazy there. Going to get Prey taken down, but Bengi gonna hop away onto Mad Life and be safe, and LPL at least answer one kill back, but all of a sudden LCK are back in front by gold. It's not by much, it's under 1,000, but given the LPL were up 2,000 gold before, first start going to LCK changes a lot.
Yeah, 2,000 gold in 6 minutes, and this was almost kind of the story of a lot of games at Worlds where we'd see the LCK go ahead by 2,000 and say, oh, the game is over, no way you can come back on that. Yet you would routinely see them come back from 2,000 gold deficits, and it was just plays like that. They know where they can get their advantages. Faker wasn't necessarily behind, Bengi wasn't necessarily behind. They killed the most fed member right away before he could use his spells, and they channeled so much of their advantage off of it.
Also an adjustment of how specifically the Mouse vs Smeb matchup was going. We expected it to go, of course it didn't end up happening at Worlds, but we thought, okay, such a mismatch in terms of just individual skill. Gank the lane, put him behind as Faker has ulted here.
Good dodge, Protobelt in as well. Faker gonna get stunned under the turret. Ulti's gonna take him down. No, not quite. There's enough as the W won't connect. Mata here as well as Cliv's kind of going, but Bengi making a big play. Flash up from under Smeb's hook as Uzi gonna try and take one down. Mouse has joined the fray as well. Looks for the ulti. Finds Bengi there with a knocker, but Smeb gonna be the one flayed back. But Clear and Wayless are so low. Uzi cutting back as best he can as there's a good double stun from the Cinder, but Prey looking to unleash the ulti. LPL playback.
Smeb is already absurdly tanky. Expect a lot of that between Mouse and Smeb this game. I want to speak a little bit about Faker, though, at the early part of that play. He didn't go for the GLP build. We saw him practicing the Worlds, but a Protobelt is fairly common for the Ahri, and it can still be decent against the Cinder because it gives you that little shot of health. It's pretty high CDR, so he should be able to cycle his ult very quickly, and he didn't actually have to burn his exhaust despite absorbing the ultimate from Wayless. So I think he's feeling pretty comfortable in that match.
He's got that Sapphire Crystal, though, so there's kind of a couple of options to go into. The GLP, the Lich Bane, both build out. Could still be a lost chapter into a Morellonomicon, so has a lot of options there, but clearly going to be something fun coming next. And Smeb, it hasn't been about his lane. This guy who was voted, of course, the best player going into Worlds. It's been about his roaming around the map. Nautilus is a pick. He played quite a lot for the Rocks Tigers, and just his map movement has been far superior to that of Mouse.
I think that early roam from top to mid lane really demonstrates that as Wayless and Faker will score up again. Prey's actually looking for the ambush here, and now going to get the cast down. Faker going to look for the charm. He lands it. Prey's going to get stunned, but Faker Protobelts him to death.
One little thing you can see about Faker that's different to Xbecker, who played the Ahri yesterday, he maxes the charm seconds. It has the lower cooldown. Hit the charm. That was enough time to allow Prey to open up and do damage. Mid turret goes down as well, and suddenly, despite all the roaming advantages that Wayless has been able to put up, Faker's doing just fine.
Yep, mid-turret going down as well just adds to the pressure they can hopefully get on the map. You can see the control worlds have been moved up for Fire as well right now, so they're feeling pretty confident after it was a bit of a disaster early.
Well, LPL have an Infernal Drake. They actually picked up the first one, and there's another one on the way, so creative objectives isn't too bad, but we've seen what happens when you can't consistently get turrets in the mid-game, is you really just get smothered out of a game, and that was a big feature of LCK versus pretty much anyone else in their games, is that they were able to claim those important objectives and keep it going, but here's the teleport to make something happen.
Here's Mouse's chance to roam.
Does have his ultimate, so he might try and lock someone down. Frey knows he has to get out. Oh, interrupted. Madlife still has him in his belly, though, as there's the flash out. The ulti going to chase him down, but Clearlove gets one. Madlife sure to go down as Clearlove does take him out, but Prey flash cast out from under the turret, and that might be enough at will to get him to safety.
A bit optimistic to try and ult away any damage interrupts the Abyssal Voyage. That certainly wasn't going to work, so only one, and they invested the whole team to try and chase them down.
Yeah, considering it was a 5-man gank, I'd say having just Mad Life go down, pretty good. The fact Prey was able to stay alive is a bit of a miracle since that gank started near the tier 2 of the LPL and he was able to escape up ahead.
With the Sheen, it will be Lichbane Ahri. It's important to know that every cast of the ultimate from Ahri counts as a separate spell for a Lichbane proc. So if you can weave in those auto attacks, you can get a lot of damage. I believe it was Many Reason in Korea years ago that pioneered Lichbane Ahri, but it's so specific in the playstyle. It's very different, but it's cool to see it nonetheless hit the rip.
You can see Smeb, though, actually working the turret with Mouse down in that bottom side using the teleport. Smeb now will have Tippy advantage once again, and he almost took out that top adder as well. The big thing about that gank for me is that there's no turret damage really that could be done after it, so LPL are going to kind of play a little bit from behind here despite the gold being relatively close, unless they can find a way to open up the map a little more, because we've seen it time and time again. The LCK will take over and just grind you to evolve.
Yeah, and I'm hoping this game evolves into some pretty explosive team fights, but Prey's Twitch will be happy here. Mouse.
Good knock-up. Marta looks for the hook, finds it onto Smeb as he flashes out of the way. Clearlove's here, going to get ulted. In fact, Mouse going to eat the knock-up there as well. Madlife and Fake are going to join in as well from the Abyssal Voyagers. Bengi's already taken out Clearlove. Marta going to die on the other end as Smeb able to claim that kill. Uzi fighting as best he can, but he'll just get CC between almost every member of the team, and Mouse, he'll get away safely, but that's about all the good news.
Rotations is a word that has always been associated with the LCK. Changes to Abyssal Voyage make them easier. Wasn't sure because I wasn't focusing on the minimap whether it was going to be Prey or Faker, but Faker comes in, pops the ult, they pick up kills. Going to pick up a Rift Herald just as the icing on the cake, and it's looking very, very different. First 5 minutes looked so good for the Chinese squad, and even this engage, they thought they had something and very quickly did not.
Yeah, knockups on knockups as Bengi kicks them back, then Smeb also. Clearlove goes down without really doing much. And then even though Uzi did have flash, so did everyone on fire, so he doesn't bother flashing over the wall as his demise was pretty much set.
Yeah, Faker's position was really smart. He actually moved next to the wall, still had another charge of his ultimate, so could have Spirit Rushed over, wouldn't even have to invest his flash, so no way for Uzi to get out. Dies with both summoners up, and gold lead, look, it's still in touching distance, but certainly has been a big swing since the first salvos were fired by LPL.
Can confirm that Smeb was the recipient of the Rift Herald buff, so he will have that. Marta will not get his favorite buff this time around. Faker, though, just going to continue to push this out. Should have a nice injection of gold after those early kills from the LCK. Next Drake is up in under 20 seconds, and you can see Ice are setting up for it on this right-hand side. You're going to try and look for something a little more, though, as I would love to get a pick beforehand. Uzi, relatively strong at this point, has a lot of components, but they're pretty good, and looks like the first turret's going to go over as well, as Uzi able to take down that bottom outer turret.
Finally, the LPL gets on the board with turrets. Uzi definitely going to the Triforce build. Smeb, though, does have teleport. They're not able to pick Benji off that, and he's actually just going right back in.
Yeah, Clearlove going to try and cover, but Madlife said to give a ward to Bengi to hop to effectively.
I mean, Bengi's 4 levels above Marta, so he's actually feeling pretty comfortable at his damage. Thunderlords, of course, is the mastery now on Lee Sin's. Does more damage than previous seasons.
This is a little risky.
Very risky, I would say, as Mouse slams Madlife into a wall. Not a bad target, but he's pretty tanky as Smeb, still with the teleport, can join if needed. Mouse has come down already, but they're going to maybe start a 50-50 here, and they have to be careful.
You'd think Ice would concede this, but Team Fire doesn't actually have to do anything super aggressive now since they have Smeb pushing in the side lane. As soon as Ice all commit in the Dragon Pit, Fire can just open up with Prey's Twitch ultimate, and then they can teleport in with Nautilus. So the longer they do this dance, though, the better it is for the LCK.
You see that red ward, the terror that will be created by Nautilus coming in right now.
Yeah, going to TP in, and Bengi looks for a big kick. Smarter hits the Mouse. No, not quite connecting, as Mouse is going to block the rest of the team. Charges up the ulti as Faker's on the left-hand side for the flank, and LPL runs straight towards the bottom of the map.
And even though Mouse has teleport, it's going to be an Infernal Drake for sure. It's only going to match the first one from LPL, although Ice, they look to contend.
Clearlove still has ultimate. They want to fight.
He wants to steal it. Clearlove's going to look to go back in. They'll pull off the Dragon. There's a hook left into Madlife. Mouse slams him into a wall. The Bengi is going to get the Dragon, but Tom will fall down. Now Clearlove in the backside, trying to take down Prey. Mouse is there as well, but Faker doing so much damage in that back end. Oh. The ulti barely misses from the Ezreal 2 down there versus 2. Very close fight, and the Dragon did go over to Korea.
Yeah, got the Dragon, but as you could see, it was a very close fight. Prey didn't have his ultimate, or at least wasn't able to get the most value out of it. 2 items not completed yet either for either AD carry. Things still very close despite the gold.
Yeah, Faker nearly 1v3'd on the backside of that fight, and Bengi now actually just trying to interrupt recalls as much as possible as Faker sheens down this turret in the mid lane.
See that replay here. We were focused on Clearlove because he could have got a 3-4-man ultimate, but when the Ahri enters the fight, that's when things really change. So it actually corrals Weightless, Marta, and Uzi and gets out. That's actually massive, the amount of space that was controlled. It felt like Faker was the poppy because he was the one corralling the backline. He wasn't even playing the tank.
Going for Bengi again. Those been smited down. Weightless actually looking for the stun. Bengi, no flash there. Does dodge out the next stun, but Weightless gonna keep chasing him down. He's still there. Mad Life collects the delivery and scaves his jungler.
Might be the right hand of God, but turns out he's pretty damn good on his own, is Bengi.
I thought that might have been a bit of a replay of Weightless' Cinder yesterday where he misses all his skill shots and then just presses R and gets the kill anyway. But Mad Life was luckily there to pull Bengi to safety after Bengi made that nice escape act.
Well, Blue Buff going to go over. Weightless was very short on mana in the last Dragon fight, so won't be for the next engagement. And just to make things fun, we've traded the first 2 Infernals, and the next Drake is an Infernal as well. So if those high-powered team fights are what you're looking for, gents, you're going to get them, assuming this map opens up a little more.
And the big objective for LPL is to get these outer turrets. When you're so far behind in turrets with an Evelynn, it's so hard to have the map pressure that Evelynn almost solo can during the laning phase when the lanes are a lot shorter. The map is so open, the deep wards come down, all of these camps are going to be warded. And although Clearlove isn't spotted yet, it's 2 levels behind his opposition and rapidly moving away from relevance in this game.
Yeah, and you can also see Praise Twitch, despite dying 4 times and despite having the early lane go so poorly, he still managed to get to Infinity Edge Hurricane. But at the same time, Uzi's hit 2 items. So if he gets a good spray and pray in any of these fights, that's just another thing that's in the advantage of the LCK.
Ooh, good stun, faking and get all in. Ulti's oh! There's the shutdown from Weightless.
Not quite a solo kill. Somehow Ezreal crept in and got some kill involvement, but that's suddenly going to be a lot of pressure onto this mid lane turret. Ray and Mad Life going to be walking up to try and cover it, but 5 men strong here for Team Ice.
LPL need this turret as well. We've talked about how they need that pressure. Weightless trying to zone them off with the spears. But they might need another wave for it, and that could be very bad news. Uzi throwing in poke and weaving in auto attacks where he can. It's going to be close. The last minion's going to die. Hook on a bank. Good connect there. Great hit from Mad Life, but he's still going to get stunned. Praise falls somehow as Mouse going to look after Mad Life. Grayskin's not enough to save him as they're just going off here. Weightless, though, hooked in by Smevers. They'll be able to dope between the turrets. Weightless going to get knocked up there by the ulti, but Smevers hooked up again. Q going to miss onto the back end of the Syndra. They got the turret, they got a couple kills. Very nice dive.
Huge playmaking there by Ice. It all starts with Weightless getting the stun onto Faker so he can get his full combo off. But then the rest of Korea thought they'd be able to stick around and defend this very low turret. And watch the stun out of Weightless here. He doesn't shoot for the lead, he shoots for the top camps because he knows that's where everyone is eventually going to end up.
And he got a bonus. He got the Twitch as well, who was on top of the model of Tom Kench. He went down first. That was more wave clear gone. Smeb at this point isn't looking for a kill realistically. He's looking to just try and keep as much health on this inner mid lane turret as possible. That mission is a success, but I'm loving the seesaw we're seeing because this match is certainly not in the books yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher in the late game for the LPL to cut through Nautilus and Tom Kench specifically in those fights, but if they keep getting picks like this and can get the damage away from the LCK before the front line can really take effect, that's going to be their window into winning this game.
Well, Faker forced to blink away, and Weightless is just chasing for the ulti. Uzi shifts forward, looking for a little bit more. LPL 4-man strong as Marta flash hook finds Mad Life stun chain in there as the play is good. Mad Life barely gets the shield up, but it's not enough for Clearlove as he does take him down.
This pick comp is doing exactly what it was made for. It was a very early draft of the Thresh. Early laning phase, big check mark for Marta. Died a couple of times in the mid game, but now as the mid game starts to enter its later phases, the playmaking is real.
Yeah, and they've been pretty choosy with who they're killing. It's specifically the bottom lane. 11 of the 13 deaths on the LCK have been that bottom lane, so that's exactly who the rest of the LPL are shooting for.
Yeah, Smep was worried there about getting collapsed stuns, just teleported to his inner turret. Does mean that Mouse has a teleport advantage, and as this game is suddenly got a bit more to it for the LPL squad. They got an outer mid lane turret. They're going to keep pushing in mid. They can park Poppy in a side lane and just try and play the map pressure game for the next 5 minutes.
Got the top turret as well as Bengi will be spotted by a control ward, so the game is getting close to even as LCK are only 2,000 gold up. 45 seconds to the next Infernal Drake as well, as we are going to have to start taking a look at the big mid-game item spikes. Uzi working on kind of his third item there, but had a pretty cheap one to start as Bangi leaps in, but he'll be safe this time.
Had the Thresh, the Twitch in camouflage to give him a exit with his W, so nothing ventured, nothing gained there. Faker was doing his split pushing act, was top, but as back tier, doesn't have his third item yet. Will be Death Cap coming for too long, as the junglers in the same quadrant, but not spotting each other just yet.
Yeah, so much of this is going to be about the pre-fight picks because everyone's going to want that next Infernal Drake that spawns here. Faker just now coming from base, so Fire, while they are in the jungle, is really kind of dangerous being there, but here we go. They get a lot of damage on a Mouse.
Yeah, Lantern out, so that cooldown not available for about 15 seconds there for Mata, but Mouse didn't take too much damage. 25% health of a Poppy is decent though for LCK, and the Drake is ready and alive, so let's see what happens.
And the big thing here is if they can kite out specifically Twitch Zoldan, that'd be big, as Mata takes a big burst.
Ooh, Mouse hooked again, but he didn't get the shield. Smeb looking for something, but it's just poke back. Nobody wants to damage down the tanks.
Yeah, Mata also burned his redemption fight right there, so add that to the poke he took afterwards, and it pretty much just means a full concede on the Infernal.
Man, 3 Infernal Drakes to start. What was always going to be a fiery one is letting us know that the damage is starting to rack up. Specifically, Frey will be the big recipient here. Looks like he might be going last was for next, just to have a hope in hell of being able to do damage to the Poppy.
Faker even covering a mid after that play as well, so LPL tried to get something back, but of course, the LCK have covered that. We'll lose nothing off of that play. Faker now going to get himself the blue buff as Mouse returns to the top side of the map, and Smeb's going to go back and likely return to at least challenge the wave as it comes forward. And last whisper done for Uzi means that these damage items are really starting to rack up quickly.
And the most fun thing is, as Jad said, this is very much pick comp versus pick comp, especially where we're at in the game. Ari and Syndra really let you know that. It's skill shots everywhere. Line skill shots, CCs to start fights. So, okay, Nautilus can kind of ruin that parade, walk in and depth charge someone, but everyone else is fishing for initiation. So when you have that kind of skill execution required on both sides, it means that theoretically, the better team should win.
Yeah, it actually makes me very surprised that ICE hasn't swapped out for more sweepers. Only having one sweeper 27 minutes of the game is actually really rare, and you would need kind of 5 control wards on the map at all times to have any semblance of vision denial in order to get picks, but they haven't necessarily done that, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to actually get picks onto Fire.
Well, we can see teams are, of course, setting up for the Baron now because the last Infernal Drake was taken down. Next one's an Ocean, which is a little less exciting, but unfortunately we can only have 3 Infernal, even here at All-Stars.
We didn't change that knob.
No.
Drake's a Fire Drake. It's All-Star.
No.
Maybe for next year.
Wasn't in the script. As Void stuff been picked up for Wayless as well, so Strength has really come out on the big carries for both sides here. Mid and 80 carry on either side are looking good. They've got a bit of damage. Actually, a Protobelt Eve, which I do like. It's all the way onto Wayless, kicks him back in, Faker collects it, and there's a shutdown.
The follow there was so important. Went for the aggressive bash. They got the kill. 5v4, but what will Fire do with the advantage? 40 seconds on the respawn from Wayless.
Well, it looked like Wayless actually flashed a little bit early because he was hoping that Bengi would complete his Resident Strike 10 flash overall. Another pick.
Faker looking for it, but Mata going to get taken down. Bengi now unstoppable, as that's 2 for LCK, and again, the dance around Baron will just keep going.
There's some vision in the area, but it's only 3 members strong, so what exactly can ICE do?
What kind of dance is it really going to be if it's only 3 people?
Yes, now running interference on the mid lane as well, so has spotted them. 4-man ban for LCK, should be fine. Clearlove going to try and steal it. There's a bit of vision from the Ezreal as Mouth looking to get in there. Clearlove trying to find something as well, but Mouth's going to go down here as he's caught by Smeb Prey, able to collect that one in the Baron. Awfully low. Clearlove not in range to steal it, and they took a lot of damage, but that's a pretty clean Baron.
I mean, there's not many better top laners than the Nautilus to be the gatekeeper of a Baron when you have a 2-man advantage. Walks has so many CCs, including a point and click. The contesting just wasn't really realistic. If you watch, Wayless tried to time the flash, didn't get it, and then Bengi was counter-bashing. Bengi actually had the flash for the flash kick to confirm the kill for Faker.
Yeah, so poorly done a little bit by Wayless, but obviously the threat of the immediate kick flash is going to make it a very tight timing of wanting to get it right away. Bengi the beneficiary, very strong game on ascent from him.
Even in slow motion, it was hard to tell with the following of the Q whether the flash
because you still saw the flash particle from
exactly.
Wayless, and you're like, was it Bengi's flash? No, it was not. He used it like a second.
Yep.
Well, D-Faker's also got the Rabadon, so he's certainly piling up as far as picks go. There's another one as Wayless. He's going to go down again. 2 left time in that side lane as Mata made his call. Also, Redemption down. Mad Life is the target, but he's pretty tanky, although Uzi does a good chunk of damage. Faker proto belts towards him as the Lantern's out, but everyone's safe for now. And that Baron empowered minions from the LCK going to make this seed real difficult to try and crack.
And of course, down bottom, we can see with the teleport still up, Smeb, level 16, pushing those minions in with a Baron buff of his own. Usually Nautilus, not really known for his turret pressure, but with the Iceborne Gauntlet complete, and Mouse not in the lane, goodbye bot lane turret. Gold continues to rack up for LCK.
Yeah, and I do want to speak very quickly to Faker's build right now, because a lot of people like having Void Staff a little earlier in a build, but specifically on this Ahri, I don't think it's necessary. So there's AP ratios on both the Lich Bane and the Proto Belt, and then also his Q does true damage on the pass-through. So because he's racking up so much AP, he's really increasing his total AP ratio so much more with the build on top of everything. So I really like that combination of items.
And just simply, the wave clear's not too great on the side of Fire, so flat ability power much more superior for pushing waves, and Faker's in the side lane, Smeb's in the side lane. Faker never needs teleport to enter a side lane. It's just his play style, so that AP, and as you say, all the hidden AP ratios and true damage deprioritizes the Void Staff till probably 6 items slot.
After the big back and forth, Benki, I like it. It's twice now that he's kind of outthought Mata on the potential hook. But what was a close-ish game has become not particularly close at this stage. Almost 8k up for LCK with all 3 lanes pushing in. Now, maybe caught here, but hook onto Mad Life's going to have some damage. Down depth charge lands onto Whalers, so he's going to get back to the safety of his turret. LPL need to defend him, but they just got mid lane broken.
Just playing the map so smartly here, Fire. A couple more auto attacks. There's going to be the mid lane inhibitor. Smeb not done in bot either.
Well, Mouse is taking a lot of damage, so he's going to have to be careful. That Baron Cannon creep is causing trouble as the Twitch and the Lich Bane are just going to melt this turret. Bengi's caught, but he's not going to die there either. Ice don't want to commit on a target that's not a big carry, but kind of running out of things to try and kill here.
I mean, at this point, Smeb takes no damage from anything. We're not going to see those Titans Wrath shields, especially if Courage of the Colossus proc going down anytime soon.
Not to mention, one of the less talked about changes of this season is the turret lasers are gone and it's just the normal shots again, which really just kind of brings back the turret diving and the base diving, because once you do get a little bit tanky, you can essentially ignore those turrets, and that's exactly what the LCK was able to do there, very efficiently opening up the second inhibitor.
And the Ezreal, look, a good laning choice, a good blind pick, doesn't do much against Guardian Angel for tank item North. Not a tank buster like his opposing number in Twitch, so although he'll be able to keep alive Uzi, he's going to have a field day trying to do any damage past the wall that is Smeb.
Well, Ocean Drake's going to go down, and that means Elder will spawn as our next one. LCK are also officially 10,000 gold ahead in this game after breaking 2 inhibitors, and the turrets that went with the mid and bottom lane are looking awfully vulnerable, and it's just that top side left. We kind of expect them to do this academically like they almost always have, and if was ever been a word to describe the top Korean teams, I think clinical comes to mind, and that should be exactly how this game ends. We'll see if LPL have any answers down very far behind.
Still praying Smeb there, rocking the Rocks Tigers, though. They weren't necessarily clinical. They made some clinical aggressive plays, but they weren't the surgical team that SKT was, so wait, but I don't think they need to apply too much creativity. They're so far ahead. Just look at Faker against the full tank Poppy, chunking him out.
And now Clearlove and maybe some few friends. Baker gonna take damage, Proto belts away. Clearlove wants to chase him down! But the pass-through is gonna proc the G, and Faker gets out.
And there we go, inhibitor
Meanwhile,
number 3 able to come down. You almost thought Faker was going to be able to get caught, and if you're the LPL, you think flanking behind his Evelyn is a good choice, but Faker now back in base, could maybe catch him in the forward line.
Caught Smeb! Did you? There's not much to really do there.
That was the most excited I've ever heard someone talking about catching a Nautilus.
Down as well, Mad Life saves it, but the fight's gonna break on Uzi. Gets demolished in the front line, but will blink himself to safety. Had to burn the flash to do so as Ice is still trying to fight their way out. Bengi slammed into a wall, will go down, but Syndra's fallen as well as Smeb. Just takes almost no damage. Uzi gonna try and take him down. Needs a little bit more, and that will pop the GA.
He'll be back.
But he's still got more to go. Mad Life's here again to eat him down. Mouse just gonna get himself locked off, and this is tough to watch. Mad Life gonna gobble the Poppy. Smeb's gonna CC it forever, and that's just unfair.
Depth charge to death, but look at the super minions.
No, they don't have enough damage.
And the only way the game could end is the Winions. LCK will take down LPL.
Well, that was an ending to cap off what was a really fun game. LPL at 2 moments in the game were ahead, specifically early, and they started to crest ahead or come back in the mid game, but otherwise kind of business as usual for the LCK squad.
Yeah, Faker Little sad he didn't make it into the last fight. He had to proc Krilov's GA, then the rest of the team just tank fought their way to victory with the minions. But as you said, Papa Smithy, a pretty fun game. It wasn't ending, for sure, as far as minions are concerned. And I like to see the Ahri come out as well.
Yeah, it was great to see a couple different picks there. Again, Uzi, we talked about the Nautilus. He's a huge tank. He's very difficult to kill. He's certainly not a tank master on the Ezreal. No, would have busted through that tank, Papa Smithy.
The Vayne.
Vayne might have. That's why you always pick Vayne.
And whatever, and as many times he locks it in, I'm not going to associate Ezreal with Uzi. He can play Ezreal, but it's not one of his big champions. And look, at the point when Nautilus had 4 tank items, it didn't matter. There was nothing he was going to be able to do in this game. Prey was kind of an afterthought, but really good performance overall for LCK.
Certainly nice to see that even though Krilov's teammates may change, the plan does remain the same. Camp bottom lane, get far ahead. Unfortunately, versus the LCK, that's not always enough.
Yeah, I mean, they killed them many times.
Really did.
12 deaths on that bottom lane in an otherwise very snowball games. If you just look at the guys that weren't the bottom lane for the LCK, Smeb never died. Bengi died twice, and Faker died once when he got killed by the Syndra. So pretty much just the bottom lane that was being camped that entire game. The rest of the LCK there was doing pretty solid.
But when they lost those 2 mid lane turrets, when Wales kind of farming at his inhibitor turret 15 minutes into the game, it just never really had the pressure that they had early in the game. It felt like once they lost that, specifically the first kill in mid, their mid-outer turret, they couldn't continue the style that got them so much of an advantage in the early game, and it just fell away there for LPS.
Yeah, easily a big swing when Bengi came mid lane and got Faker the kill, and then they were able to chain that with the Smeb roam into the teleport down on the bottom side. So yes, their bottom lane lost, but they had 2 other winning lanes because Smeb was able to roam so much, and that's enough.
I feel like we've seen this so much in this matchup between these regions in particular. Strong aggressive early game from the Chinese team. Korea comes through in the mid game with those just clean, incredible map movements, and even All-Stars with like a mixed team, teams everywhere, all these star players, they still know how to do that.
It's like the story of anyone against Korea. A few kills happen, you're like, this could happen. Maybe we could see Korea lose. No. Oh, it's All-Star. Maybe they won't be taking it. No, they're taking it seriously enough. They're going to win. It just happens every time.
It certainly does. It always looks a little bit rough.
An old story, but one I can support. Turns out Korea's pretty good. Actually ties up the scores. Ice and Fire now both 350, so
nice.
It's the high drama going as well.
High drama, first to 1,000. How have we only had 700 points in the first 3 days? That's because we have more points on the line on the final day.
That's true. We do have a lot of points on the line, but for more on that victory, let's roll over to Dash, who's ready for an interview with the playmaker himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Faker on stage to talk about that victory over the LPL squad here. And first things first, I've got to ask you about this very interesting Ahri build that came out with the Proto Belt into the Lichbane. What was the thinking behind that?
우선 LPL 상대로 승리 거두신 걸 축하드립니다. 첫 번째 질문으로는 아리로 되게 특이한 이제 마법 공합 벨트 이후에 리치베인 빌드를 선보이셨는데 그 빌드에 대해서 말씀해 주세요.
딱히 좋은 빌드 같진 않은데 제가 좀 많이 하고 있는데 그 벨트로 체력을 좀 올리고 리치베인으로 마나를 채워서 뭔가 좀 밸런스가 맞는다고 생각을 해서 좀 자주 가고 있어요. 네.
I don't think it's a more common build, but I personally like to use it a lot. Through the prototype build, I try to get more HP, and through the Lichbane, I get to balance out with more mana. So it's my own favorite build.
I like it. A little bit of innovation, and here on the All-Star stage, you have some room to play a little bit. Next, I want to talk about the 1v1 tournament. Unfortunately, you did get defeated by Mata in the 1v1 between Yasuo's. First of all, was that an agreed-upon matchup? And then will you be rooting for Mata further down the line, even though he's on Team Ice, because he took you down?
1대1 매치에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 마타 선수랑 야수 미러전이 사전에 얘기가 된 부분인지, 그리고 이제 비록 지셨지만 이제 본인을 이긴 상대로서 마타 선수를 추후 1대1 대회에서 응원할 마음이 있으신지 말씀해 주세요.
뭐 야소 1대1을 일단 하자고 하긴 했고요. 그리고 또 1대1을 진 게 좀 오늘 약간 뭔가 질 것 같았는데 딱 지더라고요. 그래서 좀 많이 아쉬웠고, 뭐 마타 선수를 응원하기보다는 저는 그냥 좀 1대1 대회 자체를 재밌게 볼 생각이에요.
So it was prearranged, the Yasuo mirror match, but actually coming today, I had a kind of bad feeling against that 1v1 match, and the result was pretty bad. And rather than rooting for Mata himself, I just plan to enjoy the 1v1 tournament as in whole.
Absolutely. All right, and then of course, being on this stage, you heard it earlier when you walked out for the 1v1s. The only person who's getting cheered for as loud as you are is Expeke, and this is where he's from. So I want to know what it's like to be welcomed as a superstar everywhere that you go.
이제 페이커 선수 이제 1대1 대회 입장하실 때 느끼셨겠지만 정말 엄청난 환호를 받았습니다. 이 현장에서 페이커 선수만큼 환호를 받는 선수는 여기 스페인 국적의 엑스팩 선수뿐인데요. 이렇게 국제 대회에서 슈퍼스타로 팬들에게 환영받는 그 느낌이 어떤지 말씀해 주세요.
정말 만족스럽죠. 그리고 또 이제 그런 환호성을 계속 유지해야겠다는 생각이 계속 들고 또 많은 선수들 중에 제가 가장 많이 환호를 받는다는 거에 많이 자부심을 느끼고 있어요.
Of course, I'm very satisfied with the home crowd fan cheers, and I hope I can maintain my status as a superstar. And 마지막에 뭐였지? And also, I feel very proud to achieve such cheer from the crowd among these superstars.
Absolutely, and you deserved all of these accommodations and the cheers from the crowd. Final question here, looking towards the LCK season. A lot of people have been looking at the new KT roster as kind of a Korean super team, but yet you guys have picked up some star players like Peanut. So how do you kind of look at both of these rosters and expect that season to go?
이제 다음 LCK 시즌에서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 지금 많은 사람들이 KT 롤스터 팀의 슈퍼 팀에 대해 지금 많이 지금 이목이 쏠리고 있는데 SKT 팀 또한 피넛 그리고 훈이 선수와 같은 이제 스타들을 영입하면서 한 번 더 강력한 로스를 구축했는데 내년 시즌에서 KT 롤스터와 SKT 팀 간의 슈퍼 팀 간의 대결 어떻게 전망하시나요?
KT가 확실히 이제 좀 강력한 선수들을 영입하면서 좀 어려운 경기가 좀 많이 나올 것 같은데 뭐 그렇지만 좀 저희 팀도 이제 강력한 선수들도 영입했고 또 이제 앞으로 남은 기간 동안 어떻게 연습하느냐에 따라서 승패가 갈릴 것 같아요.
I agree that KT roster became a very strong team by recruiting a lot of strong players, and it's going to be a very difficult matchup. But we also strengthened our roster during the off season, so I think it's going to depend on which team prepares better during the off season.
All right, well, we look forward to that one. But before we get there, we've got a few more days of All-Stars, so we look forward to seeing you play throughout the rest of the week. Faker, one more time, thank you so much for the interview. And Homan, of course, on the translations. Now it's time to throw it back to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Dash and Faker and Homan. He wants to maintain his superstar status. You said that today as well. I think during lunch you were like, guys, I really want to maintain my superstar.
Yeah, I feel like Dash could just ask me that question. Same answer, honestly. It feels great.
Naturally.
I'm a bit jealous Dash gets to interview all the legends, but at least I have some legends here as well.
Oh.
All good.
Yeah, but just build us up and you just almost shut us down.
No.
Almost did.
I just built you up.
It will be by the end of the analyst segment.
All right, let's talk about the game of the actual superstars. LCK going up against the LPL All-Stars, and it went very much up and down, and it started by going really well in the bottom lane, that matchup for the LPL All-Stars, at least, and we have a couple of saves of that. Mata was collecting souls early in the bottom lane for the LPL All-Stars. Let's take a look, brought to you by Acer, as it was very impressive early on, and it looked like they might be able to snowball that.
Again, LPL special. Camp the bot lane. It actually starts with SKT King, but then it gets turned around, and obviously we're gonna see like more people may join. Like the player, Uzi knows exactly how long the lantern's on the ground for, so he can take a little trade, get it, and jump back as well.
Yep.
But this was just, I mean, the start of the game looked so good.
There he is, that's that lane.
And like, yeah, Korea looked towards that bottom lane and it's just like, oh yeah, China, we're gonna get it. But ultimately, as Stress was saying in our 5v5, it was just like, inevitably you are gonna lose. It's just like, how close to the finish line can you get? I think China put on a show though. They got further than the LMS.
I mean, this was SKT playing with fire, SKT Korea playing with fire, LCK.
I mean, they were fire.
They were fire as well, but like, ganking the bot lane against LPL teams should never happen. They will always be there with 3, 4, 5, 10 members to take you down, and we kind of saw that thing, you know, where you get the advantage against an LCK team, and then we were kind of being like, ooh, they can win. Ice. This is it, you know. And then it got caught in the mid lane quite a few times, and LCK turned around.
Yeah, well, we were watching it and thinking, you might just as well be watching Worlds. Like, it's, I mean, of course not, but it looks like they're taking it super, super, super seriously, and both teams really wanted to win. Faker really wanted to win, so let's take a look at one of the replays. Kench ult and Faker's Ahri coming to spoil the party, spoil the LPL party, rather. There it is.
I mean, Faker in the interview was saying, yeah, I was just having fun. I was like testing out this build that I've been playing in solo queue, and it's just like experimental, and then he just destroys everyone anyway, and this is just Faker having fun, apparently.
I mean, part of having fun is winning, I guess.
That's true.
For these guys here, and whenever you play like an LCK team, I feel like as a player, you just want to like try and beat them. You really want to beat them so badly. I'm sure that was the case here from the LPL squad.
No, I don't think. I think they started and they were like, I actually don't want to win. I just want to do a lot of dragons and see what's what.
Yeah, do a lot of dragons. A classic strategy, obviously. Thank you.
Of League of Legends.
I mean, it's good to do a lot of dragons, I guess. It's never bad.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
No, you're definitely not wrong.
All right, so how strong is this LCK squad looking? Of course, on the Summoner's Rift standard, they look pretty good, but then a bit wonky in the 1v1, some losses, so not as a whole.
Yeah, well, I mean, Faker was like evening out the playing field, right?
Yeah.
Because he actually did go for the Yasuo 1v1, and
True.
then I'm not sure what he was doing with the minions at the start, so maybe he was letting Mala win, but either way, I'm like,
The
Matt
gap is
played
closing.
extremely well. Yeah,
The 1v1 gap is definitely closing so far. Sadly, Smep and Prey has advanced now, so they can still win the whole thing, and then we stand here once again.
Yeah.
Looking at the Koreans.
LCK is also the only team so far that is 2-0 in the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well.
They're doing pretty well. So let's take a look at the schedule. No, not the schedule. The points after 2 days of mayhem so far because it is all squared out. Fire and Ice 350 over 350. So that's actually pretty good. I think Ice did well throughout most of the day, but then dropped the ball at the end of it.
Yeah, the important thing is, as Jad in the end figured out, is that the last day gives the most points because that's where you have the finals of like the 1v1 tournament, and there's a lot of points going to first and second especially. That's going to be probably the decider here because we're obviously expecting like LCK to keep winning in these 5-on-5s with the 100 points, but then Ice have shown they can actually take games elsewhere. The 1v1s will decide the whole thing, I promise you.
We do have hope, though, because Mada is the fun mode god, and hopefully if he's in more of those, he'll actually be able to take home, because he's still in the 1v1s as well. So he can still actually get Team Ice a lot of points.
Because we know who's not going to bring home the points of the regions in Ice. It's the EOLCS has not been.
Oh,
we still have a chance, though. We have Peke and Reckless.
Oh, we do have Peke and Reckless in the 1v1.
Yeah. And they just won
the fun
today.
Mode. And there's Assassin mode tomorrow.
Yeah,
And yeah, Tandem mode's coming up. There's one for all. Actually, let's see what madness we have on our slate tomorrow.
You just kind of spoiled it.
LCK takes on the EULCS, so that's a fantastic opportunity to get points.
We're doomed.
We also have one for all, and the 1v1 tournament continues around of 16. LMS and GPL face off Assassin mode and the NALCS versus LPL.
Yeah, Mithy was here before, obviously, and he said he had to just wake up around 2 o'clock, go to the venue, get spanked by Korea, and then go back home and sleep
No, he was
again.
on the analyst desk as well.
On the analyst desk, he was here on the desk.
And expect the analyst desk as well, yeah.
Definitely so. I mean, it happens everywhere for Mithy right now, but
I'm kidding.
let's move on instead of having that picture in our heads. Europe, they're going to beat Korea. I'm telling you guys.
Let's talk about one for all mode, because I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
We saw an IWCA, the Jarvan versus Lee Sin. I was casting it. It was so much fun, so I just want to see them go for some hype picks.
Yeah. And Assassin mode is tomorrow 2 fun mode, so that's always a lot of fun.
But the only mid laner not playing, or well, the one mid laner from Team Ice is Pekka, because we put him on AD carry mode instead.
Yeah,
He was actually very salty about
After
that.
LeBlanc today, it's fine that he's not in the Assassin.
Oh, he was
mode. I
good
think
yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. All right, that's all for us this evening here in Barcelona. I think it's time to sign off. We're totally railing. We'll see if this deadlock between Team Fire and Team Ice can be broken as the 2016 All-Star event continues tomorrow. From myself, the entire broadcast team, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Buenas noches.
The arena is electric right now. Well, first game of the day will be LMS versus NA, taking it to the Rift. North is coming in from the top side, Make on the follow-up. Crescendo, everyone dance, everyone die. NA get wiped.
I'm good.
Yeah, Impact's good. That's all you have to say. I'm good.
We failed you, Impact.
Snowball. Oh, good. No! That is the victory move right there. Gets headbutted back, but makes it.
Oh,
And the
Reckless!
Come on, Reckless, don't make me look stupid.
Don't make me look stupid.
Pulls him under turret. Oh, Ziv is dead. Oh!
It's over. Oh, it's over. It's going in. Rain over.
One more.
Oh my god. I'm boosted.
Might get the Q up again in an auto. Oh!
I will play headshot him.
Hager?
Oh, no.
Flash replay! Oh, he dodged everything. Forward. Reckless. Do it! Oh, he gonna get it! Yes! One more for the fame!
Do you think I'm scared of someone who kisses Dash?
Oh, the headset comes off.
Wants the kill, looks for clear of his way, down as well. First blood to
try to clear them up. Prey gets one on the backside, but Bengi looking to go down as well. Last throws there, and there's the double for Wayless. Bengi kicks Wayless back in, but he's going to flash out of the way. Faker looking to chase him down, does take it. A mouse going to cancel that TP clear.
One clear up too.
Now by Smeb, and there's the ultimate coming back in. Great shot from Faker. There's the kill again for Bengi.
Got him again.
Power shot. Ignite.
Well, one more down. Mata takes down Faker.
All-Stars has been really fun. When we play our matches, everyone is just laughing the whole game, even if we're losing.
Just maybe too much trolling sometimes. So.
Oh, nice.
Our last game as Europe is gonna be against LCK.
LCK has had quite a grip over League of Legends for a while now. That's not gonna be the case against me.
Third proc.
암살자들이 많이 바뀌었거든요. 그래서 암살자 보드도 되게 재밌을 것 같고.
因为大家都是刺客嘛，然后所以没有坦克，这种卡一次就会玩得很开心。
As long as I just invade 24/7, like kill everyone, it's so easy.
Yeah, against LP, I think we're gonna really try hard. Want to play against Uzi and Mata again because it was really hard to play against him at Worlds. Me and Bjergsen have like a special revenge to get.
Bienvenido a Barcelona. Welcome to day 3 of the 2016 All-Star event. Coming to you live from Spain in a absolutely packed arena as we're at the halfway point in this battle of the elements. And Team Yellow and Team Fuego are locked in a stone called Dead Heat. Today, our 30 All-Stars from around the world will storm back onto Summoner's Rift and the Howling Abyss as the battle continues to determine which regions truly are the best in the world. Yeah, well, we'll see, because that is obviously what all of this decides. I'm Aoife Shogsupporter, joined here at the desk by Aiden, Zyrene, Moon, and Trevor Quickshot Henry. First and foremost, Trevor, thank you for defending Europe's honor. I think you have nothing to be ashamed of, to be honest. You were going up against a giant. How do you feel?
Really disappointed. I got baited into playing a Bruiser v Bruiser. I'm an AD carry main, so it was a disadvantage, but it was fun. It was enjoyable, and Ibai, he's a monster.
He's fantastic.
Why didn't you play an AD carry?
I wanted to be fun, and I was like, I could play for 100 CS, but I wanted to man up and enjoy the show, because this crowd, I wanted to hear them scream.
Yeah, it's intense, and I think in between your outfit and what you laid on the Rift, I think we can be very proud of Quickshot. But we're going to take a look at the standings for the other competition. After 2 days of mayhem, it's all squared up. 350 for Fire and Ice, but Ice has a big chance here today.
They absolutely do, because if Team Ice win every single match today, including the 1v1 matchups, Team Ice will be declared your All-Star 2016 champions.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, there's 450 points on the line, but theoretically, if they win those 1v1 matchups, they would bank tomorrow, and with some heavy hitters like Peke, Reckless, Uzi, Mata still in there for Ice, that is reasonable.
Yeah, but they have to win every match today. The first thing on the docket is LCK versus EU. Peke says he's up to the challenge, but Korea has absolutely looked incredible this entire tournament.
Peke says he's up to the challenge. Reckless says they're going to win.
Yeah.
Look, EU looked pretty good yesterday. Reckless went off on that vein, and I think, you know, because Team Ice, they have a shot, I'm going to don the Team Ice flag all day long. You'll notice there's no fire on my version of the scarf because I have removed it because they don't stand a chance.
All right, there we go. Well, we're going to see what they can put on the line. As said, LCK is 2-0 in the 5v5 battles. So I'm glad you bring it to this. We can be a little biased here.
No, he actually sewed two together.
No, I did. I legitimately...
Oh, you actually did?
Yeah, he sewed two together.
There were two scarves, but because Ice is so much greater, we've removed fire from the scarf.
Yeah, that flew right over my head. That flew right over my head. Thanks for the clarification. A couple of other things. EU, they won their battle versus the GPL yesterday, and the GPL, obviously, they came out of the wildcard qualifier but they have been pulling their weight in the 1v1s, just not so much on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, on Summoner's Rift, it has been really rocky for them, but the 1v1s, there are 7 players left for Fire. 4 of them are from the GPL, so only one of their members got knocked out of all 5. It's very impressive. The Vietnam guys, they know how to actually play those 1v1s. I've been watching them. They actually stand on the Relic at 2:15 when it spawns. They know how to control it. It's very common there to actually have a 1v1 and to be like, okay, this is for our dignity. I'm going to 1v1 you, bro, after solo queue.
The question is, does the additional practice on the 1v1 mode from the previous All-Star tournaments equal out the potential skill disparity? That's what we're going to find out in this next round of 1v1s. But when you look at all the big heavy hitters, Bjergsen and Doublelift knocked out on day 1. Faker lost a mirror matchup yesterday to a support who came into the tournament.
Well, not just any support.
Who came into the tournament with the lowest win rate of any of all of the All-Star players. So it's been a topsy-turvy 1v1, and I can't wait to see the round of 16 take place today.
Yeah, and in that first best of 5, we have a bit of history for the LCK squad as well, right?
Yeah, and today is going to be a very interesting day because SK Telecom T1 announced that both Blank and Peanut are on the roster for 2017 as their 2 junglers. So unless something changes, this could possibly be the last time that Faker and Bengi play on the same team in a professional match.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see, and I'm sure they will put it all on the Rift, sadly, for our EU LCS boys. Let's take a look at what is in store this evening. As said, LCK versus EU All-Stars up first, and then one for all. That's going to be so fun. 1v1 tournament continues, 8 matches in the round of 16 today. LMS versus GPL, then Assassins mode, and NALCS versus LPL. I said 450 points on the line. What are your favorites? What are you looking forward to the most today?
So I was really looking forward to the Assassin mode, but then I looked at the final game, and I was like, wait a second. The last time that Uzi played Doublelift, Uzi Smack Daddy Doublelift out of groups and into retirement. So I'm waiting for that rematch.
I'm trying to be careful with the salt, but you're just boom.
You gotta lay it all out there. I actually really want to see how well EU LCS does against LCK. We were talking backstage before this the show kicks off, and do you know the only team that's beaten LCK at an All-Star tournament was the European LCS All-Stars from last year?
Are you kidding me? I framed that and hung that above my bed.
Historically speaking, the only loss that Korea has suffered at All-Star is at the hands of a European team. And listen to that crowd.
They're in our house.
There are thousands of fans that want to see them lose.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I think the crowd is fired up, and we are about to jump into our first match of the day. Let's head over to the casters as the hometown EU LCS heroes face off against the mighty All-Stars of the LCK.
Thank you very much, Shox. Hello, everyone. Daniel C. Dracos here, joined at the desk by Martin Officio Lunger and Christopher Papa Smithy Smith.
For the first time.
For the first time together. Now it's EU versus LCK. How you guys feeling?
Pretty good. I'm a little bit sad because Trevor just stole your beautiful point about Europe beating SK last year.
That was definitely the burning hope. Is all right, history. You know, we talk about win rates, we talk about history. What I will say though is the crowd is electric here. We have a full house today, and the big fun thing about that, 2 most popular players here. Of course, the hometown man and Peke, but you have to say Faker. You know, of course, one of the greatest players, the greatest player to ever play this game. It's just a close second.
Well, let's take a chance to look at some of those players. Starting off on the side of Team Fire, the LCK All-Stars. In the top lane, it's going to be Smeb. In the jungle, Bangi. Mid, no surprises here. It's Faker, AD carry Prey, and support Matla.
Yeah, but today, see, they're facing the gods from the EU LCS, of course. From the EU All-Star team, Soa's up in the top lane, joined by Yankas in the jungle. Peke in the mid lane, you can hear the crowd. Reckless is the AD carry. Had a great game yesterday. And Mithy, the support. And Mithy also, you know, from Spain, from here. And yet when he walks next to Peke, it's always Peke that's screaming right now. And I'm sure Mithy wants to show that, you know, he deserves also to get some chance.
Spain's given some love to Mithy, but you're right. The cheers have been absolutely deafening for Peke. But guys, we can't lie about this. This is looking a little rough for the EU All-Stars, but what do they have to do here to pull out a win? We've got history, but there's got to be more than history if they want to win today.
I mean, the mindset's good, you have to say. I mean, talking to Reckless at breakfast, he really wants to win here. He was serious yesterday about his match, carried on Vayne. If they can translate that performance, it's going to be really exciting to see them because 2v2, sure, Prey and Mad Life are legends, but can they actually really stand up to Reckless and Mithy, who are really in form, and Mad Life, you know, still question marks about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the bot lane from Europe has to do well, and then Yankas, of course, we saw his Hecarim game yesterday. We know he's this kind of jungler who can kind of take over the early game. And Bengi, obviously, while he's still a fantastic player, I think he's the kind of guy you can still punish early on. So I think Yankas and the bot lane from Europe is the 2, you know, places we're looking. Mid lane, top lane, it will be difficult against Smev and Faker.
Yeah, I mean, you're in Europe, so we're kind of looking half full, but, you know, as the LCK analyst, That mid lane is, let's say it's a mismatch. A guy who didn't play a mid lane in summer versus Faker, the greatest mid laner of all time. So uphill battle is really...
I mean, to be fair to
every
Peke, though,
Faker matchup, to be fair.
Yeah, that, and additionally, Peke, while he did have a rough second day, his day one was really good when we look at that Arc performance. Did have excellent numbers, some solid flanks, so that's kind of the shade of Peke I feel like we need to see if we want you to pull out a win here. However, now into Champions Select, and immediately Rengar taken off the board and away from Jankos.
Oh, Jankos looked really strong on the Hecarim yesterday, actually making the ganks. He wasn't going for the power farming that you can with the new Krogs and the Raptors, so interesting to see that's the first ban, and wow, jungle focus here.
All right, I mean, I guess they kind of agree with what we just talked about, Jankos being one of the guys we're looking at to kind of carry Europe through the early game here and get the big advantage. Rengar ban, I think that's just a respect for Rengar, because Jankos never been like a massive Rengar player. Lee Sin, of course, is his signature pick.
Well, interesting as well, we have jungle being banned out on the side of Team Fire, but Team Ice is all about shutting down the mid lane here. So you can see where the team's priority is already pretty early in the big ban phase.
You don't normally talk about trends in what is an invitational event like All-Stars, but Team Fire have been really prioritizing Nautilus. Nautilus first pick, Nautilus flex pick. The Rek'Sai is also another interesting one, because Bengi's champion pool has never been massive, and Rek'Sai specifically has been a really big contested pick. But the Nautilus up, Nautilus flex pick once again.
Exactly, yeah. Flex picking, Mad Life likes to play these tank supports now. And I don't think Faker really minds these 3 bans against him. We know he can just play Victor if he wants to be super boring.
And you call him a tank support. Remember, he's also a hook support. Mad Life has known for the Mad Life.
So what about the Town Kens yesterday? Lick support?
I got nothing for that. Move on.
Okay.
Look, Deficio, it's not about what happened yesterday. Focus on the here and now.
Yes.
3 years ago when he played a lot of Thresh. But, you know, maybe it could be hooks versus hooks in the bottom lane. I know we're not supposed to talk about hoverovers, but please someone play Blitzer.
I think we're going to see a fairly serious pick and ban phase. Again, we might get the Blitzcrank into 1-for-all mode. We saw that last year at least. This first rotation, we've seen a lot of Rek'Sai come in, especially when Lee Sin is being banned. We know Jankos likes to play it as well, unless he wants to really carry. And that was the thing. The European players yesterday, they said, you know what? Not, you know, boring tanks top. No tank junglers. No, let's play carries everywhere. And they're doing the same again.
And look, they're actually thinking about junglers. What will they land on?
Jankos, smile on his face. I think it is going to be the Elise as well as the Kennen locked in. Deficio just said it carries a lot of damage potential already early on.
And it's definitely a takeaway pick from Bengi, one of his comforts. Bengi has talked about this tournament as kind of like a job interview for him. He's another one of these players like Mad Life looking for his next place. Will he show us a Bengi pick, or will he be like, no, look, I'm still spry. I may have 3 world championships, but I can play the Hecarim. I can play something crazy. Knowing Bengi, it's going to be standard, but we can hope.
Let's get the famous Bengi in Italy, 100% win rate.
It's never been defeated.
No,
You've been doing your research.
I know. I'd copied your research. Okay, let's look at these win rates here. Oh, 100%. That's impressive.
He's never lost.
No, never lost on that champion. Might just be something like Olaf, still a good matchup into Elise. Olaf is still good in this meta, alongside 10 other junglers, because the jungle is just really, really strong right now.
When was the last time you could say there was upwards of, let's say, 6 junglers in the meta? It feels like there's always been that pocket, you know, like the Triforce, the Triangle. It's crazy to think that there really is that many viable picks.
Well, Olaf, of course, being one of them alongside the Ezreal. They're teasing us again every time with those hoverovers, not the Kled. Ezreal now locked in for Prey, and, you know, a solid pick for him across the board.
But this is a Vayne game now from Reckless. You're against the Ezreal. It's an old matchup that was in favor of Vayne. Get past the first few levels, and then, especially level 6. Oh, Ilawi! Wait, Cannonade carry.
No. We talked to Reckless. He said he wanted to bust out the old picks. He said he wanted to bust out something special.
I can't believe we joked about the cannon and said this was a time when Reckless didn't have to carry. He just played Cannonade to carry, and now he's actually doing it again.
The build path will be really interesting to track as Teemo's being considered, let's say.
Okay, don't play with my heart. All right, let's talk about what they do. We have Alawi and Kennen on the same team. Is this just the dream combo setup?
I've never got to cast an Alawi game, never played in Korea. What about the wildcard factor? Because there's literally never been a top-level professional game of Alawi in Korea.
See, I actually had a point prepared about the Roman Empire and Chaos Style and everything, but I'll do that in-game because these picks here are surprising. You know, that's how you try and beat the organized, fantastic killing machine on the side of Korea here. Mad Life might be the guy ruining the day for Europe and just picking something like Janna. Unless he wants to play Nautilus support and like really take these big team fights. But against Kennen, against Ilawi, if you play like full disengaged support, you kind of make them useless in the team fights.
And then we have the 1v1 matchup to talk to. So it looks like it's going to be the support Nautilus if there is a Jace to be taken to the top lane. A range versus melee matchup that can go pretty well for the Jace. The Galio's locked in though.
We saw it once before. The shield so powerful. Faker fearlessly diving turrets time and time again, and it looks like he will pick it up. So
you were talking about the 1-0s. There is the 1-0 Galio. Played it in the Casper Cup and looked strong on the pick. It is gimmicky. It is flash-driven, but if you get that right engage, the wombo combo with the Nautilus will be impressive, and it is the Jace locked in last.
All right, gentlemen, we talked about it. We said bot lane needs to win out. We said jungle needs to win out if EU want to come out on top. Do you think they have the tools to do it at this point? Have they picked a comp to do so?
Especially the bot lane can do really well early on against a tank support, as well, who will get a tier. So I think the European bot lane is very, very strong here. Jungle matchup is fairly even. Jankos, of course, can gank a lot on the Elise. Top lane as well, Ilaoi wins so many matchups. She's such a strong laner, but probably she often gets camped and then she becomes used.
And is Jace one of those matchups? Because Jace has been the oppressive top lane pick.
Ilaoi should be able to beat that.
That's a bold call.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah! Okay.
Ooh.
All right, we need 2 analysts here for sure. What you got this year?
Garen mid lane. All right, screw everything about serious pick and ban phase here. Europe is
he's looking for a counter pick.
Don't you take this away from the Divicio. They are here to win.
Oh, yeah.
And more importantly, they're going to spin to do it.
Consider the counter, Papa Smithy here. The analyst to another analyst. Garen has a silence.
Yes.
Galio can get silenced. Interrupting the ult.
So the big story there is Udyr and Garen were the kind of the 2 picks way back when that were the automatic cancellation of the Galio ult. Because if you had the bear stance or the silence props, of course you go in for an auto attack when you're taunted and interrupt. So the interrupt is there. The tick damage won't be as useful because the W will heal through it. But you know what the other fun thing is? Faker and solo queue in Korea always bans Galio, Gangplank, Garen. Those are the 3 picks that are the first in the Korean alphabet at the top of Champ Select. And hell, we got 2 of them in the mid lane.
And this is smart scouting by Europe. Clearly Faker is afraid of the Garen.
It must be. There's no other word for it.
This is the counter to Faker. It is the Garen in the mid lane from Xpeke. He's been sitting home thinking about this.
Look at that steely look on the face of Xpeke there. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, if you believe in the steely-eyed gaze of Xpeke, you can tweet at LOL Esports, #IceWin. But if you think Faker and the Galio pick are going to carry this one home, #FireWin. That's what you want to put in there as we get ready for a game. And these picks are absolutely insane. I want to hold you to something analytical, but we haven't seen any of these champions in so long.
Analysis needs not apply. Hype is here to stay.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw Garen was in the LPL.
Yes, Amazing J.
Amazing J pulled it out, and that's it.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear the roar of the crowd. LCK on the blue side, representing Team Fire. EU on the red, representing Team Ice. And a whole lot of creative picks coming out.
Well, Bengi's so excited. Ghosted out of the gates. He wants to get in position ostensibly. Not quite as punishing as the flash from Peke yesterday.
No, ghosting is fine because it will be ready, by the time you need
They got the
to
gust
tank.
as well. They really are looking for an early pick.
Fast,
early
right?
invade.
Living up to his name. He's going to need to back out here. Not going to happen quite yet.
Oh, he placed the ward. Ghosting for the ward.
Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do.
Every ward.
So if you are watching this game and you want to play Garen in solo queue, because it will happen, in this game, Pick is running Grasp of the Undying as his keystone. Would have liked something like a Thunderlord for a little bit extra damage in there, but he clearly values the extra sustain for the Garen.
Galio
Also,
is running the Courage on the other side of things. Obviously, the ult is the hard CC that will proc the Courage.
But obviously, Faker is getting ready for the 5-man ulti that procs it with 5 men around, and he gets this 50% shield, basically, that makes him unkillable.
Taunted is going to get hit up, but it feels like a risky pick with the Galio. Kennen can auto-attack to stun him out in the right circumstance. You also have so much CC to cancel this.
Knock up from Zyra, Cocoon from long range from Jankos, the silence from a Garen. There is tools here from Team Fire to counter Faker, but not the rest of us.
I was going to say, consider this. It is Faker. So let's just assume that he is going to have some swift tricks up his sleeve. It was a full AP Galio in the Kesper Cup, if you're wondering, so don't worry, no tanks in the mid lane.
I mean, we have to be honest, though, with Galio, he's a very simple champion. Like,
Sure.
It is limited, even though you are, like, a mechanical god. It is kind of limited on how much you can do on this champion, specifically like, of outplays.
Oh, Faker with the backwards gust.
Looking each other in the eye, fearless, waiting for someone to pull the trigger.
It's pretty alpha to just waste mana in front of your opponent.
I mean, it's a shout out also to God B from last year. So he doesn't need to hit Peke with
is
it.
no stranger to being alpha. He wasted Flash in the face of his opponent yesterday.
I know,
And he
actually,
played Garen,
Hey,
guys.
he was standing in a brush. There was nowhere near his opponent. That was not alpha. League of Legends hard mode is when you flash it in the face to them.
Oh, look at the damage. Faker heals through most of it. That unfortunate trade. But
Yeah.
XPK is still pushing in the mid lane.
Well, damage over time abilities really do suck against Galio. But the fact he's a physical damage dealer is a bonus.
Smev running out. Will get cursed up here.
I mean, you say that, but it's worth noting is double AD solo lane.
Exactly.
Reckless does mostly physical damage. Will, of course, have some magical damage as well, so not sure how big that'll be. Jungler's potentially meeting here.
Oh, he actually left before he got to see if Bengi was there, because he's aiming for the gank in the bottom lane. A lot of CC from Europe. He's sneaking in. Remember, these are the guys we highlighted. These were the ones we need to carry early on.
Mad Life feeling mighty cozy, but here comes Yankos. Keep your eyes on that. Red buff up and available.
Look at Mad Life.
Does get the first clutch shield. He's going to back off. It's a lot of damage. Flash to safety. Goes up. Comes down. Yankos with the first blood. Red buff taken down, but now he's in trouble. Faker on the way in. It's going to be the ult. Not the ult, the teleport instead. Reckless now getting cut down as well. This is disastrous for Team Ice. Mithy trying to make the hero play, but Bengi is just too tanky. Flash takes him to safety, but the axe, will it find him? It's Peke there to back him out.
Will be escorted out, but it's a 2-for-1. They didn't respect the teleport from Faker. It's worth noting. The Faker can sometimes be very much second to the roams. Yesterday, Wayless was making the big roam plays. They're gonna walk back into lane.
Sure. Getting caught up by Peke. The ignite goes down. Faker's in trouble. He's going to heal up a decent amount. True damage is there. Garen spinning to win. The ice mark comes out. Bengi's backing up as well. Bengi silence. Locked up. There's decent damage. Red buffs on both sides. He spins it. It's the double. Garen's back, boys.
Are you kidding me? We're watching Peke on Garen against the LCK All-Stars, and he's just picked up a double kill.
Hey man, spin to win. It's pretty simple, but it works pretty damn effectively. And this is what happens. He didn't have the teleport to be bought, but he had the ignite for kill pressure. And this looks like kill pressure to me.
Great timing, silence first, so the shield doesn't come up from Faker, and then he just spins around him with enough damage. And now Bengi, obviously, no flash to get away with the ghost from him. And Peke gets the kill with style.
Looks
That's
even
the
more
best
beautiful.
way to get a kill.
Looks even more beautiful in slow motion.
Take the chance. Hashtag EU mids. Busting it out. Of course, is going to itemize the Phage early on. Will make it easier to stick to that target. But meanwhile, checking in on the top side of the map. Soaz doing okay in the trades, but not doing so hot in the CS department.
And you just see no Alawi inquiry, at least on the professional level. It's not a massive pick in solo queue in any region. So very interesting how Smeb navigates.
Well,
it is a lane bully in Jace, we have to be clear.
Yeah, and it is a pick we've seen, in the West quite a bit. North America played a little bit. Europe has played it quite a lot. For like 2 weeks, basically. It was a thing for 2 weeks. And then everyone was like, oh, actually, never mind. If I get camped, it sucks, so I'm just not going to play it anymore. But we had players like Chachi who loves to play it, and now Swords obviously picked it up.
Curious to see what Soaz will itemize. Of course, Chachi knows that early death stance, but got to keep our eyes on the mid lane because Peke, as long as he has that red buff, just keeps trading into Faker, but without team there to back him up with the ignite to burn him down, not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, now it is very difficult as a melee champion in the mid lane to like chase someone down and actually kill them early on. Peke might have to start roaming and go to some of these side lanes. Europe's team here when it comes to diving bot lane is going to be insanely strong.
Boy.
Elise, Garen in, that's like instant kills on an AD carry. Bengi's top lane though.
Ghosted.
Fight on her hands. Soaz is level 6. He can look for the outplay.
Bengi, say hello and bye.
He's just a tourist here in the top lane.
He saw the level 6 and he was like, nope, I know enough to know that does love damage.
Raw power of WoW, of course, still terrifying. You can shut her down. Always has that turnaround potential. Prey picking up the honey fruit on the bottom side. Mad Life making a sweet way back into the laning phase.
Yeah, I do wonder if Bengi knows exactly how much damage Ilaoi can deal after level 6, or if he's just seen the highlights. Where she's 10-0 and she's able to 1v3.
The Reddit highlights.
Exactly, the big Reddit highlights. Because when you actually play against it, yes, her damage is crazy at level 6, but it's not one-shotting you this early on in the game. Still, he might have spotted Yankos on a ward as well near the top half of the map and just decided to play it safe.
Also the first time that Bengi and Smeb, I guess, the first tournament at least, they've played together on a team, so it is a bit of novelty there.
So much damage coming in, marked out as the villain.
You notice the difference though, see? The big star is Soaz though.
Spikes, Smeb taking so much damage, Soaz healing so much as well. Will be cursed, goes forward, flashes, maybe wants a little bit more.
Solo kill!
And that's how you deal a lot of damage. You're 1v1 here, there's no jungler for Soaz, so this time he can just pop the ulti, and Smeb took a lot of extra hits from the tentacles, and he goes down.
Soaz may have been knocked out of the 1v1 bracket, but still getting his opportunity to 1v1 on the top side. But Peke, it's a similar story. There's 3 members there. I don't know if he wants this fight. Goes in, still alive, knocks down Garcia onto Bangi. Mad Life is next, and Ice is taking control.
So many curveballs, but they're all working at least early. We
Chaos Style, baby!
Chaos Style, well, that is your region, of course, but this worked also, it's worth noting, for LPL yesterday. Scaling is going to be a very interesting question, but may not be relevant if they can keep finding engage like this. It looks like a 1-for-3, 1v3, but Ice is coming right into the fight.
Just enough damage from both Zyra, Cannon, Elise, and then Pekka with the ulti. Now we talk about the bot lane dive.
TP being
looking
used.
at this Faker's teleport.
Very safe.
He can tax the bot lane now. There you go. Classic. Didn't actually get the castles though. He was nice enough to just allow Prey to last at them. Good guy, Faker.
Many players cancel the TP. Faker stays for the farm. Slightly different strategy overall, but EU about 1,000 gold. Mythy having to flash to safety though, respecting the engage potential. Things so far looking good. Looking bad for Faker though. Garen in the bush. This is the classic. Haven't seen it since Season 3, and now Peke running for his life, but Minty's here to back him up. All goes in. No silence on the Garen. They're going to take that one down. Peke now running for his life. Is going to get hooked up. Peke set to fall, and that's a shutdown onto Faker.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. The big story there, and what we saw in the first trade, was the silence got so much value, the W came on late, and Faker just got chunked out. This time, silence was prepped. Every time he face checks, needs to have that on his mind, and they want more. They've already got 2 kills. They're looking at Reckless. The minion wave's not where it needs to be, though, so they're going to back away, at least for now.
Bliss going forward, getting aggressive, does have ultimate. Is he going to use it? Yes, comes out. Getting aggressive here, Prey. Trying to heal up the minion wave. The minion wave's hitting him as well. Reckless, can he get this flash forward? Is he going to be able to grab it?
Oh!
Yeah, he got it! 1-for-1 in the end, but now Fire moving onto the tower.
Well, Reckless knew more members of Team Fire were coming to the bottom lane, and there's no way out. Just had to try and take down Prey with him. Yanka's in the top lane.
Acceleration gate
Tags
waiting
him with
as
the
long
slow.
as possible. They can't look for the dive. Does hit the CC. There go the tentacles, and now it's a party under the tower. Soaz, one final smack to take him down.
Yeah, now the Ilaoi is getting fed. So fed. Smeb made that mistake before. Yes, Ilaoi will not one-shot you at level 6, but if you stand in the tentacles, you will die, and he did. Pekka is chasing Mad Life. The classic Garen Nautilus we often see.
Really, when we look at this matchup,
I mean, another round of spells ult will kill Mad Life here.
Silent.
And Faker will be there. Doesn't have the ultimate. Nope, Duran not quite available yet. Bangy on the way in. No mana to spam the axes. Peke have to play respect here. Prey on the backside. Peke maybe something fall going in. Plan's going to slow a little bit. Out comes the ultimate for the disengage. They get frisky. A lot of low health bars.
And we've seen Peke a few times now jump onto Faker after he got that kill. Only problem here for Garen is the animation when he's casting the Q to land that silence is sadly for Pekka is slow enough that Faker often can just start shielding himself. And then the next, spin to win thing doesn't really do that much. So whenever you see these trades, always look for like the Q first from Pekka and how fast Faker gets up the shield. If the shield is up, Pekka can't really get him low enough to actually kill him.
I had the pleasure of talking to Double Lift on the analyst test yesterday during the game. I was talking about 80 carry builds. We see a BF sword in the itemization for Cannon, and his idea was basically IE into Shiv, IE into Hurricane, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll actually see Infinity Edge Cannon here, just
Yes.
because the build right now is so powerful on Zero Sum?
Yeah, I definitely believe we will see just BF now, and then now you go for your Hurricane,
Hurricane's a Cannon special, right?
Exactly.
Being able to get the W procs.
You sit on the BF, you get your Hurricane, then you get Infinity Edge, and maybe later you can get something like Blade of the Ruin King if you want that for the late game. But you also will need some sort of defensive item because there is quite a lot of champions here who's going to dive towards the backline of Europe.
Of course, gotta respect the potential for the flash engage from Faker. Flash a little bit of ways away, but Isle of Durand up and available. Additionally, the Olaf fearlessly can run in there. A lot of CC, but it's just not going to matter to him.
You have to remember, Ilaoi is the kind of champion who wants you to dive the backline.
Oh,
because
yes.
then you run right through like multiple tentacles, and it's a 2-0 Ilaoi. So if Benki's up there now, he might actually die in a 1v2.
I mean, vision control is just insanely strong. If you face check Team Ice, you got the Ilaoi, Cannon, Garen will spin to win. Of course, not even talking about the base damages from the Zyra. It's only Galio on the side of Team Fire that you get the same respect from, but regardless, both teams are going to be actively trying to get vision control because the face checks can explode a team in just a matter of seconds.
Of course, the mid lane relatively even in terms of pressure, at least at this stage. Peke picking up those waves, but Bangy and Mad Life are moving into the jungle. Just going to look to throw down some vision of their own. Clear out some of the vision that Ice have so diligently set up, and right as the blue buff spawns.
Well, this might actually be bad for LCK because the rest of Europe is moving in. Mythy not hitting the snare. Pekka now taking quite some damage in mid. Loop off Galio can just keep spamming away, and Faker
getting aggressive here, not afraid to tank up the tower shots.
No, he's pretty tanky already. Garen, obviously he's not the best scaling champion in the game.
Nope.
You need an Infinity Edge if you want some sick damage late game.
There is some synergy though. Very good at proccing the Black Cleaver that he's already rushed down. So as looks like he's going to be picking up one as well. So they will be able to do armor shred for both the Alawi and the Cannon to do some good damage. Nice rotation from Fire. Garen exits lane and first tower of the game going to go to LCK.
Big buff to that gold differential. Of course, now evening it out. 5-day maybe it'll kill score, but a 600 gold lead in favor of the LCK. Reckless backing off. He wants to pressure out the tower, but doesn't have the resources to do so.
And it's a little bit tricky for Europe here to actually like make a play on the map because they can double teleport. Faker already used his down the bottom lane to get that kill very early on. And you really want to get this Garen out of the lane here. You want to get him to some of these side lanes where you can get onto like a squishy Ezreal, even a Jace. But Pekka is just not able to move because the wave is getting pushed by Faker all the time.
I mean, you say you want to get him to side lane. You want to get him a side brush is what you want, actually.
Right.
You want him marshalling a big minion wave, then assassinating someone. It's too greedy to take it.
Goes wide, of course, he does have the ultimate. He's just waiting for the silence timeout. Now Bangy's in there, and that's a party in the mid lane. Faker taking down with the Ignite. Wants a little bit more action, but Faker's going to make it out to safety.
Haven't hit level 11 with that ult on two people, already doing a lot of damage. Poking on Faker, but poke damage will only heal him up, so another all-in to take down the Galio.
And another situation where the animation of the Q from Garen is just too slow, so Faker gets up that shield, stays alive, and Bengi obviously there to make sure they pick up a kill, and Europe putting a lot of focus on that mid lane.
Not something that we talked about early on. Didn't expect to see so much focus. Of course, didn't expect to see a Garen either, but Prey now in trouble, but the TP coming in. Faker, of course, no ultimate available. Go for here. Does start to move forward. Not at all scared to tank this one out. Cannot afford to back up into the Zyra ult, but will now be free to pull back. Now it looks like LCK going to pressure the bottom side tower.
Really interested to see if Faker puts some more points into his W. Will make any health stackers unkillable with the 75 armor and magic resistance provides for now. Looks like he's maxing at second, so he's still tanky when he pops the W, but he's not unkillable like he is when he has 5 points. And that runic bulwark.
And you have to go for an awkward build as a Galio, not being able to go for any magic resistance because you're against so many physical damage dealers on the side of Europe here. Top lane is still going lower and lower because Source is just like hammering away on the tower, and he can kill Smep if he wants to now. Pretty fed Ilaoi. Sadly for Europe, they're not able to kind of speed up the game right now.
I mean, I was actually surprised he was able to teleport in the face of an Ilaoi with the 2 AD items so confidently as the squishy Jace, but it worked out so far. He does have the item advantage, as Soaz hasn't been able to shop.
Level advantage. Soaz going to use the ultimate here, wants to throw down some damage. Jace pulling back, but pulling into enemy territory will be cursed up. Tentacle's going to slap. Tentacle's going to spawn, but a tower's dropped meanwhile on the bottom side of the map. Bengi is on his way up. Smeb, can he live long enough to get his jungler into the fight? Garen is there as well, but Soaz, his eyes on the prize. And Smeb with the fancy footwork going to live, at least so far. No ult for Soaz.
Pekka is coming, so is Jankos.
Garen moving in. Is he going to get anything?
Gets the minions. Worth it for Pekka. He gets the minions on top side. Soaz almost taking down Smeb again up in that top lane, but bot lane tower did go down. LCK 2,000 gold lead now.
And the question is, how much does Garen do if you start losing inner turrets? Even once you lose your outer turrets, suddenly there's a lot less space that you can really guarantee is going to be unchecked. And then suddenly the Schrodinger's bush situation with the Garen becomes more and more predictable.
I mean, how much is Ilaoi, Garen, and AD Kennen really going to do when
Wait,
you're
put a
behind?
number on this one, Mark. Come on, Deficio. How much are they going to do?
Basically nothing. If they fall really far behind. It is still okay for Europe. They have some good first items. They're only 2,000 gold down as this is one team fight, and then it's an ace for Europe, and suddenly, it's a Baron. Just predicting what's going to happen in about 5-6 minutes. Beng is coming top lane again.
Oh, Soaz got caught out on day one. It looks like day 3 will be a similar story. Pulling back, Test of Spirit does get denied.
There's no ulti sadly for Source, just a few seconds.
Doesn't connect. He's trying to bait him in.
Beng is so afraid all the time, also because Europe is coming again.
Collapse onto the top side a lot. This is the wombo combo potential we talked about in Champion Select.
On Bangy,
they're going to go forward. Bangy, can he hit the plant? Can he make it out? Doesn't look like it. Yes! No! Gets knocked out mid-air. Reckless. Cutting him down. Fire, yeah, falling a little short there. And Pekka's already on the bottom side. What is LCK's next move?
A lot of these turrets here are very low now. Faker trying to go for Pekka. Realizes he doesn't want to go into the rush against the Garen.
running this one out. Does do a lot of damage here. Has the blue buff. We talked about this before. It's going to be a long, slow
teleport.
duel. Ignite does go down, trying to deny the healing. Faker, Flu's on the way in. Soaz is here. Prey is here as well. There's not any CC. Want to get more damage, but not enough. Garen ult not going to be there, but Faker caught out. That's a lot. Mithy from over the wall. Looks like Mad Life could be next. That's a lot of burst damage right up front. Soaz looking for a little bit more as you're all not going to connect. Mad Life trying to make it out. Prey looking for the disengage for his team, but Mithy flies forward. He connects it. Ganko's not going to have the cocoon follow up.
Nice mechanics, but they know they can't continue to follow. Bengi had already respawned. They still get their first turret of the game, the outer in the bot lane. Ocean Drake has spawned, but they don't feel confident enough to start it just yet. And Jace looks like he's going to get the third outer turret. So outer drink will go down, probably at the cost of this Ocean Drake.
Now the mid lane tower, the tier 1 mid lane tower for LCK is about 50%. Top lane tower is like 5 HP, 1 hit only. So there will be a lot of gold for Europe to pick up very, very soon if they can actually get to these towers here. I'm sure Source will get the top tower.
I mean, it's only a support Nautilus, so that's enough to dissuade, but we will go back and look at this. Faker overextends. Smeb did not have TP, did it to get back to top lane, to complete the push that he'll be doing about a minute ago. And it looks like he was going to get away on just a sliver of HP, but Mithy is in the right spot.
Absolutely makes the hero play here. A beautiful snare ult over the wall. Zyra damage, more than enough to finish it out. And so close to taking down Mad Life as well as we close out that replay. And you mentioned the tower differential here. EU can potentially take 2 more towers if they take one of those alongside the double Ocean Drakes and 200 gold lead. But still, advantage to EU. This mid-game looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, equal in gold, but with, just a sliver on mid lane, you can say effectively about 1,000 gold in just a couple of seconds. But if they can't get access to that mid lane, they keep it pushing. It is just a line ball game, which is awesome to see, let's be real.
But again, we have now seen Europe for the last 5 minutes get Garen out of the mid lane and actually start moving around. They're going for Faker.
Oh, stun goes in, silence goes in. He's not going to be able to ult. Will he get it up in time? Yes, that's a massive seal from the Courage of the Colossus, but not enough courage to close this one out. Peke says die, Faker, die, and makes it look all too easy.
No one was coming. There's 3 on the top side of the map. They're going to steal away a red buff, get control over Baron, but no other real objectives to contest, so it's just free kills over to Team Ice.
Europe might try and go for the mid tower, but the rest of LCK is already here trying to defend.
20 minutes and the gold is dead even. This could be the fight. It shifts it back into the favor of either one of these lineups. Nice backing off, Fire backing off as well, not picking this fight, instead turning their heads to the top side.
Yeah, Swords got that tower with the minions, did decide to stay around, tried to go for that 1v2, but...
Yeah, didn't even catch this one, so it was a 1v1 across the map.
Of course, a lot of pressure now on the top side of the map. Smeb continuing to push out despite his early struggles in lane against the Alawi, at least with the support of Jankos. Not really amounting to too much at this point in the game.
There'll still be some very, very explosive minutes now. If we look at like Ilaoi and Garen, like these bruisers often like a strong early game, but then also like in the mid game on 1 to 2 items, they can take down like so many of these squishy targets so easily and still be fairly tanky at the same time. We haven't hit the late game where they suddenly start falling out, like run out of damage, especially the Garen. Ilaoi will always have damage.
Well, and of course, speaking of hitting those 2 item points, Smeb picking up a mortal reminder so early on against an Alawi feels really impactful.
Yeah, I was watching the Casper Cup, and specifically in the final, as Bengi's going to face check, but he has a Banshee Veil, he'll be all right. Specifically in the final, against Poppy, his build was very similar. Black Cleaver into armor penetration, was able to beat Poppy. Should be good here as Bengi.
Knight goes down, he's going for more. Peke just does not care. Multiple members in front of him. Bengi going to live anyway. Mad Life is the one taking all the damage, though. It's absolutely massive in the favor of Team Ice, but now they have to run. There's too many low health bars, and Peke is a man possessed as he leaps in time and time again.
And it's not the top Nautilus that can just teleport and impact fights. It is the Jacer, even though he has teleport, very much a defensive teleport user. It's going to stay push up bot and another free kill over to Ice.
It's what we talked about with these bruisers. Again, they have damage here in the mid game. They're tanky enough to like be super aggressive, and Peke just showed that once again. Another easy pickup here. Yanga's been able to land some very easy cocoons because targets are CC'd and knocked up, and he picks up his second kill. So very, very even game so far.
You're just finishing off the point on the double armor penetration rush from the Jace. If it's enough to take down Poppy, theoretically it should be enough to take down Soaz. And given we were kind of pigeonholed into thinking Poppy beats Jace after about 2 armor items, very interesting to keep tracking that even in this matchup.
I think you can criticize getting the Last Whisper as a second item. I think if you want the healing reduction, you get the Executioner's Calling, and then you complete another item, and then as a third item, you get the Last Whisper. Because if you look at Europe and the itemization, there isn't that much armor you're really going to penetrate, because it's only bonus armor you're going for. It's literally just a little bit on Source, and that's the only thing. So it's not the most effective item now, but obviously he's expecting very soon to see more armor on the side of Europe, and then he knows, okay, I need to have that item ready for that potential big fight.
And Poppy does have those bonus scalings as well. Bengi wants to track Soaz once again.
Ghosting in, we've seen this before. Soaz can he turn it, but the healing reduction is absolutely massive in this exchange. Does get knocked out. Smeb potentially in trouble, but Bengi is going to pick that one up quite easily.
Smeb seems to be figuring out the Alawi slowly. Again, would have only had limited practice even in solo queue against this pick. So a couple of kills, bit of confidence boost to the side of Fire as Becky and Faker still having at it, this time in the top.
Not going to be a whole lot of damage traded back and forth there. Of course, Garen usually going to heal it up. Galio pretty quick to deny that damage, especially with the now completed Zhonya's Hourglass. As we check in on the bottom lane, see Prey pretty content at that 2-item spike. And Reckless, you talked about it. This is the 80 carry itemization across the board, Infinity Edge and the Rune Ants.
This tells you how strong this pair of items is, that even on a champion like Kennen without the same steroids as other attack damage carries, it's still in the Edge, Hurricane as the staple. Ultimate's very much going to be purely for disengage. Won't see this Kennen diving in like an AP Kennen, but we'll be able to peel away someone diving. Unless, of course, the Ragnarok is popped by Bengi.
Well, Smeb just going to take down that tower uncontested. He's not willing to give up the resources to stop him, and now he's going to get a blue buff as well.
And now with obviously Source completing that Randuin completely, and Smeb just focusing purely on the 1v1, the Last Whisper is going to do a lot of good for him against a Source. Won't really do anything against the other 4 members, but I don't think he cares because they keep just ganking Source and taking down fast enough.
And also they're ganking Faker as well. Moving forward, Jankos does land a cocoon. I don't know if they have enough damage, but that's a lot coming in from Xpeke. It's safely under the tower. TP coming in now. They look like they may extend the fight. Will be fully completed. Now, Smeb moving forward is going to throw down a bit more damage. Bengi's on the backside. He's already ulted, though, and it may be a little bit too early. Smeb's taking down Xpeke. The damage from Jace, a little bit too much. Now they're going to have to run for their life. Flash from Wolf from Jankos. He's in trouble. Soaz is finally in the fight. Is he going to get the ult down? Yes, only hits 1, though. Maybe looking for a little bit more. No test of spirit quite yet. Depth charge goes in, and down goes Jankos. Soaz has to fight now like a man possessed. The healing reduction will come in. That's a lot going over the wall. Soaz wants a little more. Can he get Prey? Not going to get it. Mithy on the way in. Fire absolutely cleaning house here, and Ice just getting crushed.
Yeah, the predicted big teamfight win for Europe that was going to happen within 5 minutes actually went in favor of LCK, and I feel like we've seen that before. It's a good start from the other team. It's fairly early, early and mid game, and then big fight. LCK punishes, and now they're taking Baron.
But nothing, Reckless still has a lot of damage here, so they have to be careful.
Kind of poking into the fight. They're going to try to CC him, but Nautilus going to hook the wall instead. Going a little bit lower, ever closer to that spike point. They are going to get it in the end. Reckless not going to even get the 1v1. Smeb making it out. Dangerous game, just a bit too much. Making it to safety with a sliver of his life, and that's going to be Baron secured for the LCK and Team Fire.
We're going to finally get the replay here. So Peke had gone very aggressively onto Faker. Eats the slow, turns in, and with the double armor penetration, it's going to go down just complete to the Jace, and then it's just really scattered. Reckless has to use his ult, runs away himself, but fighting on 2 flanks. Mad Life flashes in just to look for an auto attack to attract targets, and even though these are fed bruisers, they're not fighting as 5, they're fighting as 1, B2, B3, and eventually come tumbling down.
Yeah, Source has to teleport in like behind the rest of his team, only got ulted in 1 member, really didn't get to use any of the team fighting presence Ilaoi can have, even though she's obviously much better when it comes to like the early laning phase. Still strong at this point if you get that 3-4 man ulti. Same can be said for Kennen, for Zyra. Like, a lot of AoE on the side of Europe, but when you split up, well, AoE suddenly it's very hard to use.
We talk a lot about Europe needing to group up, looking for that sort of wombo team fight where they can land everything in succession. However, what is now the path for Fire, other than picking up a kill on Mithy? Good start to be able to do. Ooh, nice flash out in the end. Sidestep on the axe. Mithy making some fancy footwork. The chilling smite gonna cut his screams down, and Bengi just gonna pick up a little redemption.
Pops the flare as well, suddenly playing with the confidence that we didn't see in the early game. They're looking to get on Faker.
Faker moving forward, decent damage coming in from the Alawi, but Soaz taking so much back in return. That Spear not gonna get procced quite yet. Now he's gonna be cursed up. Decent damage. The team is on the way. We could be looking at a full fight. Faker going to drop. That's a good start to it, but Peke's getting taken down on the backside. Mad Life, Prey, Bengi moving forward. Jankos not quite sure where he wants to go. Will to start to back off. Bengi, no ultimate available to pursue, and Reckless waiting over the other side of the wall.
The gold lead now is really starting to shine through. Wasn't one for the majority of the game, but 7,000, especially with that Baron take. The items are starting to be loaded up, and it's Talisman of Ascension from the jungle from Bengi. Didn't want to go for the selfish speed up of Righteous Glory. Is now the team-wide speed up with the Talisman.
Tower is going to fall. Reckless doing his best to clear out the waves, but it's simply not enough. Hopsmith, you're absolutely right. It's just looking harder and harder. Seems like a pretty clean closeout from Team Fire if they played right. I mean, is it still looking for opportunities here for Team Ice?
We talked about it. When the inner turrets go down, it has to be just super hard engage in vision as melee bruises, and that so rarely works at the highest level.
Exactly. It's really, really hard for Europe to like start a team fight by hard engaging. They need to like flank around.
He's getting picked off. Bangi just going to use the Ragnarok to make his way out. It's a decent amount of damage. Procs going down on the Mark of the Storm, but not enough. Gets stunned up here. Cocoon does connect on the right, but only 4 members left, so has a lot of power on the allow. He does hit 2 with the Tentacle Slam. Technique going in. Does get burnt down instantly. The Jace damage. Too much. Zoaz, though, ults up. Test Spirit goes down. Mad Light going to be set to fall. They're trading back and forth here.
Well, the thing you need to take away, and the thing we're kind of hitting hard on is, if these champions stand 5v5 in the lane, ARAM style, Ice don't have a fight starter. That's not Reckless. It's AD Kennen is about being in disengage. There is a lot of initiations from Fire, and unfortunately for Ice, unless they fight a fight on the terms of LCK that they misjudge, they're not going to get the fight they're looking for.
Well, sadly for Europe, the way back might be hoping LCK makes a mistake around an objective and actually have multiple lanes, but I feel like we've said that before, and it almost just never happens when you're playing the Korean squad here, and it is difficult. It's been a very fun game to watch, though, with so many different fights and these different picks. Mythia, sadly for him, tries to beat the guy engaging, and does go down. And let's see here, fight around the blue buff.
Oh, Yanko takes a lot of damage. Baker maybe looking for that one. Flash in, Idol Durant. Yanko's going to get dropped there. Smeb more than happy to take the blue buff. Beneficio, you mean you brought up Mithy? So happy to be the playmaker in that early stage of the game, but now no longer is it just base levels and base items. Everyone getting more and more, and Mithy, of course, no tanky stats, really keeping the line.
And that's the case late game. Is so strong as well. Like Baker, not really getting one shot anymore. As well has these items to deal with bruises.
Soaz has to be careful. Get picked up here. Whoa! Oh, hits a couple people. X-Pecking trying to disengage on Bengi. A lot of damage as Test of Spirit goes down. Bengi is going to make it out. The tower has already fallen, but a lot of members cursed up on the side of Team Fire. Soaz too low to continue, and Fire just going to grab his inhibitor. A little brawl there, but no one going to drop other than Yanko.
So many speed ups as well. Acceleration Gate, the Righteous Gust from the Galio. Able to get away very quickly after picking up the objective, and suddenly not many camps on the map to pick up, not many minions pushing in. This is very much the Korean standard when it comes to the late game, where there's not many resources for EU, and if they make it engage at 10,000 gold behind, even though their champions do well in melee range, not going to be fought on their turn.
Bengi now running out. Not a whole ton of damage here, but just going to start to move forward. Dismount. Will Bengi start to turn? Throws the axe back to try to disengage. Ghost has been popped. May just be the pick here for Yanko's Camp, but there's people on the way. I don't know if he's going to be able to grab it. Just looking for the Venomous Bite to close out. Will not need it. So
could be the
Test of Spirit. He's trapped, though. He's all alone. Flashes up the wall. Depth Charge still going to connect. It's going to hit 2 as well. Soaz has to back off. Decent damage coming from the backside from Prey. Ice now retreating in the top lane. Garen split pushing, meanwhile, on the bottom side. X-Peke brought out the Garen. Now looking to live up to his name.
Something wrong about double teleport being against an EU team, against a Peke team.
Really well played by LCK with the teleports all game long, honestly. Mad Life might go down.
Reckless, keep your eyes on the cannon. Does have the ultimate available, and Yanko's fearless on the front line, but he may get popped. Smeb is locked up. Tentacle Smash goes down, not going to connect. Redemption going in, looking for the heal, but who is it? Going to be the side of Team Fire. Soaz now gets the Test of Spirit. Mad Life could be in trouble. Soaz staying around the tower to tank it out, but shut down onto Smeb. He gets caught out, and X-Peke is still alive on the bottom side.
Yeah, he's 1 versus 2 here. Faker going for him, gets the slow.
Really fast, starting to spin. TP coming in. Can they burn him down? Nice footwork to move it out. Galio skill shot's very slow. Soaz is here. He wants to start a party. The tentacles are coming down. Will they be able to cut through him? Test of Spirit. Prey now cursed, but he doesn't have any way to chase these guys down.
He's one of the best at going in and out of fights. He's not going to allow Soaz to escape, but there's another
Spirit. That could be massive. Can he do anything? No. Prey walking out unscathed.
And the W also gives him the bonus resist, so more than happy to once again go into close range. Still fights across the map, but all in the context of Korea being pretty significantly ahead.
Wait, Baker, you wanted to see if we can take the red buff, and then obviously take the cone out. A little bit having fun here.
That was pretty good.
I mean, never question Pekka when it comes to split pushing and escaping.
And that's a preview, of course, of the some of the mechanics in the jungle, the plants that we'll see in the future season, of course. At this point, still trying to extend, really any way to get out.
And all of your recall instead of taking that free tower because they're trying to make it all the way down to the bottom lane. See if they can join. You can see Reckless needs the base as well, but also actually had super minions at the Nexus turret that had to go back and deal with. So fair enough, take that one back. Europe had to go back and defend the turret. You can see the one Nexus turret on your minimap is very, very low.
Of course, Prey clearing out the minion wave as best he can because it is now Baron time. You laying down a bit of vision to try to secure the area. Adlec maybe oversetting here, but the snare not going to connect. Backing off, Fire just moved right in, and Europe not comfortable enough to take this fight without knowing where everyone is.
And Bengi, another support item. He knows exactly his place, guys. He's always been.
I mean, this is his job application.
Yeah,
I'm a supportive jungler, please.
I mean, there's 3 years of like proof, 4 years perhaps to show that. But once again, the Knight's Vow also, I don't actually see who he's linked to. It would be kind of lore appropriate if it was Faker.
Could definitely be Faker.
I mean, that's who you put.
Might be the Ezreal or the Jace.
It is the Ezreal.
Ooh,
I mean,
it should be Faker.
Obviously, AD carry with the extra damage he can deal for some more HP coming towards you as an Olaf.
I mean, Faker's the king. Bengi's definitely the knight, so that's why I thought he might go for it.
Bengi's the princess.
That's princess, huh?
Yeah, he's the princess.
I don't know what led you to that conclusion, and I don't want to know.
I thought Flame was the princess.
Yeah. That's actually true. There can be more.
A lot of royalty in League of Legends. There's a lot of royalty here, of course, on the stage as well. Xpeke busting out the Garen in this game. It started so well, but it's kind of been going downhill, just not having quite enough damage here in these fights. And so as Iglaoi looks terrifying, but the ultimate counter, of course, people just going to walk away.
Again, it is sadly some of the things we mentioned, you know, these bruisers being so good in the mid game on 1 to 2 items, but then later on, the other team starts getting a bit of armor. It gets really, really difficult then to kind of burn through all of it and take down these fights, unless you get that big 5-on-5 team fight where all your AoE works. But LCK is not going to give you that fight.
May not find the opportunity. Prey, though, will find the opportunity to take the blue buff here. Baron remains. The big objective on the map is you holding on to dear life at this point. An 8k gold differential, 35 minutes in. It's 2 dragons to 2. But the Mountain Drake for LCK makes that Baron all the more threatening, as well as the insane amount of AD threats between the Jace and the Ezreal.
And when you move away from the mid game, you know, once you get a couple of items for Prey, he's Ezreal, he's slippery already. He's got the Blade of the Ruin King now. He's always been a counter pick to picks like Aurelia in the top lane just because he is that mobile AD carry. So just closing the distance on Prey and killing him instantly, hard to do.
So as caught out once again, healing's reduced, and that means he's going to get popped instantly. Too much damage, not enough armor. Lord Dominic's as well as the Mortal Reminder. He's not going to find anything there. Now Mithy, the one in trouble, does look for the ult to disengage, but may get caught out, does sidestep in the end. Shock Blast going to take him. Faker looking for the 2v1 in the meantime, but Peke going to grab another kill. Redemption comes down. Not going to save anyone as Prey goes on a rampage.
I say worth for Europe. They killed Faker. You're going to lose your next anyway. Might as well take down Faker another time.
Commanding early game coming in for Europe in a few close, scrappy duels, but once Fire finds the lead, once we get out of that mid game, it is LCK who've been able to find it, close it out with confidence. Reckless with one last desperate play, but Jankos gets popped. Reckless is next on the menu, not even going to make it into the spawn as the ace comes out from the LCK. Team Fire looking to pick up 100 points here. And Korea reminding us why they are on top of the world. An all-star lineup crushing through each and every other region.
Yep, Korea
Not like we ever forgot it. I mean, I don't think there was anyone.
I forgot for about 30 seconds when Xpeke got that Garen double kill.
Very true. We had a brief moment where we were like, oh, this is it. Just like last year where Europe took them down. Nope. LCK, 300 points obviously picked up by these guys in these regional clashes.
Yeah, picking up the slack of some of the struggles that Team Fire actually has had in the fun modes. And the fun modes have gone pretty much over Team Ice, and they're in a really good spot also to win the 1v1s. The shorts being repped. As promised.
Shorts feels appropriate. The Bruisers were played in that game.
Funny story, all players from the EU team got these shorts here, except for Mithy. And I'm actually not sure why. He was the only one who didn't get them.
There's an interview question.
Yeah,
Dash later.
I really don't know why.
Mithy, why didn't you get the short?
Well,
he's distinctly warmer than the rest of the members of Ice.
There you see. There you go. Black Panther Mithy.
But at the end of the day, of course, an exciting match to watch. So much fun with all these unique picks.
Oh, yes.
A little less fun when you have to watch the Galio tank turret shots for about 30 seconds there without taking.
Ooh, the pants cam.
Look at him legs. Oh, looking fresh. Team coming out on stage, as promised.
This is the catwalk, guys.
The crowd going absolutely nuts.
Mithy really wish he had the shorts now.
It's one thing to be the only guy in the shorts, it's another thing to be the only guy without the shorts.
Yeah, Jankos will shave his legs as well. Anyway, apart from that, LCK taking down Europe. I think a lot of people expected it. Crowd is still cheering for XPEC and Europe.
I mean, home turf still had a really exciting game. A couple of hype early game plays as well. I mean, you got to give props to Team Ice. They're like, it's going to be a hard battle. We're going to try something new and see what happens.
I thought we'd get more of this at All-Stars, honestly. I thought we'd get more of the kind of fun picks, you know, going for interesting things with Korean players actually on the crowd now, doing about just as popular as their European counterparts. Always great to see.
Of course, all-star talent across the board. Faker, Smeb, Bangi, Frey, Mad Life as well.
All-star casting talent? I mean, by definition, we are at All-Star.
Yeah, yeah, we are actually here. So
no need to toot any horns.
That's true.
I'll take it. I'll take the opportunity. I need it. I'm not going to.
Pick me up for today.
All right. Look good. But of course, looking ahead in the day, Team Fire now taking the lead. Pretty important for them to get this one going.
Especially because Team Ice has 9 players left in the 1v1 tournament. Team Fire has 7. 4 of the LPL players obviously left, actually looking very good in the 1v1.
And 4 of the players from the GPL as well,
of
on
course,
the side of Fire.
On the other side, but I think Team Ice there can pick up quite some points. So yes, Team Fire needed this one. More game modes later today. The 1-for-all is 50 points, of course. That can matter a lot in the end because coming into today, they were dead even in points, both Team Fire and Team Ice. And while the players, of course, are here to have fun, and they say that, they always add in, but we also kind of want to win.
It's pretty fun to win, Deficio.
Of course, Reckless especially, a guy who's like, oh.
In the 1v1.
In the 1v1, he's like, look, I'm playing Canada. We're gonna give the people what they want here, but in 1v1s, I'm all about the W. I am all about finding that win. Of course, getting a chance, of course, for the interview to set up on stage. But in the meantime, I mean, defining moment so far for All Stars is both EU and LCK play their last full 5v5.
I mean, Garen getting locked in.
I was about to say.
That's a defining moment for any tournament.
Kill as well.
You know, the Garen fans out there, the Garen one-tricks and Solak, you wait for so long to see their main on the big stage. They probably don't watch LPL, let's be real, but they get it at All-Star. So that's pretty cool.
Just reminds me of that gif of Amazing Jay playing Garen.
Yeah.
Spinning
in real life.
Not doing
Disappointed we didn't see it at Worlds from Amazing Jay. Maybe next time he's there. Defining moment as well, 1v1 tournament. I think the Yasuo versus Yasuo, Marta Fager was fantastic. Also watching Ziv versus Smeb, where Ziv is like winning the matchup and then he walks into tower and takes 2 shots. You're just kind of like, what? This is like one of the best top lanes in the world? What was that?
I think at this point between the Garen, all we can do is hope for more highlight moments here at All-Star. But in the meantime, we're going to throw it down to Dash, who's on stage with the LCK top laner.